Prolegomena to the History of Ancient Israel. By Julius Wellhausen. Preface. The work which forms the greater part of the present volume first appeared in 1878 under the title History of Israel. By J. Wellhausen. In 2 volumes. Volume 1. The book produced a great impression throughout Europe, and its main thesis, that the Mosaic history is not the starting point for the history of ancient Israel, but for the history of Judaism, was felt to be so powerfully maintained that many of the leading Hebrew teachers of Germany who had till then stood aloof from the so-called Graphian hypothesis, the doctrine, that is, that the Levitical law and connected parts of the Pentateuch were not written till after the fall of the kingdom of Judah, and that the Pentateuch in its present compass was not publicly accepted as authoritative till the Reformation of Ezra, declared themselves convinced by Wellhausen's arguments. Before 1878 the Graphian hypothesis was neglected or treated as a paradox in most German universities. Although some individual scholars of great name were known to have reached by independent inquiry similar views to those for which Graf was the recognized sponsor, and although in Holland the writings of Professor Quennen, who has been aptly termed Graf's Goel, had shown in an admirable and conclusive manner that the objections usually taken to Graf's arguments did not touch the substance of the thesis for which he contended. Since 1878, partly through the growing influence of Quennen, but mainly through the impression produced by Wellhausen's book, all this has been changed. Almost every younger scholar of mark is on the side of Vatka and Roos, Lagarde and Graf, Quennen and Wellhausen. And the renewed interest in Old Testament study which is making itself felt throughout all the schools of Europe must be traced almost entirely to the stimulus derived from a new view of the history of the law which sets all Old Testament problems in a new light. Our author, who since 1878 had been largely engaged in the study of other parts of Semitic antiquity, has not yet given to the world his promised second volume. But the first volume was a complete book in itself. The plan was to reserve the whole narrative of the history of Israel for Volume 2, so that Volume 1 was entirely occupied in laying the critical foundations on which alone a real history of the Hebrew nation could be built. Accordingly, the second edition of the history, Volume 1, appeared in 1883, Berlin, Reimer, under the new title of Prolegomena to the History of Israel. In this form it is professedly, as it really was before, a complete and self-contained work. And this is the form of which a translation, carefully revised by the author, is now offered to the public. All English readers interested in the Old Testament will certainly be grateful to the translators and publishers for a volume which in its German garb has already produced so profound an impression on the scholarship of Europe. And even in this country the author's name is too well known to make it necessary to introduce him at length to a new public. But the title of the book has a somewhat unfamiliar sound to English ears, and may be apt to suggest a series of dry and learned dissertations meant only for Hebrew scholars. It is worthwhile therefore to point out in a few words that this would be quite a false impression, that the matters with which Professor Wellhausen deals are such as no intelligent student of the Old Testament can afford to neglect. And that the present volume gives the English reader, for the first time, an opportunity to form his own judgment on questions which are within the scope of anyone who reads the English Bible carefully and is able to think clearly, and without prejudice, about its contents. The history of Israel is part of the history of the faith by which we live. The New Testament cannot be rightly understood without understanding the Old. And the main reason why so many parts of the Old Testament are practically a sealed book even to thoughtful people is simply that they have not the historical key to the interpretation of that wonderful literature. The Old Testament does not furnish a history of Israel, though it supplies the materials from which such a history can be constructed. For example, the narrative of Kings gives but the merest outline of the events that preceded the fall of Samaria. To understand the inner history of the time we must fill up this outline with the aid of the prophets Amos and Hosea. But the more the Old Testament has been studied, the more plain has it become that for many parts of the history something more is needed than merely to read each part of the narrative books in connection with the other books that illustrate the same period. The historical books and the Pentateuch are themselves very composite structures, in which old narratives occur embedded in later compilations, and groups of old laws are overlaid by ordinances of comparatively recent date. Now, to take one point only, but that the most important. It must plainly make a vast difference to our whole view of the providential course of Israel's history if it appear that instead of the whole Pentateuchal law having been given to Israel before the tribes crossed the Jordan, that law really grew up little by little from its Mosaic germ, and did not attain its present form till the Israelites were the captives or the subjects of a foreign power. This is what the new school of Pentateuch criticism undertakes to prove, and it does so in a way that should interest everyone. For in the course of the argument it appears that the plain natural sense of the old history has constantly been distorted by the false presuppositions with which we have been accustomed to approach it, that having a false idea of the legal and religious culture of the Hebrews when they first entered Canaan, we continually miss the point of the most interesting parts of the subsequent story. And above all fail to understand the great work accomplished by the prophets in destroying old Israel and preparing the way first for Judaism and then for the gospel. These surely are inquiries which no conscientious student of the Bible can afford to ignore. The process of disentangling the twisted skein of tradition is necessarily a very delicate and complicated one, and involves certain operations for which special scholarship is indispensable. Historical criticism is a comparatively modern science, and in its application to this, as to other histories, it has made many false and uncertain steps. But in this, as in other sciences, when the truth has been reached it can generally be presented in a comparatively simple form, and the main positions can be justified even to the general reader by methods much less complicated and much more lucid than those originally followed by the investigators themselves. The modern view as to the age of the Pentateuchal law, which is the key to the right understanding of the history of Israel, has been reached by a mass of investigations and discussions of which no satisfactory general account has ever been laid before the English reader. Indeed, even on the continent, where the subject has been much more studied than among us, Professor Wellhausen's book was the first complete and sustained argument which took up the question in all its historical bearings. More recently Professor Quenin of Leiden, whose discussions of the more complicated questions of Pentateuch analysis are perhaps the finest things that modern criticism can show, has brought out the second edition of the first volume of his Onderzoek, and when this appears in English, as it is soon to do, our Hebrew students will have in their hands an admirable manual of what I may call the anatomy of the Pentateuch, in which they can follow from chapter to chapter the process by which the Pentateuch grew to its present form. But for the mass of Bible readers such detailed analysis will always be too difficult. What everyone can understand and ought to try to master, is the broad historical aspect of the matter. And this the present volume sets forth in a way that must be full of interest to every one who has tasted the intense pleasure of following institutions and ideas in their growth, and who has faith enough to see the hand of God as clearly in a long providential development as in a sudden miracle. The reader will find that every part of the Prolegomena is instinct with historical interest, and contributes something to a vivid realization of what old Israel really was, and why it has so great a part in the history of spiritual faith. In the first essay of the Prolegomena a complete picture is given of the history of the ordinances of worship in Israel, and the sacrifices, the feasts, the priesthood, are all set in a fresh light. The second essay, the history of what the Israelites themselves believed and recorded about their past, will perhaps to some readers seem less inviting, and may perhaps best be read after perusal of the article reprinted from the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which stands at the close of the volume and affords a general view of the course of the history of Israel, as our author constructs it on the basis of the researches in his Prolegomena. The essay on Israel and Judaism with which the Prolegomena close, may in like manner be profitably compared with sect 11 of the appended sketch, a section which is not taken directly from the encyclopedia, but translated from the German edition of the article Israel, where the subject is expanded by the author. Here the reader will learn how close are the bonds that connect the critical study of the Old Testament with the deepest and unchanging problems of living faith. W. Robertson Smith. Translator's Note. Pages 237 to 4251 of the Prolegomena and Section 2 of Israel are translated by Mr. Menzies. For the rest of the volume Mr. Black is responsible. Both desire to express their indebtedness to Professor Robertson Smith for many valuable suggestions made as the sheets were passing through the press. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Introduction. In the following pages it is proposed to discuss the place in history of the Law of Moses. More precisely, the question to be considered is whether that law is the starting point for the history of ancient Israel, or not rather for that of Judaism, i.e., of the religious communion which survived the destruction of the nation by the Assyrians and Chaldeans. It is an opinion very extensively held that the great mass of the books of the Old Testament not only relate to the pre-exilic period, but date from it. According to this view, they are remnants of the literature of ancient Israel which the Jews rescued as a heritage from the past, and on which they continued to subsist in the decay of independent intellectual life. In dogmatic theology Judaism is a mere empty chasm over which one springs from the Old Testament to the New. And even where this estimate is modified, the belief still prevails in a general way that the Judaism which received the books of Scripture into the canon had, as a rule, nothing to do with their production. But the exceptions to this principle which are conceded as regards the second and third divisions of the Hebrew canon cannot be called so very slight. Of the Hagiographa, by far the larger portion is demonstrably post-exilic, and no part demonstrably older than the exile. Daniel comes as far down as the Maccabean Wars, and Esther is perhaps even later. Of the prophetical literature a very appreciable fraction is later than the fall of the Hebrew kingdom. And the associated historical books, the earlier prophets of the Hebrew canon, date, in the form in which we now possess them, from a period subsequent to the death of Jeconiah, who must have survived the year 560 BC for some time. Making all allowance for the older sources utilized, and to a large extent transcribed word for word, in Judges, Samuel, and Kings, we find that apart from the Pentateuch the pre-exilic portion of the Old Testament amounts in bulk to little more than the half of the entire volume. All the rest belongs to the later period, and it includes not merely the feeble aftergrowths of a failing vegetation, but also productions of the vigor and originality of ISA, XL-66. And PS, 73. We come then to the law. Here, as for most parts of the Old Testament, we have no express information as to the author and date of composition. And to get even approximately at the truth we are shut up to the use of such data as can be derived from an analysis of the contents, taken in conjunction with what we may happen to know from other sources as to the course of Israel's history. But the habit has been to assume that the historical period to be considered in this connection ends with the Babylonian exile as certainly as it begins with the Exodus from Egypt. At first sight this assumption seems to be justified by the history of the canon. It was the law that first became canonical through the influence of Ezra and Nehemiah, the prophets became so considerably later, and the Hagiographa last of all. Now it is not unnatural, from the chronological order in which these writings were received into the canon, to proceed to an inference as to their approximate relative age, and so not only to place the prophets before the Hagiographa, but also the 5 books of Moses before the prophets. If the prophets are for the most part older than the exile, how much more so the law? But however trustworthy such a mode of comparison may be when applied to the middle as contrasted with the latest portion of the canon, it is not at all to be relied on when the first part is contrasted with the other two. The very idea of canonicity was originally associated with the Torah, and was only afterwards extended to the other books, which slowly and by a gradual process acquired a certain measure of the validity given to the Torah by a single public and formal act, through which it was introduced at once as the Magna Carta of the Jewish communion, nay. 8x, in their case the canonical, that is, legal, character was not intrinsic, but was only subsequently acquired. There must therefore have been some interval, and there may have been a very long one, between the date of their origin and that of their receiving public sanction. To the law, on the other hand, the canonical character is much more essential, and serious difficulties beset the assumption that the law of Moses came into existence at a period long before the exile, and did not attain the force of law until many centuries afterwards, and in totally different circumstances from those under which it had arisen. At least the fact that a collection claiming public recognition as an ecclesiastical book should have attained such recognition earlier than other writings which make no such claim is no proof of superior antiquity. We cannot, then, peremptorily refuse to regard it as possible that what was the law of Judaism may also have been its product, and there are urgent reasons for taking the suggestion into very careful consideration. It may not be out of place here to refer to personal experience. In my early student days I was attracted by the stories of Saul and David, Ahab and Elijah. The discourses of Amos and Isaiah laid strong hold on me, and I read myself well into the prophetic and historical books of the Old Testament. Thanks to such aids as were accessible to me, I even considered that I understood them tolerably, but at the same time was troubled with a bad conscience, as if I were beginning with the roof instead of the foundation. For I had no thorough acquaintance with the law, of which I was accustomed to be told that it was the basis and postulate of the whole literature. At last I took courage and made my way through Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and even through Noble's commentary to these books. But it was in vain that I looked for the light which was to be shed from this source on the historical and prophetical books. On the contrary, my enjoyment of the latter was marred by the law. It did not bring them any nearer me, but intruded itself uneasily, like a ghost that makes a noise indeed, but is not visible and really affects nothing. Even where there were points of contact between it and them, differences also made themselves felt, and I found it impossible to give a candid decision in favor of the priority of the law. Dimly I began to perceive that throughout there was between them all the difference that separates two wholly distinct worlds. Yet, so far from attaining clear conceptions, I only fell into deeper confusion, which was worse confounded by the explanations of Ewald in the second volume of his History of Israel. At last, in the course of a casual visit in Göttingen in the summer of 1867, I learned through Ritschl that Karl Heinrich Graf placed the law later than the prophets, and, almost without knowing his reasons for the hypothesis, I was prepared to accept it. I readily acknowledged to myself the possibility of understanding Hebrew antiquity without the book of the Torah. The hypothesis usually associated with Graf's name is really not his, but that of his teacher, Eduard Roos. It would be still more correct to call it after Leopold George and Wilhelm Vatka, who, independent alike of Roos and of each other, were the first to give it literary currency. All three, again, are disciples of Martin Lebrecht de Wet, the epoch-making pioneer of historical criticism in this field. He indeed did not himself succeed in reaching a sure position, but he was the first clearly to perceive and point out how disconnected are the alleged starting point of Israel's history and that history itself. The religious community set up on so broad a basis in the wilderness, with its sacred center and uniform organization, disappears and leaves no trace as soon as Israel settles in a land of its own, and becomes, in any proper sense, a nation. The period of the Judges presents itself to us as a confused chaos, out of which order and coherence are gradually evolved under the pressure of external circumstances. But perfectly naturally and without the faintest reminiscence of a sacred unifying constitution that had formerly existed. Hebrew antiquity shows absolutely no tendencies towards a hierarchy. Power is wielded solely by the heads of families and of tribes, and by the kings, who exercise control over religious worship also, and appoint and depose its priests. The influence possessed by the latter is purely moral. The Torah of God is not a document in their hands which guarantees their own position, but merely an instruction for others in their mouths. Like the word of the prophets, it has divine authority but not political sanction, and has validity only in so far as it is voluntarily accepted. And as for the literature which has come down to us from the period of the kings, it would puzzle the very best intentions to beat up so many as 2 or 3 unambiguous allusions to the law. And these cannot be held to prove anything when one considers, by way of contrast, what Homer was to the Greeks. To complete the marvel, in post-exile Judaism the Mosaism which until then had been only latent suddenly emerges into prominence everywhere. We now find the book regarded as the foundation of all higher life, and the Jews, to borrow the phrase of the Quran, are the people of the book. We have the sanctuary with its priests and Levites occupying the central position, and the people as a congregation encamped around it. The cultus, with its burnt offerings and sin offerings, its purifications and its abstinences, its feasts and Sabbaths, strictly observed as prescribed by the law, is now the principal business of life. When we take the community of the Second Temple and compare it with the ancient people of Israel, we are at once able to realize how far removed was the latter from so-called Mosaism. The Jews themselves were thoroughly conscious of the distance. The revision of the books of Judges, Samuel, and Kings, undertaken towards the end of the Babylonian exile, a revision much more thorough than is commonly assumed, condemns as heretical the whole age of the kings. At a later date, as the past became more invested with a certain nimbus of sanctity, men preferred to clothe it with the characters of legitimacy rather than sit in judgment upon it. The Book of Chronicles shows in what manner it was necessary to deal with the history of bygone times when it was assumed that the Mosaic hierocracy was their fundamental institution. 2. The foregoing remarks are designed merely to make it plain that the problem we have set before us is not an imaginary one, but actual and urgent. They are intended to introduce it, but to solve it is by no means so easy. The question what is the historical place of the law does not even admit of being put in these simple terms. For the law, if by that word we understand the entire Pentateuch, is no literary unity, and no simple historical quantity. 3. Since the days of Pererius and Spinoza, criticism has acknowledged the complex character of that remarkable literary production, and from Jean Estruc onwards has labored, not without success, at disentangling its original elements. At present there are a number of results that can be regarded as settled. The following are some of them. The 5 books of Moses and the book of Joshua constitute one whole, the conquest of the promised land rather than the death of Moses forming the true conclusion of the patriarchal history, the Exodus, and the wandering in the wilderness. From a literary point of view, accordingly, it is more accurate to speak of the Hexateuch than of the Pentateuch. Out of this whole, the book of Deuteronomy, as essentially an independent law book, admits of being separated most easily. Of what remains, the parts most easily distinguished belong to the so-called main stock, Grundschrift, formerly also called the Elohistic document, on account of the use it makes of the divine name Elohim up to the time of Moses. And designated by Ewald, with reference to the regularly recurring superscriptions in Genesis, as the Book of Origins. It is distinguished by its liking for number, and measure, and formula generally, by its stiff pedantic style, by its constant use of certain phrases and turns of expression which do not occur elsewhere in the older Hebrew. Its characteristics are more strongly marked than those of any of the others, and make it accordingly the easiest to recognize with certainty. Its basis is the Book of Leviticus and the allied portions of the adjoining books, Exodus 25, XL. With the exception of chaps 32 to 34, and number I, X, 15 to 19, 25 to 36, with trifling exceptions. It thus contains legislation chiefly, and, in point of fact, relates substantially to the worship of the tabernacle and cognate matters. It is historical only in form. The history serves merely as a framework on which to arrange the legislative material, or as a mask to disguise it. For the most part, the thread of the narrative is extremely thin, and often serves merely to carry out the chronology, which is kept up without a hiatus from the creation to the Exodus. It becomes fuller only on the occasions in which other interests come into play, as, for example, in Genesis, with regard to the 3 preludes to the Mosaic covenant which are connected with the names of Adam, Noah, and Abraham respectively. When this fundamental document is also separated out as well as Deuteronomy, there remains the Yahwistic history book, which, in contrast with the 2 others, is essentially of a narrative character, and sets forth with full sympathy and enjoyment the materials handed down by tradition. The story of the patriarchs, which belongs to this document almost entirely, is what best marks its character. That story is not here dealt with merely as a summary introduction to something of greater importance which is to follow, but as a subject of primary importance, deserving the fullest treatment possible. Legislative elements have been taken into it only at one point, where they fit into the historical connection, namely, when the giving of the law at Sinai is spoken of, Exodus XX-23, 34. Scholars long rested satisfied with this twofold division of the non-Deuteronomic Hexateuch, until Hupfeld demonstrated in certain parts of Genesis, which until then had been assigned partly to the main stock and partly to the Jahwist, the existence of a third continuous source, the work of the so-called younger Elohist. The choice of this name was due to the circumstance that in this document also Elohim is the ordinary name of the deity, as it is in the main stock up to Exodus 6. The epithet, younger, however, is better left out, as it involves an unproved assumption, and besides, is no longer required for distinction's sake, now that the main stock is no longer referred to under so unsuitable a name as that of Elohist. Hupfeld further assumed that all the three sources continued to exist separately until someone at a later date brought them together simultaneously into a single whole. But this is a view that cannot be maintained. Not merely is the Elohist in his matter and in his manner of looking at things most closely akin to the Jahwist. His document has come down to us as Noldik was the first to perceive, only in extracts embodied in the Jahwist narrative. For thus, notwithstanding Hupfeld's discovery, the old division into two great sections continues to hold good, and there is every reason for adhering to this primary distinction as the basis of further historical research, in spite of the fact, which is coming to be more and more clearly perceived, that not only the Jahwistic document, but the main stock as well, are complex products. And that alongside of them occur hybrid or posthumous elements which do not admit of being simply referred to either the one or the other formation. 5. Now the law, whose historical position we have to determine, is the so-called main stock, which, both by its contents and by its origin, is entitled to be called the priestly code, and will accordingly be so designated. The priestly code preponderates over the rest of the legislation in force, as well as in bulk. In all matters of primary importance it is the normal and final authority. It was according to the mode furnished by it that the Jews under Ezra ordered their sacred community, and upon it are formed our conceptions of the Mosaic theocracy, with the tabernacle at its center, the high priest at its head, the priests and Levites as its organs, the legitimate cultus as its regular function. It is precisely this law, so-called par excellence, that creates the difficulties out of which our problem rises, and it is only in connection with it that the great difference of opinion exists as to date. With regard to the Jahwistic document, all are happily agreed that, substantially at all events, in language, horizon, and other features, it dates from the golden age of Hebrew literature, to which the finest parts of Judges, Samuel, and Kings, and the oldest extant prophetical writings also belong, the period of the kings and prophets which preceded the dissolution of the two Israelite kingdoms by the Assyrians. About the origin of Deuteronomy there is still less dispute. In all circles where appreciation of scientific results can be looked for at all, it is recognized that it was composed in the same age as that in which it was discovered, and that it was made the rule of Josiah's Reformation, which took place about a generation before the destruction of Jerusalem by the Chaldeans. It is only in the case of the priestly code that opinions differ widely, for it tries hard to imitate the costume of the Mosaic period, and, with whatever success, to disguise its own. This is not nearly so much the case with Deuteronomy, which, in fact, allows the real situation, that of the period during which, Samaria having been destroyed, only the kingdom of Judah continued to subsist, to reveal itself very plainly through that which is assumed. 12. 8, 19. 8. And the Jahwist does not even pretend to being a Mosaic law of any kind, it aims at being a simple book of history. The distance between the present and the past spoken of is not concealed in the very least. It is here that all the marks are found which attracted the attention of Aben Ezra and afterwards of Spinoza, such as Gen 12. 6. And the Canaanite was then in the land, Gen 36. 31. These are the kings who reigned in Edom before the children of Israel had a king, number 12. 6, 7. Deuteronomy 34:10, there arose not a prophet since in Israel like unto Moses. The priestly code, on the other hand, guards itself against all reference to later times and settled life in Canaan, which both in the Yahwistic Book of the Covenant, Exodus 21-23, and in Deuteronomy are the express basis of the legislation. It keeps itself carefully and strictly within the limits of the situation in the wilderness, for which in all seriousness it seeks to give the law. It has actually been successful, with its movable tabernacle, its wandering camp, and other archaic details, in so concealing the true date of its composition that its many serious inconsistencies with what we know, from other sources, of Hebrew antiquity previous to the exile, are only taken as proving that it lies far beyond all known history, and on account of its enormous antiquity can hardly be brought into any connection with it. It is the priestly code, then, that presents us with our problem. 3. The instinct was a sound one which led criticism for the time being to turn aside from the historical problem which had originally presented itself to De Wet, and afterwards had been more distinctly apprehended by George and Vatka, in order, in the first instance, to come to some sort of clear understanding as to the composition of the Pentateuch. But a mistake was committed when it was supposed that by a separation of the sources, in which operation attention was quite properly directed chiefly to Genesis, that great historical question had been incidentally answered. The fact was, that it had been merely put to sleep, and Graf has the credit of having, after a considerable interval, awakened it again. In doing so, indeed, he in turn labored under the disadvantage of not knowing what success had been achieved in separating the sources, and thereby he became involved in a desperate and utterly untenable assumption. This assumption, however, had no necessary connection with his own hypothesis, and at once fell to the ground when the level to which Hupfeld brought the criticism of the text had been reached. Graf originally followed the older view, espoused by Touch in particular, that in Genesis the priestly code, with its so obtrusively bare skeleton, is the main stock and that it is the Yahwist who supplements, and is therefore of course the later. But since, on the other hand, he regarded the ritual legislature of the Middle Books as much more recent than the work of the Yahwist, he was compelled to tear it asunder as best he could from its introduction in Genesis, and to separate the two halves of the priestly code by half a millennium. But Hupfeld had long before made it quite clear that the Yahwist is no mere supplementer, but the author of a perfectly independent work, and that the passages, such as Gen XX-22, usually cited as examples of the way in which the Yahwist worked over the main stock, really proceed from quite another source, the Elohist. Thus the stumbling block of Graf had already been taken out of the way, and his path had been made clear by an unlooked-for ally. Following Quenan's suggestion, he did not hesitate to take the helping hand extended to him. He gave up his violent division of the priestly code, and then had no difficulty in deducing from the results which he had obtained with respect to the main legal portion similar consequences with regard to the narrative part in Genesis. 6. The foundations were now laid. It is Quenan who has since done most for the further development of the hypothesis. 7. The defenders of the prevailing opinion maintained their ground as well as they could, but from long possession had got somewhat settled on their lees. They raised against the assailants a series of objections, all of which, however, labored more or less under the disadvantage that they rested upon the foundation which had already been shattered. Passages were quoted from Amos and Hosea as implying an acquaintance with the priestly code, but they were not such as could make any impression on those who were already persuaded that the latter was the more recent. Again it was asserted, and almost with violence, that the priestly code could not be later than Deuteronomy, and that the Deuteronomist actually had it before him. But the evidences of this proved extremely problematical, while, on the other hand, the dependence of Deuteronomy, as a whole, on the Yahwist came out with the utmost clearness. Appeal was made to the latest redaction of the entire Hexateuch, a redaction which was assumed to be Deuteronomistic. But this yielded the result that the Deuteronomistic redaction could nowhere be traced in any of the parts belonging to the priestly code. Even the history of the language itself was forced to render service against Graf. It had already been too much the custom to deal with that as if it were soft wax. To say all in a word, the arguments which were brought into play as a rule derived all their force from a moral conviction that the ritual legislation must be old, and could not possibly have been committed to writing for the first time within the period of Judaism. That it was not operative before then, that it did not even admit of being carried into effect in the conditions that prevailed previous to the exile, could not shake the conviction, all the firmer because it did not rest on argument, that at least it existed previously. The firemen never came near the spot where the conflagration raged. For it is only within the region of religious antiquities and dominant religious ideas, the region which Vatka in his Biblish theology had occupied in its full breadth, and where the real battle first kindled, that the controversy can be brought to a definite issue. In making the following attempt in this direction, I start from the comparison of the three constituents of the Pentateuch, the priestly code, Deuteronomy, and the work of the Yahwist. The contents of the first two are, of course, legislation, as we have seen; those of the third are narrative, but, as the Decalogue, Exodus XX, the law of the two tables, Exodus 34, and the book of the covenant, Exodus 21-23. show, the legislative element is not wholly absent from the Yahwist, and much less is the historical absent from the priestly code or Deuteronomy. Further, each writer's legal standpoint is mirrored in his account of the history, and conversely. Thus there is no lack either of indirect or of direct points of comparison. Now it is admitted that the three constituent elements are separated from each other by wide intervals. The question then arises, in what order? Deuteronomy stands in a relation of comparative nearness both to the Yahwist and to the priestly code. The distance between the last two is by far the greatest, so great that on this ground alone Ewald as early as the year 1831, Stud. U. Crit. p. 604, declared it impossible that the one could have been written to supplement the other. Combining this observation with the undisputed priority of the Yahwist over Deuteronomy, it will follow that the priestly code stands last in the series. But such a consideration, although, so far as I know, proceeding upon admitted data, has no value as long as it confines itself to such mere generalities. It is necessary to trace the succession of the three elements in detail, and at once to test and to fix each by reference to an independent standard, namely, the inner development of the history of Israel so far as that is known to us by trustworthy testimonies, from independent sources. The literary and historical investigation on which we thus enter is both wide and difficult. It falls into three parts. In the first, which lays the foundations, the data relating to sacred archaeology are brought together and arranged in such a way as to show that in the Pentateuch the elements follow upon one another and from one another precisely as the steps of the development demonstrably do in the history. Almost involuntarily this argument has taken the shape of a sort of history of the ordinances of worship. Rude and colorless that history must be confessed to be, a fault due to the materials, which hardly allow us to do more than mark the contrast between pre-exilic and post-exilic, and, in a secondary measure, that between Deuteronomic and pre-Deuteronomic. At the same time there is this advantage arising out of the breadth of the periods treated: they cannot fail to distinguish themselves from each other in a tangible manner. It must be possible in the case of historical, and even of legal works, to recognize whether they were written before or after the exile. The second part, in many respects dependent on the first, traces the influence of the successively prevailing ideas and tendencies upon the shaping of historical tradition, and follows the various phases in which that was conceived and set forth. It contains, so to speak, a history of tradition. The third part sums up the critical results of the preceding two, with some further determining considerations, and concludes with a more general survey. The assumptions I make will find an ever-recurring justification in the course of the investigation. The two principal are, that the work of the Yahwist, so far as the nucleus of it is concerned, belongs to the course of the Assyrian period, and that Deuteronomy belongs to its close. Moreover, however strongly I am convinced that the latter is to be dated in accordance with 2 Kings 22, I do not, like Graf, so use this position as to make it the fulcrum for my lever. Deuteronomy is the starting point, not in the sense that without it it would be impossible to accomplish anything, but only because, when its position has been historically ascertained, we cannot decline to go on. But must demand that the position of the priestly code should also be fixed by reference to history. My inquiry proceeds on a broader basis than that of Graf, and comes nearer to that of Vatka, from whom indeed I gratefully acknowledge myself to have learnt best and most. History of the Ordinances of Worship. Legem non habentes natura facient legis opera. Rom 2. The place of worship. As we learn from the New Testament, the Jews and the Samaritans in the days of Jesus were not agreed on the question which was the proper place of worship. But that there could be only one was taken to be as certain as the unity of God himself. The Jews maintained that place to be the temple at Jerusalem, and when it was destroyed they ceased to sacrifice. But this oneness of the sanctuary in Israel was not originally recognized either in fact or in law, it was a slow growth of time. With the help of the Old Testament we are still quite able to trace the process. In doing so, it is possible to distinguish several stages of development. We shall accordingly proceed to inquire whether the three constituent parts of the Pentateuch give tokens of any relationship to one or other of these. Whether and how they fall in with the course of the historical development which we are able to follow by the aid of the historical and prophetic books from the period of the Judges onwards. 1. For the earliest period of the history of Israel, all that precedes the building of the temple, not a trace can be found of any sanctuary of exclusive legitimacy. In the books of Judges and Samuel hardly a place is mentioned at which we have not at least casual mention of an altar and of sacrifice. In great measure this multiplicity of sanctuaries was part of the heritage taken over from the Canaanites by the Hebrews. As they appropriated the towns and the culture generally of the previous inhabitants, so also did they take possession of their sacred places. The system of high places, Bamoth, with all the apparatus thereto belonging, is certainly Canaanite originally, Deuteronomy 12. 2, 30, number 33. 52, Exodus 34. 12 seek, but afterwards is of quite general occurrence among the Hebrews. At Shechem and Gibeon the transition takes place almost in the full light of history. Some other old Israelite places of worship, certain of which are afterwards represented as Levitical towns, betray their origin by their names at least, e.g. Bethshemesh or Ir Heres, Suntown, and Ashtaroth Karnaim, the two-horned Astarte. In the popular recollection, also, the memory of the fact that many of the most prominent sacrificial seats were already in existence at the date of the immigration continues to survive. Shechem, Bethel, Beersheba, figure in Genesis as instituted by the patriarchs, other equally important holy sites, not so. The reason for the distinction can only lie in a consciousness of the more recent origin of the latter. Those of the one class had been found by the people when they came, those of the other category they had themselves established. For of course, if the Hebrews did not hesitate to appropriate to themselves the old holy places of the country, neither did they feel any difficulty in instituting new ones. In Gilgal and Shiloh, in the fixed camps where, in the first instance, they had found a permanent foothold in Palestine proper, there forthwith arose important centers of worship. So likewise in other places of political importance, even in such as only temporarily come into prominence, as Ophrah, Ramah, and Nob near Gibeah. And, apart from the greater cities with their more or less regular religious service, it is perfectly permissible to erect an altar extempore, and offer sacrifice wherever an occasion presents itself. When, after the battle of Michmash, the people, tired and hungry, fell upon the cattle they had taken, and began to devour the flesh with the blood, that is, without pouring out the blood on the altar, Saul caused a great stone to be erected, and ordered that every man should slaughter his ox or his sheep there. This was the first altar which Saul erected to Jehovah, adds the narrator, certainly not as a reproach, nor even to signalize his conduct as anything surprising or exceptional. The instance is all the more instructive, because it shows how the prohibition to eat flesh without rendering the blood back to God at a time when the people did not live crowded together within a quite limited area necessarily presupposed liberty to sacrifice anywhere, or to slaughter anywhere. For originally the two words are absolutely synonymous. It need not be said that the sacrificial seats, even when the improvised ones are left out of account, were not all alike in the regard in which they were held, or in the frequency with which they were resorted to. Besides purely local ones, there were others to which pilgrimages were made from far and near. Towards the close of the period of the Judges, Shiloh appears to have acquired an importance that perhaps extended even beyond the limits of the tribe of Joseph. By a later age the temple there was even regarded as the prototype of the Temple of Solomon, that is, as the one legitimate place of worship to which Jehovah had made a grant of all the burnt offerings of the children of Israel, Jah 7. 12, 1 Sam. 2, 27-36. But, in point of fact, if a prosperous man of Ephraim or Benjamin made a pilgrimage to the joyful festival at Shiloh at the turn of the year, the reason for his doing so was not that he could have had no opportunity at his home in Ramah or Gibeah for eating and drinking before the Lord. Any strict centralization is for that period inconceivable, alike in the religious as in every other sphere. This is seen even in the circumstance that the destruction of the Temple of Shiloh, the priesthood of which we find officiating at Nob a little later, did not exercise the smallest modifying influence upon the character and position of the cultus. Shiloh disappears quietly from the scene, and is not mentioned again until we learn from Jeremiah that at least from the time when Solomon's temple was founded its temple lay in ruins. For the period during which the Temple of Jerusalem was not yet in existence, even the latest redaction of the historical books, which perhaps does not everywhere proceed from the same hand, but all dates from the same period, that of the Babylonian exile, and has its origin in the same spirit, leaves untouched the multiplicity of altars and of holy places. No king after Solomon is left uncensured for having tolerated the high places, but Samuel is permitted in his proper person to preside over a sacrificial feast at the Bama of his native town. And Solomon at the beginning of his reign to institute a similar one at the great Bama of Gibeon, without being blamed. The offensive name is again and again employed in the most innocent manner in 1 Sam 9, x, and the later editors allow it to pass unchallenged. The principle which guides this apparently unequal distribution of censure becomes clear from 1 Kings 3. 2. The people sacrificed upon the high places, for as yet no house to the name of Jehovah had been built. Not until the house had been built to the name of Jehovah, such is the idea, did the law come into force which forbade having other places of worship besides. 8. From the building of the Temple of Solomon, which is also treated as a leading epoch in chronology, a new period in the history of worship is accordingly dated, and to a certain extent with justice. The monarchy in Israel owed its origin to the need which, under severe external pressure, had come to be felt for bringing together into the oneness of a people and a kingdom the hitherto very loosely connected tribes and families of the Hebrews. It had an avowedly centralizing tendency, which very naturally laid hold of the cultus as an appropriate means for the attainment of the political end. Gideon even, the first who came near a regal position, erected a costly sanctuary in his city, Ophrah. David caused the Ark of Jehovah to be fetched into his fortress on Mount Shaun, and attached value to the circumstance of having for its priest the representative of the old family which had formerly kept it at Shiloh. Solomon's temple also was designed to increase the attractiveness of the city of his residence. It is indubitable that in this way political centralization gave an impulse to a greater centralization of worship also, and the tendency towards the latter continued to operate after the separation of the two kingdoms. In Israel not quite in the same manner as in Judah. Royal priests, great national temples, festal gatherings of the whole people, sacrifices on an enormous scale, these were the traits by which the cultus, previously, as it would seem, very simple, now showed the impress of a new time. One other fact is significant: the domestic feasts and sacrifices of single families, which in David's time must still have been general, gradually declined and lost their importance as social circles widened and life became more public. But this way of regarding the influence of the monarchy upon the history of the worship is not that of the author of the books of Kings. He views the Temple of Solomon as a work undertaken exclusively in the interests of pure worship, and as differing entirely in origin from the sacred buildings of the kings of Israel, with which accordingly it is not compared. but contrasted as the genuine is contrasted with the spurious. It is in its nature unique, and from the outset had the design of setting aside all other holy places, a religious design independent of and unconnected with politics. The view, however, is unhistorical. It carries back to the original date of the temple, and imports into the purpose of its foundation the significance which it had acquired in Judah shortly before the exile. In reality, the temple was not at the outset all that it afterwards became. Its influence was due to its own weight, and not to a monopoly conferred by Solomon. We nowhere learn that king, like a forerunner of Josiah, in order to favor his new sanctuary sought to abolish all the others. There is not the faintest historical trace of any such sudden and violent interference with the previously existing arrangements of worship. Never once did Solomon's successors, confined though they were to the little territory of Judah, and therefore in a position in which the experiment might perhaps have been practicable, make the attempt, which certainly would have been in their interest, to concentrate all public worship within their own temple, though in other directions we find them exercising a very arbitrary control over affairs of religion. The high places were not removed, this is what is regularly told us in the case of them all. For Israel properly so called, Jerusalem was at no time, properly speaking, the place which Jehovah had chosen. Least of all was it so after the division of the kingdom. The Ephraimites flocked in troops through the entire length of the southern kingdom as pilgrims to Beersheba, and, in common with the men of Judah, to Gilgal on the frontier. Jerusalem they left unvisited. In their own land they served Jehovah at Bethel and Dan, at Shechem and Samaria, at Penuel and Mizpah, and at many other places. Every town had its bama, in the earlier times generally on an open site at the top of the hill on the slopes of which the houses were. Elijah, that great zealot for purity of worship, was so far from being offended by the high places and the multiplicity of altars to Jehovah that their destruction brought bitterness to his soul as the height of wickedness. And with his own hand he rebuilt the altar that had fallen into ruins on Mount Carmel. And that the improvised offering on extraordinary occasions had also not fallen into disuse is shown by the case of Elisha, who, when his call came as he was following the plough, hewed his oxen to pieces on the spot and sacrificed. In this respect matters after the building of Solomon's temple continued to be just as they had been before. If people and judges or kings alike, priests and prophets, men like Samuel and Elijah, sacrificed without hesitation whenever occasion and opportunity presented themselves, it is manifest that during the whole of that period nobody had the faintest suspicion that such conduct was heretical and forbidden. If a theophany made known to Joshua the sanctity of Gilgal, gave occasion to Gideon and Manoah to rear altars at their homes, drew the attention of David to the threshing floor of Araunah, Jehovah himself was regarded as the proper founder of all these sanctuaries, and this not merely at the period of the judges, but more indubitably still at that of the narrator of these legends. He rewarded Solomon's first sacrifice on the great boma at Gibeon with a gracious revelation, and cannot, therefore, have been displeased by it. After all this, it is absurd to speak of any want of legality in what was then the ordinary practice. Throughout the whole of the earlier period of the history of Israel, the restriction of worship to a single selected place was unknown to any one even as a pious desire. Men believed themselves indeed to be nearer God at Bethel or at Jerusalem than at any indifferent place, but of such gates of heaven there were several, and after all, the ruling idea was that which finds its most distinct expression in 2 Kings v. 17, that Palestine as a whole was Jehovah's house, his ground and territory. Not outside of Jerusalem, but outside of Canaan had one to sojourn far from his presence, under the dominion and, cujus regio aegis religio, in the service of strange gods. The sanctity of the land did not depend on that of the temple, the reverse was the case. 9. 2. A change in this respect first begins to be prepared at that important epoch of the religious history of Israel which is marked by the fall of Samaria and the rise of the prophets connected therewith. Amos and Hosea presuppose a condition of matters just such as has been described, everywhere, in the towns, on the mountains, under green trees, a multitude of sanctuaries and altars, at which Jehovah is served in good faith. Not with the purpose of provoking him, but in order to gain his favor. The language held by these men was one hitherto unheard of when they declared that Gilgal, and Bethel, and Beersheba, Jehovah's favorite seats, were an abomination to him. That the gifts and offerings with which he was honored there kindled his wrath instead of appeasing it, that Israel was destined to be buried under the ruins of his temples, where protection and refuge were sought, Amos 9. What did they mean? It would be to misunderstand the prophets to suppose that they took offense at the holy places, which Amos still calls Bamoth, 7. 9, and that too not in scorn, but with the deepest pathos, in and by themselves. On account of there being more than one, or not being the right ones. Their zeal is directed, not against the places, but against the cultus there carried on, and, in fact not merely against its false character as containing all manner of abuses, but almost more against itself, against the false value attached to it. The common idea was that just as Moab showed itself to be the people of Chemosh because it brought to Chemosh its offerings and gifts, so Israel proved itself Jehovah's people by dedicating its worship to him, and was such all the more surely as its worship was zealous and splendid, in times of danger and need, when his help was peculiarly required. The zeal of the worshippers was doubled and trebled. It is against this that the prophets raise their protest while they demand quite other performances as a living manifestation of the relation of Israel to Jehovah. This was the reason of their so great hostility to the cultus, and the source of their antipathy to the great sanctuaries. Where superstitious zeal outdid itself, it was this that provoked their wrath against the multiplicity of the altars which flourished so luxuriantly on the soil of a false confidence. That the holy places should be abolished. But the cultus itself remain as before the main concern of religion, only limited to a single locality was by no means their wish, but at the same time, in point of fact, it came about as an incidental result of their teaching that the high place in Jerusalem ultimately abolished all the other Bamoth. External circumstances, it must be added, contributed most essentially towards the result. As long as the northern kingdom stood, it was there that the main current of Israelite life manifested itself. A glance into the books of Kings or into that of Amos is enough to make this clear. In Jerusalem, indeed, the days of David and of Solomon remained unforgotten, yearning memories went back to them, and great pretensions were based upon them, but with these the actual state of matters only faintly corresponded. When Samaria fell, Israel shriveled up to the narrow dimensions of Judah, which alone survived as the people of Jehovah. Thereby the field was left clear for Jerusalem. The royal city had always had a weighty preponderance over the little kingdom, and within it, again, the town had yielded in importance to the temple. From the few narratives we have relating to Judah one almost gathers an impression as if it had no other concern besides those of the temple. The kings in particular appear to have regarded the charge of their palace sanctuary as the chief of all their cares. 10 In this way the increased importance of Judah after the fall of Samaria accrued in the first instance to the benefit of the capital and its sanctuary. Especially as what Judah gained by the fall of her rival was not so much political strength as an increase of religious self-consciousness. If the great house of God upon Mount Zion had always overtopped the other shrines in Judah, it now stood without any equal in all Israel. But it was the prophets who led the way in determining the inferences to be drawn from the change in the face of things. Hitherto they had principally had their eyes upon the northern kingdom, its threatened collapse, and the wickedness of its inhabitants, and thus had poured out their wrath more particularly upon the places of worship there. Judah they judged more favorably, both on personal and on substantial grounds, and they hoped for its preservation, not concealing their sympathies for Jerusalem, Amos 2. Under the impression produced by their discourses accordingly, the fall of Samaria was interpreted as a judgment of God against the sinful kingdom and in favor of the fallen house of David. And the destruction of the sanctuaries of Israel was accepted as an unmistakable declaration on Jehovah's part against his older seats on behalf of his favorite dwelling on Zion. Finally, the fact that 20 years afterwards Jerusalem made her triumphant escape from the danger which had proved fatal to her haughty rival. That at the critical moment the Assyrians under Sennacherib were suddenly constrained to withdraw from her, raised to the highest pitch the veneration in which the temple was held. In this connection special emphasis is usually laid, and with justice, upon the prophetical activity of Isaiah, whose confidence in the firm foundation of Zion continued unmoved, even when the rock began to shake in an alarming way. Only it must not be forgotten that the significance of Jerusalem to Isaiah did not arise from the Temple of Solomon, but from the fact that it was the city of David and the focus of his kingdom, the central point, not of the cultus, but of the sovereignty of Jehovah over his people. The Holy Mount was to him the entire city as a political unity, with its citizens, counselors, and judges. 11. 9. His faith in the sure foundation on which Zion rested was nothing more than a faith in the living presence of Jehovah in the camp of Israel. But the contemporaries of the prophet interpreted otherwise his words and the events which had occurred. In their view Jehovah dwelt on Zion because his house was there. It was the temple that had been shown by history to be his true seat, and its inviolability was accordingly the pledge of the indestructibility of the nation. This belief was quite general in Jeremiah's time, as is seen in the extremely vivid picture of the 7th chapter of his book. But even as early as the time of Micah, in the first third of the 7th century, the temple must have been reckoned a house of God of an altogether peculiar order, so as to make it a paradox to put it on a level with the Bamoth of Judah, and a thing unheard of to believe in its destruction. At the same time, notwithstanding the high and universal reverence in which the temple was held, the other sanctuaries still continued, in the first instance, to subsist alongside of it. King Hezekiah indeed is said to have even then made an attempt to abolish them, but the attempt, having passed away without leaving any trace, is of a doubtful nature. It is certain that the prophet Isaiah did not labor for the removal of the Bamoth. In one of his latest discourses his anticipation for that time of righteousness and the fear of God which is to dawn after the Assyrian crisis is, "Then shall ye defile the silver covering of your graven images and the golden plating of your molten images, ye shall cast them away as a thing polluted. Begone. Shall ye say unto them, XXX. 22. If he thus hopes for a purification from superstitious accretions of the places where Jehovah is worshipped, it is clear that he is not thinking of their total abolition. Not until about a century after the destruction of Samaria did men venture to draw the practical conclusion from the belief in the unique character of the temple at Jerusalem. That this was not done from a mere desire to be logical, but with a view to further reforms, need not be said. With the tone of repudiation in which the earlier prophets, in the zeal of their opposition, had occasionally spoken of practices of worship at large, there was nothing to be achieved. The thing to be aimed at was not abolition, but reformation, and the end it was believed would be helped by concentration of all ritual in the capital. Prophets and priests appear to have made common cause in the prosecution of the work. It was the high priest Hilkiah who in the first instance called attention to the discovered book which was to be made the basis of action. The prophetess Huldah confirmed its divine contents. The priests and prophets were a prominent element in the assembly at which the new law was promulgated and sworn to. Now an intimate fellowship between these two leading classes appears to be characteristic of the whole course of the religious movement in Judah, and to have been necessarily connected with the lines on which that movement advanced. 11. We shall be justified therefore in assuming that the display of harmony between them on this occasion was not got up merely for the purposes of scenic effect, but that the change in the national cultus now proposed was really the common suggestion of prophets and priests. In point of fact, such a change was equally in accordance with the interests of the temple and with those of the prophetic party of reform. To the last named the restriction of the sacrificial worship must have in itself seemed an advantage. To it in later times the complete abolition of sacrifice was mainly due, and something of the later effect doubtless lay in the original intention. Then, too, the Jehovah of Hebron was only too easily regarded as distinct from the Jehovah of Bethshemesh or of Bethel. And so a strictly monarchical conception of God naturally led to the conclusion that the place of his dwelling and of his worship could also only be one. All writers of the Chaldean period associate monotheism in the closest way with unity of worship, J. 2. 28, 11. 13. And the choice of the locality could present no difficulty. The central point of the kingdom had of necessity also to become the central point of the worship. Even Jerusalem and the house of Jehovah there might need some cleansing, but it was clearly entitled to a preference over the obscure local altars. It was the seat of all higher culture, lying under the prophet's eyes, much more readily accessible to light and air, reform and control. It is also possible, moreover, that the Canaanite origin of most of the Bamoth, which is not unknown, for example, to Deuteronomy, may have helped to discredit them, while, on the other hand, the founding of Jerusalem belonged to the proudest memories of Israelite history, and the Ark, which had been the origin of the temple there, had a certain right to be considered the one genuine Mosaic sanctuary. 12. In the 18th year of Josiah, 601 BC, the first heavy blow fell upon the local sacrificial places. How vigorously the king set to work, how new were the measures taken, and how deeply they cut, can be learned from the narrative of 2 Kings 23. Yet what a vitality did the green trees upon the high mountains still continue to show. Even now they were but pulled, not uprooted. After Josiah's death we again see Bamoth appearing on all hands, not merely in the country, but even in the capital itself. Jeremiah has to lament that there are as many altars as towns in Judah. All that had been attained by the reforming party was that they could now appeal to a written law that had been solemnly sworn to by the whole people, standing ever an immovable witness to the rights of God. But to bring it again into force and to carry it out was no easy matter, and would certainly have been impossible to the unaided efforts of the prophets, a Jeremiah or an Ezekiel. 3. Had the people of Judah remained in peaceful possession of their land, the reformation of Josiah would hardly have penetrated to the masses. The threads uniting the present with the past were too strong. To induce the people to regard as idolatrous and heretical centers of iniquity the Bamoth, with which from ancestral times the holiest memories were associated, and some of which, like Hebron and Beersheba, had been set up by Abraham and Isaac in person, required a complete breaking off of the natural tradition of life, a total severance of all connection with inherited conditions. This was accomplished by means of the Babylonian exile, which violently tore the nation away from its native soil, and kept it apart for half a century, a breach of historical continuity than which it is almost impossible to conceive a greater. The new generation had no natural, but only an artificial relation to the times of old. The firmly rooted growths of the old soil, regarded as thorns by the pious, were extirpated, and the freshly plowed fallows ready for a new sowing. It is, of course, far from being the case that the whole people at that time underwent a general conversion in the sense of the prophets. Perhaps the majority totally gave up the past, but just on that account became lost among the heathen, and never subsequently came into notice. Only the pious ones, who with trembling followed Jehovah's word, were left as a remnant. They alone had the strength to maintain the Jewish individuality amid the medley of nationalities into which they had been thrown. From the exile there returned, not the nation, but a religious sect, those, namely, who had given themselves up body and soul to the Reformation ideas. It is no wonder that to these people, who, besides, on their return, all settled in the immediate neighborhood of Jerusalem, the thought never once occurred of restoring the local cults. It cost them no struggle to allow the destroyed Bamoth to continue lying in ruins. The principle had become part of their very being, that the one God had also but one place of worship, and thenceforward for all time coming this was regarded as a thing of course. 2. Such was the actual historical course of the centralization of the cultus, and such the three stadia which can be distinguished. The question now presents itself, whether it is possible to detect a correspondence between the phases of the actual course of events and those of the legislation relating to this subject. All three portions of the legislation contain ordinances on the subject of sacrificial places and offerings. It may be taken for granted that in some way or other these have their roots in history, and do not merely hang in the air, quite away from or above the solid ground of actuality. 1. The main Yahwistic law, the so-called Book of the Covenant, contains, Exodus XX 24-26, the following ordinance: An altar of earth shalt thou make unto me, and thereon shalt thou sacrifice thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In place where I cause my name to be honored will I come unto and will bless thee. Or if thou wilt make me an altar of stones, thou shalt not build it of hewn stones, for if thou hast lifted up thy tool upon it thou hast polluted it. And thou shalt not go up to mine altar by steps, that thy nakedness be not discovered before it. Unquestionably it is not the altar of the tabernacle, which was made of wood and plated over with brass, nor that of Solomon's temple, which on its eastern side had a flight of steps 13 and had a passage right round it at half its height. That is here described as the only true one. On the other hand, it is obvious that a multiplicity of altars is not merely regarded as permissible, but assumed as a matter of course. For no stress at all is laid upon having always the same sacrificial seat, whether fixed or to be moved about from place to place. Earth and unhewn stones 14 of the field can be found everywhere, and such an altar falls to pieces just as readily as it is built. A choice of 2 kinds of material is also given, which surely implies that the lawgiver thought of more than one altar. And not at the place, but at every place where he causes his name to be honored will Jehovah come to his worshippers and bless them. Thus the law now under consideration is in harmony with the custom and usage of the first historical period, has its root therein, and gives sanction to it. Certainly the liberty to sacrifice everywhere seems to be somewhat restricted by the added clause, in every place where I cause my name to be honored. But this means nothing more than that the spots where intercourse between earth and heaven took place were not willingly regarded as arbitrarily chosen, but, on the contrary, were considered as having been somehow or other selected by the deity himself for his service. In perfect correspondence with the Yahwistic law is the Yahwistic narrative of the Pentateuch, as, in particular, the story of the patriarchs in J and E very clearly shows. At every place where they take up their abode or make a passing stay, the fathers of the nation, according to this authority, erect altars, set up memorial stones, plant trees, dig wells. This does not take place at indifferent and casual localities, but at Shechem and Bethel in Ephraim, at Hebron and Beersheba in Judah, at Mizpah, Mahanaim, and Penuel in Gilead, nowhere but at famous and immemorially holy places of worship. It is on this that the interest of such notifications depends. They are no mere antiquarian facts, but full of the most living significance for the present of the narrator. The altar built by Abraham at Shechem is the altar on which sacrifice still continues to be made, and bears, even unto this day, the name which the patriarch gave it. On the spot where at Hebron he first entertained Jehovah, there down to the present day the table has continued to be spread, even as Isaac himself did, so do his sons still swear, Amos 8. 14, Hos 4. 15, by the sacred well of Beersheba, which he digged, and sacrificed there upon the altar which he built, under the tamarisk which he planted. The stone which Jacob consecrated at Bethel the generation of the living continues to anoint, paying the tithes which of old he vowed to the house of God there. This also is the reason why the sacred localities are so well known to the narrator, and are punctually and accurately recorded notwithstanding the 400 years of the Egyptian sojourn, which otherwise would have made their identification a matter of some little difficulty. The altar which Abraham built at Bethel stands upon the hill to the east of the town, between Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. Others are determined by means of a tree or a well, as that of Shechem or Beersheba. 15 But of course it was not intended to throw dishonor upon the cultus of the present when its institution was ascribed to the fathers of the nation. Rather, on the contrary, do these legends glorify the origin of the sanctuaries to which they are attached, and surround them with the nimbus of a venerable consecration. All the more as the altars, as a rule, are not built by the patriarchs according to their own private judgment wheresoever they please. On the contrary, a theophany calls attention to, or at least afterwards confirms, the holiness of the place. Jehovah appears at Shechem to Abraham, who thereupon builds the altar, to Jehovah who had appeared unto him. He partakes of his hospitality under the oak of Mamre, which is the origin of the sacrificial service there. He shows him the place where he is to make an offering of his son, and here the sanctuary continues to exist. On the first night of Isaac sleeping on the sacred soil of Beersheba, 26. 24, he receives a visit from the Numan there residing, and in consequence rears his altar. Surprised by profane glances, Jehovah acts as a destroyer, but himself spontaneously points out to his favored ones the places where it is his pleasure to allow himself to be seen. And where men have seen him and yet lived, there a sanctuary marks the open way of access to him. The substance of the revelation is in these cases comparatively indifferent: I am God. What is of importance is the theophany in and for itself, its occurrence on that particular place. It must not be regarded as an isolated fact, but rather as the striking commencement of an intercourse between God and man which is destined to be continued at this spot. And also as the first and strongest expression of the sanctity of the soil. This way of looking at the thing appears most clearly and with incomparable charm in the story of the ladder which Jacob saw at Bethel. He dreamed, and behold a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and behold the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And he was afraid and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. The ladder stands at the place not at this moment merely, but continually, and, as it were, by nature. Bethel, so Jacob perceives from this, is a place where heaven and earth meet, where the angels ascend and descend, to carry on the communication between earth and heaven ordained by God at this gate. All this is only to be understood as a glorification of the relations and arrangements of the cultus as we find them, say, in the first centuries of the divided kingdom. All that seems offensive and heathenish to a later age is here consecrated and countenanced by Jehovah himself and his favored ones, the high places, the memorial stones, Maxbeth, the trees, the wells. 16 An essential agreement prevails between the Jehovistic law which sanctions the existing seats of worship and the Jehovistic narrative. The latter is as regards its nucleus perhaps somewhat older. Both obviously belong to the pre-prophetic period. A later revision of the narrative in the prophetic sense has not altered the essential character of its fundamental elements. It is inconceivable that Amos or Hosea, or any like-minded person, could go with such sympathizing love and believing reverence into narratives which only serve to invest with a still brighter nimbus and higher respect the existing religious worship carried on by the people on the high places of Isaac as their holiest occupation. 2. The Jehovistic Book of the Covenant lies indeed at the foundation of Deuteronomy, but in one point they differ materially, and that precisely the one which concerns us here. As there, so here also, the legislation properly so called begins, Deuteronomy 12, with an ordinance relating to the service of the altar. But now we have Moses addressing the Israelites in the following terms: When ye come into the land of Canaan, ye shall utterly destroy all the places of worship which ye find there. And ye shall not worship Jehovah your God after the manner in which the heathen serve theirs. Nay, but only unto the place which the Lord your God shall choose out of all your tribes for his habitation shall ye seek, and thither shall ye bring your offerings and gifts, and there shall ye eat before him and rejoice. Here at this day we do every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes, but when ye have found fixed abodes, and rest from your enemies round about, then shall the place which Jehovah shall choose for his habitation in one of your tribes be the one place to which ye shall bring your offerings and gifts. Take heed that ye offer not in every place that ye see, ye may not eat your holy gifts in every town, but only in the place which Jehovah shall choose. The law is never weary of again and again repeating its injunction of local unity of worship. In doing so, it is in conscious opposition to the things that we do here this day, and throughout has a polemical and reforming attitude towards existing usage. It is rightly therefore assigned by historical criticism to the period of the attacks made on the Bamoth by the reforming party at Jerusalem. As the Book of the Covenant, and the whole Jehovistic writing in general, reflects the first pre-prophetic period in the history of the cultus, so Deuteronomy is the legal expression of the second period of struggle and transition. The historical order is all the more certain because the literary dependence of Deuteronomy on the Jehovistic laws and narratives can be demonstrated independently, and is an admitted fact. From this the step is easy to the belief that the work whose discovery gave occasion to King Josiah to destroy the local sanctuaries was this very book of Deuteronomy, which originally must have had an independent existence, and a shorter form than at present. This alone, at least, of all the books of the Pentateuch, gives so imperious an expression to the restriction of the sacrificial worship to the one chosen place. Here only does the demand make itself so felt in its aggressive novelty and dominate the whole tendency of the lawmaker. The old material which he makes use of is invariably shaped with a view to this, and on all hands he follows the rule out to its logical consequences. To make its fulfillment possible, he changes former arrangements, permitting what had been forbidden, and prohibiting what had been allowed. In almost every case this motive lies at the foundation of all his other innovations. This is seen, for example, when he permits slaying without sacrificing, and that too anywhere, when, in order not to abolish the right of asylum, Exodus 21. 13, 14, 1 Kings 2. 28, along with the altars, he appoints special cities of refuge for the innocent who are pursued by the avenger of blood. When he provides for the priests of the suppressed sanctuaries, recommending the provincials to take them along with them on their sacrificial pilgrimages, and giving them the right to officiate in the temple at Jerusalem just like the hereditarily permanent clergy there. In other respects also the dominance of the same point of view is seen, for example. It is chiefly from regard to it that the old ordinances and customs relating to the religious dues and the festivals are set forth in the form which they must henceforth assume. A law so living, which stands at every point in immediate contact with reality, which is at war with traditionary custom, and which proceeds with constant reference to the demands of practical life, is no mere velleity. No mere cobweb of an idle brain, but has as certainly arisen out of historical occasions as it is designed to operate powerfully on the course of the subsequent history. A judgment pronounced in accordance with the facts can therefore assign to it an historical place only within that movement of reformation which was brought to a victorious issue by King Josiah. 3. It is often supposed that the priestly code is somewhat indifferent to the question of the one sanctuary, neither permitting multiplicity of sacrificial centers nor laying stress upon the unity. And that on account of this attitude it must be assigned to an earlier date than Deuteronomy 17. Such an idea is, to say the least, in the highest degree superficial. The assumption that worship is restricted to one single center runs everywhere throughout the entire document. To appeal specially, in proof of the restriction, to Leviticus 17. Or Josh 22, is to indicate a complete failure to apprehend the whole tenor of Exodus 25, Lev. 9. Before so much as a single regulation having reference to the matter of worship can be given, such is the meaning of the large section referred to, the one rightful place wherein to engage in it must be specified. The tabernacle is not narrative merely, but, like all the narratives in that book, law as well, it expresses the legal unity of the worship as an historical fact, which, from the very beginning, ever since the Exodus, has held good in Israel. One God, one sanctuary, that is the idea. With the ordinances of the tabernacle, which formed the sum of the divine revelation on Sinai, the theocracy was founded. Where the one is, there is the other. The description of it, therefore, stands at the head of the priestly code, just as that of the temple stands at the head of the legislation in Ezekiel. It is the basis and indispensable foundation, without which all else would merely float in the air. First must the seed of the divine presence on earth be given before the sacred community can come into life and the cultus into force. Is it supposes that the tabernacle tolerates other sanctuaries besides itself? Why then the encampment of the 12 tribes around it, which has no military, but a purely religious significance, and derives its whole meaning from its sacred center? Whence this concentration of all Israel into one great congregation, without its like anywhere else in the Old Testament? On the contrary, there is no other place besides this at which God dwells and suffers himself to be seen. No place but this alone where man can draw near to him and seek his face with offerings and gifts. This view is the axiom that underlies the whole ritual legislation of the middle part of the Pentateuch. It is indicated with special clearness by the before the tabernacle, introduced at every turn in the ordinances for sacrifice. What then are we to infer from this as to the historical place of the priestly code, if it be judged necessary to assign it such a place at all? By all the laws of logic it can no more belong to the first period than Deuteronomy does. But is it older or younger than Deuteronomy? In that book the unity of the cultus is commanded, in the priestly code it is presupposed. Everywhere it is tacitly assumed as a fundamental postulate, but nowhere does it find actual expression. 18. It is nothing new, but quite a thing of course. What follows from this for the question before us? To my thinking, this, that the priestly code rests upon the result which is only the aim of Deuteronomy. The latter is in the midst of movement and conflict, it clearly speaks out its reforming intention, its opposition to the traditional, what we do here this day. The former stands outside of and above the struggle, the end has been reached and made a secure possession. On the basis of the priestly code no reformation would ever have taken place, no Josiah would ever have observed from it that the actual condition of affairs was perverse and required to be set right. It proceeds as if everything had been for long in the best of order. It is only in Deuteronomy, moreover, that one sees to the root of the matter, and recognizes its connection with the anxiety for a strict monotheism and for the elimination from the worship of the popular heathenish elements. And thus with a deep and really worthy aim. In the priestly code the reason of the appointments, in themselves by no means rational, rests upon their own legitimacy, just as everything that is actual ordinarily seems natural and in no need of explanation. Nowhere does it become apparent that the abolition of the Bamoth and Ashrim and memorial stones is the real object contemplated. These institutions are now almost unknown, and what is really only intelligible as a negative and polemical ordinance is regarded as full of meaning in itself. The idea as idea is older than the idea as history. In Deuteronomy it appears in its native colors, comes forward with its aggressive challenge to do battle with the actual. One step indeed is taken towards investing it with an historical character, in so far as it is put into the mouth of Moses. But the beginning thus made keeps within modest limits. Moses only lays down the law, for its execution he makes no provision as regards his own time, nor does he demand it for the immediate future. Rather it is represented as not destined to come into force until the people shall have concluded the conquest of the country and secured a settled peace. We have already found reason to surmise that the reference to a Menuha is intended to defer the date when the law shall come into force to the days of David and Solomon, 1 Kings 8. 16. This is all the more probable inasmuch as there is required for its fulfillment, the place which Jehovah shall choose, by which only the capital of Judah can be meant. Deuteronomy, therefore, knows nothing of the principle that what ought to be must actually have been from the beginning. Until the building of Solomon's temple the unity of worship according to it had, properly speaking, never had any existence. And, moreover, it is easy to read between the lines that even after that date it was more a pious wish than a practical demand. The priestly code, on the other hand, is unable to think of religion without the one sanctuary, and cannot for a moment imagine Israel without it, carrying its actual existence back to the very beginning of the theocracy, and, in accordance with this, completely altering the ancient history. The temple, the focus to which the worship was concentrated, and which in reality was not built until Solomon's time, is by this document regarded as so indispensable, even for the troubled days of the wanderings before the settlement, that it is made portable, and in the form of a tabernacle set up in the very beginning of things. For the truth is, that the tabernacle is the copy, not the prototype, of the temple at Jerusalem. The resemblance of the two is indeed unmistakable, 19, but it is not said in 1 Kings 6. That Solomon made use of the old pattern and ordered his Tyrian workmen to follow it. The posteriority of the Mosaic structure comes into clearer light from the two following considerations brought forward by Graff, page 60 seq. In the first place, in the description of the tabernacle mention is repeatedly made of its south, north, and west side, without any preceding rubric as to a definite and constantly uniform orientation, the latter is tacitly taken for granted, being borrowed from that of the temple, which was a fixed building, and did not change its site. In the second place, the brazen altar is, strictly speaking, described as an altar of wood merely plated with brass, for a fireplace of very large size, upon which a strong fire continually burns, a perfectly absurd construction, which is only to be accounted for by the wish to make the brazen altar which Solomon cast, 1 Kings 16. 14, transportable, by changing its interior into wood. The main point, however, is this, that the tabernacle of the priestly code in its essential meaning is not a mere provisional shelter for the ark on the march, but the sole legitimate sanctuary for the community of the 12 tribes prior to the days of Solomon, and so in fact a projection of the later temple. How modest, one might almost say how awkwardly bashful, is the Deuteronomic reference to the future place which Jehovah is to choose when compared with this calm matter-of-fact assumption that the necessary center of unity of worship was given from the first. In the one case we have, so to speak, only the idea as it exists in the mind of the lawgiver, but making no claim to be realized till a much later date. In the other, the Mosaic idea has acquired also a Mosaic embodiment, with which it entered the world at the very first. By the same simple historical method which carries the central sanctuary back into the period before Solomon does the priestly author abolish the other places of worship. His 48 Levitical cities are for the most part demonstrably a metamorphosis of the old Bamoth to meet the exigencies of the time. The altar which the tribes eastward of Jordan build, Josh 22, is erected with no intention that it should be used, but merely in commemoration of something. Even the pre-Mosaic period is rendered orthodox in the same fashion. The patriarchs, having no tabernacle, have no worship at all. According to the priestly code they build no altars, bring no offerings, and scrupulously abstain from everything by which they might in any way encroach on the privilege of the one true sanctuary. This manner of shaping the patriarchal history is only the extreme consequence of the effort to carry out with uniformity in history the semper ubique et ob omnibus of the legal unity of worship. Thus in Deuteronomy the institution is only in its birth throes, and has still to struggle for the victory against the praxis of the present. But in the priestly code claims immemorial legitimacy and strives to bring the past into conformity with itself, obviously because it already dominates the present. The carrying back of the new into the olden time always takes place at a later date than the ushering into existence of the new itself. Deuteronomy has its position in the very midst of the historical crisis, and still stands in a close relation with the older period of worship, the conditions of which it can contest, but is unable to ignore, and still less to deny. But, on the other hand, the priestly code is hindered by no survival to present times of the older usage from projecting an image of antiquity such as it must have been. Unhampered by visible relics or living tradition of an older state, it can idealize the past to its heart's content. Its place, then, is after Deuteronomy, and in the third post-Exilian period of the history of the cultus, in which, on the one hand, the unity of the sanctuary was an established fact, contested by no one and impugned by nothing, and in which, on the other hand, the natural connection between the present and the past had been so severed by the exile that there was no obstacle to prevent an artificial and ideal repristination of the latter. 3. The reverse of this is what is usually held. In Deuteronomy, it is considered, there occur clear references to the period of the kings. But the priestly code, with its historical presuppositions, does not fit in with any situation belonging to that time, and is therefore older. When the cultus rests upon the Temple of Solomon as its foundation, as in Ezekiel, then every one recognizes the later date, but when it is based upon the tabernacle, the case is regarded as quite different. The great antiquity of the priestly legislation is proved by relegating it to an historical sphere, created by itself out of its own legal premises, but which is nowhere to be found within, and therefore must have preceded actual history. Thus, so to speak, it holds itself up in the air by its own waistband. 1. It may, however, seem as if hitherto it had only been asserted that the tabernacle rests on an historical fiction. In truth it is proved. But yet it may be well to add some things which have indeed been said long before now, but never as yet properly laid to heart. The subject of discussion, be it premised, is the tabernacle of the priestly code. For some kind of tent for the ark there may well have been, in fact, tents were in Palestine the earliest dwellings of idols, Hos 9. 6, and only afterwards gave place to fixed houses. And even the Jehovistic tradition, although not J, knows of a sacred tent 20 in connection with the Mosaic camp, and outside it, just as the older high places generally had open sites without the city. The question before us has reference exclusively to the particular tent which, according to Exodus 25, was erected at the command of God as the basis of the theocracy, the pre-Solomonic central sanctuary, which also in outward details was the prototype of the temple. At the outset its very possibility is doubtful. Very strange is the contrast between this splendid structure, on which the costliest material is lavished and wrought in the most advanced style of Oriental art, and the soil on which it rises. In the wilderness amongst the native Hebrew nomad tribes, who are represented as having got it ready offhand, and without external help. The incompatibility has long been noticed, and gave rise to doubts as early as the time of Voltaire. These may, however, be left to themselves. Suffice it that Hebrew tradition, even from the time of the Judges and the first Kings, for which the Mosaic tabernacle was strictly speaking intended, knows nothing at all about it. It appears a bold thing to say so when one sees how much many a modern author who knows how to make a skillful use of the Book of Chronicles has to tell about the tabernacle. For in 2 Chron. 3 seek. We are told that Solomon celebrated his accession to the throne with a great sacrificial feast at Gibeon, because the tabernacle and the brazen altar of Moses were there. In like manner in 1 Chron. 21:29 it is said that David offered sacrifice indeed on the threshing floor of Araunah, but that Jehovah's dwelling place and the legitimate altar were at that time at Gibeon, and further, 16:39, that Zadok, the legitimate high priest, officiated there. From these data the rabbins first, and in recent times Kiel and movers especially, have constructed a systematic history of the tabernacle down to the building of the temple. Under David and Solomon, as long as the ark was on Mount Zion, the tabernacle was at Gibeon, as is also shown by the fact that, 2 Sam. 21:6-9, offerings were sacrificed to Jehovah there. Before that it was at Nob, where ephod and showbread, 1 Sam. 21, are mentioned, and still earlier, from Joshua's time onward, it was at Shiloh. But these were only its permanent sites, apart from which it was temporarily set up now here, now there, saving by its rapidity of movement, one might almost say ubiquity, the unity of the cultus. Notwithstanding the variety and great distances of the places at which that cultus was celebrated. In every case in which a manifestation of Jehovah and an offering to him are spoken of, the tabernacle must be tacitly understood. 21. The dogmatic character of this way of making history, and the absurd consequences to which it leads, need not in the meantime be insisted on. What is of greatest importance is that the point from which it starts is in the last degree insecure. For the statement of Chronicles that Solomon offered the offering of his accession upon the altar of the tabernacle at Gibeon is in contradiction with that of the older parallel narrative of 1 Kings 3:1-4. The latter not only is silent about the Mosaic tabernacle, which is alleged to have stood at Gibeon, but expressly says that Solomon offered upon a high place, as such. And excuses him for this on the plea that at that time no house to the name of Jehovah had as yet been built. That the chronicler draws from this narrative is certain on general grounds, and is shown particularly by this. That he designates the tabernacle at Gibeon by the name of Bama, a contradictio in ejecto which is only to be explained by the desire to give an authentic interpretation of the great Bama at Gibeon, in 1 Kings 3. Here, as elsewhere, he brings the history into agreement with the law. The young and pious Solomon can have offered his sacrifice only at the legal place which therefore must be that high place at Gibeon. Along with 2 Chron. 3 seek. Also fall the two other statements, 1 Chron. 16:39, 21. 29, both of which are dependent on that leading passage, as is clear revealed by the recurring phrase, the Bama of Gibeon. The tabernacle does not elsewhere occur in Chronicles. It has not yet brought its consequences with it, and not yet permeated the historical view of the author. He would certainly have experienced some embarrassment at the question whether it had previously stood at Nob, for he lays stress upon the connection between the legitimate sanctuary and the legitimate Zadok-Eleazar priestly family, which it is indeed possible to assume for Shiloh, but not for Nob. 22. The fact that Chronicles represents the Israelite history in accordance with the priestly code has had the effect of causing its view of the history to be involuntarily taken as fundamental. But ought much rather to have caused it to be left altogether out of account were the object to ascertain what was the real and genuine tradition. The books of Judges and Samuel make mention indeed of many sanctuaries, but never among them of the tabernacle, the most important of all. For the single passage where the name Ohel Mod occurs, 1 Sam 2:22 is badly attested, and from its contents open to suspicion. 23 Of the existence of the Ark of Jehovah there certainly are distinct traces towards the end of the period of the Judges, compare 1 Samuel 4-6. But is the Ark a guarantee of the existence of the tabernacle? On the contrary, its whole history down to the period of its being deposited in the Temple of Solomon is a proof that it was regarded as quite independent of any tent specially consecrated for its reception. But this abolishes the notion of the Mosaic tabernacle, for according to the law, the two things belong necessarily to each other, the one cannot exist without the other, both are of equally great importance. The tabernacle must everywhere accompany the symbol of its presence. The darkness of the Holy of Holies is at the same time the life element of the ark. Only under compulsion of necessity, and even then not except under the covering of the curtains, does it leave its lodging during a march, only to return to it again as soon as the new halting place is reached. But according to 1 Sam 4. Seek. On the other hand, it is only the ark that goes to the campaign, it alone falls into the hands of the Philistines. Even in chapter 5. Where the symbol of Jehovah is placed in the temple of Dagon at Ashdod, not a word is said of the tabernacle or of the altar which is necessarily connected with it, and chapter 6 is equally silent, although here the enemy plainly gives back the whole of his sacred spoil. It is assumed that the housing of the ark was left behind at Shiloh. Very likely. But that was not the Mosaic tabernacle, the inseparable companion of the ark. In fact, the narrator speaks of a permanent house at Shiloh with doors and doorposts. That possibly may be an anachronism. 24, yet why? But so much at least may be inferred from it that he had not any idea of the tabernacle, which, however, would have had to go with the ark to the field. If on this one occasion only an illegal exception to the law was made. Why in that case was not the ark, at least after its surrender, again restored to the lodging from which, strictly speaking, it ought never to have been separated at all? Instead of this it is brought to Bethshemesh, where it causes disaster. Because the people show curiosity about it. Thence it comes to Kirjathjearim, where it stays for many years in the house of a private person. From here David causes it to be brought to Jerusalem, one naturally supposes. If one thinks in the lines of the view given in the Pentateuch and in Chronicles, in order that it may be at last restored to the tabernacle, to be simultaneously brought to Jerusalem. But no thought of this, however obvious it may seem, occurs to the king. In the first instance, his intention is to have the ark beside himself in the citadel, but he is terrified out of this, and, at a loss where else to put it, he at last places it in the house of one of his principal people, Obed-Edom of Gath. Had he known anything about the tabernacle, had he had any suspicion that it was standing empty at Gibeon, in the immediate neighborhood, he would have been relieved of all difficulty. But inasmuch as the ark brings blessing to the house of Obed-Edom, the ark, be it remembered, in the house of a soldier and a Philistine, yet bringing down, not wrath, but blessing. 25. The king is thereby encouraged to persevere after all with his original proposal, and establish it upon his citadel. And this he does in a tent he had caused to be made for it, 2 Sam 6:17. Which tent of David in Zion continued to be its lodging until the temple was built. Some mention of the tabernacle, had it existed, would have been inevitable when the temple took its place. That it did not serve as the model of the temple has already been said. But it might have been expected at least that in the account of the building of the new sanctuary some word might have escaped about the whereabouts of the old. And this expectation seems to be realized in 1 Kings 8:4, which says that when the temple was finished there were brought into it, besides the ark, the Ohel Mod and all the sacred vessels that were therein. Interpreters hesitate as to whether they ought to understand by the oval mode the tent of the ark upon Zion, to which alone reference has been made in the preceding narrative, 1 Kings I, 39, 2. 28-30, or whether it is the Mosaic tent, which, according to Chronicles, was standing at Gibeon, but of which the Book of Kings tells nothing, and also knows nothing, 3. 2-4, it is probable that the author of 8. For mixed up both together. But we have to face the following alternative. Either the statement belongs to the original context of the narrative in which it occurs, and in that case the oval mode can only be the tent on Mount Zion, or the oval mode of 1 Kings 8. For it is the Mosaic tabernacle which was removed from Gibeon into Solomon's temple, and in that case the allegation has no connection with its context, and does not hang together with the premises which that furnishes. In other words, it is the interpolation of a later hand. The former alternative, though possible, is improbable, for the name oval mode occurs absolutely nowhere in the books of Judges, Samuel, and Kings, apart from the interpolation in 1 Samuel 2. 22b, and particularly it is not used to denote David's tent upon Mount Zion, and, moreover, that tent had received too little of the consecration of antiquity, and according to 2 Sam, 7. Was too insignificant and provisional to be thought worthy of preservation in the temple. But if the oval mode is here, what it everywhere else is, the tabernacle, as is indicated also by the sacred vessels, then the verse is, as has been said, an interpolation. The motive for such a thing is easily understood. The same difficulty as that with which we set out must have made it natural for any Jew who started from the ideas of the Pentateuch to look for the tabernacle here, and, if he did not find it, to introduce it. Yet even the interpolation does not remove the difficulties. Where is the Mosaic altar of burnt offering? It was quite as important and holy as the tabernacle itself. Even in Chronicles it is invariably mentioned expressly in connection with it, and did not deserve to be permitted to go to ruin at Gibeon, which, from another point of view, would also have been extremely dangerous to the unity of the sacrificial worship. Further, if the sacred vessels were transferred from the tabernacle to the temple, why then was it that Solomon, according to 1 Kings 7, cast a completely new set? 26 The old ones were costly enough, in part even costlier than the new, and, moreover, had been consecrated by long use. It is clear that in Solomon's time neither tabernacle, nor holy vessels, nor brazen altar of Moses had any existence. But if there was no tabernacle in the time of the last Judges and 1 Kings, as little was it in existence during the whole of the previous period. This is seen from 2 Sam, 7. A section with whose historicity we have here nothing to do, but which at all events reflects the view of a pre-exilian author. It is there told that David, after he had obtained rest from all his enemies, contemplated building a worthy home for the ark, and expressed his determination to the prophet Nathan in the words, "I dwell in a house of cedar, and the ark of God within curtains." According to 6:17, he can only mean the tent which he had set up, that is to say, not the Mosaic tabernacle, which, moreover, according to the description of Exodus 25, could not appropriately be contrasted with a timber erection, still less be regarded as a mean structure or unworthy of the deity, for in point of magnificence it at least competed with the Temple of Solomon. Nathan at first approves of the king's intention, but afterwards discountenances it, saying that at present God does not wish to have anything different from that which he has hitherto had. "I have dwelt in no house since the day that I brought the children of Israel out of Egypt, but have wandered about under tent and covering." Nathan also, of course, has not in his eye the Mosaic tabernacle as the present lodging of the ark, but David's tent upon Zion. Now he does not say that the ark has formerly been always in the tabernacle, and that its present harborage is therefore in the highest degree unlawful, but, on the contrary, that the present state of matters is the right one. That until now the ark has invariably been housed under an equally simple and unpretentious roof. As David's tent does not date back to the Exodus, Nathan is necessarily speaking of changing tents and dwellings. The reading of the parallel passage in 1 Chron. 17:5, therefore, correctly interprets the sense. There could be no more fundamental contradiction to the representation contained in the Pentateuch than that embodied in these words: the ark has not as its correlate a single definite sacred tent of state, but is quite indifferent to the shelter it enjoys, has frequently changed its abode, but never had any particularly fine one. Such has been the state of matters since the time of Moses. Such is the position of affairs as regards the tabernacle. If it is determined that the age of the priestly code is to hang by these threads, I have no objection. The representation of the tabernacle arose out of the Temple of Solomon as its root, in dependence on the sacred ark, for which there is early testimony, and which in the time of David, and also before it, was sheltered by a tent. From the temple it derives at once its inner character and its central importance for the cultus as well as its external form. 2. A peculiar point of view is taken up by Theodore Noldyk. He grants the premises that the tabernacle is a fiction, of which the object is to give pre-existence to the temple and to the unity of worship, but he denies the conclusion that in that case the priestly code presuppose the unity of worship as already existing in its day, and therefore is late, than Deuteronomy. In his Untersuchungen zur Kritik des Alten Testaments, page 127 seek. He says, a strong tendency towards unity of worship must have arisen as soon as Solomon's temple was built. Over against the splendid sanctuary with its imageless worship at the center of the kingdom of Judah, the older holy places must ever have shrunk farther into the background, and that not merely in the eyes of the people, but quite specially also in those of the better classes and of those whose spiritual advancement was greatest, compare Amos 4. 4:8. 14. If even Hezekiah carried out the unification in Judah with tolerable thoroughness, the effort after it must surely have been of very early date. For the determination violently to suppress old sacred usages would not have been easily made, unless this had been long previously demanded by theory. The priests at Jerusalem must very specially at an early date have arrived at the conception that their temple with the sacred ark and the great altar was the one true place of worship. And an author has clothed this very laudable effort on behalf of the purity of religion in the form of a law, which certainly in its strictness was quite impracticable, Lev. 17, for seek, and which, therefore, was modified later by the Deuteronomist with a view to practice. What must have happened is of less consequence to know than what actually took place. Noldyk relies solely upon the statement of 2 Kings 18. For 22, that Hezekiah abolished the high places and altars of Jehovah, and said to Judah and Jerusalem, before this altar shall ye worship in Jerusalem. With reference to that statement doubts have already been raised above. How startling was the effect produced at a later date by the similar ordinance of Josiah. Is it likely then that the other, although the earlier, should have passed off so quietly and have left so little mark that the reinforcement of it, after an interval of 70 or 80 years, is not in the least brought into connection with it, but in every respect figures as a new first step upon a path until then absolutely untrodden? Note too how casual is the allusion to a matter which is elsewhere the chief and most favored theme of the Book of Kings. And there is besides all this the serious difficulty, also already referred to above, that the man from whom Hezekiah must, from the nature of the case, have received the impulse to his reformatory movement, the prophet Isaiah, in one of his latest discourses expressly insists on a cleansing merely of the local sanctuaries from molten and graven images, that is to say, does not desire their complete removal. So much at least is certain that, if the alleged fact at present under discussion amounts to anything at all, 27, Hezekiah only made a feeble and wholly ineffectual attempt in this direction, and by no means carried out the unification in Judah with tolerable thoroughness. At the same time, one might concede even this last point, and yet not give any ground for the theory at which Noldyk wishes to arrive. For his assumption is that the effort after unity had its old and original seat precisely in the priestly circles of Jerusalem. If the priestly code is older than Deuteronomy, then of course the prophetic agitation for reform of worship in which Deuteronomy had its origin must have been only the repetition of an older priestly movement in the same direction. But of the latter we hear not a single word, while we can follow the course of the former fairly well from its beginnings in thought down to its issue in a practical result. It was Amos, Hosea, and Isaiah who introduced the movement against the old popular worship of the high places. In doing so they are not in the least actuated by a deep-rooted preference for the Temple of Jerusalem, but by ethical motives, which manifest themselves in them for the first time in history. And which we can see springing up in them before our very eyes. Their utterances, though historically occasioned by the sanctuaries of northern Israel, are quite general, and are directed against the cultus as a whole. Of the influence of a point of view even remotely akin to the priestly position that worship in this or that special place is of more value than anywhere else, and on that account alone deserves to be preserved, no trace is to be found in them. Their polemic is a purely prophetic one, i.e., individual, theopneust, in the sense that it is independent of all traditional and preconceived human opinions. But the subsequent development is dependent upon this absolutely original commencement, and has its issue, not in the priestly code, but in Deuteronomy, a book that, with all reasonable regard for the priests, though not more for those of Jerusalem than for the others, still does not belie its prophetic origin, and above all things is absolutely free from all and every hierocratic tendency. And finally, it was Deuteronomy that brought about the historical result of Josiah's Reformation. Thus the whole historical movement now under our consideration, so far as it was effective and thereby has come to our knowledge, is in its origin and essence prophetic, even if latterly it may have been aided by priestly influences. And it not merely can, but must be understood from itself. Any older or independent contemporary priestly movement in the same direction remained at least entirely without result, and so also has left no witnesses to itself. Perhaps it occurs to us that the priests of Jerusalem must after all have been the first to catch sight of the goal, the attainment of which afterwards brought so great advantage to themselves. But it does not appear that they were so clever beforehand as we are after the event. At least there are no other grounds for the hypothesis of a long previously latent tendency toward centralization on the part of the Jerusalem priesthood beyond the presumption that the priestly code must chronologically precede not Deuteronomy merely, but also the prophets. For the sake of this presumption there is constructed a purely abstract, and as such perfectly irrefragable, possibility that furnishes a door of escape from the historical probability, which nevertheless it is impossible to evade. How absolutely unknown the priestly code continued to be even down to the middle of the exile can be seen from the books of Kings, which cannot have received their present shape earlier than the death of Nebuchadnezzar. The redactor, who cites the Deuteronomic law and constantly forms his judgment in accordance with it, considered, as we have learned from 1 Kings 3:2, that the Bamoth were permissible prior to the building of Solomon's temple. The tabernacle therefore did not exist for him. Jeremiah, who flourished about a generation earlier, is equally ignorant of it, but, on account of the ark, though not necessarily in agreement with traditional opinion, regards the house of God at Shiloh, whose ruins, it would seem, were at that time still visible, as the forerunner of the Temple of Jerusalem, and in this he is followed by the anonymous prophecy of 1 Sam 2:27-36, the comparatively recent date of which appears from the language, 2:33, and from the circumstance that it anticipates the following threatening in 3. In all these writers, and still more in the case of the Deuteronomist himself, who in 12 actually makes the unity of the cultus dependent on the previous choice of Jerusalem, it is an exceedingly remarkable thing that, if the priestly code had been then already a long time in existence, they should have been ignorant of a book so important and so profound in its practical bearings. In ancient Hebrew literature such an oversight could not be made so easily as, in similar circumstances, with the literature of the present day. And how comes it to pass that in the book of Chronicles, dating from the 3rd century, the priestly code suddenly ceases to be, to all outward seeming, dead, but asserts its influence everywhere over the narrative in only too active and unmistakable a way? To these difficulties Noldeek is unreasonably indifferent. He seems to be of the opinion that the post-Exilian time would not have ventured to take in hand so thoroughgoing an alteration, or rather reconstruction, of tradition as is implied in antedating the Temple of Solomon by means of the tabernacle. 28. But it is, on the contrary, precisely the mark which distinguished the post-exile writers, that they treat in the freest possible manner, in accordance with their own ideas, the institutions of the bygone past, with which their time was no longer connected by any living bond. For what reason does Chronicles stand in the canon at all, if not in order to teach us this? But when Noldik excuses the ignorance with regard to the tabernacle on the plea that it is a mere creature of the brain, 29, he for the moment forgets that there underlies this creation the very real idea of unity of worship, for the sake of which it would surely have been very welcome, to the Deuteronomist, for example, even as a mere idea. It is only the embodiment of the tabernacle that is fancy, the idea of it springs from the ground of history, and it is by its idea that it is to be apprehended. And when Noldik finally urges in this connection as a plea for the priority of the priestly code that, in spite of the limitation of sacrifice to a single locality, it nevertheless maintains the old provision that every act of killing must be a sacrifice, while Deuteronomy, going a step farther, departs from this, here also his argument breaks down. For we read in Leviticus 17, "What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or sheep or goat in the camp, or out of the camp, and bringeth it not to the door of the tabernacle, to offer them as an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord. Blood shall be imputed unto that man, he hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices which they offer in the open field. Even that they may bring them to the Lord, to the door of the tabernacle, to the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Lord. And they shall no more offer sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a-whoring." The intention of this prescription is simply and solely to secure the exclusive legitimation of the one lawful place of sacrifice. It is only for this, obviously, that the profane slaughtering outside of Jerusalem, which Deuteronomy had permitted, is forbidden. Plainly the common man did not quite understand the newly drawn and previously quite unknown distinction between the religious and the profane act, and when he slaughtered at home, as he was entitled to do, he in doing so still observed, half unconsciously perhaps, the old sacred sacrificial ritual. From this arose the danger of a multiplicity of altars again furtively creeping in, and such a danger is met, in an utterly impracticable way indeed, in Leviticus 17. And it is worth noticing how much this law, which, for the rest, is based upon the book of Deuteronomy, has grown in the narrowness of its legitimistic mode of viewing things. Deuteronomy thoroughly recognizes that offerings, even though offered outside of Jerusalem, are still offered to Jehovah, for the author of Leviticus 17. This is an impossible idea, and he regards such offerings simply as made to devils. 30. I refuse to believe that any such thing could have been possible for one who lived before the Deuteronomic Reformation, or even under the old conditions that were in existence immediately before the exile. Leviticus 17. Moreover, belongs confessedly to a peculiar little collection of laws, which has indeed been taken up into the priestly code, but which in many respects disagrees with it, and particularly in respect of this prohibition of profane slaughterings. With reference to the priestly code as a whole, Noldik's assertion is quite off the mark. The code, on the contrary, already allows slaughter without sacrifice in the precepts of Noah, which are valid not merely for all the world, but also for the Jews. Farther on, this permission is not expressly repeated indeed, but it is regarded as a thing of course. This alone can account for the fact that the thank offering is treated so entirely as a subordinate affair and the sacrificial meal almost ignored, while in Leviticus 7. 22-27 rules are even given for procedure in the slaughter of such animals as are not sacrificed. 31. Here accordingly is another instance of what we have already so often observed. What is brought forward in Deuteronomy as an innovation is assumed in the priestly code to be an ancient custom dating as far back as to Noah. And therefore the latter code is a growth of the soil that has been prepared by means of the former. 2. Sacrifice. With the Hebrews, as with the whole ancient world, sacrifice constituted the main part of worship. The question is whether their worship did not also in this most important respect pass through a history the stages of which are reflected in the Pentateuch. From the results already reached, this must be regarded at the outset as probable, but the sources of information accessible to us seem hardly sufficient to enable us actually to follow the process. Or even so much as definitely to fix its two termini. 1. The priestly code alone occupies itself much with the subject. It gives a minute classification of the various kinds of offerings, and a description of the procedure to be followed in the case of each. In this way it furnishes also the normative scheme for modern accounts of the matter, into which all the other casual notices of the Old Testament on the subject must be made to fit as best they can. This point accordingly presents us with an important feature by which the character of the book can be determined. In it the sacrificial ritual is a constituent, and indeed a very essential element. Of the Mosaic legislation, that ritual is not represented as ancient use handed down to the Israelites by living practice from ancestral times. It was Moses who gave them the theory of it, a very elaborate one too, and he himself received his instruction from God, Exodus 25, seek, Leviticus I, seek. An altogether disproportionate emphasis is accordingly laid upon the technique of sacrifice corresponding to the theory, alike upon the when, the where, and the by whom. And also in a very special manner upon the how. It is from these that the sacrifice obtains its specific value. One could almost suppose that even if it were offered to another god, it would by means of the legitimate rite alone be at once made essentially Yahwistic. The cultus of Israel is essentially distinguished from all others by its form. The distinctive and constitutive mark of the holy community. With it the theocracy begins, and it with the theocracy. The latter is nothing more than the institution for the purpose of carrying on the cultus after the manner ordained by God. For this reason also the ritual, which appears to concern the priests only, finds its place in a law book intended for the whole community. In order to participate in the life of the theocracy, all must of course, have clear knowledge of its essential nature. And in this the theory of sacrifice holds a first place. The Yahwistic portion of the Pentateuch also knows of no other kind of divine worship besides the sacrificial, and does not attach to it less importance than the priestly code. But we do not find many traces of the view that the sacrificial system of Israel is distinguished from all others by a special form revealed to Moses, which makes it the alone legitimate. Sacrifice is sacrifice. When offered to Baal, it is heathenish; when offered to Jehovah, it is Israelite. In the Book of the Covenant and in both Decalogues it is enjoined before everything to serve no other God besides Jehovah, but also at the proper season to offer firstlings and gifts to him. Negative determinations, for the most part directed against one heathenish peculiarity or another, occur, but there are no positive ordinances relating to the ritual. How one is to set about offering sacrifice is taken for granted as already known, and nowhere figures as an affair for the legislation, which, on the contrary, occupies itself with quite other things. What the Book of the Covenant and the Decalogue leave still perhaps doubtful becomes abundantly clear from the Yahwistic narrative. The narrative has much more to say about sacrifice than the incorporated law books, and this may be regarded as characteristic. In the priestly code it is quite the other way. But what is specially important is that, according to the Yahwistic history, the praxis of sacrifice, and that too of the regular and God-pleasing sort, extends far beyond the Mosaic legislation, and, strictly speaking, is as old as the world itself. A sacrificial feast which the Hebrews wished to celebrate in the wilderness is the occasion of the Exodus. Moses already builds an altar at Rephidim, Exodus 17. And, still before the ratification of the covenant on Sinai, a solemn meal in the presence of Jehovah is set on foot on occasion of Jethro's visit, Exodus 18. But the custom is much older still. It was known and practiced by Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Noah, the father of all mankind, built the first altar after the flood. And long before him Cain and Abel sacrificed in the same way as was usual in Palestine thousands of years afterwards. Balaam the Aramean understands just as well as any Israelite how to offer sacrifices to Jehovah that do not fail of their effect. All this brings out, with as much clearness as could be desired, that sacrifice is a very ancient and quite universal mode of honoring the deity, and that Israelite sacrifice is distinguished not by the manner in which, but by the being to whom, it is offered. In being offered to the God of Israel, According to this representation of the matter, Moses left the procedure in sacrifice, as he left the procedure in prayer. To be regulated by the traditional praxis, if there was any definite origination of the cultus of Israel, the patriarchs must be thought of. But even they were not the discoverers of the ritual, they were merely the founders of those holy places at which the Israelites dedicated gifts to Jehovah. A usage which was common to the whole world. The contrast with the priestly code is extremely striking, for it is well known that the latter work makes mention of no sacrificial act prior to the time of Moses, neither in Genesis nor in Exodus. Although from the time of Noah slaughtering is permitted. The offering of a sacrifice of sheep and oxen as the occasion of the Exodus is omitted, and in place of the sacrifice of the firstlings we have the paschal lamb, which is slaughtered and eaten without altar, without priest, and not in the presence of Jehovah. 32. The belief that the cultus goes back to pre-Mosaic usage is unquestionably more natural than the belief that it is the main element of the Sinaitic legislation. The thought would be a strange one that God should suddenly have revealed, or Moses discovered and introduced, the proper sacrificial ritual. At the same time, this does not necessitate the conclusion that the priestly code is later than the Yahwist. Nor does this follow from the very elaborately developed technique of the agenda, for elaborate ritual may have existed in the great sanctuaries at a very early period, though that, indeed, would not prove it to be genuinely Mosaic. On the other hand, it is certainly a consideration deserving of great weight that the representation of the exclusive legitimacy of so definite a sacrificial ritual, treated in the priestly code as the only possible one in Israel, is one which can have arisen only as a consequence of the centralization of the cultus at Jerusalem. Yet by urging this, the decision of the question at present before us would only be referred back to the result already arrived at in the preceding chapter, and it is much to be desired that it should be solved independently, so as not to throw too much weight upon a single support. 2. In this case also the elements of a decision can only be obtained from the historical documents dating from the pre-exilic time, the books of Judges, Samuel, and Kings on the one hand, and the writings of the prophets on the other. As regards those of the first class, they represent the cultus and sacrifice on all occasions as occupying a large place in the life of the nation and of the individual. But, although it would be wrong to say that absolutely no weight is attached to the rite, it is certainly not the fact that the main stress is laid upon it. The antithesis is not between rite and non-rite, but between sacrifice to Jehovah and sacrifice to strange gods, the reverse of what we find in the priestly code. Alongside of splendid sacrifices, such as those of the kings, presumably offered in accordance with all the rules of priestly skill, there occur others also of the simplest and most primitive type, as, for example, those of Saul, 1 Sam. 14. 35, and Elisha, 1 Kings 19. 21. Both kinds are proper if only they be dedicated to the proper deity. Apart from the Exilian redaction of the Book of Kings, which reckons the cultus outside of Jerusalem as heretical, it is nowhere represented that a sacrifice could be dedicated to the God of Israel, and yet be illegitimate. Naaman, 2 Kings v. 17, it is to be supposed, followed his native Syrian ritual, but this does not in the least impair the acceptability of his offering. For reasons easily explained, it is seldom that an occasion arises to describe the ritual, but when such a description is given it is only with violence that it can be forced into accordance with the formula of the law. Most striking of all is the procedure of Gideon in Judges 6. 19-21, in which it is manifest that the procedure still usual at Ophrah in the time of the narrator is also set forth. Gideon boils a he-goat and bakes in the ashes cakes of unleavened bread, places upon the bread the flesh in a basket and the broth in a pot, and then the meal thus prepared is burnt in the altar flame. It is possible that instances may have also occurred in which the rule of the Pentateuch is followed, but the important point is that the distinction between legitimate and heretical is altogether wanting. When the Book of Chronicles is compared, the difference is at once perceived. The impression derived from the historical books is confirmed by the prophets. It is true that in their polemic against confounding worship with religion they reveal the fact that in their day the cultus was carried on with the utmost zeal and splendor, and was held in the highest estimation. But this estimation does not rest upon the opinion that the cultus, as regards its matter, goes back to Moses or to Jehovah himself, gives to the theocracy its distinctive character, and even constitutes the supernatural priesthood of Israel among the nations, but simply upon the belief that Jehovah must be honored by his dependents, just as other gods are by their subjects. By means of offerings and gifts as being the natural and, like prayer, universally current expressions of religious homage. The larger the quantity, and the finer the quality, so much the better, but that the merit arising from the presentation depends upon strict observance of etiquette regarded as Jehovah's law is not suggested. Thus it is that the prophets are able to ask whether then Jehovah has commanded his people to tax their energies with such exertions. The fact presupposed being that no such command exists, and that no one knows anything at all about a ritual Torah. Amos, the leader of the chorus, says, 4. For seek, come to Bethel to sin, to Gilgal to sin yet more, and bring your sacrifices every morning, your tithes every 3 days, for so ye like, ye children of Israel. In passing sentence of rejection upon the value of the cultus he is in opposition to the faith of his time. But if the opinion had been a current one that precisely the cultus was what Jehovah had instituted in Israel, he would not have been able to say, for so ye like. Ye, not Jehovah, it is an idle and arbitrary worship. He expresses himself still more clearly in v. 21 Seek. I despise your feasts, and I smell not on your holy days, though ye offer me burnt offerings and your gifts, I will not accept them. Neither do I regard your thank offerings of fatted calves. Away from me with the noise of thy songs, the melody of thy viols I will not hear, but let judgment roll on like waters, and righteousness like a mighty stream. Did ye offer unto me sacrifices and gifts in the wilderness the 40 years, O house of Israel? In asking this last question Amos has not the slightest fear of raising any controversy, on the contrary, he is following the generally received belief. His polemic is directed against the praxis of his contemporaries, but here he rests it upon a theoretical foundation in which they are at one with him, on this, namely, that the sacrificial worship is not of Mosaic origin. Lastly, if 2. For be genuine, it teaches the same lesson. By the law of Jehovah which the people of Judah have despised, it is impossible that Amos can have understood anything in the remotest degree resembling a ritual legislation. Are we to take it then that he formed his own special private notion of the Torah? How in that case would it have been possible for him to make himself understood by the people, or to exercise influence over them? Of all unlikely suppositions, at all events it is the least likely that the herdsman of Tekoa, under the influence of prophetic tradition, which in fact he so earnestly disclaims, should have taken the Torah for something quite different from what it actually was. Hosea, Isaiah, and Micah are in agreement with Amos. The first mentioned complains bitterly, 4. 6 Seek, that the priests cultivate the system of sacrifices instead of the Torah. The Torah, committed by Jehovah to their order, lays it on them as their vocation to diffuse the knowledge of God in Israel, the knowledge that he seeks truthfulness and love, justice and considerateness, and no gifts. But they, on the contrary, in a spirit of base self-seeking, foster the tendency of the nation towards cultus, in their superstitions overestimate of which lies their sin and their ruin. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Ye yourselves, ye priests, reject knowledge, and I too will reject you, that ye shall not be priests unto me, seeing ye have forgotten the law of your God, so will I also forget you. The more they are, the more they sin against me. Their glory they barter for shame. They eat the sin of my people, and they set their heart on their iniquity. From this we see how idle it is to believe that the prophets opposed the law. They defend the priestly Torah, which, however, has nothing to do with cultus, but only with justice and morality. In another passage, 8:11 Seek, we read, Ephraim has built for himself many altars, to sin, the altars are there for him, to sin. How many soever my instructions, Torathai, may be, they are counted those of a stranger. This text has had the unmerited misfortune of having been forced to do service as a proof that Hosea knew of copious writings similar in contents to our Pentateuch. All that can be drawn from the contrast, instead of following my instructions they offer sacrifice, for that is the meaning of the passage, is that the prophet had never once dreamed of the possibility of cultus being made the subject of Jehovah's directions. In Isaiah's discourses the well-known passage of the first chapter belongs to this connection. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me? Saith the Lord. I am weary with the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks and of lambs and of he-goats. When ye come to look upon my face, who hath required this at your hands, to trample my courts? This expression has long been a source of trouble, and certainly the prophet could not possibly have uttered it if the sacrificial worship had, according to any tradition whatever, passed for being specifically Mosaic. Isaiah uses the word Torah to denote not the priestly but the prophetical instruction, I. 10, 2. 3, v. 24, 8. 16, 20, XXX. 9, as both have a common source and Jehovah is the proper instructor, XXX. 20, this is easily explicable, and is moreover full of instruction as regards the idea involved. The contents of the priestly code fit badly in with the Torah of I. 10. Lastly, Micah's answer to the people's question, how a return of the favor of an angry God is to be secured, is of conspicuous significance. 6. 6 Seek, shall I come before him with burnt offerings with calves of a year old? Is the Lord pleased with thousands of rams, with 10,000s of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body as atonement for my soul? It hath been told thee, O man, what is good, and what Jehovah requireth of thee. Nay, it is to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly before thy God. Although the blunt statement of the contrast between cultus and religion is peculiarly prophetic, Micah can still take his stand upon this. It hath been told thee, O man, what Jehovah requires. It is no new matter, but a thing well known, that sacrifices are not what the Torah of the Lord contains. That we have not inferred too much from these utterances of the older prophets is clear from the way in which they are taken up and carried on by Jeremiah, who lived shortly before the Babylonian exile. Just as in 6. 19 Seek. He opposes the Torah to the cultus, so in 7. 11 Seek. He thus expresses himself, add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices, and eat flesh. For I said not unto your fathers, and commanded them not, in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. But this thing commanded I them, hearken to my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people, and walk ye in the way that I shall always teach you, that it may be well with you. The view indeed, that the prophets, who, from the connection, are the ever-living voice to which Israel is to hearken, are the proper soul of the theocracy, the organ by which Jehovah influences and rules it, has no claim to immemorial antiquity. But no stress lies upon the positive element here, enough that at all events Jeremiah is unacquainted with the Mosaic legislation as it is contained in the priestly code. His ignoring of it is not intentional, for he is far from hating the cultus. 17. 26, but, as priest and prophet, staying continually in the temple at Jerusalem, he must have known it, if it had existed and actually been codified. The fact is one which it is difficult to get over. Thus the historical witnesses, particularly the prophets, decide the matter in favor of the Jehovistic tradition. According to the universal opinion of the pre-exilic period, the cultus is indeed a very old and, to the people, very sacred usage, but not a Mosaic institution. The ritual is not the main thing in it, and is in no sense the subject with which the Torah deals. 33 In other words, no trace can be found of acquaintance with the priestly code, but, on the other hand, very clear indications of ignorance of its contents. 3. In this matter the transition from the pre-exilic to the post-exilic period is effected, not by Deuteronomy, but by Ezekiel the priest and prophet's mantle, who was one of the first to be carried into exile. He stands in striking contrast with his elder contemporary Jeremiah. In the picture of Israel's future which he drew in BC 573, chaps. XL-48. in which fantastic hopes are indeed built upon Jehovah, but no impossible demand made of man, the temple and cultus hold a central place. Whence this sudden change? Perhaps because now the priestly code has suddenly awakened to life after its long trance, and become the inspiration of Ezekiel? The explanation is certainly not to be sought in any such occurrence, but simply in the historical circumstances. So long as the sacrificial worship remained in actual use, it was zealously carried on, but people did not concern themselves with it theoretically, and had not the least occasion for reducing it to a code. But once the temple was in ruins, the cultus at an end, its personnel out of employment, it is easy to understand how the sacred praxis should have become a matter of theory and writing, so that it might not altogether perish. And how an exiled priest should have begun to paint the picture of it as he carried it in his memory, and to publish it as a program for the future restoration of the theocracy. Nor is there any difficulty if arrangements, which as long as they were actually in force were simply regarded as natural, were seen after their abolition in a transfiguring light. And from the study devoted to them gained artificially a still higher value. These historical conditions supplied by the exile suffice to make clear the transition from Jeremiah to Ezekiel, and the genesis of Ezekiel XL-48. The cooperation of the priestly code is here not merely unnecessary, it would be absolutely disconcerting. Ezekiel's departure from the ritual of the Pentateuch cannot be explained as intentional alterations of the original. They are too casual and insignificant. The prophet, moreover, has the rights of authorship as regards the end of his book as well as for the rest of it. He has also his right to his picture of the future as the earlier prophets had to theirs. And finally, let its due weight be given to the simple fact that an exiled priest saw occasion to draft such a sketch of the temple worship. What need would there have been for it, if the realized picture, corresponding completely to his views, had actually existed, and, being already written in a book, wholly obviated any danger lest the cultus should become extinct through the mere fact of its temporary cessation? Here again a way of escape is opened by assuming a lifeless existence of the law down to Ezra's time. But if this is done, it is unallowable to date that existence, not from Moses, but from some other intermediate point in the history of Israel. Moreover, the assumption of a codification either as preceding all praxis, or as alongside and independent of it, is precisely in the case of sacrificial ritual one of enormous difficulty. For it is obvious that such a codification can only be the final result of an old and highly developed use, and not the invention of an idle brain. This consideration also makes retreat into the theory of an illegal praxis impossible, and renders the legitimacy of the actually subsisting indisputable. 2. At all times, then, the sacrificial worship of Israel existed, and had great importance attached to it, but in the earlier period it rested upon custom, inherited from the fathers, in the post-Exilian on the law of Jehovah, given through Moses. At first it was naive, and what was chiefly considered was the quantity and quality of the gifts. Afterwards it became legal. The scrupulous fulfillment of the law, that is, of the prescribed ritual, was what was looked to before everything. Was there then, apart from this, strictly speaking, no material difference? To answer this question our researches must be carried further afield, after some preliminary observations have been made in order to fix our position. 1. In the Pentateuch the sacrificial ritual is indeed copiously described, but nowhere in the Old Testament is its significance formally explained. This is treated as on the whole self-evident and familiar to every one. The general notion of a sacrifice is in the priestly code that of Orban, in the rest of the Old Testament that of Mina 34 i.e., gift. The corresponding verbs are herib and hagish, i.e., to bring near. Both nouns and both verbs are used originally for the offering of a present to the king, or the nobles, to do him homage, to make him gracious, to support a petition, Judges 3. 17 Seek, 1 Sam, x. 27, 1 Kings v. 1, av. 4. 21, and from this are employed with reference to the highest king, Malachi I. 8. Delta rho alpha theta epsilon omicron pi epsilon theta epsilon iota, delta alpha delta omicron upsilon beta alpha sigma iota lambda alpha. The gift must not be unseasonably or awkwardly thrust upon the recipient, not when the king's anger is at white heat, and not by one the sight of whom he hates. With respect to the matter of it, the idea of a sacrifice is in itself indifferent, if the thing offered only have value of some sort, and is the property of the offerer. Under Orban and Mina is included also that which the Greeks called anathema. The sacred dues which at a later date fall to the priest were without doubt originally ordinary offerings, and amongst these are found even wool and flax, Deuteronomy 18. 4. Hos 2. 7, 11, AV 5, 9. But it is quite in harmony with the naivete of antiquity that as to man so also to God that which is eatable is by preference offered. In this there was the additional advantage, that what God had caused to grow was thus rendered back to him. In doing this, the regular form observed is that a meal is prepared in honor of the deity, of which man partakes as God's guest. Offering without any qualifying expression always means a meat or drink offering. On this account the altar is called a table, on this account also salt goes along with flesh, oil with meal and bread, and wine with both. And thus also are we to explain why the flesh, according to rule, is put upon the altar in pieces and, in the earlier period, boiled, the corn ground or baked. Hence also the name, bread of Jehovah, for the offering, Leviticus 21. 22. It is of course true that, in his offering the enlightened Hebrew saw no banquet to Jehovah, but we hardly think of taking the enlightened Protestant as a standard for the original character of Protestantism. The manner in which the portions pertaining to God are conveyed to him varies. The most primitive is the simple, setting in order, struere, and pouring out, fundera, in the case of the showbread and drink offerings. To this a simple eating and drinking would correspond. But the most usual is burning, or, as the Hebrews express it, making a savor, to which corresponds the more delicate form of enjoyment, that of smelling. Originally, however, it is God himself who consumes what the flame consumes. In any case the burning is a means of conveying the offering, not, as one might perhaps be disposed to infer from the sweet savor, Gen 8. 21, a means of preparing it. For in ancient times the Hebrews did not roast the flesh, but boiled it, in what is demonstrably the oldest ritual, Judges 6. 19, the sacrifice also is delivered to the altar flame boiled. And, moreover, not the flesh only but also the bread and the meal are burnt. As regards the distinction between bloodless and bloody offerings, the latter, it is well known, are preferred in the Old Testament, but, strictly speaking, the former also have the same value and the same efficacy. The incense offering is represented as a means of propitiation, Leviticus 16, number 17. 12, AV 16. 47, so also are the 10,000s of rivers of oil figuring between the thousands of rams and the human sacrifice in Micah 6. That the cereal offering is never anything but an accompaniment of the animal sacrifice is a rule which does not hold, either in the case of the showbread or in that of the high priest's daily mina, Leviticus 6. 13, AV 20, nay X 35. Only the drink offering has no independent position, and was not in any way the importance it had among the Greeks. When a sacrifice is killed, the offering consists not of the blood but of the eatable portions of the flesh. Only these can be designated as the bread of Jehovah, and, moreover, only the eatable domestic animals can be presented. At the same time, however, it is true that in the case of the bloody offerings a new motive ultimately came to be associated with the original idea of the gift. The life of which the blood was regarded as the substance, 2 Sam 23. 17, had for the ancient Semites something mysterious and divine about it, they felt a certain religious scruple about destroying it. With them flesh was an uncommon luxury, and they ate it with quite different feelings from those with which they partook of fruits or of milk. Thus the act of killing was not so indifferent or merely preparatory a step as for example the cleansing and preparing of corn. On the contrary, the pouring out of blood was ventured upon only in such a way as to give it back to the deity, the source of life. In this way, not by any means every meal indeed, but every slaughtering, came to be a sacrifice. What was primarily aimed at in it was a mere restoration of his own to the deity, but there readily resulted a combination with the idea of sacrifice, whereby the latter was itself modified in a peculiar manner. The atoning efficacy of the gift began to be ascribed mainly to the blood and to the vicarious value of the life taken away. The outpouring and sprinkling of blood was in all sacrifices a rite of conspicuous importance, and even the act of slaughtering in the case of some, and these the most valued, a holy act. 2. The features presented by the various literary sources harmonize with the foregoing sketch. But the priestly code exhibits some peculiarities by which it is distinguished from the pre-exilian remains in matters sacrificial. In the first place, it is characterized in the case of bloodless offerings by a certain refinement of the material. Thus in the meal offerings it will have, simila, not, far. In the whole pre-exilian literature the former is mentioned only 3 times altogether, but never in connection with sacrifice, where, on the contrary, the ordinary meal is used, Judges 6. 19, 1 Sam, I, 24. That this is no mere accident appears on the one hand from the fact that in the later literature, from Ezekiel onwards, as sacrificial meal entirely disappears, and invariably take its place. On the other hand, from this that the LXX, or the Hebrew text from which that version was taken, is offended by the illegality of the material in 1 Sam, I, 24, and alters the reading so as to bring it to conformity with the law. 35. So also a striking preference is shown for incense. With every meal offering incense is offered upon the altar. In the inner sanctuary a special mixture of spices is employed, the accurately given recipe for which is not to be followed for private purposes. The offering of incense is the privilege of the higher priesthood. In the ritual of the Great Day of Atonement, the sole one in which Aaron must discharge the duties in person, it occupies a conspicuous place. It has an altogether dangerous sanctity. Aaron's own sons died for not having made use of the proper fire. It is the cause of death and destruction to the Levites of Korah's company who are not entitled to use it, while immediately afterwards, in the hands of the legitimate high priest, it becomes the means of appeasing the anger of Jehovah and of staying the plague. Now of this offering, thus invested with such a halo of sanctity, the older literature of the Jewish canon, down to Jeremiah and Zephaniah, knows absolutely nothing. The verb there used invariably and exclusively of the burning of fat or meal, and thereby making to God a sweet-smelling savor. It is never used to denote the offering of incense, and the substantive as a sacrificial term has the quite general signification of that which is burnt on the altar. 36. In enumerations where the prophets exhaust everything pertaining to sacred gifts and liturgic performances, in which, for the sake of lengthening the catalogue, they do not shrink from repetitions even. There is not any mention of incense offerings, neither in Amos, 4. For seek, v. 21 seek, nor in Isaiah, I, 11 seek, nor in Micah, 6. 6 seek. Shall we suppose that they all of them forget this subject by mere accident, or that they conspired to ignore it? If it had really existed, and been of so great consequence, surely one of them at least would not have failed to speak of it. The Jehovistic section of the Hexateuch is equally silent, so also the historical books, except Chronicles, and so the rest of the prophets, down to Jeremiah. Who, 6. 20, selects incense as the example of a rare and far-fetched offering. To what purpose cometh there to me incense from Sheba, and the precious cane from a far country? Thenceforward it is mentioned in Ezekiel, in Isaiah, XL-66. In Nehemiah. And in Chronicles, the references are continuous. The introduction of incense is a natural result of increased luxury. One is tempted to conjecture that its use must have first crept into the Jehovah worship as an innovation from a more luxuriously developed foreign cultus. But the importance which it has attained in the ritual legislation of the Pentateuch is manifest above all from this: that it has led to the invention of a peculiar new and highly sacred piece of furniture, namely, the golden altar in the inner tabernacle, which is unknown to history, and which is foreign even to the kernel of the priestly code itself. We expect to find the altar of incense in Exodus 25-29, but find it instead as an appendix at the beginning of Exodus XXX. Why not until now? Why thus separated from the other furnishings of the inner sanctuary? And not only so, but even after the ordinances relating to the adornment of the priests, and the inauguration of the divine service? The reason why the author of chaps 25 to 29 is thus silent about the altar of incense in the passage in which the furniture of the tabernacle, consisting of ark, table, and candlestick, is described, is, that he does not know of it. There is no other possibility. For he cannot have forgotten it. 37 And the phenomenon is repeated. The altar of incense occurs only in certain portions of the priestly code, and is absent from others where it could not possibly have been omitted, had it been known. The rite of the most solemn atoning sacrifice takes place in Leviticus 4. Indeed on the golden altar, but in Exodus 29, Levi 8, 9, without its use. A still more striking circumstance is, that in passages where the holiest incense offering itself is spoken of, no trace can be discovered of the corresponding altar. This is particularly the case in Leviticus 16. To burn incense in the sanctuary, Aaron takes a censer, fills it with coals from the altar of burnt offering, ver. 12, 18-20, and lays the incense upon them in the adytum. Similarly in Leviticus X, number 16, 17. Incense is offered on censers, of which each priest possesses one. The coals are taken from the altar of burnt offering, number 17. 11, AV 16. 46, which is plated with the censers of the Korahite Levites, 17. 3, 4, AV 16. 38, 39. Whoever takes fire from any other source, incurs the penalty of death, Leviticus X 1 Seek. The altar of incense is everywhere unknown here, the altar of burnt offering is the only altar, and, moreover, is always called simply the altar, as for example, even in Exodus 27. Where it would have been specially necessary to add the qualifying expression. Only in certain later portions of the priestly code does the name altar of burnt offering occur, viz. in those passages which do recognize the altar of incense. In this connection the command of Exodus 27, as compared with the execution in Exodus 38, is characteristic. The golden altar in the sanctuary is originally simply the golden table, the variation of the expression has led to a doubling of the thing. Ezekiel does not distinguish between the table and the altar in the temple, but uses either expression indifferently. For he says, 12. 21 Seek. Before the adytum stood what looked like an altar of wood, 3 cubits in height, 2 cubits in length and breadth, and it had projecting corners, and its frame and its walls were of wood. This is the table which is before the Lord. In like manner he designates the service of the priests in the inner sanctuary as table service, 44. 16. Table is the name, altar the function. 38 in 1 Kings 7. 48. It is true that the golden altar and the golden table are mentioned together. It seems strange, however, that in this case the concluding summary mentions one piece of furniture more, and that piece one of so great importance, than the preceding detailed description. For in the latter only the preparation of the golden altar is spoken of, and nothing is said of the golden table. 6. 20-22. As matters stand, nothing is less improbable than that some later transcriber should have interpolated the golden table in 7. 48, regarding it, in accordance with the Pentateuch, as distinct from the golden altar, and therefore considering its absence as an omission. From other considerations also, it is clear that the text of the whole chapter is in many ways corrupt and interpolated. It is not to be wondered at if in the post-Exilian temple there existed both a golden altar and a golden table. We learn from 1 Mac, I, 21 Seek, 4. 49, that both were carried off by Antiochus Epiphanes, and renewed at the feast of the dedication. But it causes no small surprise to find that at the destruction of Jerusalem the Romans found and carried off table and candlestick only. What can have become, in the meantime, of the golden altar of incense? And it is further worth remarking that in the LXX the passage Exodus 37. 25-29 is absent, that is to say, the altar of incense is indeed commanded, but there is no word of its execution. In these circumstances, finally, the vacillating statement as to its position in Exodus XXX. 6, and the supposed mistake of the author of the Epistle to the Hebrews, are important and intelligible. Compare also 2 Mac. 2. 5, where only the table, but not the altar, is hidden by Jeremiah. So much for the offering of incense and its altar. We may in like manner venture to regard it as a kind of refinement, though rather a refinement of idea, that the flesh of the sacrifice in the priestly code is no longer boiled, but consigned to the altar flames in its raw condition. Such was not the ancient custom, as is seen, not only from the case of Gideon already cited, Judges 6, but also from the procedure at Shiloh, described in 1 Sam. 2. Where the sons of Eli will not wait until the flesh of the sacrifice has been boiled, and the altar pieces burnt, but demand their share raw for roasting. The meal which the deity shares with men is prepared in the same way as for men. This naive conception gave way before advancing culture, and that at a comparatively early date. It is possible that another cause may also have cooperated towards this result. The old method of preparing flesh in general use among the people, at a later period also, was by boiling. The word, to seethe in water, occurs with extreme frequency, to roast, on the other hand, only in Exodus 12. 8, and Isa 44. 16, 19. All sacrificial flesh, was boiled, and there was no other kind. 39 But among persons of the upper class roasting must also have come into use at an early period. Give flesh to roast for the priest. For he will not take sodden flesh of thee, but raw, says the servant of the sons of Eli in 1 Sam. 2. 15. The fact that in the interval the custom of boiling had gone generally somewhat out of fashion may accordingly have also contributed to bring about the abandonment of the old usage of offering the sacrificial portions boiled. In any case, this is the explanation of the circumstance that the paschal lamb, which originally was boiled like all other offerings, could, according to the express appointment of the priestly code, be eaten roasted only. 40. The phenomenon that in the law meal is by preference offered raw, while in the earlier period, even as an adjunct of the burnt offering, it was presented baked, belongs to the same category. The latter is the case in Judges 6. 19 at least, and the statement of 1 Sam. 24 is also to be understood in the same sense. The sacrificer brings meal along with him in order to bake it into makkah on the spot, Ezek 46. 20. But he may bring along with him common, that is leavened, cakes also, 1 Sam. X. 3, which seem originally by no means to have been considered unfit to be offered as in Leviticus 2. 11. For under this law of Leviticus 2. Even the presentation of the showbread would be inexplicable, and moreover it is certain that at first the loaves of the Feast of Weeks were offerings, properly so called, and not merely dues to the priests. According to Amos 4. 5. Leavened bread was made use of precisely at a particularly solemn sacrifice, and a reminiscence of this usage has been preserved even in Leviticus 7. 13, although of course without any practical weight being attached to it. 41 Moreover, makkah also means, properly speaking, only the bread that is prepared in haste and in the most primitive manner for immediate use, and originally implies no contrast with leaven, but simply with the more artificial and tedious manners of producing ordinary bread. 42 In the priestly code the materials are finer, but they are as much as possible left in their raw condition. Both are steps in advance. 3. There is another and much more important difference in the case of the animal sacrifice. Of this the older practice knows only two kinds apart from extraordinary varieties, which may be left out of account. These two are the burnt offering, Olah, and the thank offering, Shelem, Zeba Shalamim. In the case of the first the whole animal is offered on the altar. In the other God receives, besides the blood, only an honorary portion, while the rest of the flesh is eaten by the sacrificial guests. Now it is worth noticing how seldom the burnt offering occurs alone. It is necessarily so in the case of human sacrifice, Gen 22. 2 Seek, Judges 11. 31, 43 2 Kings 3. 27, Gen 19. 5, otherwise it is not usual, Gen 8. 20, number 23. 1 Seek, Judges 6. 20, 26, 13. 16, 23, 1 Sam 7. 9 Seek, 1 Kings 3. 4, 18. 34, 38. 44 Moreover, all the examples just cited are extraordinary or mythical in their character, a circumstance that may not affect the evidence of the existence of the custom in itself, but is important as regards the statistics of its frequency. As a rule, the bola occurs only in conjunction with zebame, and when this is the case the latter are in the majority and are always in the plural, while on the other hand the first is frequently in the singular. 45. They supplement each other like two corresponding halves. The bola is, as the name implies, properly speaking, nothing more than the part of a great offering that reaches the altar. One might therefore designate as bola also that part of a single animal which is consecrated to the deity. This, however, is never done. Neither of the blood nor of the fat is the verb used, but only of the pieces of the flesh, of which in the case of the minor offering nothing was burnt. But the distinction is merely one of degree, there is none in kind. A small zeba, enlarged and augmented, becomes an bola and zebame, out of a certain number of slaughtered animals which are eaten by the sacrificial company, one is devoted to God and wholly given to the flames. For the rest, it must be borne in mind that as a rule it is only great sacrificial feasts that the historical books take occasion to mention, and that consequently the burnt offering, notwithstanding what has been said, comes before us with greater prominence than can have been the average case in ordinary life. Customarily, it is certain, none but thank offerings were offered, necessarily so if slaughtering could only be done beside the altar. Where mention is made of a simple offering in the books of Samuel and Kings, that it is a thank offering is matter of course. 1 Sam 2. 12 Seek is in this connection also particularly instructive. From what has been said it results that according to the praxis of the older period a meal was almost always connected with a sacrifice. It was the rule that only blood and fat were laid upon the altar, but the people ate the flesh. Only in the case of very great sacrificial feasts was a large animal, one or more, given to Jehovah. Where a sacrifice took place, there was also eating and drinking, Exodus 32. 6, Judges 9. 27, 2 Sam 15. 11 Seek, Amos 2. 7. There was no offering without a meal, and no meal without an offering, 1 Kings I, 9, at no important bama was entertainment wholly wanting, such a lambda sigma chiata as that in which Samuel feasted Saul, or Jeremiah the Rechabites, 1 Sam, 9. 22, Jah 35. 2. To be merry, to eat and drink before Jehovah, is a usual form of speech down to the period of Deuteronomy. Even Ezekiel calls the cultus on the high places and eating upon the mountains, 1 Sam, 9. 13, 19 Seek. And in Zechariah the pots in the temple have a special sanctity, Zech 14. 20. By means of the meal in presence of Jehovah is established a covenant fellowship on the one hand between him and the guests, and on the other hand between the guests themselves reciprocally. Which is essential for the idea of sacrifice and gives their name to the Shalomim, compare Exodus 18, 12, 24. 11. In ordinary slaughterings this notion is not strongly present, but in solemn sacrifices it was in full vigor. It is God who invites, for the house is his. His also is the gift, which must be brought to him entire by the offer before the altar, and the greater portion of which he gives up to his guests only after that. Thus in a certain sense they eat at God's table, and must accordingly prepare or sanctify themselves for it. 46 Even on occasions that, to our way of thinking, seem highly unsuitable, the meal is nevertheless not wanting, Judges XX. 26, 21. 4. 1 Sam 13. 9-12, that perfect propriety was not always observed might be taken for granted, and is proved by Isa 28. 8 Even with regard to the Temple of Jerusalem, all tables are full of vomit, there is no room. Hence also Eli's suspicion regarding Hannah was a natural one, and by no means so startling as it appears. How different from this picture is that suggested by the priestly code. Here one no longer remarks that a meal accompanies every sacrifice. Eating before Jehovah, which even in Deuteronomy is just the expression for sacrificing, nowhere occurs, or at all events is no act of divine worship. Slaying and sacrificing are no longer coincident, the thank-offering of which the breast and right shoulder are to be consecrated is something different from the old simple zebah. But, precisely for this reason, it has lost its former broad significance. The Mizbah, that is, the place where the zebaim are to be offered, has been transformed into a Mizbah ha'olah. The burnt offering has become quite independent and comes everywhere into the foreground, the sacrifices which are unconnected with a meal altogether predominate, so much that, as is well known, Theophrastus could declare there were no others among the Jews, who in this way were differentiated from all other nations. 47 Where formerly a thank-offering which was eaten before Jehovah, and which might with greater clearness be called a sacrificial meal, was prescribed, the priestly code, as we shall afterwards see, has made out of it simple dues to the priests, as, for example, in the case of the firstborn and of firstlings. Only in this point it still bears involuntary testimony to the old custom by applying the names Todah, Neter, and Netibah, of which the last two in particular must necessarily have a quite general meaning, Leviticus 22. 18, Ezek 46. 12, exclusively to the thank-offering, while Miluim and Paschal sacrifice are merely subordinate varieties of it. 4. What the thank-offering has lost, the sin and trespass offering have gained. The voluntary private offering which the sacrificer ate in a joyful company at the holy place has given way before the compulsory, of which he obtains no share, and from which the character of the sacred meal has been altogether taken away. The burnt offering, it is true, still continues to be a meal, if only a one-sided one, of which God alone partakes. But in the case of the sin offering everything is kept far out of sight which could recall a meal, as, for example, the accompaniments of meal and wine, oil and salt, of the flesh no portion reaches the altar, it all goes as a fine to the priest. Now, of this kind of sacrifice, which has an enormous importance in the priestly code, not a single trace occurs in the rest of the Old Testament before Ezekiel, neither in the Yahwist and Deuteronomist, nor in the historical and prophetical books. 48 Olah and Zebah comprehend all animal sacrifices, Olah and Minah, or Zebah and Minah, all sacrifices whatsoever, nowhere is a special kind of sacrifice for atonement met with, 1 Sam 3. 14 Hos 4. 8 does indeed say, they eat the sin of my people, and they are greedy for its guilts. But the interpretation which will have it that the priests are here reproached with in the first instance themselves inducing the people to falsification of the sacred dues, in order to make these up again with the produce of the sin and trespass offerings, is either too subtle or too dull. 49 It would be less unreasonable to coordinate with the similarly named sin and trespass offering of the Pentateuch the 5 golden mice, and the 5 golden emerods with which the Philistines send back the ark, and which in 1 Sam 6. 3, 4, 8 are designated asham, or, still better, the sin and trespass monies which, according to 2 Kings 12. 17, AV 16, fell to the share of the Jerusalem priests. Only the fact is that even in the second passage the asham and oth are no sacrifices, but, more exactly to render the original meaning of the words, mere fines, and in fact money fines. On the other hand, the oth referred to in Micah 6. 7 has nothing to do with a due of the priests, but simply denotes the guilt which eventually another takes upon himself. Even in Isa 53. 10, a passage which is certainly late, asham must not be taken in the technical sense of the ritual legislation, but simply, as in Micah, in the sense of guilt, borne by the innocent for the guilty. For the explanation of this prophetic passage Gramberg has rightly had recourse to the narrative of 2 Sam 11. 1-14. Upon Saul and upon his house lies blood guiltiness, for having slain the Gibeonites, is announced to David as the cause of a 3 years famine. When asked how it can be taken away, the Gibeonites answer, "It is not a matter of silver and gold to us with respect to Saul and his house. Let 7 men of his family be delivered to us that we may hang them up unto the Lord in Gibeah of Saul upon the mountain of the Lord." This was done, all the 7 were hanged. Ashem and Oth as offerings occur for the first time in Ezekiel, and appear, not long before his day, to have come into the place of the earlier pecuniary fines, 2 Kings 12. 17, 16, which perhaps already also admitted of being paid in kind. Probably in the 7th century, which seems to have been very open to the mystery of atonement and bloodshedding, and very fertile in the introduction of new religious usages. 50. The sin and trespass offerings of the Pentateuch still bear traces of their origin in fines and penalties. They are not gifts to God, they are not even symbolical, they are simply mulcts payable to the priests, partly of fixed commutation value, Leviticus v. 15. Apart from the mechanical burning of the fat, they have in common with the sacrifice only the shedding of blood, originally a secondary matter, which has here become the chief thing. This circumstance is an additional proof of our thesis. The ritual of the simple offering has 3 acts: 1. The presentation of the living animal before Jehovah, and the laying on of hands as a token of manumission on the part of the offerer. 2. The slaughtering and the sprinkling of the blood on the altar. 3. The real or seeming gift of the sacrificial portions to the deity, and the meal of the human guests. In the case of the burnt offering, the meal in the 3rd act disappears, and the slaughtering in the 2nd comes into prominence as significant and sacred, inasmuch as, what is always expressly stated, it must take place in the presence of Jehovah, at the north side of the altar. In the case of the sin and trespass offering, the 3rd act is dropped entirely, and accordingly the whole significance of the rite attaches to the slaughtering, which of course also takes place before the altar, and to the sprinkling of the blood, which has become peculiarly developed here. It is obvious how the metamorphosis of the gift and the meal into a bloody atonement advances and reaches its acme in this last sacrificial act. This ritual seems to betray its novelty even within the priestly code itself by a certain vacillation. In the older corpus of law, Leviticus 17-26, which has been taken into that document, all sacrifices are still embraced under one or other of the 2 heads, and 17. 8:22. 18:21, there are no others. The Ashem indeed occurs in 19:21 seek, but, as is recognized, only in a later edition. On the other hand, it is not demanded 51 in 22:14, where it must have been according to Leviticus v. and number v. And even apart from Leviticus 17:26, there is on this point no sort of agreement between the kernel of the priestly code and the later editions, or novels, so to speak. For one thing, there is a difference as to the ritual of the most solemn sin offering between Exodus 29, Leviticus 9, on the one hand, and Leviticus 4, on the other, and what is still more serious, the trespass offering never occurs in the primary but only in the secondary passages, Leviticus 4-7, 14, number v. 7, 8, 6. 1, 18. 9. In the latter, moreover, the distinction between Ashem and Oth is not very clear, but only the intention to make it, perhaps because in the old praxis there actually was a distinction between and in Ezekiel between and 52. 3. The turning point in the history of the sacrificial system was the Reformation of Josiah. What we find in the priestly code is the matured result of that event. It is precisely in the distinctions that are characteristic of the sacrificial law as compared with the ancient sacrificial praxis that we have evidence of the fact that, if not all exactly occasioned by the centralization of the worship, they were almost all somehow at least connected with that change. In the early days, worship arose out of the midst of ordinary life, and was in most intimate and manifold connection with it. A sacrifice was a meal, a fact showing how remote was the idea of antithesis between spiritual earnestness and secular joyousness. A meal unites a definite circle of guests, and in this way the sacrifice brought into connection the members of the family, the associates of the corporation, the soldiers of the army, and, generally speaking, the constituents of any permanent or temporary society. It is earthly relationships that receive their consecration thereby, and in correspondence are the natural festal occasions presented by the vicissitudes of life. Year after year the return of vintage, corn harvest, and sheep shearing brought together the members of the household to eat and to drink in the presence of Jehovah. And besides these there were less regularly recurring events which were celebrated in one circle after another. There was no warlike expedition which was not inaugurated in this fashion, no agreement that was not thus ratified, no important undertaking of any kind was gone about without a sacrifice. 53. When an honored guest arrives, there is slaughtered for him a calf, not without an offering of the blood and fat to the deity. The occasion arising out of daily life is thus inseparable from the holy action, and is what gives it meaning and character. An end corresponding to the situation always underlies it. Hence also prayer must not be wanting. The verb, to burn, fat and mina, means simply to pray, and conversely, to seek Jehovah, in point of fact not unfrequently means to sacrifice. The gift serves to reinforce the question or the request, and to express thankfulness, and the prayer is its interpretation. This of course is rather incidentally indicated than expressly said, Hos v. 6, Isa, I, 15, J 14. 12, 1 Kings 8. 27 Seek, Pero v. 15. 8. We have a specimen of a grace for the offering of the festival gift only in Deuteronomy 26. 3 Seek, a blessing is pronounced when the slaughtering takes place, 1 Sam 9. 13. The prayer of course is simply the expression of the feeling of the occasion, with which accordingly it varies in manifold ways. Arising out of the exigencies and directed to the objects of daily life, the sacrifices reflect in themselves a correspondingly rich variety. Our wedding, baptismal, and funeral feasts on the one hand, and our banquets for all sorts of occasions on the other, might still be adduced as the most obvious comparison. Were it not that here too the divorce between sacred and secular destroys it. Religious worship was a natural thing in Hebrew antiquity, it was the blossom of life, the heights and depths of which it was its business to transfigure and glorify. The law which abolished all sacrificial seats, with a single exception, severed this connection. Deuteronomy indeed does not contemplate such a result. Here, in marked opposition to what we find in the priestly code, to eat and be merry before Jehovah is the standing phrase for sacrificing. The idea is that in concentrating all the worship towards Jerusalem, all that is effected is a mere change of place, the essence of the thing remaining unaltered. This, however, was a mistake. To celebrate the vintage festival among one's native hills, and to celebrate it at Jerusalem, were two very different things. It was not a matter of indifference whether one could seize on the spot any occasion that casually offered itself for a sacrificial meal, or whether it was necessary that one should first enter upon a journey. And it was not the same thing to appear by oneself at home before Jehovah and to lose oneself in a large congregation at the common seat of worship. Human life has its root in local environment, and so also had the ancient cultus. In being transplanted from its natural soil it was deprived of its natural nourishment. A separation between it and the daily life was inevitable, and Deuteronomy itself paved the way for this result by permitting profane slaughtering. A man lived in Hebron, but sacrificed in Jerusalem, life and worship fell apart. The consequences which lie dormant in the Deuteronomic law are fully developed in the priestly code. This is the reason why the sacrifice combined with a meal, formerly by far the chief, now falls completely into the background. One could eat flesh at home, but in Jerusalem one's business was to do worship. Accordingly, those sacrifices were preferred in which the religious character came to the front with the utmost possible purity and without any admixture of natural elements, sacrifices of which God received everything and man nothing. Burnt offerings, sin offerings, and trespass offerings. If formerly the sacrifice had taken its complexion from the quality of the occasion which led to it, it now had essentially but one uniform purpose, to be a medium of worship. The warm pulse of life no longer throbbed in it to animate it. It was no longer the blossom and the fruit of every branch of life, it had its own meaning all to itself. It symbolized worship, and that was enough. The soul was fled. The shell remained, upon the shaping out of which every energy was now concentrated. A manifoldness of rites took the place of individualizing occasions, technique was the main thing, and strict fidelity to rubric. Once cultus was spontaneous, now it is a thing of statute. The satisfaction which it affords is, properly speaking, something which lies outside of itself and consists in the moral satisfaction arising out of the conscientiousness with which the ritual precepts, once for all enjoined by God on his people, are fulfilled. The freewill offering is not indeed forbidden, but value in the strict sense is attached only to those which have been prescribed, and which accordingly preponderate everywhere. And even in the case of the freewill offering, everything must strictly and accurately comply with the restrictions of the ordinance. If any one in the fullness of his heart had offered in a zebah shalomim more pieces of flesh than the ritual enjoined, it would have been the worse for him. Of old the sacrifice combined with a meal had established a special relation between the deity and a definite society of guests. The natural sacrificial society was the family or the clan, 1 Sam, 1 Sikh, 16. 1 Sikh, XX. 6. Now the smaller sacred fellowships get lost, the varied groups of social life disappear in the neutral shadow of the universal congregation or church. The notion of this last is foreign to Hebrew antiquity, but runs through the priestly code from beginning to end. Like the worship itself, its subject also became abstract, a spiritual entity which could be kept together by no other means except worship. As now the participation of the congregation of the children of Israel in the sacrifice was of necessity always mainly ideal. The consequence was that the sacred action came to be regarded as essentially perfect by virtue of its own efficacy in being performed by the priest, even though no one was present. Hence later the necessity for a special sacrificial deputation, the Anshe Muhammad. The connection of all this with the Judaizing tendency to remove God to a distance from man, it may be added, is clear. 54. Two details still deserve special prominence here. In the priestly code the most important sacrifice is the burnt offering. That is to say, in point of fact, the tamid, the holocaustum jug, consisting of 2 yearling lambs which are daily consumed upon the altar of burnt offering, one in the morning, another in the evening. The custom of daily offering a fixed sacrifice at a definite time existed indeed, in a simpler form 55 even in the pre-exilian period, but alongside of it at that time, the free will private offerings had a much more important place. And bulked much more largely. In the law the tamid is in point of fact the fundamental element of the worship, for even the sacrifices of Sabbaths and feast days consist only of its numerical increase, compare number 28, 29. Still later, when it is said in the book of Daniel that the tamid was done away, this is equivalent to saying that the worship was abolished. 8. 11-13, 11. 31, 12. 11. But now the dominant position of the daily, Sabbath day, and festival tamid means that the sacrificial worship had assumed a perfectly firm shape, which was independent of every special motive and of all spontaneity, and further, what is closely connected with this, that it took place for the sake of the congregation in the technical sense attached to that word in the law. Hence the necessity for the general temple tax, the prototype of which is found in the poll tax of half a shekel for the service of the tabernacle in Exodus XXX. 11 Sikh. Prior to the exile, the regular sacrifice was paid for by the kings of Judah. And in Ezekiel the monarch still continues to defray the expenses not only of the Sabbath day and festival sacrifices, 14. 17 Sikh, but also of the tamid, 46. 13-15, point 56. It is also a mark of the date that, according to Exodus XXX, the expenses of the temple worship are met directly out of the poll tax levied from the community, which can only be explained by the fact that at that time there had ceased to be any sovereign. So completely was the sacrifice the affair of the community in Judaism that the voluntary orban of the individual became metamorphosed into a money payment as a contribution to the cost of the public worship, Mark 7. 12, 42 Seek, Matt 27. 6. The second point is this: just as the special purposes and occasions of sacrifice fall out of sight, there comes into increasing prominence the one uniform and universal occasion, that of sin. And one uniform and universal purpose, that of propitiation. In the priestly code, the peculiar mystery in the case of all animal sacrifices is atonement by blood. This appears in its purest development in the case of the sin and trespass offerings, which are offered as well for individuals as for the congregation and for its head. In a certain sense, the Great Day of Atonement is the culmination of the whole religious and sacrificial service, to which, amid all diversities of ritual, continuously underlying reference to sin is common throughout. Of this feature the ancient sacrifices present few traces. It was indeed sought at a very early period to influence the doubtful or threatening mood of deity, and make his countenance gracious by means of rich gifts, but the gift had, as was natural then, the character of a tentative effort only, Micah 6. 6. There was no such thought as that a definite guilt must and could be taken away by means of a prescribed offering. When the law discriminates between such sins as are covered by an offering and such sins as relentlessly are visited with wrath, it makes a distinction very remote from the antique. To Hebrew antiquity the wrath of God was something quite incalculable, its causes were never known, much less was it possible to enumerate beforehand those sins which kindled it and those which did not. 57. An underlying reference of sacrifice to sin, speaking generally, was entirely absent. The ancient offerings were wholly of a joyous nature, a merrymaking before Jehovah with music and song, timbrels, flutes, and stringed instruments, Hos 9. 1 Seek, Amos v. 23, 8. 3. Isa, XXX. 3. No greater contrast could be conceived than the monotonous seriousness of the so-called Mosaic worship. Nu mu omicron pi alpha rho epsilon iota sigma lambda theta epsilon nu alpha pi lambda epsilon omicron iota sigma tau pi alpha rho pi tau omega mu alpha. In this way the spiritualization of the worship is seen in the priestly code as advancing pari passu with its centralization. It receives, so to speak, an abstract religious character. It separates itself in the first instance from daily life, and then absorbs the latter by becoming, strictly speaking, its proper business. The consequences for the future were momentous. The Mosaic congregation is the mother of the Christian Church. The Jews were the creators of that idea. We may compare the cultus in the olden time to the green tree which grows up out of the soil as it will and can. Later it becomes the regularly sharpened timber, ever more artificially shaped with square and compass. Obviously there is a close connection between the qualitative antithesis we have just been expounding and the formal one of law and custom from which we set out. Between naturaliter ea que legis sunt facere and secundum legem agira, there is indeed a more than external difference. If at the end of our first section we found improbable precisely in this region the independent coexistence of ancient praxis and Mosaic law, the improbability becomes still greater from the fact that the latter is filled with a quite different spirit, which can be apprehended only as spirit of the age, Zeitgeist. It is not from the atmosphere of the Old Kingdom, but from that of the Church of the Second Temple, that the priestly code draws its breath. It is in accordance with this that the sacrificial ordinances as regards their positive contents are no less completely ignored by antiquity than they are scrupulously followed by the post-Exilian time. 3. The sacred feasts. The feasts, strictly speaking, belong to the preceding chapter, for originally they were simply regularly recurring occasions for sacrifice. The results of the investigation there made accordingly repeat themselves here, but with such clearness and precision as make it worth while to give the subject a separate consideration. In the first place and chiefly, the history of the solar festivals, that of those festivals which follow the seasons of the year, claims our attention. 1. In the Yahwistic and Deuteronomistic parts of the Pentateuch there predominates a rotation of three great festivals, which alone receive the proper designation of 3 times in the year shalt thou keep festival unto me. 3 times in the year shall all thy men appear before the Lord Jehovah, the God of Israel. Exodus 23, 14, 17, 34. 23, Deuteronomy 16. 16, the feast of unleavened bread, Makketh, shalt thou keep, 7 days shalt thou eat Makketh as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib, for in it thou camest out from Egypt. And none shall appear before me empty, and the feast of harvest, the firstfruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field. And the feast of ingathering, Asiph, in the end of the year, when thou gatherest in thy labors out of the field. So runs the command in the book of the covenant, Exodus 23. 15, 16. The law of the 2 tables, Exodus 34. 18 Seek. Is similar, the feast of unleavened bread shalt thou keep. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee, in the time of the month Abib, for in the month Abib thou camest out of Egypt. All that openeth the womb is mine. Every firstling among thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. The firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb, and if thou redeem him not, then shalt thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons shalt thou redeem. And none shall appear before me empty. 6 days shalt thou work, but on the 7th day shalt thou rest, even in plowing time and in harvest shalt thou rest. And the feast of weeks, Shavuot, shalt thou observe, the feasts of the firstfruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering, Asiph, at the change of the year. Minuter, on the other hand, and of a somewhat different character, are the precepts laid down in Deuteronomy 16. Take heed to the month Abib, and keep the Passover unto Jehovah thy God, for in the month Abib did Jehovah thy God bring thee forth out of Egypt by night. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto Jehovah thy God, of the flock or of the herd, in the place which Jehovah shall choose for the habitation of his name. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, Makketh, therewith, the bread of affliction, for thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt in anxious haste. That all the days of thy life thou mayest remember the day when thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt. There shall no leavened bread be seen with thee in all thy border 7 days, and of the flesh which thou didst sacrifice on the 1st day, in the evening, nothing shall remain all night until the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates which the Lord thy God giveth thee, but at the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose for the habitation of his name, there shalt thou sacrifice the Passover, in the evening. At the going down of the sun, at the time of thy coming forth out of Egypt. And thou shalt boil and eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, and in the morning shalt thou return to thy home. 6 days shalt thou eat Makketh, and on the 7th day shall be the closing feast to Jehovah thy God. Thou shalt do no work therein, ver. 1-8, 7 weeks thenceforward shalt thou number unto thee. From such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn shalt thou begin to number 7 weeks, and then thou shalt keep the feast of weeks, Shavuot, to Jehovah thy God, with a tribute of freewill offerings in thy hand. Which thou shalt give, according as the Lord thy God hath blessed thee. And thou shalt rejoice before Jehovah thy God, thou, and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, and the stranger, and the fatherless. And the widow that are among you in the place which Jehovah thy God shall choose for the habitation of his name. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these statutes, ver. 9-12, the Feast of Tabernacles, Sukkos, thou shalt observe 7 days after thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine. And thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thou, and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates. 7 days shalt thou keep a solemn feast unto Jehovah thy God in the place which Jehovah shall choose, because Jehovah thy God cloth bless thee in all thine increase, and in all the works of thy hands, therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all thy men appear before Jehovah thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, of weeks, and of tabernacles, Ag Hamacath, Shavuot, Sukkos, and they shall not appear before me empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of Jehovah thy God, which he hath given thee. Ver. 13-17. As regards the essential nature of the two last-named feasts, these passages are at one. The Sukkos of Deuteronomy and the Asif of the Yahwistic legislation do not coincide in time merely, but are in fact one and the same feast, the autumnal ingathering of the wine and of the oil from the vat and press, and of the corn from the threshing floor. The name Asif refers immediately to the vintage and olive gathering, to which the word Sukkos seems also to relate, being most easily explained from the custom of the whole household, old and young, going out to the vineyard in time of harvest, and their camping out in the open air under the improvised shelter of booths made with branches. Isaiah I. 8. Kasir and Shavuot in like manner are only different names for the same reality, namely, for the feast of the corn reaping, or, more strictly, the wheat reaping, which takes place in the beginning of summer. Thus both festivals have a purely natural occasion. On the other hand, the spring festival, which always opens the series, has a historical motive assigned to it, the Exodus, most expressly in Deuteronomy, being given as the event on which it rests. The cycle nevertheless seems to presuppose and to require the original homogeneity of all its members. Now the twofold ritual of the Pessah and the Makketh points to a twofold character of the feast. The Ag, properly so named, is called not Ag HaPessah, 58 but Ag HaMakketh, and it is only the latter that is coordinated with the other two Agim. The name Pessah indeed does not occur at all until Deuteronomy, although in the law of the two tables the sacrifice of the firstborn seems to be brought into connection with the feast of unleavened bread. It follows that only the Makketh can be taken into account for purposes of comparison with Asir and Asif. As to the proper significance of Makketh, the Yahwistic legislation does not find it needful to instruct its contemporaries, but it is incidentally disclosed in Deuteronomy. There the festival of harvest is brought into a definite relation in point of time with that of Makketh. It is to be celebrated 7 weeks later. This is no new ordinance, but one that rests upon old custom, for the name, Feast of Weeks, occurs in a passage so early as Exodus 34. Comptje v. 24. Now, 7 weeks after Easter, Deuteronomy 16. 9, is further explained with greater elaborateness as meaning 7 weeks after the putting of the sickle to the corn. Thus the festival of Makketh is equivalent to that of the putting of the sickle to the corn, and thereby light is thrown on its fixed relation to Pentecost. Pentecost celebrates the close of the reaping, which commences with barley harvest, and ends with that of wheat, Easter its beginning in the month of corn ears, and between the two extends the duration of harvest time, computed at 7 weeks. The whole of this tempus clausum is a great festal season rounded off by the two festivals. We gain further light from Leviticus 23. 9-22. 59. The Easter point is here, as in Deuteronomy, fixed as being the beginning of harvest, but is still more definitely determined as the day after the first Sabbath falling within harvest time, and Pentecost follows the same reckoning. And the special Easter ritual consists in the offering of a barley sheaf. Before this it is not lawful to taste of the new crop, and the corresponding Pentecostal rite is the offering of ordinary wheaten loaves. The corn harvest begins with barley and ends with wheat. At the beginning the firstfruits are presented in their crude state as a sheaf, just as men in like manner partake of the new growth in the form of parched ears. Leviticus 23. 14, Josh v. 11. At the end they are prepared in the form of common bread. Thus the Makketh now begin to be intelligible. As has been already said, cp. 69, they are not, strictly speaking, duly prepared loaves, but the bread that is hurriedly baked to meet a pressing emergency. 1 Sam. 28. 24. Thus they are quite correctly associated with the haste of the Exodus, and described as bread of affliction. At first people do not take time in a leisurely way to leaven, knead, and bake the year's new bread, but a hasty cake is prepared in the ashes. This is what is meant by Makketh. They are contrasted with the Pentecostal loaves precisely as are the sheaf and the parched ears, which last, according to Josh v. 11, may be eaten in their stead, and without a doubt they were originally not the Easter food of men merely, but also of the deity, so that the sheaf comes under the category of the later spiritual refinements of sacrificial material. Easter then is the opening, as Pentecost is the closing festivity, or, what means the same thing, Asrith 60 of the 7 weeks, joy of harvest. And the spring festival no longer puzzles us by the place it holds in the cycle of the 3 yearly festivities. But what is the state of the case as regards the Pessah? The meaning of the name is not clear. As we have seen, the word first occurs in Deuteronomy, and there also the time of the celebration is restricted to the evening and night of the first day of Makkath, from sunset until the following morning. In point of fact, the Pessah points back to the sacrifice of the firstlings, Exodus 34. 18 Seek, 13. 12 Seek, Deuteronomy 15. 19 Seek, 16. 1 Seek, and it is principally upon this that the historical character of the whole festivity hinges. It is because Jehovah smote the firstborn of Egypt and spared those of Israel that the latter thenceforward are held sacred to him. Such is the representation given not merely in the priestly code but also in Exodus 13. 11 Seek. But in neither of its sources does the Yahwistic tradition know anything of this. Let my people go, that they may keep a feast unto me in the wilderness with sacrifices and cattle and sheep. This from the first is the demand made upon Pharaoh, and it is in order to be suitably adorned for this purpose. Contemplated by them from the first, that the departing Israelites borrow festal robes and ornaments from the Egyptians. Because Pharaoh refuses to allow the Hebrews to offer to their God the firstlings of cattle that are his due, Jehovah seizes from him the firstborn of men. Thus the Exodus is not the occasion of the festival, but the festival the occasion, if only a pretended one, of the Exodus. If this relationship is inverted in Exodus 13, it is because that passage is not one of the sources of the Yahwistic tradition, but is part of the redaction, and in fact, as is plain from other reasons with regard to the entire section 13. 1-16, of a Deuteronomic redaction. From this it follows that the elaboration of the historical motive of the Passover is not earlier than Deuteronomy, although perhaps a certain inclination to that way of explaining it appears before then, just as in the case of the Makkath, Exodus 12:34. What has led to it is evidently the coincidence of the spring festival with the Exodus, already accepted by the older tradition, the relation of cause and effect having become inverted in course of time. The only view sanctioned by the nature of the case is that the Israelite custom of offering the firstlings gave rise to the narrative of the slaying of the firstborn of Egypt. Unless the custom be presupposed, the story is inexplicable, and the peculiar selection of its victims by the plague is left without a motive. The sacrifice of the firstborn, of the male firstborn, that is to say, for the females were reared as with us, does not require an historical explanation. But can be accounted for very simply. It is the expression of thankfulness to the deity for fruitful flocks and herds. If claim is also laid to the human firstborn, this is merely a later generalization which after all resolves itself merely into a substitution of an animal offering and an extension of the original sacrifice. In Exodus XX 28, 29 and 34. 19 this consequence does not yet seem to be deduced or even to be suspected as possible. It first appears in 34. 20 and presents itself most distinctly in the latest passage, 13. 12, for there is contrasted with, and for the first the expression, a technical one in the time of Jeremiah and Ezekiel for child sacrifice, is used. The view of some scholars, most of them mere casual visitors in the field of Old Testament research, that the slaying of the firstborn male children was originally precisely the main feature of the Passover, hardly deserves refutation. Like the other festivals, this also, apart from the view taken of it in the priestly code, has a thoroughly joyous character, Exodus X, 9, Dut. 16. 7, Comp. Isa, XXX. 29. There are some historical instances indeed of the surrender of an only child or of the dearest one, but always as a voluntary and quite exceptional act, the contrary is not proved by Hosea 13. 2. 61 The offering of human firstborn was certainly no regular or commanded exaction in ancient times. There are no traces of so enormous a blood tax, but, on the contrary, many of a great preference for eldest sons. It was not until shortly before the exile that the burning of children was introduced on a grand scale along with many other innovations, and supported by a strict interpretation of the command regarding firstlings, Jah 7. 31:19. 5. Ezek XX. 26. In harmony with this is the fact that the law of Exodus 13. 3-16 comes from the hand of the latest redactor of the Jehovistic history. 2. Abel was a shepherd and Cain was a husbandman. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord, and Abel also brought an offering of the firstlings of his sheep. It is out of the simplest, most natural, and most widespread offerings, those of the firstfruits of the flock, herd, and field, the occasions for which recur regularly with the seasons of the year, that the annual festivals took their rise. The Passover corresponds with the firstlings of Abel the shepherd, the other three with the fruits presented by Cain the husbandman. Apart from this difference, in essence and foundation they are all precisely alike. Their connection with the eparchai of the yearly seasons is indeed assumed rather than expressly stated in the Jehovistic and Deuteronomistic legislation. Yet in Exodus 23. 17-19, 34. 23-26 we read, 3 times in the year shall all thy men appear before the Lord Jehovah. Thou shalt not mingle the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The best of the firstfruits of thy land shalt thou bring into the house of Jehovah thy God. Thou shalt not seethe the kid in the milk of its mother. It is forbidden to appear before Jehovah empty, hence the connection between the first general sentence and the details which follow it. Of these, the first seems to relate to the Passover. Doubtless indeed it holds good of all animal sacrifices, but in point of fact these are offered in preponderating numbers at the great festival after the herds and flocks have produced their young. The remaining sentences relate to the feasts of harvest and ingathering, whose connection with the fruits of the field is otherwise clear. As for Deuteronomy, there also it is required on the one hand that the dues from the flock and herd and field shall be personally offered at Jerusalem, and made the occasion of joyous sacrificial feasts. On the other hand, that 3 appearances in the year shall be made at Jerusalem, at Easter, at Pentecost, and at the Feast of Tabernacles, and not with empty hands. These requirements can only be explained on the assumption that the material of the feasts was that furnished by the dues. Clearly in Deuteronomy all 3 coincide, sacrifices, dues, feasts. Other sacrifices than those occasioned by the dues can hardly be thought of for the purpose of holding a joyous festival before Jehovah. The dues are, properly speaking, simply those sacrifices prescribed by popular custom, and therefore fixed and festal, of which alone the law has occasion to treat. 62 It results from the very nature of the case that the people come together to offer thanks for Jehovah's blessing, but no special emphasis is laid upon this. In the Jehovistic legislation, Exodus 23:34. The terms have not yet come to be fixed, so that it is hardly possible to speak of a dies festus in the strict sense. Festal seasons rather than festal days are what we have. Easter is celebrated in the month Abib, when the corn is in the ear, Exodus 9:31-32, Pentecost when the wheat is cut, the autumn festival when the vintage has been completed, rather vague and shifting determinations. Deuteronomy advances a step towards fixing the terms and intervals more accurately, a circumstance very intimately connected with the centralization of the worship in Jerusalem. Even here, however, we do not meet with one general festive offering on the part of the community, but only with isolated private offerings by individuals. In correspondence with this the amount of the gifts is left with considerable vagueness to the goodwill of the offerers. Only the firstlings are definitely demanded. The redemption allowed in Deuteronomy by means of money which buys a substitute in Jerusalem has no proper meaning for the earlier time. Yet even then the offerer may in individual instances have availed himself of liberty of exchange, all the more because even then his gift, as a sacrificial meal, was essentially a benefit to himself. Exodus 23:18, Gen 4. 4. For the firstfruits of the field Exodus prescribes no measure at all, Deuteronomy demands the tithe of corn, wine, and oil, which, however, is not to be understood with mathematical strictness, inasmuch as it is used at sacrificial meals. Is not made over to a second party, and thus does not require to be accounted for. The tithe, as appears from Deuteronomy 26, is offered in autumn, that is, at the Feast of Tabernacles. This is the proper autumn festival of thanksgiving, not only for the wine harvest, but also for that of the threshing floor. 16:13. It demands 7 days, which must all be spent in Jerusalem, while in the case of Makkath only one need be spent there. It is self-evident that there is no restriction to the use of vegetable gifts merely, but sacrifices of flesh are also assumed, purchased perhaps with the proceeds of the sale of the tithe. In this way the special character of the feasts, and their connection with the firstfruits peculiar to them, could easily disappear, a thing which seems actually to have occurred in Deuteronomy, and perhaps even earlier. It is not to be wondered at that much should seem unclear to us which must have been obvious to contemporaries. In Deuteronomy, moreover, almost everything is left to standing custom, and only the one main point insisted on, that the religious worship, and thus also the festivals, must be celebrated only in Jerusalem. Leaving out of account the Passover, which originally had an independent standing, and only afterwards through its connection with Makkath was taken into the regular cycle of the Agim, it cannot be doubted, generally speaking and on the whole, that not only in the Yahwistic but also in the Deuteronomic legislation the festivals rest upon agriculture, the basis at once of life and of religion. The soil, the fruitful soil, is the object of religion, it takes the place alike of heaven and of hell. Jehovah gives the land and its produce. He receives the best of what it yields as an expression of thankfulness, the tithes in recognition of his seigneurial right. The relation between himself and his people first arose from his having given them the land in fee. It continues to be maintained, inasmuch as good weather and fertility come from him. It is in Deuteronomy that one detects the first very perceptible traces of a historical dress being given to the religion and the worship, but this process is still confined within modest limits. The historical event to which recurrence is always made is the bringing up of Israel out of Egypt, and this is significant in so far as the bringing up out of Egypt coincides with the leading into Canaan, that is, with the giving of the land. So that the historical motive again resolves itself into the natural. In this way it can be said that not merely the Easter festival but all festivals are dependent upon the introduction of Israel into Canaan, and this is what we actually find very clearly in the prayer, Deuteronomy 26. With which at the Feast of Tabernacles the share of the festal gifts falling to the priest is offered to the deity. A basket containing fruits is laid upon the altar, and the following words are spoken, "A wandering Aramean was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there, a few men strong, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians evil entreated them and oppressed them, and laid upon them hard bondage. Then called we upon Jehovah the God of our fathers, and he heard our voice and looked on our affliction and our labor and our oppression. And Jehovah brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs and with wonders, and brought us unto this place, and gave us this land, a land where milk and honey flow. And now, behold, I have brought the best of the fruits of the land, which thou, O Lord, hast given me." Observe here how the act of salvation whereby Israel was founded issues in the gift of a fruitful land. 2. With this account of the Yahwistic Deuteronomistic legislation harmonizes the pre-exilic practice so far as that can be traced or is borne witness to in the historical and prophetical books. Ancient festivals in Israel must have had the pastoral life as their basis, only the Passover therefore can be regarded as belonging to the number of these. 63. It is with perfect accuracy accordingly that precisely the Passover is postulated as having been the occasion of the Exodus. as being a sacrificial feast that has to be celebrated in the wilderness and has nothing to do with agriculture or harvest. But it is curious to notice how little prominence is afterwards given to this festival, which from the nature of the case is the oldest of all. It cannot have been known at all to the Book of the Covenant, for there, Exodus 22, 29, 30, the command is to leave the firstling 7 days with its dam and on the 8th day to give it to Jehovah. Probably through the predominance gained by agriculture and the feasts founded on it, the Passover fell into disuse in many parts of Israel, and kept its ground only in districts where the pastoral and wilderness life still retained its importance. This would also explain why the Passover first comes clearly into light when Judah alone survives after the fall of Samaria. In 2 Kings 23, 21 seek. We are told that in the 18th year of King Josiah the Passover was held according to the precept of the law, Deuteronomy 16, and that for the first time, never until then from the days of the judges had it been so observed. If in this passage the novelty of the institution is so strongly insisted on, the reference is less to the essence of the thing than to the manner of celebration as enjoined in Deuteronomy. Agriculture was learned by the Hebrews from the Canaanites in whose land they settled, and in commingling with whom they, during the period of the Judges, made the transition to a sedentary life. Before the metamorphosis of shepherds into peasants was effected, they could not possibly have had feasts which related to agriculture. It would have been very strange if they had not taken them also over from the Canaanites. The latter owed the land and its fruits to Baal, and for this they paid him the due tribute. The Israelites stood in the same relation to Jehovah. Materially and in itself, the act was neither heathenish nor Israelite. Its character either way was determined by its destination. There was, therefore, nothing against a transference of the feasts from Baal to Jehovah. On the contrary, the transference was a profession of faith that the land and its produce, and thus all that lay at the foundations of the national existence, were due not to the heathen deity but to the God of Israel. The earliest testimony is that which we have to the existence of the vintage festival in autumn, in the first instance as a custom of the Canaanite population of Shechem. In the old and instructive story of Abimelech the son of Jerubbaal we are told, Judges 9, 27, of the citizens of Shechem that, they went out into the fields, and gathered their vineyards, and trode the grapes, and celebrated Hilyalim, and went into the house of their God, and ate and drank, and cursed Abimelech. But this festival must also have taken root among the Israelites at a tolerably early period. According to Judges 21, 19 seek. There was observed yearly at Shiloh in the vineyards a feast to Jehovah, at which the maidens went out to dance. Even if the narrative of Judges 19 seek be as a whole untrustworthy as history, this does not apply to the casual trait just mentioned, especially as it is confirmed by 1 Sam I. In this last cited passage a feast at Shiloh is also spoken of, as occurring at the end of the year, that is, in autumn at the time of the Asif 64 and as being an attraction to pilgrims from the neighborhood. Obviously the feast does not occur in all places at once, but at certain definite places, in Ephraim, which then influenced the surrounding district. The thing is connected with the origin of larger sanctuaries towards the end of the period of the Judges, or, more properly speaking, with their being taken over from the previous inhabitants. Thus, for example, on Shechem becoming an Israelite town the Hilyalim were no more abolished than was the sanctuary itself. Over and above this the erection of great royal temples must have exerted an important influence. Alike at Jerusalem and at Bethel, the feast was celebrated from the days of Solomon and Jeroboam just as previously at Shechem and Shiloh, in the former place in September, in the latter perhaps somewhat later. 65 This was at that period the sole actual panegyris. The feasts at the beginning of summer may indeed also have been observed at this early period, Isa 9. 2, but in smaller local circles. This distinction is still discernible in Deuteronomy, for although in that book the Feast of Tabernacles is not theoretically higher than the others, in point of fact it alone is observed from beginning to end at the central sanctuary, while Easter, on the other hand, is for the most part kept at home, being only during the first day observed at Jerusalem. Moreover, the smaller demand is much more emphatically insisted on than the larger, so that the first seems to have been an innovation, the latter to have had the sanction of older custom. Amos and Hosea, presupposing as they do a splendid cultus and great sanctuaries, doubtless also knew of a variety of festivals, but they have no occasion to mention any one by name. More definite notices occur in Isaiah. The threatening that within a year's time the Assyrians will be in the land is thus, 29. 1. Given, add ye year to year, let the feasts come round, yet I will distress Jerusalem, and at the close of the same discourse the prophet expresses himself as follows, 32. 9. Seek, rise up, ye women that are at ease. Hear my voice, ye careless daughters, give ear unto my speech. Days upon a year shall ye be troubled, ye careless women, for the vintage shall fail, the ingathering shall not come. Ye shall smite upon the breasts, for the pleasant fields, for the fruitful vine. When the two passages are taken together we gather that Isaiah, following the universal custom of the prophets in coming forward at great popular gatherings, is here speaking at the time of the autumn festival, in which the women also took an active part, Judges 21. 19. Seek. But this autumn festival, the joyous and natural character of which is unmistakably revealed, takes place with him at the change of the year, as may be inferred from a comparison between the of 29. 1, and the of Exodus 34. 22. 1 Sam, 20, and closes a cycle of festivals here for the first time indicated. 2. The preceding survey, it must be admitted, scarcely seems fully to establish the alleged agreement between the Yahwistic law and the older praxis. Names are nowhere to be found, and in point of fact it is only the autumn festival that is well attested, and this, it would appear, as the only festival, as the feast. And doubtless it was also the oldest and most important of the harvest festivals, as it never ceased to be the concluding solemnity of the year. What has been prosperously brought to a close is what people celebrate most rightly. The conclusion of the ingathering, both of the threshing and of the vintage, is the most appropriate of all occasions for a great joint festival, for this additional reason, that the term is fixed, not, as in the case of the joy of reaping, by nature alone, but is in man's hands and can be regulated by him. Yet even under the older monarchy the previous festivals must also have already existed as well, Isa. 29. 1. The peculiarity of the Feast of Tabernacles would then reduce itself to this, that it was the only general festival at Jerusalem and Bethel, local celebrations, at all threshing floors, i.e., on all high places, are not thereby excluded, Hos 9. 1. But the Yahwistic legislation makes no distinction of local and central, for it ignores the great temples throughout. 66 Possibly, also, it to some extent systematizes the hitherto somewhat vaguer custom. The transition from the eparchia to a feast was perhaps in practice still somewhat incomplete. In the paucity of positive data one is justified, however, in speaking of a substantial agreement, inasmuch as in the two cases the idea of the festivals is the same. Very instructive in this respect are two sections of Hosea, chaps 2 and 9, which on this account deserve to be fully gone into. In the first of these Israel is figured as a woman who receives her maintenance from her husband, that is, from the deity. This is the basis of the covenant relationship. But she falls into error as to the giver of her meat and drink and clothing, supposing them to come from the idols, and not from Jehovah. She hath said, I will go after my lovers, who give me my bread and my water, my wool and my flax, mine oil and my drink. Doth she then not know that it is I, Jehovah, who have given her the corn and the wine and the oil, and silver in abundance, and gold, out of which she mocketh false gods? Therefore will I take back again my corn in its time, and my wine in its season, and I will take away my wool and my flax that should cover her nakedness. And now will I discover her shame before the eyes of her lovers, and none shall deliver her out of my hand. And I will bring all her mirth to an end, her festival days, her new moons and her Sabbaths, and all her solemn feasts. And I will destroy her vines and her fig trees whereof she saith, They are my hire, that my lovers have given me, and I will make them a wilderness, and the beasts of the field shall eat them. Thus will I visit upon her the days of the false gods, wherein she burnt fat offerings to them and decked herself with her rings and her jewels, and went after her lovers and forget me, saith the Lord. Therefore, behold, I will allure her and bring her into the wilderness, and there I will assign her her vineyards, then shall she be docile as in her youth, and as in the day when she came up out of the land of Egypt. Thereafter I betrothed thee unto me anew for ever, in righteousness and in judgment, in loving kindness and in mercies. In that day, saith the Lord, will I answer the heavens, and they shall answer the earth, and the earth shall answer the corn and the wine and the oil, and these shall answer Jezreel. 2. 7-24, 5-22. The blessing of the land is here the end of religion, and that quite generally, alike of the false heathenish and of the true Israelitish. 67. It has for its basis no historical acts of salvation, but nature simply, which, however, is regarded only as God's domain and as man's field of labor, and is in no manner itself deified. The land is Jehovah's house. 8. 1, 9. 15. Wherein he lodges and entertains the nation. In the land and through the land it is that Israel first becomes the people of Jehovah, just as a marriage is constituted by the wife's reception into the house of the husband, and her maintenance there. And as divorce consists in the wife's dismissal from the house, so is Jehovah's relation to his people dissolved by his making the land into a wilderness, or as in the last resort by his actually driving them forth into the wilderness. He restores it again by sowing the nation into the land anew, causing the heavens to give rain and the earth to bear, and thereby bringing into honor the name of God sown for Israel. 2. 25, 23. In accordance with this worship consists simply of the thanksgiving due for the gifts of the soil, the vassalage payable to the superior who has given the land and its fruits. It ipso facto ceases when the corn and wine cease. In the wilderness it cannot be thought of, for if God bestows nothing then man cannot rejoice, and religious worship is simply rejoicing over blessings bestowed. It has, therefore, invariably and throughout the character given in the Yahwistic legislation to the feasts, in which also, according to Hosea's description, it culminates and is brought to a focus. For the days of the false gods, on which people adorned themselves and sacrificed, are just the feasts, and in fact the feasts of Jehovah, whom however the people worshipped by images, which the prophet regards as absolutely heathenish. Equally instructive is the second passage, 9. 1-6, Rejoice not too loudly, O Israel, like the heathen, that thou hast gone a-whoring from thy God, and lovest the harlot's hire upon every threshing floor. The floor and the winepress shall not feed them, and the new wine shall fail them. They shall not dwell in Jehovah's land. Ephraim must return to Egypt, and eat what is unclean in Assyria. Then shall they no more pour out wine to Jehovah, or set in order sacrifices to him. Like bread of mourners is their bread. 68. All that eat thereof become unclean, for their bread shall only be for their hunger, it shall not come into the house of the Lord. What will ye do in the day of festival and in the day of the feast of the Lord? For lo, after they have gone away from among the ruins, Egypt shall keep hold of them, Memphis shall bury them. Their pleasant things of silver shall nettles possess, the thornbush shall be in their tents. It need not surprise us that here again the prophet places the worship which in intention is obviously meant for Jehovah on the same footing with the heathen worship which actually has little to distinguish it externally therefrom. Being constrained to regard the pleasant things of silver, in the tents in the high places not as symbols of Jehovah, but as idols, and their worship as whoredom. Enough that once more we have a clear view of the character of the popular worship in Israel at that period. Threshing floor and winepress, corn and wine, are its motives, vociferous joy, merry shoutings, its expression. All the pleasure of life is concentrated in the house of Jehovah at the joyous banquets held to celebrate the coming of the gifts of his mild beneficence. No more dreadful thought than that a man must eat his bread like unclean food, like bread of mourners, without having offered the aparkai at the festival. 69. It is this thought which gives its sting to the threatened exile. For sacrifice and feast are dependent upon the land, which is the nursing mother and the settled home of the nation, the foundation of its existence and of its worship. The complete harmony of this with the essential character of the worship and of the festivals in the Book of the Covenant, in the Law of the Two Tables, and in Deuteronomy, is clear in itself. But becomes still more evident by a comparison with the priestly code, to which we now proceed. 3. In the priestly code the festal cycle is dealt with in two separate passages, Leviticus 23, number 28, 29, of which the first contains a fragment, 23. 9 to 22, and partly also 23. 39 to 44, not quite homogeneous with the kernel of the document. In both these accounts also the three great feasts occur, but with considerable alteration of their essential character. 1. The festal celebration, properly so called, is exhausted by a prescribed joint offering. There are offered, 1. During Easter week and also on the day of Pentecost, besides the Tamid, 2 bullocks, 1 ram, 7 lambs as a burnt offering, and 1 he-goat as a sin offering daily, 2. At the Feast of Tabernacles, from the first to the 7th day 2 rams, 14 lambs, and, in descending series, from 13 to 7 bullocks. On the 8th day 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs as a burnt offering, besides 1 he-goat daily as a sin offering. Additional voluntary offerings on the part of individuals are not excluded, but are treated as of secondary importance. Elsewhere, alike in the older practice, 1 sam, for seek, and in the law, Exodus 23. 18, it is precisely the festal offering that is a sacrificial meal, that is to say, a private sacrifice. In Deuteronomy it has been possible to find anything surprising in the joyous meals only because people are wont to know their Old Testament merely through the perspective of the priestly code. At most the only peculiar thing in that book is a certain humane application of the festal offering, the offerer being required to invite to it the poor and landless of his acquaintance. But this is a development which harmonizes much more with the old idea of an offering as a communion between God and man than does the other self-sufficing general churchly sacrifice. The Passover alone continues in the priestly code also to be a sacrificial meal, and participation therein to be restricted to the family or a limited society. But this last remnant of the old custom shows itself here as a peculiar exception. The festival in the house instead of before Jehovah has also something ambiguous about it, and turns the sacrifice into an entirely profane act of slaughtering almost, until we come to the rite of expiation, which is characteristically retained, Exodus 12, 7, Comp. Isaac 14. 19. Of a piece with this is the circumstance that the first fruits of the season have come to be separated from the festivals still more than had been previously the case. While in Deuteronomy they are still offered at the three great sacrificial meals in the presence of Jehovah, in the priestly code they have altogether ceased to be offerings at all, and thus also of course have ceased to be festal offerings. Being merely dues payable to the priests, by whom they are in part collected, and not in any case brought before the altar. Thus the feasts entirely lose their peculiar characteristics, the occasions by which they are inspired and distinguished. By the monotonous sameness of the unvarying burnt offering and sin offering of the community as a whole they are all put on the same even level, deprived of their natural spontaneity, and degraded into mere exercises of religion. Only some very slight traces continue to bear witness to, we might rather say, to betray, what was the point from which the development started, namely, the rites of the barley sheaf, the loaves of bread, and the booths, Leviticus 23. But these are mere rites, petrified remains of the old custom. The actual firstfruits belonging to the owners of the soil are collected by the priests. The shadow of them is retained at the festival in the form of the sheaf offered by the whole community, a piece of symbolism which has now become quite separated from its connection and is no longer understood. And since the giving of thanks for the fruits of the field has ceased to have any substantial place in the feasts, the very shadow of connection between the two also begins to disappear, for the rites of Leviticus 23 are taken over from an older legislation, and for the most part are passed over in silence in number 28, 29. Here, again, the Passover has followed a path of its own. Even at an earlier period, substitution of other cattle and sheep was permitted. But now in the priestly code the firstlings are strictly demanded indeed, but merely as dues. Not as sacrifices. The Passover, always a yearling lamb or kid, has neither in fact nor in time anything to do with them, but occupies a separate position alongside. But as it is represented to have been instituted in order that the Hebrew firstborn may be spared in the destruction of those of the Egyptians. This connection betrays the fact that the yearling lambs are after all only a substitute for the firstlings of all animals fit for sacrifice. But in comparison with the cattle and sheep of the Yahwistic tradition and Deuteronomy a secondary substitute, and one for the uniformity of which there is no motive. And we see further that if the firstlings are now over and above assigned to the priests, this is equivalent to a reduplication, which has been made possible first by a complete obscuration, and afterwards by an artificial revival of the original custom. A further symptom also proper to be mentioned here is the fixing of harvest festival terms by the days of the month, which is to be found exclusively in the priestly code. Easter falls upon the 15th, that is, at full moon, of the first, the Feast of Tabernacles upon the same day of the 7th month, Pentecost, which, strange to say, is left undetermined in number 28, falls, according to Leviticus 23. 7 weeks after Easter. This definite dating points not merely to a fixed and uniform regulation of the cultus, but also to a change in its contents. For it is not a matter of indifference that according to the Yahwistic Deuteronomic legislation Easter is observed in the month of corn ears, when the sickle is put to the corn, Pentecost at the end of the wheat harvest, and the Feast of Tabernacles after the ingathering. As harvest feasts they are from their very nature regulated by the condition of the fruits of the soil. When they cease to be so, when they are made to depend upon the phases of the moon, this means that their connection with their natural occasion is being lost sight of. Doubtless the accurate determination of dates is correlated with the other circumstance that the festivals are no longer kept in an isolated way by people at any place they may choose, but by the whole united nation at a single spot. It is therefore probable that the fixing of the date W as accomplished at first in the case of the autumn festival, which was the first to divest itself of its local character and most readily suffered a transposition of a week or two. It was hardest to change in the case of the Makkath festival. The putting of the sickle to the corn is very inconvenient to shift. But here the Passover seems to have exerted an influence. For the Passover is indeed an annual feast, but not by the nature of things connected with any particular season of the year, rather was it dependent originally on the phases of the moon. Its character as a Panichas, Exodus 12:42, points in this direction, as also does the analogy of the Arab feasts. The verification of the alleged denaturalization of the feasts in the priestly code lies in this, that their historical interpretation, for which the way is already paved by the Yahwistic tradition, here attains its full development. For after they have lost their original contents and degenerated into mere prescribed religious forms, there is nothing to prevent the refilling of the empty bottles in any way accordant with the tastes of the period. Now, accordingly, the Feast of Tabernacles also becomes historical, Leviticus 23, instituted to commemorate the booths under which the people had to shelter themselves during the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness. In the case of Easter a new step in advance is made beyond the assignation of its motive to the Exodus, which is already found in Deuteronomy and in Exodus 13:3 seek. For in the priestly code this feast, which precisely on account of its eminently historical character is here regarded as by far the most important of all, is much more than the mere commemoration of a divine act of salvation. It is itself a saving deed. It is not because Jehovah smote the firstborn of Egypt that the Passover is afterwards instituted. On the contrary, it is instituted beforehand, at the moment of the Exodus, in order that the firstborn of Israel may be spared. Thus not merely is a historical motive assigned for the custom. Its beginning is itself raised to the dignity of a historical fact upon which the feast rests, the shadow elsewhere thrown only by another historical event here becomes substantial and casts itself. The state of matters in the case of the unleavened cakes is very similar. Instead of having it as their occasion and object to keep in remembrance the hasty midnight departure in which the travelers were compelled to carry with them their dough unleavened as it was, Exodus 12. 34. In the priestly code they also are spoken of as having been enjoined beforehand. 12. 15. Seek, and thus the festival is celebrated in commemoration of itself. In other words, not merely is a historical motive assigned to it, it is itself made a historical fact. For this reason also, the law relating to Easter is removed from all connection with the tabernacle legislation, Exodus 12. 1. Seek. And the difficulty that now in the case of the Passover the sanctuary which elsewhere in the priestly code is indispensable must be left out of sight is got over by divesting it as much as possible of its sacrificial character. 70. In the case of Pentecost alone is there no tendency to historical explanation. That in this instance has been reserved for later Judaism, which from the chronology of the book of Exodus discerned in the feast a commemoration of the giving of the law at Sinai. But one detects the drift of the later time. It has been already pointed out, in what has just been said, that as regards this development the centralization of the cultus was epoch-making. Centralization is synonymous with generalization and fixity, and these are the external features by which the festivals of the priestly code are distinguished from those which preceded them. In evidence I point to the prescribed sacrifice of the community instead of the spontaneous sacrifice of the individual, to the date fixed for the 15th of the month, to the complete separation between sacrifices and dues. To the reduction of the Passover to uniformity. Nothing is free or the spontaneous growth of nature, nothing is indefinite and still in process of becoming, all is statutory, sharply defined, distinct. But the centralization of the cultus had also not a little to do with the inner change which the feasts underwent. At first the gifts of the various seasons of the year are offered by the individual houses as each one finds convenient. Afterwards they are combined, and festivals come into existence. Last of all, the united offerings of individuals fall into the background when compared with the single joint offering on behalf of the entire community. According as stress is laid upon the common character of the festival and uniformity in its observance, in precisely the same degree does it become separated from the roots from which it sprang, and grow more and more abstract. That it is then very ready to assume a historical meaning may partly also be attributed to the circumstance that history is not, like harvest, a personal experience of individual households, but rather an experience of the nation as a whole. One does not fail to observe, of course, that the festivals, which always to a certain degree have a centralizing tendency, have in themselves a disposition to become removed from the particular motives of their institution. But in no part of the legislation has this gone so far as in the priestly code. While everywhere else they still continue to stand, as we have seen, in a clear relationship to the land and its increase, and are at one and the same time the great days of homage and tribute for the superior and grantor of the soil. Here this connection falls entirely out of sight. As in opposition to the Book of the Covenant and Deuteronomy, nay, even to the corpus itself which forms the basis of Leviticus 17-26. One can characterize the entire priestly code as the wilderness legislation. Inasmuch as it abstracts from the natural conditions and motives of the actual life of the people in the land of Canaan and rears the hierocracy on the tabula rasa of the wilderness, the negation of nature. By means of the bald statutes of arbitrary absolutism, so also the festivals, in which the connection of the cultus with agriculture appears most strongly, have as much as possible been turned into wilderness festivals. But most of all the Easter festival, which at the same time has become the most important. 2. The centralization of the cultus, the revolutionizing influence of which is seen in the priestly code, is begun by Deuteronomy. The former rests upon the latter, and draws its as yet unsuspected consequences. This general relation is maintained also in details, in the first place, in the names of the feasts, which are the same in both, Pessah, Shavuot, Sukkot. This is not without its inner significance, for a sif, ingathering, would have placed much greater hindrances in the way of the introduction of a historical interpretation than does Sukkot, booths. So also with the prominence given to the Passover, a festival mentioned nowhere previously, a prominence which is much more striking in the priestly code than in Deuteronomy. Next, this relation is observed in the duration of the feasts. While Deuteronomy certainly does not fix their date of commencement with the same definiteness, it nevertheless in this respect makes a great advance upon the Yahwistic legislation. Inasmuch as it lays down the rule of a week for Easter and Tabernacles, and of a day for Pentecost. The priestly code is on the whole in agreement with this, and also with the time determination of the relation of Pentecost to Easter, but its provisions are more fully developed in details. The Passover, in the first month, on the evening of the 14th, here also indeed begins the feast, but does not, as in Deuteronomy 16. 4:8, count as the first day of Easter week. On the contrary, the latter does not begin until the 15th and closes with the 21st, comp Leviticus 23. 6, Number 28. 17, Exodus 12. 18. The beginning of the festival week being thus distinctly indicated, there arises in this way not merely an ordinary but also an extraordinary feast day more, the day after the Passover, on which already, according to the injunctions of Deuteronomy, the pilgrims were required to set out early in the morning on the return journey to their homes. 71. Another advance consists in this, that not only the Passover, as in Deuteronomy, or the additional first day of the feast besides, but also the seventh, which, according to Deuteronomy 16. 8, is marked only by rest, must be observed as Mira Odesh in Jerusalem. In other words, such pilgrims as do not live in the immediate neighborhood are compelled to pass the whole week there, an exaction which enables us to mark the progress made with centralization. When the much more moderate demands of Deuteronomy are compared. The Feast of Tabernacles is in the latter law also observed from beginning to end at Jerusalem, but the priestly code has contrived to add to it an eighth day as an ashereth to the principal feast, which indeed still appears to be wanting in the older portion of Lev. 23. From all this it is indisputable that the priestly code has its nearest relations with Deuteronomy, but goes beyond it in the same direction as that in which Deuteronomy itself goes beyond the Yahwistic legislation. In any case the intermediate place in the series belongs to Deuteronomy, and if we begin that series with the priestly code, we must in consistency close it with the Sinaitic Book of the Covenant, Exodus XX. 23. Seek. After King Josiah had published Deuteronomy and had made it the Book of the Covenant by a solemn engagement of the people, 621 BC, he commanded them to keep the Passover to Jehovah your God as it is written in this book. Such a Passover had never been observed from the days of the judges, or throughout the entire period of the kings, 2 Kings 23. 21, 22. And when Ezra the scribe introduced the Pentateuch as we now have it as the fundamental law of the Church of the Second Temple, 444 BC. It was found written in the Torah which Jehovah had commanded by Moses, that the children of Israel were to live in booths during the feast in the 7th month, and further, to use branches of olive and myrtle and palm for this purpose. And that the people went and made to themselves booths accordingly. Such a thing had not been done since the days of Joshua the son of Nun even unto that day, nay 8. 14. Seek. That Josiah's Passover rests upon Deuteronomy 16. And not upon Exodus 12. Is sufficiently proved by the circumstance that the observance of the festival stands in connection with the new unity of the cultus, and is intended to be an exemplification of it, while the precept of Exodus 12, if literally followed, could only have served to destroy it. We thus find that the two promulgations of the law, so great in their importance and so like one another in their character, both take place at the time of a festival, the one in spring, the other in harvest, and we also discover that the festal observance of the priestly code first began to show life and to gain currency about 200 years later than that of Deuteronomy. This can be proved in yet another way. The author of the Book of Kings knows only of a 7 days duration of the Feast of Tabernacles, 1 Kings 8. 66, Solomon dismisses the people on the 8th day. On the other hand, in the parallel passage in Chronicles, 2 Chron. 7. 9, the king holds the Ashereth on the 8th, and does not dismiss the people until the following day, the 23rd of the month, that is to say, the Deuteronomic use, which is followed by the older author and by Ezekiel, 14. 25, who was, roughly speaking, his contemporary, is corrected by the later writer into conformity with that of the priestly code in force since the time of Ezra, Nay 8. 18. In later Judaism the inclination to assert most strongly precisely that which is most open to dispute led to the well-known result that the 8th day of the feast was regarded as the most splendid of all, John 7. 37. On this question also the book of Ezekiel stands nearest the priestly code, ordaining as follows, 14. 21-25, In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, ye shall keep the Passover, ye shall eat Macceth 7 days. On that day shall the prince offer for himself and for all the people of the land a bullock for a sin offering, and during the 7 days he shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord, 7 bullocks and 7 rams daily for the 7 days. And a he-goat daily for a sin offering. And he shall offer as a meal offering an ephah for every bullock and every ram and a hin of oil for the ephah. In the 7th month, on the 15th day of the month, in the feast shall he do the like for 7 days, according to the sin offering, according to the burnt offering, and according to the meal offering, and according to the oil. Here indeed in details hardly any point is in agreement with the prescriptions of the ritual law of Leviticus 23, number 28, 29. Apart from the fact that the day of Pentecost is omitted, it is restored in the Masoretic text by an absurd correction in ver. 11. In the first place there is a discrepancy as to the duration of the feasts. Both last 7 and not 8 days, and the Passover is taken for the first day of Easter, as in Deuteronomy. Further, the offerings differ, alike by their never-varying number and by their quality. In particular, nothing is said of the Passover lamb, but a bullock as a general sin offering is mentioned instead. From the mina the wine is wanting, but this must be left out of the account, for Ezekiel banishes wine from the service on principle. Lastly, it is not the congregation that sacrifices, but the prince for himself and for the people. But in spite of all differences the general similarity is apparent. One sees that here for the first time we have something which at all points admits of correlation with the priestly code, but is quite disparate with the Yahwistic legislation, and half so with that of Deuteronomy. On both hands we find the term fixed according to the day of the month, the strictly prescribed joint burnt offering and sin offering, the absence of relation firstfruits and agriculture. The obliteration of natural distinctions so as to make one general churchly festival. But Ezekiel surely could hardly have had any motive for reproducing Leviticus 23. And number 28. Seek, and still less for the introduction of a number of aimless variations as he did so. Let it be observed that in no one detail does he contradict Deuteronomy, while yet he stands so infinitely nearer to the priestly code, the relationship is not an arbitrary one, but arises from their place in time. Ezekiel is the forerunner of the priestly legislator in the Pentateuch. His prince and people, to some extent invested with the coloring of the bygone period of the monarchy, are the antecedents of the congregation of the tabernacle and the Second Temple. Against this supposition there is nothing to be alleged, and it is the rational one, for this reason, that it was not Ezekiel but the priestly code that furnished the norm for the praxis of the later period. For, as the festival system of the priestly code absolutely refuses to accommodate itself to the manner of the older worship as we are made acquainted with it in Hos 2, 9. And elsewhere, in the same degree does it furnish in every respect the standard for the praxis of post-Exilian Judaism, and, therefore, also for our ideas thence derived. No one in reading the New Testament dreams of any other manner of keeping the Passover than that of Exodus 12, or of any other offering than the paschal lamb there prescribed. One might perhaps hazard the conjecture that if in the wilderness legislation of the code there is no trace of agriculture being regarded as the basis of life, which it still is in Deuteronomy and even in the kernel of Leviticus 17-26. This also is a proof that the code belongs to a very recent rather than to a very early period, when agriculture was no longer rather than not yet. With the Babylonian captivity the Jews lost their fixed seats, and so became a trading people. 3. No notice has as yet been taken of one phenomenon which distinguishes the priestly code, namely, that in it the tripartite cycle of the feasts is extended and interrupted. In the chronologically arranged enumeration of Leviticus 23, and number 28. 29. Two other feast days are interpolated between Pentecost and Tabernacles, New Year on the 1st, and the Great Day of Atonement on the 10th of the 7th month. One perceives to what an extent the three originally connected harvest feasts have lost their distinctive character, when it is observed that these two heterogeneous days make their appearance in the midst of them. The Yom Kippurim in the same series with the Old Hagim, i.e., dances, which were occasions of pure pleasure and joy, not to be named in the same day with fasts and mournings. The following points demand notice in detail. In the period of the kings the change of the year occurred in autumn. The autumn festival marked the close of the year and of the festal cycle, Exodus 23. 16, 34. 22, 1 Sam, I, 21, 21, Isa, 29. 1, 32. 10. Deuteronomy was discovered in the 18th year of Josiah, and in the very same year Easter was observed in accordance with the prescriptions of that law, which could not have been unless the year had begun in autumn. Now the ecclesiastical festival of New Year in the priestly code is also autumnal. 72 The Yom Teruah, Leviticus 23:24, 25, number 29. 1 Seek, falls on the first new moon of autumn, and it follows from a tradition confirmed by Leviticus 25. 9, 10, that this day was celebrated as New Year. But it is always spoken of as the first of the 7th month. That is to say, the civil New Year has been separated from the ecclesiastical and been transferred to spring. The ecclesiastical can only be regarded as a relic surviving from an earlier period, and betrays strikingly the priority of the division of the year that prevailed in the time of the older monarchy. It appears to have first begun to give way under the influence of the Babylonians, who observed the spring era. 73 For the designation of the months by numbers instead of by the old Hebrew names, Abib, Ziph, Bul, Ethanim and the like, a style which arises together with the use of the spring era, does not yet occur in Deuteronomy, 16. 1, but apart from the priestly code, and the last redactor of the Pentateuch, Deuteronomy I, 3, is found for the first time in writers of the period of the exile. It is first found in Jeremiah, but only in those portions of his book which were not committed to writing by him, or at least have been edited by a later hand. 74 Then in Ezekiel and the author of the Book of Kings, who explains the names he found in his source by giving the numbers, 1 Kings 6. 37, 38, 8. 2, next in Haggai and Zechariah. And lastly in Chronicles, though here already the Babylonio-Syrian names of the months, which at first were not used in Hebrew, have begun to find their way in, Nai, 1, 2. 1, Zech, I, 7. The Syrian names are always given along with the numbers in the Book of Esther, and are used to the exclusion of all others in that of Maccabees. It would be absurd to attempt to explain this demonstrable change which took place in the calendar after the exile as a mere incidental effect of the priestly code, hitherto in a state of suspended animation. Rather than by reference to general causes arising from the circumstances of the time, under whose influence the priestly code itself also stood. And which then had for their result a complete change in the greater accuracy and more general applicability of the methods by which time was reckoned. A similar phenomenon presents itself in connection with the metric system. The shekel of the sanctuary, often mentioned in the priestly code, and there only, cannot possibly have borne this name until the most natural objects of the old Israelite regime had begun to appear surrounded by a legendary nimbus. Because themselves no longer in actual existence. Over against it we have the king's weight mentioned in a gloss in 2 Sam 14. 26, the king being none other than the great king of Babylon. It is an interesting circumstance that the shekel of the sanctuary, spoken of in the priestly code is still the ordinary shekel in Ezekiel, compare Exodus XXX. 13 with Ezek 44. 12. During the exile the observance of the ecclesiastical New Year seems to have taken place not on the 1st but on the 10th of the 7th month, Leviticus 25. 9, Ezek XL. 1, and there is nothing to be wondered at in this, after once it had come to be separated from the actual beginning of the year. 75. This fact alone would suffice to bring into a clear light the late origin of the Great Day of Atonement in Leviticus 16, which at a subsequent period was observed on this date. For although as a ceremonial of general purification that day occurs appropriately enough at the change of the year, the joyful sound of the new year trumpets ill befits its quiet solemnity. In the priestly code being in fact fixed for the first of the 7th month. Notwithstanding its conspicuous importance, there is nothing known of the Great Day of Atonement either in the Yahwistic and Deuteronomic portions of the Pentateuch or in the historical and prophetical books. It first begins to show itself in embryo during the exile. Ezekiel 14. 18-20 appoints 2 great expiations at the beginning of the 2 halves of the year, for in 14. 20 the LXX must be accepted, which reads, in the 7th month at new moon. The second of these, in autumn, is similar to that of the priestly code, only that it falls on the 1st and new year on the 10th, while in the latter, on the contrary, new year is observed on the 1st and the atonement on the 10th. The ritual is also much simpler. Zechariah towards the end of the 6th century looks back upon 2 regular fast days, in the 5th and the 7th month, as having been in observance for 70 years, that is, from the beginning of the exile, 7. 5, and to these he adds, 8. 19, 2 others in the 4th and in the 10th. They refer, according to the very probable explanation of C. B. Michaelis, to the historical days of calamity which preceded the exile. On the 9th day of the 4th month Jerusalem was taken, J. 39. 2. On the 7th of the 5th the city and the temple were burnt, 2 Kings 25. 8. In the 7th month Gedaliah was murdered, and all that remained of the Jewish state annihilated, Juzli. In the 10th the siege of the city by Nebuchadnezzar was begun, 2 Kings 25. 1. Zechariah also still knows nothing of the Great Day of Atonement in Leviticus 16. But only mentions among others the fast of the 7th month as having subsisted for 70 years. Even in 444 BC, the year of the publication of the Pentateuch by Ezra. The Great Day of Atonement has not yet come into force. Ezra begins the reading of the law in the beginning of the 7th month. And afterwards the Feast of Tabernacles is observed on the 15th, of an atoning solemnity on the 10th of the month. Not a word is said in the circumstantial narrative, which, moreover, is one specially interested in the liturgical element. But it is made up for on the 24th, nay 8, 9. This testimonium e silentio is enough. Down to that date the great day of the priestly code, now introduced for the first time, had not existed. 76 The term is partly fixed. Following Ezekiel, by reference to the Old New Year's Day, Leviticus 25. 9, partly, following Zechariah, by reference to the fast of Gedaliah, which indeed was still observed later as a separate solemnity. Even before the exile general fast days doubtless occurred, but they were specially appointed, and always arose out of extraordinary occasions, when some sin was brought home to the public conscience, or when the divine anger threatened. Especially in connection with calamities affecting the produce of the soil, 1 Kings 21. 9, 12, J 14. 12, 36. 6, 9, Joel I, 14, 2. 12, 15. In the exile they began to be a regular custom, Isa 58. Doubtless in the first instance in remembrance of the dies atri that had been experienced, but also in a certain measure as a surrogate, suited to the circumstances, for the joyous popular gatherings of Easter, Pentecost, and tabernacles which were possible only in the Holy Land. 77 At last they came into a position of coordination with the feasts, and became a stated and very important element of the ordinary worship. In the priestly code, the great fast in the 10th of the 7th month is the holiest day of all the year. Nothing could illustrate more clearly the contrast between the new cultus and the old. Fixing its regard at all points on sin and its atonement, it reaches its culmination in a great atoning solemnity. It is as if the temper of the exile had carried itself into the time of liberation also, at least during the opening centuries. As if men had felt themselves not as in an earlier age only momentarily and in special circumstances, but unceasingly, under the leaden pressure of sin and wrath. It is hardly necessary to add here expressly that also in regard to the Day of Atonement as a day sacred above all others the priestly code became authoritative for the post-Exilian period. Ritual and sacrifice have through the misfortunes of the times disappeared, but this has retained all its old sacredness. Unless a man has wholly cut himself adrift from Judaism he keeps this day, however indifferent he may be to all its other usages and feasts. 4. A word, lastly, on the lunar feasts, that is, new moon and Sabbath. That the two are connected cannot be gathered from the Pentateuch, but something of the sort is implied in Amos 8:5, and 2 Kings 4:22-23. In Amos the corn dealers, impatient of every interruption of their trade, exclaim, "When will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat?" In the other passage the husband of the woman of Shunem, when she begs him for an ass and a servant that she may go to the prophet Elisha, asks why it is that she proposes such a journey now, for it is neither new moon nor Sabbath. It is not Sunday, as we might say. Probably the Sabbath was originally regulated by the phases of the moon, and thus occurred on the 7th, 14th, 21st, and 28th day of the month, the new moon being reckoned as the first. At least no other explanation can be discovered. 78 For that the week should be conditioned by the 7 planets seems very barely credible. It was not until after people had got their 7 days that they began to call them after the 7 planets. 79 The number 7 is the only bond of connection between them. Doubtless the week is older than the names of its days. Lunar feasts, we may safely say, are in every case older than annual or harvest feasts. And certainly they are so in the case of the Hebrews. In the prehistoric period the new moon must have been observed with such preference that an ancient name for it, which is no longer found in biblical Hebrew, even furnished the root of the general word for a festive occasion, which is used for the vintage feast in a passage so early as Judges 9:27.80. But it is established by historical testimonies besides that the new moon festival anciently stood, at least, on a level with that of the Sabbath. Compare 1 Sam, XX 5:6, 2 Kings 4:23, Amos 8:5, Isa 13, Hos 2:13, AV 11. In the Yahwistic and Deuteronomic legislation, however, it is completely ignored, and if it comes into somewhat greater prominence in that of Ezekiel and the priestly code, but without being for a moment to be compared with the Sabbath. This perhaps has to do with the circumstance that in the latter the great festivals are regulated by the new moon, and that therefore it is important that this should be observed. It may have been with a deliberate intention that the new moon festival was thrust aside on account of all sorts of heathenish superstition which readily associated themselves with it. But, on the other hand, it is possible that the undersigned preponderance gained by the Sabbath may have ultimately given it independence, and led to the reckoning of time by regular intervals of 7 days without regard to new moon, with which now it came into collision, instead of, as formerly, being supported by it. As a lunar festival doubtless the Sabbath also went back to a very remote antiquity. But with the Israelites the day acquired an altogether peculiar significance whereby it was distinguished from all other feast days. It became the day of rest par excellence. Originally the rest is only a consequence of the feast, e.g. that of the harvest festival after the period of severe labor. The new moons also were marked in this way, Amos 8:5, 2 Kings 4:23. In the case of the Sabbath also, rest is, properly speaking, only the consequence of the fact that the day is the festal and sacrificial day of the week, Isa 13, Ezek 46. 1 Seek, on which the showbread was laid out. But here, doubtless on account of the regularity with which it every 8th day interrupted the round of everyday work, this gradually became the essential attribute. In the end even its name came to be interpreted as if derived from the verb to rest. But as a day of rest it cannot be so very primitive in its origin. In this attribute it presupposes agriculture and a tolerably hard-pressed working day life. With this it agrees that an intensification of the rest of the Sabbath among the Israelites admits of being traced in the course of the history. The highest development, amounting even to a change of quality, is seen in the priestly code. According to 2 Kings 4:22-23, one has on Sabbath time for occupations that are not of an everyday kind. Servant and ass can be taken on a journey which is longer than that of a Sabbath day. In Hos 2:13-11, we read, I make an end of all your joy, your feasts, your new moons and your Sabbaths, that is to say, the last named share with the first the happy joyousness which is impossible in the exile which Jehovah threatens. With the Yahwist and the Deuteronomist the Sabbath, which, it is true, is already extended in Amos 8:5 to commerce, is an institution specially for agriculture. It is the day of refreshment for the people and the cattle, and is accordingly employed for social ends in the same way as the sacrificial meal is. Exodus XX 10:23, 12:34, 21, Deuteronomy v. 13:14. Although the moral turn given to the observance is genuinely Israelitic and not original, yet the rest even here still continues to be a feast, a satisfaction for the laboring classes. For what is enjoined as a duty, upon the Israelite rulers, that is, to whom the legislation is directed, is less that they should rest than that they should give rest. In the priestly code, on the contrary, the rest of the Sabbath has nothing at all of the nature of the joyous breathing time from the load of life which a festival affords, but is a thing for itself. Which separates the Sabbath not only from the weekdays, but also from the festival days, and approaches an ascetic exercise much more nearly than a restful refreshment. It is taken in a perfectly abstract manner, not as rest from ordinary work, but as rest absolutely. On the holy day it is not lawful to leave the camp to gather sticks or manna, Exodus 16, number 15, not even to kindle a fire or cook a meal, Exodus 35:3. This rest is in fact a sacrifice of abstinence from all occupation, for which preparation must already begin on the preceding day, Exodus 16. Of the Sabbath of the priestly code in fact it could not be said that it was made for man, Mark 2:27, rather is it a statute that presents itself with all the rigor of a law of nature, having its reason with itself, and being observed even by the Creator. The original narrative of the creation, according to which God finished his work on the seventh day, and therefore sanctified it, is amended so as to be made to say that he finished in 6 days and rested on the seventh. 81. Tendencies to such an exaggeration of the Sabbath rest as would make it absolute are found from the Chaldean period. While Isaiah, regarding the Sabbath purely as a sacrificial day, says, "Bring no more vain oblations. It is an abominable incense unto me. New moon and Sabbath, the temple assembly, I cannot endure iniquity in solemn meeting." Jeremiah, on the other hand, is the first of the prophets who stands up for a stricter sanctification of the seventh day, treating it, however, merely as a day of rest. Bear no burden on the Sabbath day, neither bring in by the gates of Jerusalem nor carry forth a burden out of your houses, neither do ye any work. 17. 21, 22. He adds that this precept had indeed been given to the fathers, but hitherto has not been kept. Thus, what was traditional appears to have been only the abstinence from field work and perhaps also from professional pursuits. In this respect the attitude of Jeremiah is that which is taken also by his exilian followers, not merely by Ezekiel, XX 16:22. 263 but also by the great unknown, Isa, Lvi 2:58. 13, who does not otherwise manifest any express partiality for cultus. While according to Hos 2:13, and even Lamb 2:6, the Sabbath, as well as the rest of the acts of divine worship, must cease outside of the Holy Land, it in fact gained in importance to an extraordinary degree during the exile, having severed itself completely, not merely from agriculture, but in particular also from the sacrificial system, and gained entire independence as a holy solemnity of rest. Accordingly, it became along with circumcision the symbol that bound together the Jewish diaspora. Thus already in the priestly code the two institutions are the general distinguishing marks of religion, Gen 17. 10, 11, Exodus 31. 13, which also continue to subsist under circumstances whereas in the exile the conditions of the Mosaic worship are not present, Gen 2. 3, 17. 12, 13. The trouble which in the meantime the organizers of the Church of the Second Temple had in forcing into effect the new and strict regulations is clear from Nehemiah 13. 15 seek. But they were ultimately successful. The solemnization of the Sabbath in Judaism continued to develop logically on the basis of the priestly legislation, but always approximating with increasing nearness to the idea of absolute rest, so that for the straightest sect of the Pharisees the business of preparing for the sacred day absorbed the whole week, and half man's life, so to speak, existed for it alone. From Sunday onwards think of the Sabbath, says Shammai. Two details are worthy of special prominence: the distinction between Yom Tov and Shabbat, comparable to that drawn by the Puritans between Sundays and feast days, and the discussion as to whether the Sabbath was broken by divine worship. Both bring into recognition that tendency of the priestly code in which the later custom separates itself from its original roots. 2. Connected with the Sabbath is the sabbatical year. In the Book of the Covenant it is commanded that a Hebrew who has been bought as a slave must after 6 years of service be liberated on the seventh unless he himself wishes to remain, Exodus 21. 2-6. By the same authority it is ordained in another passage that the land and fruit gardens are to be wrought and their produce gathered for 6 years, but on the seventh the produce is to be surrendered, that the poor of the people may eat. And what they leave the beasts of the field may at, 23. 10, 11. Here there is no word of a sabbatical year. The liberation of the Hebrew slave takes place 6 years after his purchase, that is, the term is a relative one. In like manner, in the other ordinance there is nothing to indicate an absolute seventh year, and besides, it is not a Sabbath or fallow time for the land that is contemplated, but a surrender of the harvest. The first of these commands is repeated in Deuteronomy without material alteration, and to a certain extent word for word, 15. 12-18, the other has at least an analogue in Deuteronomy 15. 1-6. At the end of every 7 years thou shalt make a release, surrender, and this is the manner of it: no creditor that lendeth aught shall exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because Jehovah's release has been proclaimed. Of a foreigner thou mayst exact it again, but that which is of thine with thy brother, thy hand shall release. That this precept is parallel with Exodus 23. 10, 11, is shown by the word. But this has a different meaning put upon it which plainly is introduced as new. Here it is not landed property that is being dealt with, but money, and what has to be surrendered is not the interest of the debt merely, comparable to the fruit of the soil, but the capital itself. The last clause admits of no other construction, however unsuitable the regulation may be. A step towards the sabbatical year is discernible in it. In so far as the seventh-year term is not a different one for each individual debt according to the date when it was incurred, in which case it might have been simply a period of prescription. But is a uniform and common term publicly fixed, it is absolute, not relative. But it does not embrace the whole seventh year, it does not come in at the end of 6 years as in Exodus, but at the end of 7, the surrender of the harvest demands the whole year, the remission of debts, comparatively speaking, only a moment. The sabbatical year is peculiar to the priestly code, or, to speak more correctly, to that collection of laws incorporated and edited by it, which lies at the basis of Leviticus 17-26. In Leviticus 25. 1-7 we read, When ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath to Jehovah. 6 years shalt thou sow thy field and prune thy vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year shall the land keep a Sabbath of rest unto Jehovah. Thy field shalt thou not sow, thy vineyard shalt thou not prune. That which groweth of its own accord of thy harvest shalt thou not reap, neither shalt thou gather the grapes of thy vine undressed. The land shall have a year of rest, and the Sabbath of the land shall be food for you. For thee, and for thy servant, and for thy maid, and for thy hired servant, and for thy cattle, and for all the beasts that are in thy land, shall all the increase thereof be food. The expressions make it impossible to doubt that Exodus 23:10-11 lies at the foundation of this law, but out of this as a basis it is something different that has been framed. The seventh year, which is there a relative one, has here become fixed, not varying for the various properties, but common for the whole land, a sabbatical year after the manner of the Sabbath day. This amounts to a serious increase in the difficulty of the matter, for it is not one and the same thing to have the abstinence from harvest spread over 7 years and to have it concentrated into one out of every 7. In like manner a heightening of the demand is also seen in the circumstance that not merely harvesting but also sowing and dressing are forbidden. In the original commandment this was not the case. All that was provided for was that in the 7th year the harvest should not fall to the lot of the proprietor of the soil, but should be publicized juris, a relic perhaps of communistic agriculture. Through a mere misunderstanding of the verbal suffix in Exodus 23:11, as has been conjectured by Hupfeld, a surrender of the fruit of the land has been construed into a surrender of the land itself, a general fallow year, Leviticus 25:4. The misunderstanding, however, is not accidental, but highly characteristic. In Exodus 23, the arrangement is made for man. It is a limitation, for the common good, of private rights of property in land, in fact, for the benefit of the landless, who in the 7th year are to have the usufruct of the soil, in Leviticus 25. The arrangement is for the sake of the land, that it may rest, if not on the 7th day, at least on the 7th year, and for the sake of the Sabbath, that it may extend its supremacy over nature also. Of course this presupposes the extreme degree of Sabbath observance by absolute rest, and becomes comprehensible only when viewed as an outgrowth from that. For the rest, a universal fallow season is possible only under circumstances in which a people are to a considerable extent independent of the products of their own agriculture. Prior to the exile even the idea of such a thing could hardly have occurred. In the priestly code the year of Jubilee is further added to supplement in turn the sabbatical year, Leviticus 25:8 seek. As the latter is framed to correspond with the 7th day, so the former corresponds with the 50th, i.e., with Pentecost. As is easily perceived from the parallelism of Leviticus 25:8 with Leviticus 23:15, as the 50th day after the 7 Sabbath days is celebrated as a closing festival of the 49 days period. So is the 50th year after the 7 sabbatic years as rounding off the larger interval, the 7 Sabbaths falling on harvest time, which are usually reckoned specially, Luke 6:1, have, in the circumstance of their interrupting harvest work, a particular resemblance to the sabbatic years which interrupt agriculture altogether. Jubilee is thus an artificial institution superimposed upon the years of fallow regarded as harvest Sabbaths after the analogy of Pentecost. Both its functions appear originally to have belonged also to the Sabbath year and to be deduced from the 2 corresponding regulations in Deuteronomy relating to the 7th year. So that thus Exodus 23 would be the basis of Leviticus 25:1-7 and Deuteronomy 15. That of 25:8 seek. The emancipation of the Hebrew slave originally had to take place on the 7th year after the purchase. Afterwards, it would seem, on the 7th year absolutely, for practical reasons it was transferred from that to the 50th. Analogous also, doubtless, is the growth of the other element in the Jubilee, the return of mortgaged property to its hereditary owner, out of the remission of debts enjoined in Deuteronomy 15. For the end of the 7th year, for the two hang very closely together. As Leviticus 25:23 seek shows. As for the evidence for these various arrangements, those of the Book of the Covenant are presupposed alike by Deuteronomy and by the priestly code. It seems to have been due to the prompting of Deuteronomy that towards the end of the reign of Zedekiah the emancipation of the Hebrew slaves was seriously gone about. The expressions in Jah 34:14 point to Deuteronomy 15:12, and not to Exodus 21:2. The injunction not having had practical effect previously, it was in this instance carried through by all parties at the same date. This was of course inevitable when it was introduced as an extraordinary innovation. Perhaps it is in connection with this that a fixed seventh year grew out of a relative one. The sabbatical year, according to the legislator's own declaration, was never observed throughout the whole pre-exilic period, for, according to Leviticus 26. 34-35, the desolation of the land during the exile is to be a compensation made for the previously neglected fallow years. Then shall the land pay its Sabbaths as long as it lieth desolate. When ye are in your enemy's land, then shall the land rest and pay its Sabbaths, all the days that it lieth desolate shall it rest, which it rested not in your Sabbaths when ye dwelt upon it. The verse is quoted in 2 Chron. 36:21 as the language of Jeremiah, a correct and unprejudiced indication of its exilic origin. But as the author of Leviticus 26 was also the writer of Leviticus 25. 1-7, that is to say, the framer of the law of the sabbatic year, the recent date of the latter regulation also follows at once. The year of Jubilee, certainly derived from the Sabbath year, is of still later origin. Jeremiah 34:14 has not the faintest idea that the emancipation of the slaves must according to law take place in the 50th year. The name, borne by the Jubilee in Leviticus 25:10, is applied by him to the 7th year. And this is decisive also for Ezek 46:17, the gift of land bestowed by the prince on one of his servants remains in his possession only until the 7th year. 4. The Priests and the Levites. 1. The problem now to be dealt with is exhibited with peculiar distinctness in one pregnant case with which it will be well to set out. The Mosaic law, that is to say, the priestly code, distinguishes, as is well known, between the 12 secular tribes and Levi, and further within the spiritual tribe itself, between the sons of Aaron and the Levites, simply so called. The one distinction is made visible in the ordering of the camp in number 2, where Levi forms around the sanctuary a cordon of protection against the immediate contact of the remaining tribes. On the whole, however, it is rather treated as a matter of course, and not brought into special prominence, number 18. 22, the other is accentuated with incomparably greater emphasis. Aaron and his sons alone are priests, qualified for sacrificing and burning incense. The Levites are hierogeli, 3 Esdras I, 3, bestowed upon the Aaronite for the discharge of the inferior services, number 3. 9. They are indeed their tribe fellows, but it is not because he belongs to Levi that Aaron is chosen, and his priesthood cannot be said to be the acme and flower of the general vocation of his tribe. On the contrary, rather was he a priest long before the Levites were set apart. For a considerable time after the cultus has been established and set on foot, these do not make any appearance, not at all in the whole of the 3rd book, which thus far does little honor to its name Leviticus. Strictly speaking, the Levites do not even belong to the clergy. They are not called by Jehovah, but consecrated by the children of Israel to the sanctuary, consecrated in the place of the firstborn, not however as priests, neither in number 3. 4, 8. Nor anywhere else in the Old Testament, is there a single trace of the priesthood of the firstborn, but as a gift due to the priests, as such being even required to undergo the usual waving before the altar, to symbolize their being cast into the altar flame, number 8. The relationship between Aaron and Levi, and the circumstance that precisely this tribe is set apart for the sanctuary in compensation for the firstborn, appears almost accidental. But at all events cannot be explained by the theory that Aaron rose on the shoulders of Levi. On the contrary, it rather means that Levi has mounted up by means of Aaron, whose priesthood everywhere is treated as having the priority. Equality between the two is not to be spoken of. Their office and their blood relationship separates them more than it binds them together. Now, the prophet Ezekiel, in the plan of the New Jerusalem which he sketched in the year 573, takes up among other things the reform of the relations of the personnel of the temple, and in this connection expresses himself as follows, 44. 6-16, Thus saith the Lord Jehovah, let it suffice you of all your abominations, O house of Israel. In that ye have brought in strangers, uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh, to be in my sanctuary, to pollute it, even my house, when ye offer my bread, the fat and the blood, and have broken my covenant by all your abominations. And ye have not kept the charge of my holy things, inasmuch as ye have set these 82 to be keepers of my charge in my sanctuary. Therefore, thus saith the Lord Jehovah, no stranger uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh shall enter into my sanctuary, none, of all that are among the children of Israel. But the Levites who went away far from me when Israel went astray from me after their idols, they shall even bear their iniquity, and they shall be ministers in my sanctuary, officers at the gates of the house and ministers of the house. They shall slay for the people the burnt offering and the thank offering, and they shall stand before them to minister unto them. Because they ministered unto them before their idols, and caused the house of Israel to fall into iniquity, therefore have I lifted up my hand against them, saith the Lord Jehovah, and they shall bear their iniquity. They shall not come near unto me to do the office of a priest unto me, nor to come near to any of my holy things, but they shall bear their shame and their abominations which they have committed. And I will make them keepers of the charge of the house, for all its service, and for all that shall be done therein. But the priests, the Levites, sons of Zadok, that kept the charge of my sanctuary when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me, and they shall stand before me to offer unto me the fat and the blood. Saith the Lord Jehovah. They shall enter into my sanctuary, and come near to my table to minister unto me, and they shall keep my charge. From this passage 2 things are to be learned. First, that the systematic separation of that which was holy from profane contact did not exist from the very beginning, that in the Temple of Solomon even heathen, Zech 14:21, probably captives, were employed to do hieroglyphic services which, according to the law, ought to have been rendered by Levites, and which afterwards actually were so rendered. Ezekiel, it is indeed true, holds this custom to be a frightful abuse, and one might therefore maintain it to have been a breach of the temple ordinances suffered by the Jerusalem priests against their better knowledge. And in this way escape accusing them of ignorance of their own law. But the second fact, made manifest by the above-quoted passage, quite excludes the existence of the priestly code so far as Ezekiel and his time are concerned. The place of the heathen temple slaves is in future to be taken by the Levites. Hitherto the latter had held the priesthood, and that too not by arbitrary usurpation, but in virtue of their own good right. For it is no mere relegation back to within the limits of their lawful position when they are made to be no longer priests but temple ministrants, it is no restoration of the status quo ante, the conditions of which they had illegally broken. It is expressly a degradation, withdrawal of their right, which appears as a punishment and which must be justified as being deserved, they shall bear their iniquity. They have forfeited their priesthood, by abusing it to preside over the cultus of the high places, which the prophet regards as idolatry and hates in his inmost soul. Naturally those Levites are exempted from the penalty who have discharged their functions at the legal place, the Levites the sons of Zadok, namely, at Jerusalem, who now remain sole priests and receive a position of preeminence above those who hitherto have been their equals in office, and who are still associated with them by Ezekiel, under the same common name, but now are reduced to being their assistants and hieroglyphi. It is an extraordinary sort of justice when the priests of the abolished Bamoth are punished simply for having been so, and conversely the priests of the temple at Jerusalem rewarded for this. The fault of the former and the merit of the latter consist simply in their existence. In other words, Ezekiel merely drapes the logic of facts with a mantle of morality. From the abolition of the popular sanctuaries in the provinces in favor of the royal one at Jerusalem, there necessarily followed the setting aside of the provincial priesthoods in favor of the sons of Zadok at the Temple of Solomon. The original author of the centralisation, the Deuteronomic lawgiver, seeks indeed to prevent this consequence by giving to the extraneous Levites an equal right of sacrificing in Jerusalem with their brethren hereditarily settled there. But it was not possible to separate the fate of the priests from that of their altars in this manner. The sons of Zadok were well enough pleased that all sacrifices should be concentrated within their temple, but they did not see their way to sharing their inheritance with the priesthood of the high places. And the idea was not carried out, 2 Kings 23. 9. Ezekiel, a thorough Jerusalemite, finds a moral way of putting this departure from the law, a way of putting it which does not explain the fact, but is merely a paraphrastic statement of it. With Deuteronomy as a basis, it is quite easy to understand Ezekiel's ordinance, but it is absolutely impossible if one starts from the priestly code. What he regards as the original right of the Levites, the performance of priestly services, is treated in the latter document as an unfounded and highly wicked pretension which once in the olden times brought destruction upon Korah and his company. What he considers to be a subsequent withdrawal of their right, as a degradation in consequence of a fault, the other holds to have been their hereditary and natural destination. The distinction between priest and Levite which Ezekiel introduces and justifies as an innovation, according to the priestly code, has always existed. What in the former appears as a beginning, in the latter has been in force ever since Moses, an original datum, not a thing that has become or been made. 83. That the prophet should know nothing about a priestly law with whose tendencies he is in thorough sympathy admits of only one explanation, that it did not then exist. His own ordinances are only to be understood as preparatory steps towards its own exactment. 2. Noldeek, however, interprets the parallelism between the sons of Aaron and the sons of Zadok in favor of the priority of the priestly code, which, after all, he points out, is not quite so exclusive as Ezekiel. 84. But, in the first place, this is a point of subordinate importance, the main thing being that Ezekiel has to make the distinction between priests and Levites, which is regarded in the priestly code as very ancient. In presence of the fact that the former introduces as a new thing the separation which the latter presupposes, the precise degree of the distinction drawn by the two is of no consequence whatever. In the next place, to bring the sons of Aaron into comparison with the sons of Zadok, as a proof of their higher antiquity, is just as reasonable as to bring the tabernacle into comparison with the temple of Jerusalem for a similar purpose. The former are priests of the tabernacle, the latter of the temple. But as in point of fact the only distinction to be drawn between the Mosaic and the actual central sanctuary is that between shadow and substance, so neither can any other be made between the Mosaic and the actual central priesthood. In the priestly code the ancient name is introduced instead of the historical one, simply in order to maintain the semblance of the Mosaic time. If the circumstance is to be taken as betokening the earlier origin of the work, then a similar inference must be drawn also from the fact that in it the origin and character of the Levites is quite obscure. While in Ezekiel it is palpably evident that they are the priests thrown out of employment by the abolition of the Bamoth, whom necessity has compelled to take a position of subordination under their haughty fellow priests at Jerusalem. In truth it is, quite on the contrary, a proof of the post-Exilian date of the priestly code that it makes sons of Aaron of the priests of the central sanctuary, even in the traditional understanding, 2 Chron. 13. 10, are in one way or other simply the priests of Jerusalem. By this means it carries their origin back to the foundation of the theocracy, and gives them out as from the first having been alone legitimate. But such an idea no one could have ventured to broach before the exile. At that time it was too well known that the priesthood of the Jerusalem sept could not be traced further back than David's time, but dated from Zadok, who in Solomon's reign ousted the hereditary house of Eli from the position it had long previously held, first at Shiloh and Nob, and afterwards at Jerusalem, at what had become the most prominent sanctuary of Israel. In a passage of Deuteronomic complexion, which cannot have been written long before the exile, we read in a prediction made to Eli regarding the overthrow of his house by Zadok, I said indeed, saith Jehovah the God of Israel, that thy house and the house of thy father shall walk before me forever. But now I say, be it far from me, for them that honor me I will honor, but they that despise me shall be lightly esteemed. Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine arm and the arm of thy father's house. And I will raise up for myself a faithful priest who shall do according to what is in my heart and in my mind, and I will build him a sure house, and he shall walk before mine anointed forever. 1 Sam. 2. 27-36. Here it is the house of Eli, and of Eli's father, that is the priestly family duly chosen in Egypt, contrary to hereditary title, and contrary to a promise of perpetual continuance, is it deposed at the higher claims of justice. The faithful priest who is to fill the vacant place is Zadok. This is expressly said in 1 Kings 2 verse 27, and no other than he ever had a sure house, and walked uninterruptedly as its head and ruler before the kings of Judah. This Zadok, accordingly, belongs neither to Eli's house nor to that of Eli's father. His priesthood does not go back as far as the time of the founding of the theocracy, and is not in any proper sense legitimate. Rather has he obtained it by the infringement of what might be called a constitutional privilege, to which there were no other heirs besides Eli and his family. Obviously he does not figure as an intermediate link in the line of Aaron, but as the beginner of an entirely new genealogy. The Jerusalem priests, whose ancestor he is, are interlopers dating from the beginning of the monarchical period, in whom the old Mosaic sacerdotium is not continued, but is broken off. If then they are called in the priestly code sons of Aaron, or at least figure there among the sons of Aaron, with whom they can only in point of fact be contrasted. The circumstance is an unmistakable indication that at this point the threads of tradition from the pre-exilic period have been snapped completely, which was not yet the case in Ezekiel's time. 85. The relation between the priestly legislation and the book of Ezekiel, which has now been shown, gives direction and aim to the following sketch, in which it is sought to exhibit the individual phenomenon in its general connection. 2. 1. The setting apart from the rest of the people of an entire tribe as holy, and the strongly accentuated distinction of ranks within that tribe, presuppose a highly systematized separation between sacred and profane, and an elaborate machinery connected with cultus. In fact, according to the representation given in the priestly code, the Israelites from the beginning were organized as a hierocracy, the clergy being the skeleton, the high priest the head, and the tabernacle the heart. But the suddenness with which this full-grown hierocracy descended on the wilderness from the skies is only matched by the suddenness with which it afterwards disappeared in Canaan, leaving no trace behind it. In the time of the judges, priests and Levites, and the congregation of the children of Israel assembled around them, have utterly vanished. There is hardly a people Israel, only individual tribes which do not combine even under the most pressing necessities, far less support at a common expense a clerical personnel numbering thousands of men, besides their wives and families. Instead of the ecclesiastical history of the Hexateuch, the book of Judges forthwith enters upon a secular history completely devoid of all churchly character. The high priest, who according to the priestly code is the central authority by the grace of God, is here quite left out in the cold, for the really acting heads of the people are the judges, people of an entirely different stamp, whose authority, resting on no official position, but on strength of personality and on the force of circumstances, seldom extends beyond the limits of their tribe. And it is plain that in this we behold not the sorry remains of an ecclesiastico-political system once flourishing under Moses and Joshua, now completely fallen into ruins, but the first natural beginnings of a civil authority which after a course of further development finally led to the monarchy. In the kernel of the book of Judges, chaps 3-16, there nowhere occurs a single individual whose profession is to take charge of the cultus. Sacrifice is in 2 instances offered, by Gideon and Manoah. But in neither case is a priest held to be necessary. In a gloss upon 1 Sam 6:13 seek. The divergence of later custom reveals itself. When the Ark of Jehovah was brought back from exile in Philistia upon the new cart, it halted in the field of Bethshemesh beside the great stone, and the inhabitants of Bethshemesh, who were at the time busy with the wheat harvest, broke up the cart and made on the stone a burnt offering of the kind by which it had been drawn. After they have finished, the Levites come up, ver. 15, in the pluperfect tense, and proceed as if nothing had happened, lift the ark from the now no longer existent cart, and set it upon the stone on which the sacrifice is already burning. Of course only in order to fulfill the law, the demands of which have been completely ignored in the original narrative. Until the cultus has become in some measure centralized, the priests have no locus standi. For when each man sacrifices for himself and his household, upon an altar which he improvises as best he can for the passing need, where is the occasion for people whose professional and essential function is that of sacrificing for others. The circumstance of their being thus inconspicuous in the earliest period of the history of Israel is connected with the fact that as yet there are few great sanctuaries. But as soon as these begin to occur, the priests immediately appear. Thus we find Eli and his sons at the old house of God belonging to the tribe of Ephraim at Shiloh. Eli holds a very exalted position. His sons are depicted as high and mighty men, who deal with the worshippers not directly but through a servant, and show arrogant disregard of their duties to Jehovah. The office is hereditary, and the priesthood already very numerous. At least in the time of Saul, after they had migrated from Shiloh to Nob, on account of the destruction by the Philistines of the temple at the former place, they numbered more than 85 men, who, however, are not necessarily proper blood relations of Eli, although reckoning themselves as belonging to his clan. 1 Sam 22:11.86. One sanctuary more is referred to towards the close of the period of the Judges, that at Dan beside the source of the Jordan. A rich Ephraimite, Micah, had set up to Jehovah a silver-covered image, and lodged it in an appropriate house. At first he appointed one of his sons to be its priest, afterwards Jonathan ben Gershom ben Moses, a homeless Levite of Bethlehem Judah, whom he counted himself happy in being able to retain for a yearly salary of 10 pieces of silver, besides clothing and maintenance. When, however, the Danites, hard-pressed by the Philistines, removed from their ancient settlements in order to establish a new home for themselves on the slopes of Hermon in the north, they in passing carried off both Micah's image and his priest. What led them to do so was the report of their spies who had formerly lodged with Micah and there obtained an oracle. It was in this way that Jonathan came to Dan and became the founder of the family which retained the priesthood at this afterwards so important sanctuary down to the period of the deportation of the Danites at the Assyrian captivity, Judges 17:18. His position seems very different from that of Eli. The only point of resemblance is that both are hereditary priests, Levites so called, and trace their descent from the family of Moses, of which more anon. But while Eli is a man of distinction, perhaps the owner of the sanctuary, at all events in a position of thorough independence and the head of a great house, Jonathan is a solitary wandering Levite who enters the service of the proprietor of a sanctuary for pay and maintenance, and is indeed nourished as a son by his patron, but by no means treated with special respect by the Danites. The latter case, it may well be conjectured, more nearly represents the normal state of matters than the former. An independent and influential priesthood could develop itself only at the larger and more public centers of worship, but that of Shiloh seems to have been the only one of this class. The remaining houses of God, of which we hear some word from the transition period which preceded the monarchy, are not of importance, and are in private hands, thus corresponding to that of Micah on Mount Ephraim. That of Ophir belongs to Gideon, and that of Kirjathjearim to Abinadab. In fact, it appears that Micah, in appointing one to minister at his sanctuary for hire, would seem to have followed a more general practice. For the expression, which still survived as a terminus technicus for the ordination of priests long after they had attained a perfectly independent position, can originally in this connection hardly have meant anything else than a filling of the hand with money or its equivalent. Thus the priestly office would appear in the older time to have been a paid one, perhaps the only one that was paid. Whom he shall appoint is at the discretion of the proprietor. If no one else is available, he gives it to one of his sons, Judges 17:5, 1 Sam 7. 1. Of a character indelibilis, there is of course in such a case no idea, as one can learn from the earliest example, in which Micah's son retires again from the service after a brief interval. David, when he removed the ark, entrusted it in the first instance to the house of Obededom, a captain of his, a Philistine of Gath, whom he made its keeper. A priest of regular calling, a Levite, is, according to Judges 17:13, a very unusual person to find at an ordinary sanctuary. Even at Shiloh, where, however, the conditions are extraordinary, the privilege of the sons of Eli is not an exclusive one. Samuel, who is not a member of the family, is nevertheless adopted as a priest. The service for which a stated minister was needed was not that of offering sacrifice. This was not so regular an occurrence as not to admit of being attended to by oneself. For a simple altar no priest was required, but only for a house which contained a sacred image. 87 This demanded watching and attendance. 1 Sam 7. 1. In fact, an ephod like that of Gideon or that of Micah, Judges 8. 26, 27, 17. 4. Was an article well worth stealing, and the houses of God ordinarily lay in an open place, Exodus 33. 7. The expressions and to denote the sacred service were retained in use from this period to later times. And, while every one knows how to sacrifice, the art of dealing with the ephod and winning its oracle from it continues from time immemorial to be the exclusive secret of the priest. In exceptional cases, the attendant is occasionally not the priest himself, but his disciple. Thus Moses has Joshua with him as his edituus 88, Exodus 33. 11. Who does not quit the tent of Jehovah. So also Eli has Samuel, who sleeps at night in the inner portion of the temple beside the Ark of the Covenant. Even if perhaps the narrative of Samuel's early years is not quite in accordance with the actual circumstances as they existed at Shiloh, it is still in any case a perfectly good witness to a custom of the existence of which we are apprised from other sources. Compare now with this simple state of affairs the fact that in the priestly code the sons of Aaron have something like the half of a total of 22,000 Levites to assist them as watchers and ministers of the sanctuary. Anyone may slaughter and offer sacrifice, 1 Sam 14. 34 Seek. And, even in cases where priests are present, there is not a single trace of a systematic setting apart of what is holy, or of shrinking from touching it. When David entered into the house of God and did eat the showbread, which it is not lawful to eat save for the priests, and gave also to them that were with him, Mark 2. 26, this is not represented in 1 Sam 21. As illegitimate when those who eat are sanctified, that is, have abstained on the previous day from women. Hunted fugitives lay hold of the horns of the altar without being held guilty of profanation. A woman, such as Hannah, comes before Jehovah, that is, before the altar. To pray, the words, 1 Sam, 9, supplied by the LXX, are necessary for the connection, and have been omitted from the Masoretic text as offensive. In doing so she is observed by the priest, who sits quietly, as is his wont, on his seat at the temple door. The history of the ark particularly, as Vatka justly remarks, pages 317, 332. Affords more than one proof of the fact that the notion of the unapproachableness of the holy was quite unknown. I shall content myself with the most striking of these. Samuel the Ephraimite sleeps by virtue of his office every night beside the ark of Jehovah. A place whither, according to Leviticus 16, the high priest may come only once in the year. And even he only after the strictest preparation and with the most elaborate atoning rites. The contrast in the tone of feeling is so great that no one as yet has even ventured to realize it clearly to himself. 2. With the commencement of the monarchical period the priests forthwith begin to come into greater prominence along with the kings. The advance in centralization and in publicity of life makes itself noticeable also in the department of worship. At the beginning of Saul's reign we find the distinguished Ephraimitic priesthood, the house of Eli, no longer at Shiloh, but at Nob, in the vicinity of the king, and to a certain degree in league with him. For their head, Ahijah the priest, is in immediate attendance on him when arms are first raised against the Philistines, shares the danger with him, and consults the ephod on his behalf. Subsequently the entente cordiale was disturbed, Ahijah and his brethren fell a sacrifice to the king's jealousy. And thus the solitary instance of an independent and considerable priesthood to be met with in the old history of Israel came forever to an end. Abiathar, who alone escaped the massacre of Nob, 1 Sam 22, fled with the ephod to David, for which he was rewarded afterwards with high honors, but all that he became as servant of David. Under David the Regius priesthood began to grow towards the importance which it from that time forward had. This king exercised unfettered control over the sanctuary of the ark which stood in his citadel, as also over the appointment of the priests, who were merely his officials. Alongside of Abiathar he placed Zadok, and subsequently Ira also, as well as some of his own sons. For when it is stated in 2 Sam 8:18 that the sons of David were priests, the words must not out of regard to the Pentateuch be twisted so as to mean something different from what they say. We also, 1 Kings 4:5, find the son of the prophet Nathan figuring as a priest, and on the other hand the son of Zadok holding a high secular office, ver. 2. Even at this date the line of demarcation afterwards drawn between holy and non-holy persons has no existence. What under David was still wanting to the institution of the royal worship and the regious priests, a fixed center, was added by the erection of the temple under his successor. At the beginning of Solomon's reign there was still no Israelite place of sacrifice such as sufficed for the greater contingencies. He was compelled to celebrate his accession at the great Bama at Gibeon, a town in the neighborhood of Jerusalem, which, although it had been subjugated for a considerable time, was still entirely Canaanite. He now took care to make it possible that his colossal festivals should be celebrated at his own sanctuary. And next he made Zadok its priest after having previously deposed and relegated to his patrimonial property at Anathoth, a village adjoining Jerusalem, the aged Abiathar, a man of pure and honorable priestly descent. On account of the support he had given to the legitimate heir to the crown, thereby bringing to pass the fate with which the once so proud and powerful family of Eli had in 1 Sam 2, been threatened. Doubtless other priests also by degrees attached themselves to the family of Zadok, and ultimately came even to call themselves his sons, just as the Rechabites regarded Jonathan ben Rechab. Or the children of the prophets, one or other of the great prophets, as their father. Regarding their sanctuaries as their own private property, precisely as Micah does in the classical instance recorded in Judges 17:18. And proceeding quite untrammeled in the appointment and removal of the officials employed, neither do these early kings hesitate in the least to exercise personally the rights which had emanated from themselves, and been delegated to others. Of Saul, who indeed was in the habit of delegating but seldom, and of doing with his own hand all that required to be done, it is several times mentioned that he sacrificed in person. And it is clear that this is not brought as a charge against him in 1 Sam 14 and 15. David sacrificed on the occasion of his having successfully brought the ark to Jerusalem. That it was he himself who officiated appears from the fact that he wore the priestly ephod, the ephod bad, and at the close of the offering pronounced the benediction, 2 Sam 6. 14:18. In the same way was the consecration of the temple conducted by Solomon. It was he who went before the altar, and after praying there upon his knees with outstretched arms, rose and blessed the people, 1 Kings 8. 22, 54, 53, doubtless also it was he who with his own hands offered the first sacrifice. The priest's technical skill is necessary only for inquiring of the oracle before the ephod, 1 Sam 14. 18. 3. These beginnings are continued in the history of the priesthood after the division of the kingdom. Jeroboam I, the founder of the kingdom of Israel, is treated by the historian as the founder also of Israel's worship in so far as the latter differed from the Judean ideal. He made the 2 calves of gold, and set them up at Bethel and at Dan. He made the Bamoth houses and made priests from the mass of the people, who were not of the sons of Levi, and ordained a feast in the 8th month and ascended to the altar to burn incense, 1 Kings 12. 28 Seek, 13. 33. Here indeed after the well-known manner of pious pragmatism retrospective validity is given to the Deuteronomic law which did not come into force until 3 centuries afterwards. And judgment is thus passed in accordance with a historically inadmissible standard. Moreover, the facts on which the judgment is based are on the one hand too much generalized, and on the other hand laid too exclusively to the charge of Jeroboam. The first king bears the weight of all the sins in worship of all his successors and of the whole body of the people. But the recognition of the sovereign priesthood of the ruler, of the formative influence which he exercised over the worship, is just. The most important temples were royal ones, and the priests who attended at them were the king's priests, Amos 7:10 seek. When therefore Jehu overthrew the house of Ahab, he did not extirpate all its members merely, and its officials and courtiers, but also its priests as well. They too were servants of the crown and in positions of trust, 2 Kings x. 11, comp 1 Kings 4:5. The statement that they were chosen at the pleasure of the king is therefore to be taken as implying that, as in David's and Solomon's time, so also later they could and might be chosen at pleasure. On the other hand, in point of fact the sacred office, in Dan at least, continued from the period of the judges down to the Assyrian deportation hereditary in the family of Jonathan. One must, moreover, avoid imagining that all the houses of the high places, and all the priestly posts 89 belonged to the king. It was impossible that the government should be so all-pervading in such matters. At this period most of the sanctuaries were public, but not therefore as yet on that account royal. And so also doubtless there were numerous priests who were not servants of the king. The preponderance of official cultus and of an official personnel to carry it on was counteracted in the northern kingdom by the frequent dynastic changes and the unattached particularism of the separate tribes. The conditions may be presumed to have developed themselves with great variety and freedom. Hereditary and unhereditary priests, priests with independent benefices and others in complete poverty, subsisting side by side, the variety and the equality of rights enjoyed by all is the distinguishing mark of the time. Speaking generally, however, the priesthood has distinctly consolidated itself as compared with its former condition, and gained not a little alike in number and in influence. It has become an important power in public life, without which the nation cannot be imagined. It would perhaps be somewhat bold to assert this on the strength merely of the brief and inadequate indications in the Book of Kings, which is chiefly interested in the extraordinary interventions of the prophets in the course of Israel's history. But other and more authentic testimonies justify us in doing so. First of these is the blessing of Moses, an independent document of northern Israel which speaks for itself. Here we read, "Thy Thummim and thy Urim belong to the man of thy friendship, whom thou didst prove at Massah, for whom thou didst strive at the waters of Meribah. Who saith of father and mother, I have never seen them, and acknowledgeth not his brethren nor knoweth his own children, for they observe thy word and keep thy covenant, they teach Jacob thy judgments and Israel thy law. They bring savour of fat before thee and whole burnt sacrifice upon thine altar, bless, O Lord, his strength, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise up against him, and of them that hate him that they rise not again." Deuteronomy 33. 8-11. In this passage the priests appear as a strictly close corporation, so close that they are mentioned only exceptionally in the plural number, and for the most part are spoken of collectively in the singular. As an organic unity which embraces not merely the contemporary members, but also their ancestors, and which begins its life with Moses, the friend of Jehovah, who as its beginning is identified with the continuation just as the man is identified with the child out of which he has grown. The history of Moses is at the same time the history of the priests. The Urim and Thummim belong, one is not quite sure to which, but it comes to the same thing. Every priest to whom the care of an ephod has been entrusted interrogates before it the sacred oracle. The first relative clause relating to Moses passes over without change of subject into one that refers to the priests, so that the singular immediately falls into plural and the plural back to the singular. Yet this so strongly marked solidarity of the priesthood as a profession rests by no means upon the natural basis of family or clan unity. It is not blood, but on the contrary the abnegation of blood that constitutes the priest, as is brought out with great emphasis. He must act for Jehovah's sake as if he had neither father nor mother, neither brethren nor children. Blind prepossession in people's conceptions of Judaism has hitherto prevented the understanding of these words, but they are thoroughly unambiguous. What they say is, that in consecrating himself to the service of Jehovah a man abandons his natural relationships, and severs himself from family ties. Thus, with the brotherhood of the priests in northern Israel the case is precisely similar as with that of the religious guilds of the sons of the prophets, the Rechabites, and doubtless too the Nazarites, Amos 2:11 seek. Also native there. Whosoever chose, or whomsoever he chose, was made priest by Jeroboam, such is the expression of the Deuteronomic redactor of the Book of Kings, 1 Kings 13:33. A historical example of what has been said is afforded by the young Samuel, as he figures in the narrative of his early years contained in 1 Samuel 1-3. A narrative which certainly reflects the condition of things in Ephraim at the period of the monarchy. The child of a well-to-do middle-class family at Ramah, in the district of Zuph Ephraim, he is even before his birth vowed to Jehovah by his mother, and as soon as possible afterwards is handed over to the sanctuary at Shiloh. Not to become a Nazarite or one of the Nethinim in the sense of the Pentateuch, but to be a priest, for in his ministry he wears the linen ephod, the ephod bad, and even the pallium, 1 Sam 2:18-90. And it is made very plain that the mother's act, in thus giving up her son, who is properly hers, or, as she expresses it, lending him to Jehovah forever, 1 Sam 28, is regarded as a renunciation of family rights. The circumstance that it is by the parents and not by Samuel himself that the consecration is made makes no material difference. The one thing is on the same plane with the other, and doubtless occurred as well as the other, although seldomer. But, on the other hand, it can hardly have been the rule that any one should abandon not parents and brethren merely, but also wife and children as well in order to enter the priesthood, in Deuteronomy 33:9. This is adduced only as an extreme instance of the spirit of self-sacrifice. In any case it is not to be inferred that celibacy was demanded, but only that the priestly office was often barely sufficient to support the man, not to speak of a family. So fixed and influential, so independent and exclusive had the priesthood become at the date of the composition of the blessing of Moses, that it takes a place of its own alongside of the tribes of the nation, is itself a tribe, constituted. However, not by blood, but by community of spiritual interests. Its importance is brought into clearness even by the opposition which it encounters, and which occasions so vigorous a denunciation of its enemies that one might well believe the person who committed it to writing to have been himself a priest. The cause of the hostility is not stated, but it seems to be directed simply against the very existence of a professional and firmly organized clergy, and to proceed from laymen who hold fast by the rites of the old priestless days. Next to the blessing of Moses, the discourses of Hosea contain our most important materials for an estimate of the priesthood of northern Israel. How important that institution was for public life is clear from his expressions also. The priests are the spiritual leaders of the people. The reproach that they do not fulfill their high vocation proves in the first place that they have it. Degenerate they are, to be sure. In Hosea's representation they are seen in the same light as that in which the sons of Eli appear as described in 1 Sam 2:22 seek. From which description one conjectures the author to have derived his colors from a state of matters nearer his own day than the period of the judges. The priests of Shechem are even taxed by the prophet with open highway robbery, 6:9, and in one charge after another he accuses them of taking advantage of their office for base gain, of neglecting its most sacred duties, and in this way having the principal blame for the ruin of the people. Hear the word of Jehovah, ye children of Israel, for the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. 2. There is swearing, and lying, and killing, and stealing, and committing adultery, they use violence and add murder to murder. 3. Therefore the land mourneth, and every creature that dwelleth therein languisheth, even to the wild beasts of the field and the fowls of heaven, and even the fishes of the sea are taken away. 4. Yet let no man strive and no man reprove. For the people do just as their priests. 5. Therefore shall ye, priests, stumble on that day, and also the prophets with you on that night, and I will destroy your kin. 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because ye yourselves reject knowledge, I will therefore reject you that ye shall be no longer priests unto me, ye have forgotten the doctrine of your God, so will I forget your children. 7. The more they are, the more they sin against me, their glory they turn into shame. 8. They eat up the sin of my people, and they set their heart on their iniquity. 9. And it shall be as with the people so with the priest. I will punish them for their ways and requite them for their doings. 10. They shall eat and not have enough, they shall commit whoredom and shall not increase, because they have ceased to take heed to the Lord. Hos 4. 1-10. 91 In the northern kingdom, according to this, the spiritual ascendancy of the priests over the people seems hardly to have been less than that of the prophets, and if in the history we hear less about it. 92 The explanation is to be sought in the fact that they labored quietly and regularly in limited circles, taking no part in politics, and fully submissive to the established order. And that for this reason they attracted less notice and were less talked about than the prophets who, like Elijah and Elisha, stirred up Israel by their extraordinary and oppositional action. 4. In Judah the nucleus of the development was the same as in Israel. The idea that in Judah the genuine Mosaic priesthood had by the grace of God been maintained, while in Israel, on the other hand, a schismatic priesthood had intruded itself by the favor of the king in man's device, is that of the later Judeans who had the last word, and were therefore of course in the right. The Ben Zadok of Jerusalem as contrasted with the Ben Eli whom they superseded were originally illegitimate, if one may venture to apply a conception which at that time was quite unknown, and did not inherit their right from the fathers, but had it from David and Solomon. They always remained in this dependent condition, they at all times walked, as 1 Sam 2:35 has it, before Jehovah's anointed, as his servants and officers. To the kings the temple was a part of their palace which, as is shown by 1 Kings 7 and 2 Kings 11, stood upon the same hill and was contiguous with it. They placed their threshold alongside of that of Jehovah, and made their doorposts adjoined to his, so that only the wall intervened between Jehovah and them. Ezek 43. 8. They shaped the official cultus entirely as they chose, and regarded the management of it, at least so far as one gathers from the epitome of the Book of the Kings, as the main business of their government. They introduced new usages and abolished old ones, and as they did so the priests always bent to their will and were merely their executive organs. 93 That they were at liberty to offer sacrifice also is a thing of course. They did it, however, only on exceptional occasions, such as, perhaps, at the dedication of a new altar, 2 Kings 16. 12, 13. Even with Jeremiah, who as a rule does not consider sacrifice and drawing near to Jehovah, Number 16:5, as every man's business, the king as such is held to be also the supreme priest. For at the beginning of the exile and the foreign domination his hope for the future is, their potentates shall be of themselves, and their governor shall proceed from the midst of them, and I will cause him to draw near. And he shall approach unto me. For who else should have the courage to approach unto me? Saith the Lord. XXX. 21. Ezekiel is the first to protest against dealing with the temple as a royal dependency. For him the prerogative of the prince is reduced to this, that it is his duty to support the public cultus at his own expense. The distinction between the Judean and the Israelite priesthood did not exist at first, but arose out of the course of events. The sheltered and quiet life of the little state in the south presents a marked contrast with the external and internal conflicts, the easily raised turmoil, of the northern kingdom. In the latter, the continual agitation brought extraordinary personalities up to the surface; in the former, institutions based upon the permanent order of things and supported by permanent powers were consolidated. 94. Naturally the monarchy itself benefited most by this stability. The king's cultus, which in the kingdom of Samaria was in no position to supersede the popular and independent worship, easily obtained a perceptible preponderance in the smaller Judah. The king's priesthood, which in the former was incidentally involved in disaster by the overthrow of the dynasty, in the latter gained in strength side by side with the house of David. Even Aaron and Amminadab were according to the priestly code related to the royal family, as Jehoiada and Ahaziah were in actual fact. Thus at an early period was the way paved for the act of uniformity by which Josiah made the king's cultus the official and the only one. One effect which accompanied the measures he took was naturally the exclusive legitimation of the king's priesthood at Jerusalem. But the principle of heredity had already pervaded the other priestly families so thoroughly that to enter any secular calling was nowhere expected of them. The Deuteronomic legislator had conferred upon them the right of carrying on their office at Jerusalem, and of executing it there on behalf of anyone who requested their services. But this regulation, from the opposition of the Ben Zadok, was found on the whole impracticable, 2 Kings 23:9, although doubtless some extraneous elements may at that time have succeeded in making their way into the temple nobility. The bulk of the priests of the high places who had been superseded had to content themselves, since they could not now get rid of their spiritual character, with being degraded among their brethren at Jerusalem, and with admission to a subordinate share in the service of the sanctuary. Comp. 1 Sam 2:36. It was thus, at the close of the pre-exilic history, that the distinction between priests and Levites arose, to which Ezekiel is at pains to give the sanction of law. 3:1. On the whole, it is easy here to bring the successive strata of the Pentateuch into coordination with the recognizable steps of the historical development. In the Yahwistic legislation there is no word of priests, Exodus XX-23:34. And even such precepts as, "Thou shalt not go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon," Exodus XX:26, are directed to the general, thou, that is, to the people. With this corresponds the fact that in the solemn ratification of the covenant of Sinai, Exodus 24:3-8, it is young men of the children of Israel who officiate as sacrificers. Elsewhere in the Yahwist Aaron, Exodus 4:14-32. 1 Seek. And Moses, 33:7-11, Deuteronomy 33:8, figure as the founders of the clerical order. Twice, in Exodus 19:22 and 32:29, mention is made of other priests besides, but Exodus 32:29 rests upon Deuteronomy, and even Exodus 19:22 can hardly have been an original constituent of one of the Yahwistic sources. 2. In Deuteronomy the priests, as compared with the judges and the prophets, take a very prominent position, 16:18-18. 22, and constitute a clerical order, hereditary in numerous families, whose privilege is uncontested and therefore also does not require protection. Here now for the first time begins the regular use of the name of Levites for the priests, a name of which the consideration has been postponed until now. In the pre-exilic literature apart from the Pentateuch it occurs very seldom. First in the prophets, once in the book of Jeremiah, 33:17-22, in a passage which in any case is later than the capture of Jerusalem by the Chaldeans, and certainly was not written by Jeremiah. 95. The use of the name is an established thing in Ezekiel, 573 BC. And henceforward occurs without interruption in the writings of the later prophets, a sign that its earlier absence is not to be explained as accidental, not even in Jeremiah, who speaks so frequently of the priests. 96. In the historical books the Levites, leaving out of account 1 Sam 6:15, 2 Sam 15:24, and 1 Kings 8:4-12. 31, 97 occur only in the two appendices to the book of Judges, chaps 17, 18, and 19, XX. Of which, however, the second is unhistorical and late, and only the first is certainly pre-exilic. But in this case it is not the Levites who are spoken of, as elsewhere, but a Levite, who passes for a great rarity, and who is forcibly carried off by the tribe of Dan, which has none. Now this Jonathan, the ancestor of the priests of Dan, notwithstanding that he belongs to the tribe of Judah, is represented as a descendant of Gershom the son of Moses, Judges 18:30. The other ancient priestly family that goes back to the period of the Judges, the Ephraimitic, of Shiloh, appears also to be brought into connection with Moses, at least in 1 Sam 2. 27, a passage, however, which is certainly post-Deuteronomic, where Jehovah is spoken of as having made himself known to the ancestors of Eli in Egypt, and as thereby having laid the foundation for the bestowal of the priesthood. It is clearly Moses who is thought of as the recipient of the revelation. Historical probability admits of the family being traced back to Phinehas, who during the early period of the Judges was priest of the Ark, and from whom the inheritance on Mount Ephraim and also the second son of Eli were named. It is not to be supposed that he is the mere shadow of his younger namesake, as the latter predeceased his father and was of quite secondary importance beside him. But Phinehas is both in the priestly code and in Josh 24. 33, the son of Eleazar, and Eleazar is, according to normal tradition, indeed a son of Aaron, but according to the sound of his name, Eleazar, a son of Moses along with Gershom. Between Aaron and Moses in the Yahwistic portion of the Pentateuch no great distinction is made, if Aaron, in contradistinction from his brother, is characterized as the Levite, Exodus 4. 14, Moses on the other hand bears the priestly staff, is over the sanctuary, and has Joshua to assist him as Eli had Samuel, Exodus 33. 7-11, plainly the older claims are his. In the main Yahwistic source, in J, Aaron originally does not occur at all, 98 neither is he mentioned in Deuteronomy 33. 8. In the genealogies of the priestly code one main branch of the tribe of Levi is still called, like the eldest son of Moses, Gershom, and another important member is actually called Mushi, i.e., the Mosate. It is not impossible that the holy office may have continued in the family of Moses, and it is very likely that the two oldest houses in which it was hereditary, those at Dan and at Shiloh, may have claimed in all seriousness to have been descended from him. Afterwards, as Deuteronomy 33. 8 informs us, all priests honored Moses as their father, not as being the head of their clan but as being the founder of their order. The same took place in Judah, but there the clerical guild ultimately acquired a hereditary character, and the order became a sort of clan. Levite, previously an official name, now became a patronymic at the same time, and all the Levites together formed a blood kinship, 99 a race which had not received any land of its own indeed, but in compensation had obtained the priesthood for its heritage. This hereditary clergy was alleged to have existed from the very beginning of the history of Israel, and even then as a numerous body, consisting of many others besides Moses and Aaron. Such is the representation made by Deuteronomist and subsequent writers, but in Deuteronomy we read chiefly of the Levites in the provincial towns of Judah and of the priests, the Levites in Jerusalem, seldom of Levi as a whole, X 8 18. 100. That the hereditary character of the priesthood is here antedated and really first arose in the later period of the kings, has already been shown in the particular instance of the sons of Zadok of Jerusalem, who were at first parvenus and afterwards became the most legitimate of the legitimate. But it is very remarkable how this artificial construction of a priestly family, a construction which has absolutely nothing perplexing in itself, was suggested and favored by the circumstance that in remote antiquity there once actually did exist a veritable tribe of Levi which had already disappeared before the period of the rise of the monarchy. This tribe belonged to the group of the four oldest sons of Leah, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, who are always enumerated together in this order, and who settled on both sides of the Dead Sea, towards the wilderness. Singularly no one of them succeeded in holding its own except Judah, all the others became absorbed among the inhabitants of the wilderness or in other branches of their kindred. The earliest to find this destiny were the two tribes of Simeon and Levi, in Gen 49. Regarded as one, in consequence of a catastrophe which must have befallen them at some time during the period of the Judges. Simeon and Levi are brethren, their shepherd staves are weapons of slaughter, O my soul, come not thou into their assembly. Mine honor, be thou far from their band. For they slew men in their anger, and in their self-will they houghed oxen. Cursed be their anger, so fierce, and their wrath, so cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them over Israel. Gen 49. 5-7. The offense of Simeon and Levi here rebuked cannot have been committed against Israelites, for in such a case the thought could not have occurred, which is here emphatically repelled, that Jacob, that is to say, Israel as a whole, could have made common cause with them. What is here spoken of must be some crime against the Canaanites, very probably the identical crime which is charged upon the two brothers in Gen 34, and which there also Jacob, ver. 30, repudiates, the treacherous attack upon Shechem and massacre of its inhabitants, in disregard of the treaty which had been made. In Judges 9, it is related that Shechem, until then a flourishing town of the Canaanites, with whom moreover Israelite elements were already beginning to blend, was conquered and destroyed by Abimelech. But it is quite impossible to bring into any connection with this the violent deed of Simeon and Levi, which must have taken place earlier, although also within the period of the Judges. The consequences of their act, the vengeance of the Canaanites, the two tribes had to bear alone, Israel, according to the indication given in Gen 49. 6, 34. 30, did not feel any call to interfere on their behalf or make common cause with them. Thus they fell to pieces and passed out of sight, in the opinion of their own nation a just fate. In the historical books they are never again mentioned. It is quite impossible to regard this Levi of the book of Genesis as a mere shadow of the caste which towards the end of the monarchy arose out of the separate priestly families of Judah. The utterance given in Gen 49. 5-7 puts the brothers on an exact equality, and assigns to them an extremely secular and bloodthirsty character. There is not the faintest idea of Levi's sacred calling or of his dispersion as being conditioned thereby. The dispersion is a curse and no blessing, an annihilation and no establishment of his special character. But it is equally an impossibility to derive the caste from the tribe. There is no real connection between the two, all the intermediate links are wanting, the tribe succumbed at an early date, and the rise of the caste was very late, and demonstrably from unconnected beginnings. But in these circumstances the coincidence of name is also very puzzling. Levi the third son of Jacob, perhaps a mere patronymic derived from his mother Leah, and Levi the official priest. If it were practicable to find a convincing derivation of Levi in its later use from the appellative meaning of the root, then one might believe the coincidence to be merely fortuitous, but it is impossible to do so. The solution therefore has been suggested that the violent dissolution of the tribe in the period of the Judges led the individual Levites, who now were landless, to seek their maintenance by the exercise of sacrificial functions. This lay to their hand and was successful because Moses the man of God had belonged to their number and had transmitted to them by hereditary succession a certain preferential claim to the sacred office. But at that time priestly posts were not numerous, and such an entrance of the Levites en masse into the service of Jehovah in that early time is in view of the infrequency of the larger sanctuaries a very difficult assumption. It is perhaps correct to say that Moses actually was descended from Levi, and that the later significance of the name Levite is to be explained by reference to him. In point of fact, the name does appear to have been given in the first instance only to the descendants of Moses, and not to have been transferred until a later period to those priests as a body, who were quite unconnected with him by blood, but who all desired to stand related to him as their head. Here it will never be possible to get beyond conjecture. 3. While the clerical tribe of the Levites is still brought forward only modestly in Deuteronomy, x. 8 seek. 18, 1, Josh, 13. 14, 33, it is dealt with in very real earnest in the priestly code. The tribe of Levi, number I, 47, 49, 3. 6, 17. 3, 18. 2, is given over by the remaining tribes to the sanctuary, is catalogued according to the genealogical system of its families, reckons 22,000 male members, and even receives a sort of tribal territory, the 48 Levitical cities, Josh, 21. At the beginning of this chapter we have already spoken of a forward step made in the priestly code, connected with this enlargement of the clergy, but of much greater importance. Hitherto the distinction has been between clergy and laity, while here there is introduced the great division of the order itself into sons of Aaron and Levites. Not in Deuteronomy only, but everywhere in the Old Testament, apart from Ezra, Nehemiah, and Chronicles. Levite is the priest's title of honor. 101 Aaron himself is so styled in the often quoted passage, Exodus 4:14, and that too to denote his calling, not his family, for the latter he has in common with Moses, from whom, nevertheless, it is intended to distinguish him by the style, thy brother the Levite. In Deuteronomy we are struck by the deliberate emphasis laid on the equal right of all the Levites to sacrificial service in Jerusalem, the priests, the Levites. The whole tribe of Levi shall have no portion or inheritance with Israel, they shall eat the offerings of Jehovah and his inheritance. And if a Levite come from any of thy cities out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come to the place which Jehovah shall choose, then he shall minister in the name of Jehovah his God as all his brethren the Levites do who stand there before Jehovah. Deuteronomy 18:1, 6, 7. Here the legislator has in view his main enactment, viz. the abolition of all places of worship except the Temple of Solomon. Those who had hitherto been the priests of these could not be allowed to starve. Therefore it is that he impresses it so often and so earnestly on the people of the provinces that in their sacrificial pilgrimages to Jerusalem they ought not to forget the Levite of their native place, but should carry him with them. For an understanding of the subsequent development this is very important, in so far as it shows how the position of the Levites outside of Jerusalem was threatened by the centralization of the worship. In point of fact, the good intention of the Deuteronomist proved impossible of realization. With the high places fell also the priests of the high places, in so far as they continued to have any part at all in the sacred service. They had to accept a position of subordination under the sons of Zadok, 2 Kings 23:9. Perhaps Graf was correct in referring to this the prophecy of 1 Sam 2:36 according to which the descendants of the fallen house of Eli are to come to the firmly established Regius priest, to beg for an alms, or to say, put me, I pray thee, into one of the priest's offices, that I may eat a piece of bread. That historically the deposed Levites had no very intimate connection with those ancient companions in misfortune is no serious objection to such an interpretation in the case of a post-Deuteronomic writer. In this way arose as an illegal consequence of Josiah's reformation the distinction between priests and Levites. With Ezekiel this distinction is still an innovation requiring justification and sanction. With the priestly code it is a statute forever, although even yet not absolutely undisputed. As appears from the priestly version of the story of Korah's company. 102 for all Judaism subsequent to Ezra, and so for Christian tradition. The priestly code in this matter also has been authoritative. Instead of the Deuteronomic formula, the priests the Levites, we henceforward have, the priests and the Levites, particularly in Chronicles 103 and in the ancient versions the old usus locendi is frequently corrected. 104. The copestone of the sacred structure reared by the legislation of the middle books of the Pentateuch is the high priest. As the Aaronites are above the Levites, so is Aaron himself above his sons. In his person culminates the development of the unity of worship inaugurated by Deuteronomy and the agency of Josiah. No figure of such incomparable importance occurs anywhere else in the Old Testament. A high priest of preeminent sanctity is still unknown to Ezekiel even before the exile. It is true, the temple worship at Jerusalem had become so magnificent and its personnel so numerous as to render necessary an orderly division of offices and a gradation of ranks. In Jeremiah's time the priests constituted a guild divided into classes or families with elders at their head. The principal priest had a potent voice in the appointment of his inferior colleagues. 1 Sam 2:36. Alongside of him stood the second priest, the keepers of the threshold, the captain of the watch as holders of prominent charges. 105 But in the law the position of Aaron is not merely superior but unique, like that of the Pope in relation to the episcopate. His sons act under his oversight. Number 3. 4. He alone is the one fully qualified priest, the embodiment of all that is holy in Israel. He alone bears the Urim and Thummim and the ephod. The priestly code indeed no longer knows what those articles are for, and it confounds the ephod of gold with the ephod of linen, the plated image with the priestly robe. But the dim recollections of these served to enhance the magical charm of Aaron's majestic adornment. He alone may enter into the Holy of Holies and there offer incense, the way at other times inaccessible, nay 6. 10:11, is open to him on the great day of atonement. Only in him, at a single point and in a single moment, has Israel immediate contact with Jehovah. The apex of the pyramid touches heaven. The high priest stands forth as absolutely sovereign in his own domain. Down to the exile, as we have seen, the sanctuary was the property of the king, and the priest was his servant. Even in Ezekiel, who on the whole is laboring towards emancipation, the prince has nevertheless a very great importance in the temple still. To him the dues of the people are paid, and the sacrificial expenses are in return defrayed by him. In the priestly code, on the other hand, the dues are paid direct into the sanctuary, the worship is perfectly autonomous, and has its own head, holding not from man but from the grace of God. Nor is it merely the autonomy of religion that is represented by the high priest, he exhibits also its supremacy over Israel. He does not carry scepter and sword, nowhere, as Vatka, p. 539, well remarks, is any attempt made to claim for him secular power. But just in virtue of his spiritual dignity, as the head of the priesthood, he is head of the theocracy, and so much so that there is no room for any other alongside of him. A theocratic king beside him cannot be thought of, number 27. 21. He alone is the responsible representative of the collective nation, the names of the 12 tribes are written on his breast and shoulders. His transgression involves the whole people in guilt, and is atoned for as that of the whole people, while the princes, when their sin offerings are compared with his, appear as mere private persons, Leviticus 4. 3, 13, 22, 9. 7, 16. 6. His death makes an epoch, it is when the high priest, not the king, dies that the fugitive slayer obtains his amnesty, number 35. 28. At his investiture he receives the chrism like a king, and is called accordingly the anointed priest. He is adorned with the diadem and tiara, Ezek 21. 31, AV 26, like a king, and like a king too he wears the purple, that most unpriestly of all raiment, of which he therefore must divest himself when he goes into the Holy of Holies, Leviticus 16. 4. What now can be the meaning of this fact, that he who is at the head of the worship, in this quality alone, and without any political attributes besides, or any share in the government, is at the same time at the head of the nation? What but that civil power has been withdrawn from the nation and is in the hands of foreigners, that Israel has now merely a spiritual and ecclesiastical existence. In the eyes of the priestly code Israel in point of fact is not a people, but a church. Worldly affairs are far removed from it and are never touched by its laws, its life is spent in religious services. Here we are face to face with the Church of the Second Temple, the Jewish hierocracy, in a form possible only under foreign domination. It is customary indeed to designate in the law by the ideal, or in other words blind, name of theocracy that which in historical reality is usually called hierarchy. But to imagine that with the two names one has gained a real distinction is merely to deceive oneself. But, this self-deception accomplished, it is easy further to carry back the hierocratic churchly constitution to the time of Moses, because it excludes the kingship. And then either to assert that it was kept secret throughout the entire period of the judges and the monarchy, or to use the fiction as a lever by which to dislocate the whole of the traditional history. To anyone who knows anything about history it is not necessary to prove that the so-called Mosaic theocracy, which nowhere suits the circumstances of the earlier periods, and of which the prophets, even in their most ideal delineations of the Israelite state as it ought to be, have not the faintest shadow of an idea, is, so to speak, a perfect fit for post-Exilian Judaism, and had its actuality only there. Foreign rulers had then relieved the Jews of all concern about secular affairs, they had it in their power, and were indeed compelled to give themselves wholly up to sacred things, in which they were left completely unhampered. Thus the temple became the sole center of life, and the prince of the temple the head of the spiritual commonwealth, to which also the control of political affairs, so far as these were still left to the nation. naturally fell, there being no other head. 106 The chronicler gave a corresponding number of high priests to the twice 12 generations of 40 years each, which were usually assumed to have elapsed between the Exodus and the building of Solomon's temple. And again between that and the close of the captivity. The official terms of office of these high priests, of whom history knows nothing, have taken the place of the reigns of judges and kings, according to which reckoning was previously made. 1 Chron. v. 29, seek. One sees clearly from Sirach L, and from more than one statement of Josephus, e.g., Ant. 18. 4, 3, XX. 1, 11, how in the decorations of Aaron, where, however, the Urim and Thummim were wanting, nay 7. 65, people reverenced a transcendent majesty which had been left to the people of God as in some sense a compensation for the earthly dignity which had been lost. Under the rule of the Greeks the high priest became ethnarch and president of the Synedrium. Only through the pontificate was it possible for the Hasmoneans to attain to power. But when they conjoined it with full-blown secular sovereignty, they created a dilemma to the consequences of which they succumbed. V. The endowment of the clergy. The power and independence of the clergy run parallel with its material endowment, which accordingly passes through the same course of development. Its successive steps are reflected even in the language that is employed, in the gradual loss of point sustained by the phrase, to fill the hand, at all times used to denote ordination. Originally it cannot have had any other meaning than that of filling the hand with money or its equivalent. We have seen that at one time the priest was appointed by the owner of a sanctuary for a salary, and that, without being thus dependent upon a particular employer, he could not then live on the income derived from those who might employ him sacrificially. But when the Levitical hereditary priesthood arose in the later kingdom of Judah, the hands of the priests were no longer filled by another who had the right to appoint and to dismiss, but they themselves at God's command, filled their own hand. Or rather they had done so in the days of Moses once for all, as is said in Exodus 32, 26-29, an insertion corresponding with the position of Deuteronomy. It is obvious that such a statement, when carefully looked at, is absurd, but is to be explained by the desire to protest against outside interference. Even here the etymological sense is still sufficiently felt to create an involuntary jar and leads to a change of the construction. But finally all sense of it is lost, and the expression becomes quite colorless. To fill the hand means simply to consecrate. In Ezekiel not only the priest but also the altar has its hand filled, 43. 26. In the priestly code the abstract milieuim, consecrations, is chiefly used, with subject and object left out, as the name of a mere inaugural ceremony which lasts for several days, Leviticus 8. 33, Exodus 29. 34, essentially consists in the bringing of an offering on the part of the person to be consecrated, and has no longer even the remotest connection with actual filling of the hand, 2 Chron. 13. 7, Comp 29. 31. The verb, therefore, now means simply the performance of this ceremony, and the subject is quite indifferent, Leviticus 16. 32, 21. 10, number 3. 3. The installation does not depend upon the person who performs the rite, but upon the rite itself, upon the unction, investiture, and other formalities, Exodus 29. 29. This variation in the usus locendi is the echo of real changes in the outward condition of the clergy, which we must now proceed to consider more in detail. 1. Of the offerings, it was the custom in the earlier time to dedicate a portion to the deity but to use the greater part in sacred feasts, at which a priest, if present, was of course allowed also in one way or another to participate. But he does not appear to have had a legal claim to any definite dues of flesh. Eli's sons were worthless persons, and cared not about Jehovah, or about the priest's right and duty with the people. When any man offered a sacrifice the servant of the priest came, that is all we have here to represent the 22,000 Levites, while the flesh was in seething, with a three-pronged flesh hook in his hand, and stuck it into the pan, or kettle, or cauldron, or pot. And all that the flesh hook brought up the priest took. So they did in Shiloh unto all the Israelites that came thither. Even before the fat was burnt, the servant of the priest came and said to the man that sacrificed, Give flesh to roast for the priest, he will not take sodden flesh of thee, but raw. And if the other said to him, Let the fat first be burnt, and then take according to thy soul's desire, then he would answer, Nay, but thou shalt give it now, and if not, I will take it by force. 1 Sam 2. 12-16. The tribute of raw portions of flesh before the burning of the fat is here treated as a shameless demand which is fitted to bring Jehovah's offering into contempt. Ver. 17, and which has the ruin of the sons of Eli as its merited reward. More tolerable is it, though even that is an abuse, when the priests cause boiled flesh to be brought them from the pot, though not seeking out the best for themselves, but leaving the selection to chance. They ought to wait and see what is given to them, or be contented with an invitation to the banquet. On the other hand we have it in Deuteronomy as, the priests do from the people, 18. 3 is equal to 1 Sam 2. 12, that he receives the shoulder and the 2 cheeks and the maw of the slaughtered animal, and yet this is a modest claim compared with what the sons of Aaron have in the priestly code, Leviticus 7. 34, the right leg and the breast. The course of the development is plain, the priestly code became law for Judaism. In sacrifice, its demands were those which were regarded. But in order to fulfill all righteousness the precept of Deuteronomy was also maintained. This being applied, against the obvious meaning and certainly only as a result of later scrupulosity of the scribes, not to sacrifices but to ordinary secular slaughterings, from which also accordingly the priests received a portion. The cheeks, according to Jerome on Mal. 2, 3, including the tongue, the precept being thus harmonistically doubled. 107 At an earlier date the priests at Jerusalem received money from those who employed them, Deuteronomy 18. 8, but for this had the obligation of maintaining the temple. From this one can discern that the money was properly speaking paid to the sanctuary, and was only conditionally delivered to its servitors. When they failed to observe the condition, King Jehoash took the money also from them, 2 Kings 12. 7 Seek. The meal offerings are in the priestly code a subordinate matter, and the share that falls to the priests is here trifling compared with what they receive of the other sacrifices. The meal, of which only a handful is sprinkled upon the altar, the baked bread, and the mina altogether are theirs entirely, so also the sin and trespass offerings so frequently demanded. Of which God receives only the blood and the fat and the offer nothing at all. Ezek. 44, 29. Of the burnt offering at least the skin falls to their lot, these perquisites, however, none of them in their definite form demonstrably old, and some of them demonstrably the reverse. May be presumed to have had their analogues in the earlier period, so that they cannot be regarded absolutely as augmentation of the priestly income. In Josiah's time the Maccith were among the principal means of support of the priests, 2 Kings 23. 9, doubtless they came for the most part from the mina. Instead of sin and trespass offerings, which are still unknown to Deuteronomy, there were formerly sin and trespass dues in the form of money payments to the priests, payments which cannot, however, have been so regular, 2 Kings 12. 17. It is as if money payments were in the eye of the law too profane, for atonement there must be shedding of blood. That the skin of the holocaust, which cannot well be consumed on the altar, should fall to the priest is so natural an arrangement, that one will hardly be disposed to regard it as new. Although Ezekiel is silent about a due which was not quite worthless, 44. 28-31. So far then as departures from earlier custom can be shown in the sacrificial dues enjoined by the priestly code, they must not indeed be treated as purely local differences. But neither are they to be regarded as on the whole showing a serious raising of the tariff. But in the code the sacrificial dues are only a subordinate part of the income of the priests. In Deuteronomy the priests are entirely thrown upon the sacrifices, they live upon them, 18. 1, and upon invitations to the sacred banquets, 12. 12, 18 Seek. If they are not exercising the priestly function they must starve, 1 Sam 2. 36, on the other hand, the Aaronidi of the priestly code do not need to sacrifice at all, and yet have means of support. For their chief revenue consists of the rich dues which must be paid them from the products of the soil. 2. The dues falling to the priests according to the law were all originally offerings, the regular offerings which had to be brought on the festivals. And these all originally were for sacred banquets, of which the priests received nothing more than the share which was generally customary. This is true in the first instance of the male firstlings of cattle. As we have seen in the chapter on the sacred feasts, these are sacrifices and sacrificial meals, alike in the Yahwistic legislation and in the Yahwistic narrative of the Exodus and of Abel. As were all the offerings brought by private individuals in the olden time. When in Exodus 22:29 it is said that they must be given to Jehovah, this does not mean that they must be given to the priests. No such thing is anywhere said in the Book of the Covenant. Matters still stand on essentially the same footing in Deuteronomy also, thou shalt sanctify them unto Jehovah, thou shalt not plough with the firstling of the bullock, nor shear the firstling of thy sheep. Thou shalt eat it before Jehovah year by year in the place which he shall choose, and if there be any blemish therein, thou shalt not offer it to Jehovah thy God. Deuteronomy 15:19-20. To sanctify to Jehovah, to eat before Jehovah, to offer to Jehovah, are here three equivalent ideas. If now, in number 18:15 seek. Every first birth is assigned without circumlocution to the priest, and a special paschal offering is appointed in addition, this can only be understood as the last phase in the development. Partly because the idea of dues altogether is secondary to that of offerings, and partly because the immense augmentation in the income of the priests points to an increase of the hierocratic power. Ezekiel does not yet reckon the firstlings among the revenues of the clergy. 44:28-31. The praxis of Judaism, on the other hand, since Nax 37, is regulated, as usual, in accordance with the norm of the priestly code. The tithe also is originally given to God, and treated just as the other offerings are, that is to say, it is not appropriated by the priests, but eaten by those who bring it in sacred banquets. It does not occur in the Yahwistic legislation, but Jacob dedicates it, Gen 28:22, to the God of Bethel, a place where, although the whole story is a projection out of a later time, it would hardly be in harmony with the conceptions of the narrator to think of the presence of priests. The prophet Amos, who probably represents much the same stage of the cultus as the Jehovist does, says, "Come to Bethel to transgress, to Gilgal to sin still more. And bring every morning your sacrifices, every 3 days your tithes, and offer with bread pieces of flesh to the flames, and proclaim free offerings aloud, for so ye like, ye children of Israel." Amos 4:4. Seek. He ironically recommends them to persevere in the efforts they have hitherto made in honor of God, and to double them, to offer daily, instead of, as was usual, 1 Sam, yearly at the chief festival, to pay tithes every 3 days, instead of, as was the custom, every 3 years. It is clear that the tithe here holds rank with Zebah, Todah, and Nadabah. It is a sacrifice of joy, and a splendid element of the public cultus, no mere due to the priests. Now, in this point also Deuteronomy has left the old custom, on the whole, unchanged. According to 14:22 seek. The tithe of the produce of the soil, or its equivalent in money, must be brought year by year to the sanctuary. And they're consumed before Jehovah, that is, as a sacrificial meal. Only every 3rd year it is not to be offered in Jerusalem, but is to be given as alms to the people of the locality who have no land. To which category the Levites in particular belong. This last application is an innovation, connected on the one hand with the abolition of the sanctuaries, and on the other with the tendency of the Deuteronomist to utilize festal mirth for humane ends. 108. But this is a mere trifle compared with what we find in the priestly code, where the whole tithe has become a mere due to be collected by the Levites, Nax 38:37, on behalf of the clergy, whose endowment thereby is again very largely increased. Ezekiel is silent on this point also, 44:18-31. But as the tithe is demanded in Numbers, 18:21 seek, so was it paid from the days of Nehemiah, Ex. 38:37, seek, by the church of the Second Temple. Later there was added over and above, so as to meet the divergent requirement of Deuteronomy. The so-called second tithe, which usually was consumed at Jerusalem, but in every third year was given to the poor, so Deuteronomy 26:12, LXX, and in the end the tithe for the poor was paid separately over and above the first and second, Tobit I, 7:8, Jos, Ant, 4:8-22. It is absolutely astounding that the tithe, which in its proper nature should apply only to products of definite measure, such as corn and wine and oil, Deuteronomy 14:23, comes to be extended in the priestly code to cattle also, so that besides the male firstlings every 10th head of cattle and of sheep must also be paid to the priests. This demand, however, is not yet met within Numbers 18. Nor even in Ex. 38:39, but first occurs as a novel in Leviticus 27:32, 1 Sam 8:17, whether it ever came into the actual practice of Judaism seems doubtful, in 2 Chron. 31:6 the tithe of cattle is indeed mentioned, but on the other hand the firstlings are not. In the pre-rabbinical literature no traces of it are discoverable, especially not in Philo, who knows only of the ordinary tithes due to the Levites, and not of the tithes of cattle due to the priests, de Prime. Sacerd. 6. With the tithe of the fruit of the soil the first fruits are at bottom identical, the latter were reduced to definite measure later and through the influence of the former. This is no doubt the reason why in the Yahwistic legislation tithe and first fruits are not both demanded, but only a gift of the first and best of corn, wine, and oil, left to the free discretion of the offerer. Which is conjoined with the firstling of cattle and sheep, Exodus 22:28-29. 23:19-34. 26. In a precisely similar way the tithe of the field stands conjoined with the firstlings of cattle in Deuteronomy 14:22-23-15. 19 seek. But also the reshith, usually translated firstfruits, occurs in Deuteronomy, as a payment of corn, wine, oil, and wool to the priests, 18. 4. A small portion, a basketful thereof is brought before the altar and dedicated with a significant liturgy, 26. 1 seek. It appears that it is taken from the tithe, as might be inferred from 26. 12 seek. Taken as the continuation of ver. 1-11, in one passage, 26. 2. The more general usus locendi reappears, according to which the reshith means the entire consecrated fruit, which as a whole is consumed by the offers before Jehovah, and of which the priests receive only a portion. But in the priestly code not only is the entire tithe demanded as a due of the clergy, the reshith also is demanded in addition, number 18. 12, and it is further multiplied. Inasmuch as it is demanded from the kneading trough as well as from the threshing floor, in every leavening the Allah belongs to Jehovah, 15. 20, nor is this all, to the reshith, 18. 12, are added the bikurim also, 18. 13. As something distinct. The distinction does not occur elsewhere, Exodus 34. 26, prepared fruits alone are invariably spoken of, the yield of the threshing floor and the winepress. Of which first produce, the fullness and the overflow, was to be consecrated. The fat of oil, wine, and corn is the main thing in number 18. Also. And is called reshith, ver. 12, or teruma, ver. 27, but the bikurim, ver. 13, seem to be a separate thing, and, if this be really the case, must mean those raw fruits which have ripened earliest. Judaism. Here once more molding itself essentially in accordance with the tenor of the priestly code. Actually drew this distinction, from the publication of the law through Ezra the community pledged itself to bring up yearly the bikurim to the house of Jehovah. And to deliver the reshith into the temple cells, Naex 36:35. The former was a religious solemnity, associated with processions, and the use of the ritual in Deuteronomy 26, the latter was rather a simple tax paid from natural products. A distinction which perhaps is connected with the different expressions they shall bring, number 18. 13, and they shall give, 18. 12. The LXX keeps pi alpha rho chi and pi rho omega tau omicron gamma epsilon nu iota mu alpha tau alpha strictly apart, as also do Philo, de Prime. Sacerd. 1. 2, and Josephus, Ant. 4. 4, 8, 22. 3. The amount which at last is required to be given is enormous. What originally were alternatives are thrown together, what originally was left free and undetermined becomes precisely measured and prescribed. The priests receive all the sin and trespass offerings, the greater share of the vegetable offerings, the hides of the burnt offerings, the shoulder and breast of meat offerings. Over and above are the firstlings, to which are added the tithes and firstfruits in a duplicate form, in short, all kodashim, which originally were demanded merely as ordinary meat offerings, Deuteronomy 12. 26 = ver. 6, 7, and so on, and were consumed at holy places and by consecrated guests indeed, but not by the priest. And, notwithstanding all this, the clergy are not even asked, as in Ezekiel is the prince, who there receives the dues, XLV. 13 Seek. To defray the cost of public worship, for this there is a poll tax, which is not indeed enjoined in the body of the priestly code, but which from the time of Nehemiah x. 33, 32, was paid at the rate of a third of a shekel, till a novel of the law, Exodus XXX. 15, raised it to half a shekel. 2. 1. To the endowment of the clergy and the priestly code belong finally the 48 cities assigned by Joshua in accordance with the appointment of Moses, number 35, Josh. 21. The tribes gave them up freely, the smaller giving few and the larger more, number 35. 8. The Aaronite and the 3 families of the Levites cast lots about them in 4 divisions, the sons of Aaron get 13 cities in Judah. The Levites 10 in Ephraim Manasseh, 13 in Galilee, and 12 in the territory eastward of Jordan. It is not merely the right to inhabit, but, in spite of all apologetic rationalism, the right of absolute possession that they receive, Josh. 21. 12, inclusive of a portion of land 2,000 L square, square in the strictly literal sense, number 35. 5, which serves as public common. The physical impracticability of such an arrangement has been conclusively shown, after Gramberg, by Graf, Merckx, Archiv, I, page 83. The 4 by 12 or the substituted 13 plus 10 plus 13 plus 12 cities, of which in spite of number 35. 8 for the most part 4 belong to each of the 12 tribes, are already sufficient to suggest a suspicion of artificial construction. But the regulation that a rectangular territory of 2,000 L square should be measured off as pasture for the Levites around each city, which at the same time is itself regarded only as a point, number 35. 4, might, to speak with Graf, be very well carried out perhaps in a South Russian steppe or in newly founded townships in the western states of America, but not in a mountainous country like Palestine. Where territory that can be thus geometrically portioned off does not exist, and where it is by no means left to arbitrary legal enactments to determine what pieces of ground are adapted for pasturage and what for tillage and gardening. There, too, the cities were already in existence, the land was already under cultivation, as the Israelites slowly conquered it in the course of centuries. Besides, from the time of Joshua there is not a historical trace of the existence of the Levitical cities. Quite a number of them were in the days of the judges and down to the early monarchy still in the hands of the Canaanites, Gibeon, Shechem, Gezer, Tanakh, some perhaps may even have so continued permanently. Those on the other hand which passed into the possession of the Israelites at no time belonged to the Levites. Shechem, Hebron, Ramoth, were the capital cities of Ephraim, Judah, and Gilead. And Gibeon, Gezer, Heshbon were in like manner important but by no means ecclesiastical towns. In the Deuteronomic period the Levites were scattered throughout Judah in such a manner that each locality had its own Levites or Levite. Nowhere did they live separated from the rest of the world in compact masses together, for they made their living by sacrificing for others, and without a community they could not exercise their calling. Some indeed possessed land and heritage. Such were at an earlier period the Silonic family at Gibeath-Phineas, Amaziah at Bethel, and Abiathar at Anathoth, and at a later period Jeremiah, also at Anathoth. But Anathoth, for example, was not on that account a priestly city in the sense of Joshua 21, Jeremiah had his holding there as a citizen and not as a priest, and he shared not with the priests but with the people, 37. 12. As a tribe Levi was distinguished from the other tribes precisely by holding no land, and its members joined themselves to the settled citizens and peasants, for the most part as dependent inmates, Deuteronomy x. 9:18. 1. Even after the exile, indeed, matters were not different in this respect. Ab excidio templi prioris sublatum est Levitis jus suburbiorum, says R. Nachman, B. Soda, 48b, and he is borne out by the silence of Nay X. The execution of the law was probably postponed to the days of the Messiah. It was not in truth within the power of man, and cannot be seriously demanded in the priestly code itself, which contemplates a purely ideal Israel, with ideal boundaries. And leaves the sober reality so far out of sight that on archaeological grounds it never once so much as mentions Jerusalem, the historical capital of the priests. The circumstance that these towns lay in partibus infidelium seems to make them unavailable as a means of fixing the antiquity of the priestly code. It is possible with Bleek to explain the transcendence of history as mosaicity. Such a view is not to be argued against. But it is also possible with Noldeek to insist that an invention so bold cannot possibly be imputed to the spirit of the exilic and post-exilic time, which in everything is only anxiously concerned to cleave to what is old and to restore it. And such a contention deserves and admits of refutation. It is not the case that the Jews had any profound respect for their ancient history. Rather they condemned the whole earlier development, and allowed only the Mosaic time along with its Davidic reflex to stand, in other words, not history but the ideal. The theocratic ideal was from the exile onwards the center of all thought and effort, and it annihilated the sense for objective truth, all regard and interest for the actual facts as they had been handed down. It is well known that there never have been more audacious history-makers than the rabbins. But Chronicles affords evidence sufficient that this evil propensity goes back to a very early time, its root the dominating influence of the law, being the root of Judaism itself. Judaism is just the right soil for such an artificial growth as the 48 priestly and Levitical cities. It would hardly have occurred to an author living in the monarchical period, when the continuity of the older history was still unbroken, to look so completely away from all the conditions of the then existing reality. Had he done so, he would have produced upon his contemporaries the impression merely that he had scarcely all his wits about him. But after the exile had annihilated the ancient Israel, and violently and completely broken the old connection with the ancient conditions, there was nothing to hinder from planting and partitioning the tabula rasa in thought at pleasure. Just as geographers are wont to do with their map as long as the countries are unknown. But, of course, no fancy is pure fancy, every imagination has underlying it some elements of reality by which it can be laid hold of, even should these only be certain prevailing notions of a particular period. It is clear, if a proper territory is assigned to the clergy, that the notion of the clerical tribe which already had begun to strike root in Deuteronomy has here grown and gathered strength to such a degree that even the last and differentiating distinction is abolished which separates the actual tribes from the Levites. Viz. Communal independence and the degree of concentration which expresses itself in separate settlements. For when we read, notwithstanding, in the priestly code that Aaron and Levi are to have no lot nor inheritance in Israel, number 18. 20:23, this is merely a form of speech taken over from Deuteronomy and at the same time an involuntary concession to fact. What would the 48 cities have been, had they actually existed, if not a lot, a territorial possession, and that too a comparatively large one? The general basis which serves as starting point for the historical fiction being thus far recognizable, we are able also to gain a closer view of its concrete material. The priestly and Levitical cities stand in close connection with the so-called cities of refuge. These are also appointed in Deuteronomy 19, although not enumerated by name, for Deuteronomy 4. 41-43 cannot be regarded as genuine. Originally the altars were asylums, Exodus 21. 14, 1 Kings 2. 28, some in a higher degree than others, Exodus 21. 13. In order not to abolish the asylums also along with the altars, the Deuteronomic legislator desired that certain holy places should continue as places of refuge, primarily 3 for Judah, to which, when the territory of the kingdom extended, 3 others were to be afterwards added. The priestly code adopts the arrangement, and specifies 3 definite cities on this side and 3 on the other side of Jordan, number 35, Josh, XX. 4 of which are demonstrably famous old seats of worship, all the 3 western ones, and Ramoth, that is, Mizpah, of the eastern ones, Gen 31, Judges 11. 11. But as all these asylums are at the same time priestly and Levitical cities, it is an obvious conjecture that these also in like manner arose out of old sanctuaries. We need not suppose that there is more in this than an echo of the general recollection that there were once in Israel many holy places and residences of priesthoods. It is by no means necessary to assert that each of the towns enumerated in Josh 21 had actually been an ancient sanctuary. In many cases, however, this also admits of being shown 109 although some of the most famous, or according to the later view, infamous, high places, such as Bethel, Dan, Gilgal, and Beersheba, are omitted, probably of set purpose. The immediate starting point, however, for this territorial donation to the Levites is perhaps to be sought in Ezekiel, in the picture of the future Israel which he draws at the close of his book. He concerns himself there in a thoroughgoing manner about the demarcation of the national and tribal boundaries, and in doing so sets quite freely to work, taking, so to speak, the yard measure in his hand. Leaving the land eastward of Jordan wholly to the Saracens, he divides the western portion into 13 parallel transverse sections. In the middle of the 13th, the rest of which is assigned to the prince, lying between Judah and Benjamin, the 12 tribes give up a square with a base line of 25,000 ells as a sacred offering to Jehovah. This square is divided into 3 parallelograms, 25,000 ells long, running east and west. The southernmost of these, 5,000 ells broad, includes the capital with its territory. The middle one, 10,000 ells broad, contains the temple and the priestly territory. The northernmost, also 10,000 ells broad, has the inheritance and the cities of the Levites. 110. Thus we have here also a surrender of land to the clergy on the part of the tribes. The comparison with Josh 21 is not to be put aside, all the less, because nowhere else in the Old Testament is anything similar met with. Now Ezekiel is quite transparent, and requires no interpreter but himself. In order that the temple may be protected in its sanctity in the best possible manner, it is placed in the center of the priestly territory, which in its turn is covered by the city on the south, and by the Levites on the north. At the same time the personnel connected with the function of worship is to dwell as much as possible apart on its own soil and territory, which shall serve them for separate houses to sanctify them, as is expressly remarked for the priests, 14. 4. And in an inferior degree holds good also, of course, for the Levites beside them. Here everything starts from, and has its explanation in, the temple. Its original is unmistakably the Temple of Solomon. Its site is beside the capital, in the heart of the sacred center of the land between Judah and Benjamin. There the sons of Zadok have their abode, and beside them are the Levites whom Josiah had brought up from all the country to Jerusalem. Obviously the motives are not here far to seek. In the priestly code, on the other hand, which was not in a position to shape the future freely out of the present, but was compelled to accept archaeological restrictions, the motives are historically concealed and almost paralyzed. The result has remained, namely, the holding of separate territory by the clergy, but the cause or the purpose of it can no longer be recognized on account of the sanctuary being now an abstract idea. Jerusalem and the temple, which, properly speaking, occasioned the whole arrangement, are buried in silence with a diligence which is in the highest degree surprising. And on the other hand, in remembrance of the priesthood scattered everywhere among the high places of Israel in earlier days, 48 fresh Levitical cities are created, from which, however, their proper focus, a temple to wit, is withheld only in the circumstance that precisely the 13 cities of Judah and Benjamin happen to fall to the lot of the sons of Aaron, does the influence of Jerusalem unconsciously betray itself. 2. Apart from this historical fiction, the other claims that are made for the endowment of the clergy are, however exorbitant, nevertheless practicable and seriously meant. So far as the circumstances of their origin are concerned, two possibilities present themselves. Either the priests demanded what they could hope to obtain, in which case they were actually supreme over the nation, or they set up claims which at the time were neither justified nor even possible. In which case they were not indeed quite sober, yet at the same time so sane prophetically, that centuries afterwards the revenues they dreamed of became in actuality theirs. Is it to be supposed that it was, say, Moses, who encouraged his people as they were struggling for bare life in the wilderness to concern themselves about a superabundantly rich endowment of their clergy? Or is it believed that it was in the period of the Judges, when the individual tribes and families of Israel, after having forced their way among the Canaanites, had a hard fight to maintain their position, get somehow settled in their new dwelling places and surroundings, that the thought first arose of exacting such taxes from a people that was only beginning to grow into a national unity, for an end that was altogether remote from its interest? What power could then have been able in those days, when every man did what was right in his own eyes, to compel the individual to pay? But even when actually, under the pressure of circumstances, a political organization had arisen which embraced all the tribes, it could hardly have occurred to the priests to utilize the secular arm as a means for giving to themselves a place of sovereignty. And still less could they have succeeded without the king on whom they were so completely dependent. In short, the claims they make in the law would in the pre-exilic period have been regarded as utopian in the strict sense of that word. They allow of explanation only by the circumstances which from the beginning of the Chaldean rule, and still more that of the Persians, lent themselves to the formation of a hierocracy, to which, as to the truly national and moreover divine authority, the people gave voluntary obedience, and to which the Persians also conceded rights they could not have granted to the family of David. At the very beginning of the exile, Ezekiel begins to augment the revenues of the priests, 44. 28-30, yet he still confines himself on the whole to the lines of Deuteronomy, and makes no mention of tithes and firstlings. Of the demands of the priestly code in their full extent we hear historically in Nax, for the first time. There it is stated that they were carried through by men who had the authority of Artaxerxes behind them. This was the most difficult and at the same time the most important part of the work Ezra and Nehemiah had to do in introducing the Pentateuch as the law of the Jewish Church, and that is the reason why it is so specially and minutely spoken of. Here plainly lies the material basis of the hierocracy from which the royal throne was ultimately reached. For all these dues, apart from sacrificial perquisites, flowed into a common coffer, and benefited those who had the control of this, viz. the priestly aristocracy of Jerusalem, whom it helped to rise to a truly princely position. The ordinary priests, and especially the Levites, did not gain by all this wealth. The latter indeed ought, according to law, to have had the tithes, and to have handed over the tithes of these again to the sons of Aaron, but as the general tendency of the time was to depress the Levites, this legal revenue was also gradually withdrawn from them and appropriated by the priests. Afterwards the chief priests claimed the tithes for themselves alone, while their inferior brethren had to suffer severe privation and even hunger itself, Josephus, and, XX. 8:8-9:2. Upon the difference just stated between the later practice and the law, one argument more has recently been founded against assigning the latter to the Babylonio-Persian period. Another testimony borne by tradition completely excludes the idea of the Elohistic Torah, i.e., the priestly code, having been composed by Ezra. As is well known, it is the Elohistic Torah that carefully regulates the mutual relations of priests and Levites, while Deuteronomy groups the two together without bringing forward the distinction. It is the former that assigns the tithes to the Levites, while requiring these in their turn to hand over the tithe of their tithes as a due to the priests. Such was also the practice, Naex 38 Seek, soon after the exile, i.e. 100 years later, Nay 7. 5, but subsequently the payment of the tithes to the Levites fell entirely into disuse. These were rendered immediately and exclusively to the priests, so that Hosea ben Hanina actually confesses, "We do not pay the tithes according to the command of God," Sota, 47b. But everywhere the Talmud refers this practice back to Ezra. Ezra it was who punished the Levites by withdrawal of the tithes, and that because they had not come out from Babylon, Jebum 386b, Chulun 11b. The point to be noted is that Ezra, according to the testimony of tradition, superseded a precept of the Elohistic Torah, supporting himself in this perhaps by reference to the Deuteronomic Torah. So Delitzk in the Zeitschr. Für Luth. Theol. 1877, page 448 Seek. That Ezra is not the author of the priestly code may readily be granted, only not on such an argument as this. If the genuine historical tradition expressly names Ezra as the man who introduced the Levites' tithe just as prescribed by law, Naex 38 Seek, what conscientious man can attach any weight to the opposite assertion of the Talmud? But, even assuming that the divergence of practice from the legal statute actually does go back to the time of Ezra, what would follow from that against the post-exilic origin of the priestly code? For this is what the question comes to, not to Ezra's authorship, which is made the main point by a mere piece of transparent controversial tactics. The demands of the priestly code, which demonstrably were neither laid down, nor in any sense acted on before the exile, attained the force of law 100 years after the return from Babylon, Naex. The whole taxation system of Judaism ever afterwards rested upon it. Shall this be held to have no meaning as against the trifling circumstance that the tithe also was indeed paid to the clergy, in full accordance with the priestly code? And inconsistently with ancient custom, but paid to the higher, and not to the lower order? In point of fact, any other difference whatever between Jewish practice and the law might better have been adduced against the thesis of Graf, for example, the absence of Urim and Thummim, Nay 7. 65, or of the 48 Levitical cities, the church of the returned exiles instead of that of the 12 tribes of Israel, the second temple instead of the tabernacle, Ezra instead of Moses, the sons of Zadok instead of the sons of Aaron. The absence of the other marks of Mosaicity. For the position of the Levites is the Achilles heel of the priestly code. If the Levites at a later date were still further lowered beneath the priests, and put into a worse position in favor of these, this nevertheless presupposes the distinction between the two. Let it first then be shown that the distinction is known to the genuine Old Testament, and that, in particular, it is introduced by Ezekiel not as a new thing, but as of immemorial antiquity. Or is the primary fact that the separation between priests and Levites was set up only in the priestly code and in Judaism, and that its genesis can be traced with confidence from the time of Josiah downwards? A fact of less importance than the secondary one that the distinction extended itself somewhat further still in the subsequent development of Judaism. 2. History of tradition. Pi lambda omicron nu mu iota sigma upsilon pi alpha nu tau, Hesiod. 6. Chronicles. Under the influence of the spirit of each successive age, traditions originally derived from one source were very variously apprehended and shaped. One way in the 9th and 8th centuries, another way in the 7th and 6th, and yet another in the 5th and 4th. Now, the strata of the tradition show the same arrangement as do those of the legislation. And here it makes no difference whether the tradition be legendary or historical, whether it relates to prehistoric or to historic times, the change in the prevailing ideas shows itself equally in either case. To show the truth of this in the case of the Hexateuch is of course our primary object, but we make our commencement rather with the properly historical books. For on various grounds we are here able with greater certainty to assert, such was the aspect of history at this period and such at that, such were the influences that had the ascendancy at one time, and such those which prevailed at another. We begin the inquiry where the matter is clearest, namely, with the Book of Chronicles. Chronicles, which properly speaking forms but a single book along with Ezra and Nehemiah, is a second history running parallel with the books of Samuel and Kings. And we are here in the favorable position of starting with the objects of comparison distinctly defined, instead of having as usual to begin by a critical separation of sources of various age combined in one document. And, what is more, we can also date the rival histories with tolerable certainty. The books of Samuel and of Kings were edited in the Babylonian exile. Chronicles, on the other hand, was composed fully 300 years later, after the downfall of the Persian Empire, out of the very midst of fully developed Judaism. We shall now proceed to show that the mere difference of date fully accounts for the varying ways in which the two histories represent the same facts and events. And the difference of spirit arises from the influence of the priestly code which came into existence in the interval. De Wet's critical essay on the credibility of the books of Chronicles, Beiträge, I. 1806, is throughout taken as the basis of the discussion. That essay has not been improved on by Graf, Gesch. Bucher D. A. T. page 114 seek. For here the difficulty, better grappled with by the former, is not to collect the details of evidence, but so to shape the superabundant material as to convey a right total impression. I. 1. After Jehovah had slain Saul, so begins the narrative of Chronicles, he turned the kingdom unto David the son of Jesse. All Israel gathered themselves unto David to Hebron and anointed him king over Israel, according to the word of Jehovah by Samuel, 1 Chron. X. 1-11. 3. How simply and smoothly and wholly without human intervention according to this version did the thing come to pass. Quite otherwise is it in the narrative of the book of Samuel. This also indeed has the statement of Chronicles word for word, but it has something over and above which gives a quite different aspect to the matter. Here David, on the lowest step to the throne, is the guerrilla leader in the wilderness of Judah who finally is compelled by Saul's persecutions to pass over to Philistine territory, there under the protection of the enemies of his nation, carrying on his freebooter life. After the battle of Gilboa he avails himself of the dissolution of the kingdom to set up a separate principality in the south as a vassal of the Philistines. He is not chosen, but comes with a following 600 strong, and offers himself to the elders of Judah, whom he has already at an earlier period laid under obligations to him by various favors and gifts. In the meantime Saul's cousin Abner takes over what of the kingdom there is, not for himself but for the legitimate heir Ishbaal. From Gilead, whither the government had been transferred after the great catastrophe, he gradually reconquers the territory west of Jordan, and is scheming how to recover also the lost Judah. Thus it comes to protracted struggles between Abner and David, in which fortune is most on the side of the latter, yet he does not leave the defensive or gain the sovereignty over Israel. That falls into his hands rather by treachery. Abner himself, indignant at the ingratitude of his royal nephew, offers the crown to his rival, and enters into negotiations with him about it. But as he immediately afterwards falls a victim to blood revenge, nothing comes of the matter until Ishbaal is privily murdered in his sleep by 2 of his captains. Then at last the elders of Israel come to Hebron, and David becomes king in succession to Saul. What a length of time these affairs demand, how natural is their development, how many human elements mingle in their course, cunning, and treachery, and battle, and murder. Chronicles indeed knows them all well enough, as is clear from incidental expressions in chaps 11 and 12, but they are passed over in silence. Immediately after his predecessor's death the son of Jesse is freely chosen by all Israel to be king, according to the word of Jehovah by Samuel. The sequence of X, 13, 14, 11. One does not admit of being understood in any other way, nor is it in point of fact otherwise understood, for it has actually been successful, at least to this extent. That the kingship of Ishbaal has virtually dropped out of traditional Bible history. After Saul came David is what is said. We have before us a deliberate and in its motives a very transparent mutilation of the original narrative as preserved for us in the book of Samuel. As all Israel has made David the successor of Saul, and all Israel gone out with him to the conquest of Jerusalem. 11. 4. In 2 Sam, v. 6 we hear only of David's following, so now immediately afterwards, the noblest representatives of all the tribes of Israel, who even before he had attained the throne were in sympathy and indeed already on his side, are enumerated by name and numbers in 3 lists, 11. 10 12. 40, which are introduced between what is said in 2 Sam v 1 to 1110 and in 2 Sam v 11 seek. The first, 11. 10 to 47, these are the mighty men who took part with him with all Israel to make him king, is the list of 2 Sam, 23. Which the chronicler, as he betrays in chaps. XX, 21, was acquainted with as it stood in that place, and here gives much too early, for it is for the most part warriors of David's later campaigns who are enumerated. 111 the second list, 12. 1 to 22, these are they that came to David to Ziklag, while he yet kept himself close because of Saul, is not taken from the book of Samuel, but one also observes this difference, along with old and genuine there are extremely common names. And hardly one that occurs here only. The notes of ancestry carefully given in chapter 11 are almost always wanting. And instead of performing before our eyes such deeds as the rescue of a field of barley from the enemy, the purchase of a draught of water with blood, the slaying of a lion in a pit, the heroes receive all sorts of epitheta ornantia. 12. 1 to 3, and titles of honor. 12. 14, 20, and ordinarily talk a highly spiritual language. 12. 17, 18. And as for the historical situation, how impossible that a great Israelite army should have been gathered around David as the feudatory of the Philistines in Ziklag. 12. 22, with a crowd of captains of hundreds and thousands. Plainly the banished fugitive is according to this representation the splendid king and illustrious ancestor of the established dynasty, hence also the naive remark of ver. 29, no better is it with the third list. 12. 23 to 40, these are the numbers of the bands, ready armed for the war, who came to David to Hebron. Observe the regular enumeration of the 12 tribes, which nowhere occurs in the older historical books, and is quite artificial. Then the vast numbers, which are not matters of indifference here, but the principal thing and make up the entire contents. Finally, the 4,600 Levites and 3,700 priests, who also take their place in the martial train, and constitute the proper guard of the king. To Chronicles the distinction between secular and spiritual soldiers is not altogether clear. There are but a few details of a special kind, the remark in 12. 32 is perhaps connected with 2 Sam XX. 18, Jehoiada the prince of the house of Aaron, i.e. the high priest, alongside of the historically certain series, Eli, Phinehas, Ahitub, Ahiah, Ahimelech, Abiathar, an utterly impossible person, is a reflection of the Jehoiada of 2 Kings 11, 12. And the allegation that Zadok at that time joined David at the head of 22 chief priests is a hardly credible substitute for what is stated in Samuel, according to which Abiathar, whose older claims were disagreeable to the being Zadok and those who came later, was the priest who from the beginning held with David. The 22 chief priests appear to correspond to the heads of the 22 post-Exilian priestly families, nay 12. 1 to 7, 12 to 21, x 3 to 9, 1 Chron, 24. 7 to 18. Yet it is hardly necessary to go so minutely into the contents of the above lists, for the purpose with which they are given is stated without circumlocution at the close. 2 Chron, 12. 38, 39 All these men of war, in order of battle, came with a perfect heart to Hebron to make David king over all Israel, and all the rest of Israel also were of one heart to make David king. And they were there with David 3 days, eating and drinking, for there was joy in Israel. After the explication of the idea, all Israel, thus inappropriately interpolated, the narrative proceeds to reproduce the contents of 2 Samuel v-7. David's first deed, after the conquest of the stronghold of Jebus, is in Chronicles to make it the holy city by transferring the Ark of Jehovah thither. 13. 1 Seek. It seems as if the building of a palace and the Philistine war, 2 Sam v 11-25, were to be omitted, but after the narrative in 2 Samuel 6. 1 Seek. Has been given down to the place, and the ark of Jehovah abode in the house of Obed-Edom 3 months, 1 Chron. 13. 14 is equal to 2 Sam 6. 11. The pause of a quarter of a year is utilized for the purpose of overtaking what had been left out, 14. 1-17 is equal to 2 Sam v 11-25, and then the history of the ark is completed. This indeed is to separate things mutually connected. But at the same time the secular business which, according to the older narrative, is the nearest and most pressing, is reduced to the level of a mere episode in the midst of the sacred. That there is no room for the building of a house and a Philistine war within the 3 months which offer themselves so conveniently for the interpolation is a subordinate affair. As regards the sacred business, the transference of the ark to Zion, almost everything that is said in 2 Samuel 6 is repeated word for word in Chronicles also, 13, 15, 16, 17. 1. 2 traits only are absent in Chronicles, and in neither case is the omission helpful to the connection. David's wife Michal, it is said in 2 Sam 6. 16, 20-23, when she saw the king dancing and leaping in the procession, despised him in her heart. Afterwards when he came home she told him what she thought of his unworthy conduct. The first of these 2 statements is found in Chronicles also, 15. 29, but the second is, all but the introductory notice, 16. 43 is equal to 2 Sam 6. 20, here torn from its connection, omitted, although it contains the principal fact, for the historical event was the expression of her contempt, not its psychological origin. A woman, such is the idea, must not say a thing like that to David. The other case is quite similar. On account of the calamity by which those who were bringing up the ark were overtaken, David does not at first venture to receive it into his citadel, but deposits it in the house of Obed-Edom, one of his captains. But when Jehovah blesses the house of Obed-Edom, he takes courage to bring the ark to his own home, 2 Sam 6. 10-12, Chronicles also tells that Jehovah blessed the house of Obed-Edom, 13. 14, but mentions no consequent result. Again the cause is given without the effect. Another explanation is substituted. David perceived that the disaster connected with the removal of the ark was due to the fact of its not having been carried by the Levites in accordance with the law. The Levites accordingly were made to bear it and no harm ensued, 15. 2, 13-15. This is in complete and manifest contradiction to the older narrative, and as Chronicles, chapter 13, copies that narrative, it also contradicts itself, 13. 10, and that all the more strikingly as by the addition in 13. 2 it represents the accompanying clergy as tacitly approving the carrying of the ark on the ox cart. Then due participation in the sacred procession having been thus once secured them, 1 Chron. 15. Positively revels in priests and Levites, of whom not a word is to be found in 2 Sam 6. And moreover a sort of musical service is instituted by David himself before the ark, and a festal cantata made up by him out of post-Exilian psalms is quoted, chapter 16. In this way, out of the original narrative, the scattered fragments of which now show themselves very strangely in the new connection, something quite different has grown. In the former everything is free, simply the affair of king and people. Here all is priestly ceremonial, there the people with their king shout and dance with joy before the ark. Here the Levites are the musicians and singers in formal order. To seek to combine the 2 versions is wholly against the laws of historical interpretation. If the first were curt and condensed the unification of the 2 might perhaps be possible. But no story could be more particular or graphic. And could it have been that the Levites alone should be passed over in silence if they had played so very important a part? The author of Chronicles was able to introduce them only by distorting and mutilating his original and landing himself in contradiction after all. He cannot allow anything to happen without Levites, and was the Ark of the Covenant to be fetched to Jerusalem without them? Was the law to be even a second time broken under the pious King David? This seemed to him impossible. That Uzzah perished in the first attempt to fetch the ark. And that on the second occasion, when only a quite short journey is spoken of, the ark was carried, 2 Sam 6:13, may have been the suggestions by which he was led. Fertile in combinations, he profited by the hint. So, justly, de wet, Beitrich. I. 88-91. The narrative of 2 Sam 6. Having been broken off at the first half of ver. 19, 1 Chron. 16. 3. The second half of the verse and the beginning of the next are reproduced, 16. 43, after the interpolation of 16. 4-42, and then 2 Sam 7. Is appended word for word, 1 Chron. 17, the resolution of David to build a house for the ark, and what Jehovah said to him about the subject through Nathan. The point of the prophet's address turns on the antithesis, 2 Sam 7. Thou wilt build a house for me? Rather will I build a house for thee. The house of David is of course the Davidic dynasty. But an interpolation has already crept into the text of Samuel, 7:13. Which apprehends the antithesis thus, Thou wilt build a house for me. Nay, thy son shall build a house for me. Now Chronicles, for which David comes into consideration merely as the proper founder of the Solomonic temple, takes up the narrative of 2 Sam 7. Precisely on account of this interpolation, as is clear from 22. 9. 10, increases the misunderstanding by going back to it in an addition, 17. 14, and at the outset destroys the original antithesis by the innocent alteration. Thou shalt not build the house for me, instead of, wilt thou build a house for me? The house can here mean only that imperatively needed one, long kept in view alike by God and men, which must by all means he built. Only not by David but by Solomon, it is without any ambiguity the temple, and does not, like a house, contain that possibility of a double meaning on which the original point depends. It is interesting also to compare 2 Sam 7:14 with 1 Chron. 17:13, I will be to thy seed a father, and he shall be to me a son. If he commit iniquity, then I will chasten him with the rod of men, and with the stripes of the sons of men, but my mercy shall not depart from him. The words in italics are wanting in Chronicles, the meaning that Jehovah will not withdraw his grace from the dynasty of Judah altogether, even though some of its members should deserve punishment, is thereby destroyed and volatilized into an abstract idealism, which shows that to the writer the Davidic kingly family is known only as a dissolving view, and not by historical experience as it is to the author of 2 Samuel 7. In chaps 18xx, Chronicles seems to refresh itself with a little variety, relating as it does the foreign wars of David after the order of 2 Sam 8x 11. 1, 12. 30, 21. 18-22. But in this it still keeps in view its purpose, which is directed towards David as founder of the Jerusalem worship. Those wars brought him the wealth that was required for the building of the temple. On the other hand, everything so fully and beautifully told in the book of Samuel about the home occurrences of that period is omitted, for after all it does not contribute much to the glorification of the king. So the story of Meribal and Ziba, chapter 9, of Bathsheba and Uriah, 11, 12, of Tamar and Amnon, 13, 14, of Absalom's rebellion, 15xx, and of the delivering up of the sons of Saul, 21. 1-14. The rude and mechanical manner in which statements about foreign wars are torn from the connection with domestic events in which they stand in the older narrative is shown in 1 Chron. XX. 1, 2, as compared with 2 Sam 11. 1, 12. 30, in 2 Sam 11. The mention of the fact that David remained in Jerusalem when the army set out against Rabbah, prepares for the story of his adultery with the wife of a captain engaged in active service in the field, but 1 Chron. XX. 1 is meaningless, and involves a contradiction with ver. 2. according to which David appears after all in the camp at Rabbah, although the connection, namely, that he followed the army, and all the intermediate occurrences relating to Bathsheba and Uriah, are left out, de Wet, pages 19, 20, 60. To what extent the veil is drawn over the scandalous falls of saints may be judged also from the fact that from the list of David's foreign encounters also, which are otherwise fully given, a single one is omitted which he is supposed not to have come through with absolute honor, that with the giant Ishbi-Benob, 2 Sam. 21, 15-17. Lastly, the alteration made in 1 Chron. XX. 5 is remarkable. Elhanan the son of Jair of Bethlehem, we read in 2 Sam. 21. 19, was he who slew Goliath of Gath, the shaft of whose spear was as thick as a weaver's beam. But on the other hand, had not David of Bethlehem according to 1 Sam. 17. Vanquished Goliath the giant, the shaft of whose spear was as thick as a weaver's beam. In Chronicles accordingly Elhanan smites the brother of the veritable Goliath. 2. The closing chapters of 2 Samuel, 21-24, are, admittedly, an appendix of very peculiar structure. The thread of 21. 1-14 is continued in 24. 1-25, but in the interval between the two passages occurs 21. 15-23. 39, in a very irrational manner, perhaps wholly due to chance. In this interposed passage itself, again, the quite similar lists 21. 15-22 and 23. 8-39 are very closely connected, and the two songs, 22. 1-51, 23. 1-7, are thus an interpolation within an interpolation. This want of order is imitated by the author of Chronicles also, who takes 2 Sam. 23. 8-39 as separated from 21. 15-22, and gives 2 Sam. 24. Last, a position which does not belong to it from any material considerations, but merely because it had originally been tagged on as an appendix, and besides had been separated from its connection with 21. 1-14 by a large interpolation. 1 Chron. 21, the pestilence as punishment of David's sin in numbering the people, and the theophany as occasioning the building of an altar on the threshing floor of Araunah, is on the whole a copy of 2 Sam. 24. But with omission of the precise and interesting geographical details of ver. 5 seek, and with introduction of a variety of improving touches. Thus, 21. 1 And Satan stood up against Israel and moved David. Instead of, and the anger of Jehovah was kindled against Israel, and he moved David. Similarly, 21. 6 Levi and Benjamin Joab counted not among them. For the king's word was abominable to him, an addition which finds its explanation on the one hand in number 49, and on the other in the circumstance that the holy city lay within the territory of Benjamin. Again, 21. 16:27 David saw the angel of Jehovah standing between heaven and earth, and his sword drawn in his hand and stretched out towards Jerusalem. Compare this with Psalm 24. 16, 1 Chron. 21. 15 The angel stretched out his hand to Jerusalem to destroy it, and he was by the threshing floor of Araunah. According to the older view, angels have no wings, Gen 28. Further, 21. 25 David gave to Araunah for his threshing floor 600 shekels of gold, compare with 2 Sam. 24. 24 50 shekels of silver, to make the king pay right royally costs the chronicler nothing. But lastly, his most significant addition is the fire from heaven which consumes the burnt offering, 21. 26, by this means the altar on the threshing floor of Araunah, in other words, that of the sanctuary of Jerusalem, is intended to be put on a level with that of the tabernacle, its predecessor, the fire on which was also kindled from heaven, Leviticus 9. 24, whoever has understood the narratives of altar buildings by the patriarchs, by Joshua, Gideon, and Manoah, will grant that the author of Chronicles has quite correctly understood the intention of 2 Sam. 24, in accordance with which he here proposes to relate the divine inauguration of the place of worship at Jerusalem, but what in that passage? As in similar older legends about the indication of consecrated places by means of a theophany, is only hinted at for contemporaries who understood the idea conveyed. He requires to retouch strongly in order that a later generation may notice it, and yet he has half spoiled the point by making the angel not stand by the threshing floor of Araunah on the sacred spot, but hover aloft in the air. 2 Sam 24 = 1 Chron 21. Serves further as a starting point for the free construction of 1 Chron 22-29. The circumstance that in the last chapter of the book of Samuel David builds the altar at Jerusalem is expanded into the statement that in the last year of his reign he prepared beforehand the building of the Temple of Solomon in all its parts down to the minutest detail. Unhampered by historical tradition, the author here expatiates with absolute freedom in his proper element. All that has hitherto been said about the king on the basis of the older source is by means of additions and omissions fashioned into what shall serve as a mere prologue to the proper work of his life, which is now described thoroughly con amore. He himself unfortunately has not been allowed to build the house, having shed much blood and carried on great wars. 22. 8:28. 3. But he yet in the last year of his reign forestalls from his successor the whole merit of the business. 23. 1:28. 1. My son Solomon, he says, is young and tender, but the house to be built for Jehovah must be great and glorious, I will therefore prepare it for him. 22. 5. Accordingly he gets ready beforehand the workmen and artificers, in particular bringing into requisition the non-Israelitic population. He provides the material, stone and wood and brass and iron, and gold and silver and jewels without number. He also gives the plan or rather receives it direct from Jehovah, and that in black and white. 28. 19. While Moses built the tabernacle only according to his recollection of the heavenly pattern which had been shown to him on Sinai. But before all he appoints the personnel for the temple service, priests, Levites, porters, singers, divides their thousands into classes, and assigns to them their functions by lot. In doing so he interests himself, naturally, with special preference, in the music, being the designer of the instruments. 23. 5. And himself acting as principal conductor. 25. 2:6. And as he is still king after all, he at the close takes an inventory also of his secular state, after having duly ordered the spiritual. All this he does for the future, for his son and successor. Not in reality, but only in plan, are the doorkeepers, for example, assigned to their posts. 26. 12 Seek, but none the less with strictest specification and designation of the localities of the temple, and that to the second temple. His preparations concluded, David calls a great assembly of prelates and notables. 23. 1:28. 1. Has Solomon anointed as king, and Zadok as priest. 29. 22. And in a long discourse hands over to the former along with the kingdom the task of his reign, namely, the execution of what he himself has prepared and appointed. On this occasion yet more precious stones and noble metals, among them gold of Ophir and Persian darics, are presented by David and the princes for the sacred building. The whole section 1 Chron 22-29. Is a startling instance of that statistical fantasy of the Jews which revels in vast sums of money on paper. 22. 14. In artificial marshallings of names and numbers. 23-27. In the enumeration of mere subjects without predicates, which simply stand on parade and neither signify nor do anything. The monotony is occasionally broken only by unctuous phrases, but without refreshing the reader. Let the experiment of reading the chapters through be tried. According to 1 Kings I:2. King David in his closing days was sick and feeble in body and mind, and very far from being in a condition thus to make preparations on behalf of his successor shortly before his own death. Or to prepare his bread for him so far that nothing remained but to put it into the oven. His purpose of building a house to Jehovah is indeed spoken of in 2 Sam 7. In connection with 6:17, but it is definitively abandoned in consequence of Jehovah's refusal, on the ground that it is not man's part to build a house for God, but God's to build a house for man. In strange contrast with this explanation is that of Chronicles that David is a man of war and has shed much blood, and therefore dare not set up the temple. That he had waged the wars of Jehovah, that Jehovah had given victory by his hand, would in the older warlike time have seemed no reason against but rather an argument establishing his fitness for such a work. But the worst discrepancy is that between the solemn installation of Solomon as king and of Zadok as priest with all the forms of law and publicity as related in 1 Chron. 28:29. Comp 22:23. 1, and the older narrative of 1 Kings I. 2. According to the latter it was much more an ordinary palace intrigue, by means of which one party at court succeeded in obtaining from the old king, enfeebled with age, his sanction for Solomon's succession. Until then Adonijah had been regarded as heir apparent to the throne, by David himself, by all Israel, and the great officers of the kingdom, Joab and Abiathar. What above all things turned the scale in favor of Solomon was the weight of Benaiah's 600 Praetorians, a formidable force in the circumstances of the period. The author of Chronicles naively supposes he has successfully evaded all difficulties by giving out the coronation of Solomon related by himself to be the second, 29. 22, an advertence to 1 Kings I, 2. Which does not remove but only betrays the contradiction. Yet this is as nothing over against the disharmony of the total impression. See what Chronicles has made out of David. The founder of the kingdom has become the founder of the temple and the public worship, the king and hero at the head of his companions in arms has become the singer and master of ceremonies at the head of a swarm of priests and Levites. His clearly cut figure has become a feeble holy picture, seen through a cloud of incense. It is obviously vain to try to combine the fundamentally different portraits into one stereoscopic image. It is only the tradition of the older source that possesses historical value. In Chronicles this is clericalized in the taste of the post-Exilian time, which had no feeling longer for anything but cultus and Torah, which accordingly treated as alien the old history, which, nevertheless, was bound to be a sacred history. If it did not conform with its ideas and metamorphose itself into church history. Just as the law framed by Ezra as the foundation of Judaism was regarded as having been the work of Moses. So what upon this basis had been developed after Moses, particularly the music of the sanctuary and the ordering of the temple personnel, was carried back to King David, the sweet singer of Israel, who had now to place his music at the service of the cultus, and write psalms along with Asaph, Heman, and Jeduthun, the Levitical singing families. 3. With regard to Solomon, Chronicles, 2 Chron. 1-9, nowhere departs very far from the lines of the Book of Kings. As the story of 1 Kings I, 2, which is not an edifying one, and mercilessly assails that of 1 Chron. 22-29. Required to be omitted, the narrative accordingly begins with 1 Kings 3, with Solomon's accession, sacrifices on the great altar at Gibeon, and the revelation of Jehovah, which was thereupon communicated to him in a dream. This last is transcribed with slight alterations, but at the outset a characteristic divergence is found. Solomon loved Jehovah, walking in the statutes of David his father, only he sacrificed and burnt incense on the high places, because there was no house built unto the name of Jehovah until those days. And the king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. 1,000 burnt offerings did Solomon offer upon that altar, and Jehovah appeared unto him in a dream, ask what I shall give thee. So 1 Kings 3. 2 seek. Chronicles, after its manner, first surrounds the king with a great assemblage of captains of hundreds and thousands, of judges and princes and heads of houses, and purely Pentateuchal dignities. And then proceeds, and Solomon and all the congregation with him went to the high place in Gibeon, for there was God's tent of meeting, which Moses, the servant of God, had made in the wilderness. But the ark of God had David brought up from Kirjath-jearim, where he had prepared for it, for he had pitched a tent for it at Jerusalem. But the brazen altar that Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, had made, stood there, before the tabernacle of Jehovah, and Solomon and the congregation sought unto it. And Solomon offered there, upon the brazen altar, before Jehovah, by the tent of meeting, he offered 1,000 burnt offerings, and God appeared to him in a dream, saying, Ask what I shall give thee, 2 kron, 3 seek. In the older narrative there is nothing about the tabernacle, it being assumed that no apology would be either necessary or possible for Solomon having sacrificed on a high place. Chronicles, dominated in its views of antiquity by the priestly code, has missed the presence of the tabernacle and supplied the want in accordance with that norm. The young and pious king could not possibly have made his solemn inaugural sacrifice, for which he had expressly left Jerusalem, anywhere else than at the legally prescribed place, and still less could Jehovah otherwise have bestowed on him his blessing. It betokens the narrowness, and at the same time the boldness of the author, that he retains the expression high place used in 1 Kings 3:3, and coordinates it with tabernacle, although the one means precisely the opposite of the other. But it is instructive to notice how, on other occasions, he is hampered by his Mosaic central sanctuary, which he has introduced ad hoc into the history. According to 1 Chron. 16. David is in the best position to institute also a sacrificial service beside the Ark of Jehovah, which he has transferred to Zion, but he dare not, for the Mosaic altar stands at Gibeon, and he must content himself with a musical surrogate, ver. 37-42, the narrative of 1 Chron. 21. That David was led by the theophany at the threshing floor of Araunah to build an altar there, and present upon it an offering that was accepted by heaven, is at its close maimed and spoiled in a similar way by the remark, with anticipatory reference to 2 Chron. That the Mosaic tabernacle and altar of burnt offering were indeed at that time in the high place at Gibeon, but that the king had not the strength to go before it to inquire of Jehovah, being so smitten with fear of the angel with the drawn sword. So also must the sacrifice which Solomon should have offered on his return from Gibeon before the ark at Jerusalem be similarly ignored, 2 Chron. 13. Because it would destroy the force of the previous explanation of the high place at Gibeon. Thus the shadow takes the air from the body. In other places the tabernacle is significantly confounded with the Temple of Jerusalem, graph, page 56. But on the whole it remains a tolerably inert conception, only made use of in the passage before us, 2 Chron. In an ex machina manner in order to clear Solomon of a heavy reproach. Upon the last solemn act of worship at the Mosaic sanctuary immediately follows the building of the temple, 18:2. 1-7. 11, 1 Kings 3. 10 14, 4. 34, being passed over. A few little touches are however brought in to show the wealth of Solomon, 14-17, they do not occur in Kings until chapter 10, ver. 26-29, and are also repeated in Chronicles, 9. 25 seek, in this much more appropriate connection, comp. 1 Kings 3, LXX. Strictly speaking indeed, David has taken the preparations for the sacred building out of the hands of his successor, but the latter appears not to be satisfied with these, 2. 16, 17, and looks after them once more, 18:2. 17, 2. 1-18, a comparison with Ezra 3. Preparation of the Second Temple, shows that the story is an elaboration of the author, although suggested by 1 Kings v. 16, 2, seek, and with preservation of many verbal reminiscences. While Hiram and Solomon according to the older record are on a footing of equality and make a contract based on reciprocity of service, the Tyrian king is here the vassal of the Israelite, and renders to him what he requires as tribute. Instead of as there explaining himself by word of mouth, he here writes a letter in which he not only openly avows his faith in Jehovah the God of Israel, the maker of heaven and earth, but also betrays an extraordinary acquaintance with the Pentateuchal priestly code. The brass founder whom Solomon brings from Tyre, 1 Kings 7. 13, 14, is, 2. 13, described as a very Daedalus and prodigy of artistic skill, like Bezaleel, Exodus 31. 2 seek. His being made the son of a woman of Dan and not of a widow of Naphtali supplies interpreters with the materials for the construction of a little family romance. 112 but has no more real value than the idea that sandalwood is obtained from Lebanon. The statement of 1 Kings v. 27, 13, 11. 28. 12:4, that Israel was requisitioned in large numbers to render forced service to the king has substituted for it by the chronicler that which occurs in another place, 1 Kings 9. 21. That only the Canaanite serfs were employed for this purpose, at the same time, he reckons their number from the figures supplied in 1 Kings v. 29, 15, seek. Lastly, the manner in which Solomon, 2:3, assures Hiram that he will arrange the divine service in the new house in a thoroughly correct manner according to the ordinance of the priestly code, is also characteristic. Similar remarks, from which the uninterrupted practice of the Mosaic cultus according to the rules of the law is made to appear, are afterwards repeated from time to time, 8:12-16, 13. 11. In chaps 3, 4. The author repeats the description of the temple in 1 Kings 6, 7, with the omission of what relates to profane buildings. Perhaps in one passage, 1 Kings 7. 23, he found the now very corrupt text in a better state. Otherwise he has excerpted from it in a wretchedly careless style or word for word transcribed it, adding merely a few extravagances or appointments of later date, e.g., the specification of the golden 3. 4 seek. 8, 9, of the 10 golden tables and 100 golden basins in 4. 8, of the brass-covered doors of the outer gateway in 4. 9, of the court of the priests in 4. 9, of the curtain between the holy place and the Holy of Holies in 3. 14. Compare Vatka, pages 332, 333, 340, 341. To deny that the original, to which reference must in many places be made in order that the meaning may be understood, exists in 1 Kings 6, 7. Requires an exercise of courage which might be much better employed, all the more because in 2 Chron. 4. 11 v. 1, the summary list follows the description of details precisely as in 1 Kings 7. 40-51. While the concrete and material details of 1 Kings 6, 7. are reproduced only in an imperfect and cursory manner, the act of consecration on the other hand, and the discourse delivered by Solomon on the occasion, is accurately and fully given, v. 2:7. 10, in accordance with 1 Kings 8. Such additions and omissions as occur are all deliberate. In 1 Kings 8. The priests and Levites on an occasion which so closely concern their interests do not play any adequate part, and in particular give none of the music which nevertheless is quite indispensable at any such solemnity. Accordingly, the chronicler at the word priests inserts between the violently separated clauses of 1 Kings 8. 10, 11, the following: for all the priests present had sanctified themselves without distinction of classes, and the Levites, the singers, all stood in white linen with cymbals and psalteries and harps at the east end of the altar. And with them 120 priests sounding with trumpets. And it came to pass when the trumpeters and singers were as one to make one sound to be heard in praising and thanking the Lord, and when the music began with trumpets, and cymbals, and instruments, and the song of praise, praise ye Jehovah. For he is good. For his mercy endureth for ever, then the house was filled with a cloud, v. 11-13. Preceding, the narrative of 1 Kings 8. 22 that Solomon came in front of the altar and there prayed is indeed in the first instance copied, 6. 12, but forthwith authoritatively interpreted in the sense that the king did not really and actually stand before the altar, which was lawful for the priests alone, but upon an improvised pulpit in the inner court upon a propped-up cauldron of brass, 6. 13, an excellent idea, which has met with the due commendation of expositors. The close of Solomon's prayer, 1 Kings 8. 49-53, is abridged, 6. 39, 40, perhaps in order to get rid of 8. 50, and there is substituted for it an original epilogue, 6. 41, 42, recalling post-exilian psalms. Then comes a larger omission, that of 1 Kings 8. 54-61, explained by the difficulty involved in the kings here kneeling, not upon the cauldron, but before the altar, then standing up and blessing like a priest. In place of this it is told, 7. 1-3, how the altar was consecrated by fire from heaven, which indeed had already descended upon it, 1 Chron. 21. 26, but as it appears had unaccountably gone out. In 7. For the author again returns to his original at 1 Kings 8. 62 seek. But tricks it out, wherever it appears to him too bare, with trumpeting priests and singing Levites, 7. 6, and finally dismisses the people, not on the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles, 1 Kings 8. 66, but on the 9th, 7. 2, in accordance with the enactment in number 29. 35. The rest of Solomon's history, 7. 11-9. 28, is taken over from 1 Kings 9, x. In doing so what is said in 1 Kings 9. 10-18, to the effect that Solomon handed over to Hiram 20 Galilean cities, is changed into the opposite, that Hiram ceded the cities to Solomon, who settled them with Israelites, 8. 1, 2. And similarly the already observed statement of 1 Kings 9. 24 about the removal of Solomon's Egyptian wife out of the city of David into his new palace 1:13 is altered and put in quite a false light. Solomon brought up the daughter of Pharaoh out of the city of David unto the house that he had built for her. For he said, No woman shall dwell in the house of David, for the place is holy whereunto the ark of Jehovah hath come. 8. 11. There is no further need to speak of 8. 12-16, 1 Kings 9. 25. More indifferent in their character are the addition in 7. 12-15, a mere compilation of reminiscences, the embellishment in 8. 3-6, derived from 1 Kings 9. 17-19, and the variations in 8. 17 seek, 9. 21, misunderstood from 1 Kings 9. 26 seek, x. 22. The concluding chapter on Solomon's reign, 1 Kings 11. In which the king does not appear in his most glorious aspect, is passed over in silence, for the same motives as those which dictated the omission of the 2 chapters at the beginning. The history of the Son is treated after the same plan and by the same means as that of the Father, only the subject accommodates itself more readily to the purpose of the change. The old picture is retouched in such wise that all dark and repulsive features are removed, and their place taken by new and brilliant bits of color not in the style of the original but in the taste of the author's period. Priests and Levites and fire from heaven, and the fulfillment of all righteousness of the law, and much music, and all sorts of harmless legendary anachronisms and exaggerations besides. The material of tradition seems broken up in an extraneous medium, the spirit of post-exilian Judaism. 2. 1. After Solomon's death the history of Israel in Chronicles is traced only through Jehovah's kingdom in the hand of the sons of David, and all that relates to the 10 tribes is put aside. For according to the notions of the Judaistic period Israel is the congregation of true worship, and this last is connected with the temple at Jerusalem, in which of course the Samaritans have no part. Abijah of Judah makes this point of view clear to Jeroboam I and his army in a speech delivered from Mount Zemaraim before the battle. Think ye to withstand the kingdom of Jehovah in the hand of the sons of David, because ye are a great multitude, and with you are the golden calves which Jeroboam made you for gods. Have ye not cast out the priests of Jehovah, the sons of Aaron and the Levites, and made for yourselves priests after the manner of the Gentiles? So that whosoever cometh to fill his hands with a young bullock and 7 rams, even he may become a priest for the false gods. But as for us, we have not forsaken Jehovah our God, and our priests minister to Jehovah, the sons of Aaron and the Levites in the service, and they burn unto Jehovah every morning and every evening burnt sacrifices and sweet incense. The showbread also is upon the pure table, for we have maintained the service of Jehovah our God, but ye have forsaken him. And behold, God himself is with us at our head, and his priests, and the loud-sounding trumpets to cry an alarm against you. O children of Israel, fight ye not against Jehovah the God of your fathers, for ye shall not prosper. 2 Chron. 13. 8-12, Comp 11. 13-17. The kingdom which bore the name of Israel was actually in point of fact in the olden time the proper Israel, and Judah was merely a kind of appendage to it. When Amaziah of Judah after the conquest of the Edomites challenged to battle King Jehoash of Samaria, whose territory had at that time suffered to the utmost under the continual wars with the Syrians. The latter bid say to him, the thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, Give thy daughter to my son to wife. Then passed by a wild beast that was in Lebanon and trode down the thistle. Thou hast indeed smitten Edom, and thy heart hath lifted thee up. Enjoy thy glory, but tarry at home. 2 Kings 14. 9, 10. And as the other would not listen, he punished him as if he had been a naughty boy and then let him go. Religiously the relative importance of the two corresponded pretty nearly to what it was politically and historically. Israel was the cradle of prophecy, Samuel, Elijah, and Elisha exercised their activity there. What contemporary figure from Judah is there to place alongside of these? Assuredly the author of the Book of Kings would not have forgotten them had any such there been, for he is a Judean with all his heart, yet is compelled purely by the nature of the case to interest himself chiefly about the northern kingdom. And yet again at the very close it was the impending fall of Samaria that called into life a new phase of prophecy. He who inaugurated it, the Judean Amos of Tekoa, was sent not to Judah but to Israel, the history of which had the first and fullest sympathy of his inmost soul as that of the people of Jehovah. Isaiah was the first who placed Jerusalem in the center of his field of vision and turned away from Israel. For at the time of his first public appearance war was raging between the sister nations, and when his activity was at its acme all was over with the northern kingdom and all hope had to cling to the remnant, the fallen tabernacle of David. As regards the cultus, certainly, matters may have been somewhat less satisfactory in Israel than in Judah, at least in the last century before the Assyrian captivity, but at the outset there was no essential difference. On all hands Jehovah was worshipped as the peculiar divinity of the nation at numerous fanes. In the service at the high places there were wanting neither in the one nor in the other sacred trees, posts, and stones, images of silver and gold, Isa. 2, 8 Seek, 17. 8, 31. 22, Mike, v. 12. It is a question whether in the time before Hezekiah the cultus of the kingdom at Jerusalem had so much to distinguish it above that at Bethel or at Dan. Against Jeroboam's golden calves must be set the brazen serpent of Moses, and the ark of Jehovah itself, which in ancient times was an idol, 1 Sam, 4-6, and did not become idealized into an ark of the covenant, i.e. of the law, until probably it had actually disappeared. As for the prophetic reaction against the popular cultus, the instance of Hosea shows that it came into activity as early and as powerfully in Israel as in Judah. Even after Josiah's reformation Jeremiah complains that the sister who hitherto had been spared is in no respect better than the other who 100 years before had fallen a victim to the Assyrians. 3. 6-10. And though in principle the author of the Book of Kings, taking his stand upon Deuteronomy, prefers Judah and Jerusalem, yet he does not out of deference to this judgment alter the facts which show that old Israel was not further than old Judah from compliance with the Deuteronomic precepts. Chronicles, on the other hand, not only takes the law, the Pentateuch law as a whole, but more particularly the priestly code therein preponderating, as its rule of judgment on the past, but also idealizes the facts in accordance with that norm, and figures to itself the old Hebrew people as in exact conformity with the pattern of the later Jewish community. As a monarchically graded hierocracy with a strictly centralized cultus of rigidly prescribed form at the holy place of Jerusalem. When, accordingly, the 10 tribes fail to exhibit all the marks of the kingdom of God, this is taken to mean their falling away from the true Israel. They have made goats and calves their gods, driven away the priests and Levites. And in a word broken quite away from the institutions which shaped themselves in Judah during the period subsequent to Josiah and received their finishing touches from Ezra. 1:14 Like other heathen, therefore, they are taken account of by the sacred history only in so far as they stood in relations of friendship or hostility with the people of Jehovah properly so called, the Israel in the land of Judah, 2 Chron. 23. 2. And in all references to them the most sedulous and undisguised partisanship on behalf of Judah is manifested, even by the inhabitants of the northern kingdom itself. 1:15 If one seriously takes the Pentateuch as Mosaic law, this exclusion of the 10 tribes is, in point of fact, an inevitable consequence. For the mere fact of their belonging to the people of Jehovah destroys the fundamental presupposition of that document, the unity and legitimacy of the worship as basis of the theocracy, the priests and Levites as its most important organs. The sinews and muscles of the body politic, which keep the organism together as a living and moving whole. 2. The reverse side is, of course, the idealization of Judah from the point of view of the legitimate worship, a process which the reader can imagine from the specimens already given with reference to David and Solomon. The priests and Levites who migrated from Israel are represented as having strengthened the southern kingdom, 11:17, and here constitute the truly dominant element in the history. It is for their sake that kings exist as protectors and guardians of the cultus, with the internal arrangements of which, however, they dare not intermeddle, 26:16 seek to deliver discourses and ordain spiritual solemnities, which figure as the culminating points in the narrative, are among the leading duties of their reign. 1:16. Those among them who are good apprehend their task and are inseparable from the holy servants of Jehovah, so, in particular, Jehoshaphat, Hezekiah, and Josiah. Of the first mentioned we are told that in the 3rd year of his reign he appointed a royal commission of notables, priests, and Levites, to go about with the book of the law, and teach in the cities of Judah, 17:7-9. In the larger places, in the strongholds, he further instituted colleges of justice, and over them a supreme tribunal at Jerusalem, also consisting of priests, Levites, and notables, under the presidency of the high priest for spiritual, and of the prince of the house of Judah for secular affairs. 19:5-11. There is nothing about this in the Book of Kings, although what is of less importance is noticed, 1 Kings 22:47. The chronicler makes the statement in his own language, which is unmistakable, especially in the pious speeches. Probably it is the organization of justice as existing in his own day that he here carries back to Jehoshaphat. So that here most likely we have the oldest testimony to the Synedrium of Jerusalem as a court of highest instance over the provincial Synedria, as also to its composition and presidency. The impossibility of such a judiciary system in antiquity is clear from its presupposing the book of the law as its basis, from its coordination of priests and Levites, and also from its actual inconsistency with incidental notices. Particularly in Isaiah and the older prophets, down to Jeremiah 26. In which it everywhere is taken for granted as a thing of course that the rulers are also at the same time the natural judges. Moreover, Chronicles already tells us about David something similar to what it says about Jehoshaphat, 1 Chron. 23. 4:26. 29-32. The reason why the latter is selected by preference for this work lies simply in his name. Jehovah is judge, as he himself is made to indicate in various ways. 19:5-11. Compare Joel 4:12. But the king of Judah is strengthened by the priests and Levites, not only in these domestic affairs, but also for war. As the trumpets of the priests give to Abijah courage and the victory against Jeroboam of Israel, so do the Levites also to Jehoshaphat against Moab and Ammon. Having fasted, and received, while praying, the comfortable assurance of the singer Jehaziel, see God, he advances next morning, with his army, against the enemy, having in the van the Levites, who march in sacred attire in front of the armed men and sing, Praise ye the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever. He then finds that the fighting has already been done by the enemy themselves, who, at the sound of that song of praise, have fallen upon and annihilated one another. 3 days are spent in dividing the spoil, and then he returns as he came, the Levitical music leading the van, with psalteries, and harps, and trumpets to the house of Jehovah, 2 Chron. XX. 1-28, Hezekiah is glorified in a similar manner. Of the Assyrian siege of Jerusalem and the memorable relief, comparatively little is made, 32. 1 Seek, Comte de Wet, I. 75. According to Chronicles, his masterwork is that, as soon as he has mounted the throne, in the first month of the year, and of his reign, Exodus XL. 2, Leviticus 9. 1. He institutes by means of the priests and Levites, whom he addresses quite paternally as his children, 29. 11. A great feast of consecration of the temple, alleged to have been closed and wasted by Ahaz. Thereupon in the second month to celebrate the Passover in the most sumptuous manner, and finally, from the 3rd to the 7th month to concern himself about the accurate rendering of their dues to the clergy. All is described in the accustomed style, in the course of 3 long chapters, which tell us nothing indeed about the time of Hezekiah, but are full of information for the period in which the writer lived. Particularly with reference to the method then followed in offering the sacred dues, 29. 131. 21. In the case of Josiah also the account of his epoch-making reformation of the worship is, on the whole, reproduced in Chronicles only in a mutilated manner, but the short notice of 2 Kings 23. 21-23 is amplified into a very minute description of a splendid Passover feast, in which, as always, the priests and above all the Levites figure as the leading personalities. In this last connection one little trait worth noticing remains, namely, that the great assembly in which the king causes the book of the law to be sworn to, is, in every other respect, made up in 2 Chron. 34. 29 Seek. Exactly as it is in 2 Kings 23. 1. Except that instead of the priests and prophets, we find the priests and Levites. The significance of this is best seen from the Targum, where the priests and prophets are translated into the priests and scribes. By this projection of the legitimate cultus prescribed in the law and realized in Judaism, the chronicler is brought however into a peculiar conflict with the statements of his authority, which show that the said cultus was not a mature thing which preceded all history, but came gradually into being in the course of history. He makes his escape as well as he can, but yet not without a strange vacillation between the timeless manner of looking at things which is natural to him, and the historical tradition which he uses and appropriates. The verses in 1 Kings, 14. 22-23 Judah, not Rehoboam merely, did that which was evil in the sight of Jehovah and provoked him to jealousy by their sins which they sinned, above all that their fathers had done. And they set up for themselves high places, Maxbeth and Ashrim, and, which in the passage where they occur are, like the parallel statement regarding Israel, 12. 25 Seek. Of primary importance, and cancel by one bold stroke the alleged difference of worship between the Levitical and non-Levitical kingdom, are omitted as quite too impossible, although the whole remaining context is preserved, 2 Chron. 12. 1-16. In the same way the unfavorable judgment upon Rehoboam's successor Abijah, 1 Kings 15. 3-5, is dropped, because the first kings of Judah, inasmuch as they maintain the true religion against those of Israel who have fallen away from it, must of necessity have been good. But though the chronicler is silent about what is bad, for the sake of Judah's honor, he cannot venture to pass over the improvement which, according to 1 Kings 15. 12 Seek. Was introduced in Asa's day, although one does not in the least know what need there was for it, everything already having been in the best possible state. Nay, he even exaggerates this improvement, and makes of Asa another Josiah, 2 Chron. 15. 1-15, represents him also, 14. 3, as abolishing the high places, and yet after all, 15. 1-7, repeats the statement of 1 Kings 15. 14 that the high places were not removed. So also of Jehoshaphat, we are told in the first place that he walked in the first ways of his father Asa and abolished the high places in Judah, 2 Chron. 17. 3, 6, 19. 3. A false generalization from 1 Kings, 22. 43, 47. And then afterwards we learn, XX. 32, 33, that the high places still remained, word for word according to 1 Kings 22. 43, 44. To the author it seems on the one hand an impossibility that the worship of the high places, which in spite of 33. 17 is to him fundamentally idolatry, should not have been repressed even by pious, i.e., law-observing kings, and yet on the other hand he mechanically transcribes his copy. In the case of the notoriously wicked rulers his resort is to make them simply heathen and persecutors of the covenant religion, for to him they are inconceivable within the limits of Jehovism, which always in his view has had the law for its norm. And is one and the same with the exclusive Mosaism of Judaism. So first, in the case of Joram, he makes high places on the hills of Judah and seduces the inhabitants of Jerusalem to commit fornication, and Judah to apostatize, 21. 11, and moreover slays all his brethren with the sword, ver. 4, the one follows from the other. His widow Athaliah breaks up the house of Jehovah by the hand of her sons, who had been murdered, but for this purpose are revived, and makes images of Baal out of the dedicated things, 24. 7. None the less on that account does the public worship of Jehovah go on uninterrupted under Jehoiada the priest. Most unsparing is the treatment that Ahaz receives. According to 2 Kings 16. 10 Seek. B saw at Damascus an altar which took his fancy, and he caused a similar one to be set up at Jerusalem after its pattern, while Solomon's brazen altar was probably sent to the melting pot. It was Uriah the priest who carried out the orders of the king. One observes no sign of autonomy, or of the inviolable divine right of the sanctuary. The king commands and the priest obeys. To the chronicler the story so told is quite incomprehensible. What does he make of it? Ahaz introduced the idolatrous worship of Damascus, abolished the worship of Jehovah, and shut up the temple, 2 Chron, 28. 23 Seek. He regards not the person of a man, the inflexible unity of the Mosaic cultus is everything to the chronicler, and its historical identity would be destroyed if an Orthodox priest, a friend of the prophet Isaiah, had lent a helping hand to set up a foreign altar. To make idolaters pure and simple of Manasseh and Ammon any heightening of what is said in 2 Kings 21 was hardly necessary, and besides, there were here special reasons against drawing the picture in too dark colors. It is wonderful also to see how the people, which is always animated with alacrity and zeal for the law, and rewards its pious rulers for their fidelity to the covenant, 15. 15, 17. 5, 24. 10, 31. 10, marks its censure of these wicked kings by withholding from them, or impairing, the honor of royal burial, 21. 19, 20, 28. 27, 33. 10. In spite of 2 Kings 9. 28, 16. 20, 21. 1-8. The periodically recurring invasions of heathenism help, at the same time, to an understanding of the consequent reforms, which otherwise surpass the comprehension of the Jewish scribe. According to the books of Kings, Joash, Hezekiah, and Josiah hit upon praiseworthy innovations in the temple cultus, set aside deeply rooted and immemorial customs, and reformed the public worship of Jehovah. These advances within Jehovism, which, of course, are quite incompatible with its Mosaic fixity, are made by the chronicler to be simple restorations of the pure religion following upon its temporary violent suspension. It is in Hezekiah's case that this is done in the most thoroughgoing manner. After his predecessor has shut the doors of the house of Jehovah, put out the lights, and brought the service to an end, he sets all in operation again by means of the resuscitated priests and Levites. The first and most important act of his reign is the consecration of the temple, 2 Chron, 29, with which is connected, XXX, 31. The restoration of the Passover and the restitution of the Temporalia to the clergy, who, as it seems, have hitherto been deprived of them. That 2 Kings 18. 1-7, although very different, has supplied the basis for all these extravagances, is seen by comparing 2 Chron. 29. 1, 2, 31. 1, 20, 21, 32. 22 only, that the king destroyed the brazen serpent Nehushtan, 2 Kings 18. 4, is passed over in silence, as if it were incredible that such an image should have been worshipped down to that date in the belief that it had come down from the time of Moses. The not less offensive statement, on the other hand, that he took away the Asherah, by which only that of the temple altar can be understood, comp Deuteronomy 16. 21, is got over by charging the singular into the plural, he took away the Asherahs, 31. 1, which occurred here and there throughout Judah, of course at heathen altars. In the cases of Joash and Josiah the free flight of the chronicler's law-crazed fancy is hampered by the copy to which he is tied, and which gives not the results merely, but the details of the proceedings themselves, 2 Chron. 22, 23. 2 Kings 11, 12. It is precisely such histories as these, almost the only circumstantially told ones relating to Judah in the Book of Kings, which though in their nature most akin to our author's preference for cultus, bring him into the greatest embarrassment. By introducing details which to his notions are wholly against the law, and yet must not be represented otherwise than in the most favorable light. It cannot be doubted that the sections about Joash in 2 Kings, 11. 1:12. 17, 16, having their scene end subject laid in the temple, are at bottom identical with 2 Chron. 22. 10:24. 14, in the case of 2 Kings 11. To begin with, the beginning and the close, ver. 1-3, ver. 13-20, recur verbatim in 2 Chron. 22. 10-12, 23. 12-21, if trifling alterations be left out of account. But in the central portion also there occur passages which are taken over into 2 Chronicles without any change. Only here they are inappropriate, while in the original connection they are intelligible. For the meaning and color of the whole is entirely altered in Chronicles, as the following comparison in the main passage will show. To understand it one must bear in mind that the regent Athaliah has put to death all the members of the house of David who had escaped the massacre of Jehu, with the exception of the child Joash, who, with the knowledge of Jehoiada, the priest, has found hiding and protection in the temple. 2 Kings 11. 4. In the 7th year Jehoiada sent and took the captains of the Carians and runners, and brought them to him into the house of Jehovah, and made a covenant with them, and took an oath of them in the house of Jehovah, and showed them the king's son. 5. And commanded them, saying, This is the thing that ye shall do, the third part of you which enter on the Sabbath and keep the watch of the king's house. 6. And the third part in the gate of Jesed, and the third part in the gate behind the runners, and ye shall keep the watch in the house. 7. And the 2 other third parts of you, those who go forth on the Sabbath and keep the watch in the house of Jehovah about the king. 8. Ye shall encompass the king round about, every man with his weapons in his hand, and whosoever cometh within the ranks, shall be put to death, and ye shall be with the king whithersoever he goeth. 9. And the captains did according to all that Jehoiada the priest had commanded, and took each his men, those that were to come in on the Sabbath with those that were to go out on the Sabbath, and came to Jehoiada the priest. 10. And to the captains the priest gave King David spears and shields that were in the house of Jehovah. 11. And the runners stood, every man with his weapons in his hand, from the south side of the house to the north side, along by the altar and the house, round about the king. 12. And he brought forth the king's son and put upon him the crown and the bracelet, and they made him king and anointed him, and they clapped their hands and said, Long live the king. 2 Chronicles 23. 1. In the 7th year Jehoiada strengthened himself and took the captains, Azariah the son of Jeraham, and Ishmael the son of Jehohanan, and Azariah the son of Obed, and Messiah the son of Adaiah, and Elishaphat the son of Zichri, into covenant with him. 2. And they went about in Judah and gathered the Levites out of all the cities in Judah, and the chiefs of the fathers of Israel, and they came to Jerusalem. 3. And the whole congregation made a covenant in the house of God with the king. And he said unto them, Behold, the king's son shall reign, as Jehovah said concerning the sons of David. 4. This is the thing that ye shall do, he third part of you, which enter on the Sabbath, of the priests and of the Levites, shall keep the doors. 5. And the third part of you shall be in the house of the king, and the third part in the gate Jesed. And all the people shall be in the courts of the house of Jehovah. 6. And no one shall come into the house of Jehovah save the priests and they of the Levites that minister, they shall go in, for they are holy. But all the people shall keep the ordinance of Jehovah. 7. And the Levites shall compass the ring round about, every man with his weapons in his hand, and whosoever cometh into the house, shall be put to death. And they shall be with the king whithersoever he goeth. 8. And the Levites and all Judah did according to all that Jehoiada the priest had commanded, and took each his men, those that were to come in on the Sabbath with those that were to go out on the Sabbath. For Jehoiada the priest dismissed not the divisions. 9. And Jehoiada the priest delivered to the captains of hundreds the spears and the bucklers and the shields that King David had, which were in the house of God. 10. And he set all the people, every man having his weapon in his hand, from the south side of the house to the north side, along by the altar and the house, round about the king. 11. And they brought out the king's son and put upon him the crown and the bracelet and they made him king, and Jehoiada and his sons anointed him and said, Long live the king. Can the enthronement of Joash, as on a former occasion that of Solomon, possibly have been accomplished by the agency of the bodyguard of the kings of Judah? Is it possible that the high priest should have made a covenant with the captains within the house of Jehovah, and himself have held out the inducement to those half-pagan mercenaries to penetrate into the temple precincts? That were indeed an outrage upon the law not lightly to be imputed to so holy a man. Why then did not Jehoiada make use of his own guard, the myriads of Levites who were at his command? Such a course was the only right one, and therefore that which was followed. No one shall come into the house of Jehovah save the priests and they of the Levites that minister, in accordance with this fundamental principle stated by himself. 23. 6. Comp ver. 7. Into the house instead of within the ranks, our pious historian substitutes his priests and Levites for the carrions and runners. Hereby also Jehoiada comes into the place that belongs to him as sovereign of the sanctuary and of the congregation. He therefore needs no longer to set on foot in secret a conspiracy with the chiefs of the bodyguard, but through his own spiritual officers calls together the Levites and heads of houses from all the cities of Judah into the temple, and causes the whole assemblage there to enter into a covenant with the young king. The glaring inconsistencies inevitably produced by the new coloring thus given to individual parts of the old picture must simply be taken as part of the bargain. If Jehoiada has unrestricted sway over such a force and sets about his revolution with the utmost publicity, then it is he and not Athaliah who has the substance of power. Why then all this trouble about the deposition of the tyrant? Out of mere delight in Levitical pomp and high solemnities. What moreover is to be done with the captains who are retained in 23. 1, 9, and in ver. 14 are even called officers of the host as in 2 Kings 11:15, after their soldiers have been taken from them or metamorphosed? Had the Levites a military organization, and, divided into 3 companies, did they change places every week in the temple service? The commentators are inclined to call into their aid such inventive assumptions, with which, however, they may go on forever without attaining their end, for the error multiplies itself. As a specially striking instance of the manner in which the procedure of Chronicles avenges itself may be mentioned chapter 23. 8. And they took each his men, and the words are taken from 2 Kings 11. 9, but they refer to the captains, while here the antecedents are the Levites and all the men of Judah, as if each one of these last had a company of his own which entered upon service, or left it, every Sabbath day. The comparison of 2 Chron. 24, 4-14 with 2 Kings 12. 5-17, 4-16, is not much less instructive. According to 2 Kings 12. Josh enjoined that all the money dues payable to the temple should in future fall to the priests, who in turn were to be under obligation to maintain the building in good repair. But they took the money and neglected the other side of the bargain, and when they and Jehoiada in particular were blamed by the king on that account, they gave up the dues so as not to be liable to the burden. Thereupon the king set up a kind of sacred treasury, a chest with a hole in the lid, near the altar, on the right hand as one goes into the temple, into which the priests were to cast the money which came in. With the exception of the sin and trespass monies, which still belonged to them. And as often as the chest became full, the king's scribes and the chief priest removed the money, weighed it, and handed it over to the contractors for payment of the workmen. That none of it was to be employed for sacred vessels is expressly said, ver. 14. This arrangement by King Josh was a lasting one, and still subsisted in Josiah's time, 2 Kings 22. 3 Seek. The arbitrary proceeding of Josh did not well suit the ideas of an autonomous hierarchy. According to the law the current money dues fell to the priests, no king had the right to take them away and dispose of them at his pleasure. How was it possible that Jehoiada should waive his divine right and suffer such a sacrilegious invasion of sacred privileges? How was it possible that he should be blamed for his, at first, passive resistance of the illegal invasion? How was it possible at all that the priest in his own proper department should be called to account by the king? Chronicles knows better than that. The wicked Athaliah had wasted and plundered the temple. Josh determined to restore it, and for this purpose to cause money to be collected throughout all Israel by the agency of the Levites. But as these last were in no hurry, he made a chest and set it outside in the doorway of the sanctuary. There the people streamed past, and gentle and simple with joyful heart cast in their gifts until the chest was full. This being announced by the keepers of the door, the king's scribe and the delegate of the high priest came to remove the money. With it the king and the high priest paid the workmen, and what remained over was made into costly vessels, 2 Chron. 24. 5-14. According to this account Josh makes no arrangement whatever about the sacred dues, but sets on foot an extraordinary collection, as had once been done by Moses for the building of the tabernacle, 24. 6-9. Following upon this, everything else also which in 2 Kings 12. Is a permanent arrangement, here figures as an isolated occurrence. Instead of necessary repairs of the temple constantly recurring, only one extraordinary restoration of it is mentioned, and for this occasional purpose only is the treasure chest set up, not, however, beside the altar, but only at the doorway, 24. 8. Comp 2 Kings 12. 10. The clergy, the Levites, are charged only with making the collection, not with maintaining the building out of the sacred revenues. Consequently they are not reproached with keeping the money to themselves, but only with not being heartily enough disposed towards the collection. It appears, however, that they were perfectly justified in this backwardness, for the king has only to set up the treasury of God, when forthwith it overflows with the voluntary offerings of the people who flock to it. So that out of the proceeds something remains over, ver. 14, for certain other purposes, which according to 2 Kings 12. 14, 13, were expressly excluded. Josh imposes no demands at all upon the priests, and Jehoiada in particular stands over against him as invested with perfectly equal rights. If the king sends his scribe, the high priest also does not appear personally, but causes himself to be represented by a delegate, 24. 11. Comp 2 Kings 12. 11, 10. Here also many a new piece does not come well into the old garment, as Dewett, I. 100, shows. Chronicles itself tacitly gives the honor to the older narrative by making Josh at last apostatize from Mosaism and refuse the grateful deference which he owed to the high priest. This is the consequence of the unpleasant impression, derived not from its own story, but from that of the Book of Kings, with regard to the undue interference of the otherwise pious king in the affairs of the sanctuary and of the priests. Chronicles reaps the fruits of its perversion of 2 Kings 12. In its reproduction of the nearly related and closely connected section 2 Kings 22. 3-10, it is worth while once more to bring the passages together. 2 Kings 22. 3. And in the 18th year of King Josiah the king sent Shaphan the son of Azaliah, the son of Meshullam, the scribe, to the house of Jehovah, saying, 4. Go up to Hilkiah the high priest, that he may empty the money which hath been brought into the house of Jehovah, which the keepers of the threshold have gathered of the people. 5. And let them deliver it into the hand of the doers of the work that have the oversight of the house of Jehovah, and let them give it to the doers of the work who are in the house of Jehovah to repair the breaches of the house. 6. Unto carpenters, and builders, and masons, and to buy timber and hewn stones to repair the house. 7. But let no reckoning he made with them as to the money that is delivered into their hand, because they deal faithfully. 8. And Hilkiah the high priest said unto Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of Jehovah. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it. 9. And Shaphan the scribe came to the king and brought the king word again, and said, Thy servants have emptied out the money that was found in the house and have delivered it into the hand of them that do the work, that have the oversight of the house of Jehovah. 10. And Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest hath delivered to me a book. And Shaphan read it before the king. 2 Chronicles 34. 8. And in the 18th year of his reign, to cleanse the land and the house, he sent Shaphan the son of Azaliah, and Messiah the governor of the city, and Joah the son of Johaz the recorder, to repair the house of Jehovah his God. 9. And they came to Hilkiah the high priest. And they delivered the money that had been brought into the house of God which the Levites that kept the threshold had gathered from Ephraim and Manasseh and all the remnant of Israel and from all Judah and Benjamin, and had returned therewith to Jerusalem. 10. And they gave it into the hand of the workmen that had the oversight of the house of Jehovah, and of the workmen that wrought in the house of Jehovah to repair and amend the house. 11. They gave it to the artificers and to the builders to buy hewn stone and timber for roofs and beams of the houses which the kings of Judah had destroyed. 12. And the men slid the work faithfully. And the overseers of them were Jahath and Obadiah, the Levites, of the sons of Merari, and Zechariah and Meshullam, of the Kohathites, to preside, and all the Levites that had skill in instruments of music. 13. Were over the bearers of burdens and overseers of ale that wrought the work in any manner of service, and others of the Levites were scribes and officers and porters. 14. And when they brought out the money that had been brought into the house of Jehovah, Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law of Jehovah by the hand of Moses. 15. And Hilkiah answered and said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of Jehovah. And Hilkiah delivered the book to Shaphan. 16. And Shaphan carried the book to the king, and besides brought word back to the king, saying, All that was committed to thy servants they are doing. 17. And they have emptied out the money that was found in the house of Jehovah, and have delivered it into the hand of the overseers and into the hand of the workmen. 18. And Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest hath given me a book. And Shaphan read out of it before the king. The occasion on which the priest introduces the book of the law to the notice of Shaphan has presuppositions in the arrangement made by Josh which Chronicles has destroyed, substituting others in its place. That the temple had been destroyed under the predecessors of Josiah, but that under the latter money was raised by the agency of peripatetic Levites throughout all Israel for the restoration, and in the first instance deposited in the treasure chest. At the emptying of this chest the priest is then alleged to have found the book, ver. 14, after Deuteronomy 31. 26, notwithstanding that on this occasion Shaphan also and the two accountants added in ver. 8 were present, and ought therefore to have had a share in the discovery which, however, is excluded by ver. 15 equals 2 Kings 22. 8. There are other misunderstandings besides. In particular, the superintendents of the works, Mufkadim, to whom, according to the original narrative, the money is handed over for payment, are degraded to the rank of simple workmen, from whom, nevertheless, they are again afterwards distinguished. And while in 2 Kings 22:7 they are represented as dealing faithfully in paying out the money, in 2 Chron. 34:12 they deal faithfully in their work. Perhaps, however, this is no mere misunderstanding, but is connected with the endeavor to keep profane hands as far off as possible from that which is holy, and, in particular, to give the management of the work to the Levites, ver. 12:13. To what length the anxiety of later ages went in this matter is seen in the statement of Josephus, Ant. 15:11, 2, that Herod caused 1,000 priests to be trained as masons and carpenters for the building of his temple. The two most interesting alterations in Chronicles are easily overlooked. In ver. 1:8 the words, "He read the book to the king," are changed into, "He read out of the book to the king," and after, "Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan," ver. 15, the words, "and he read it," are omitted. In 2 Kings the book appears as a very moderate size, but the author of Chronicles figures to himself the whole Pentateuch under that name. In the sequel 2 Kings 22:11-23. 3 is indeed repeated verbatim in 2 Chron. 34:19-32, but the incomparably more important section connected with it, 23:4-10, giving a detailed account of Josiah's vigorous reformation, is omitted, and its place taken by the meager remark that the king removed all abominations out of Israel, 34:33. In compensation his Passover feast is described all the more fully, chapter 35. In recording also the finding and publication of the law, Chronicles fails to realize that this document begins now for the first time to be historically operative, and acquires its great importance quite suddenly. On the contrary, it had been from the days of Moses the basis on which the community rested, and had been in force and validity at all normal times, only temporarily could this life principle of the theocracy be repressed by wicked kings. Forthwith to become vigorous and active again as soon as the pressure was removed. As soon as Ahaz has closed his eyes, Hezekiah, in the first month of his first year, again restores the Mosaic cultus, and as soon as Josiah reaches years of discretion he makes good the sins of his fathers. Being at his accession still too young, the 8th year of his reign is, as a tribute to propriety, selected instead of the 8th year of his life. And the great reformation assigned to that period which in point of fact he undertook at a much later date, 34:3-7 is equal to 2 Kings 23:4-20, thus the movement happily becomes separated from its historical occasion. And in character the innovation appears rather as a simple recovery of the spring after the pressure on it has been removed. The mist disappears before the sun of the law, which appears in its old strength, its light passes through no phases, but shines from the beginning with uniform brightness. What Josiah did had also been done before him already by Asa, then by Jehoshaphat, then by Hezekiah. The reforms are not steps in a progressive development, but have all the same unchanging contents. Such is the influence upon historical vision of that transcendental Mosaism raised far above all growth and process of becoming, which can be traced even in the Book of Kings, but is so much more palpable in the Book of Chronicles. 3. Apart from the fact that it represents the abiding tradition of the legitimate cultus at Jerusalem, the history of Judah in the Book of Chronicles has yet another instructive purpose. In the kingdom of Judah it is not a natural and human, but a divine pragmatism that is operative. To give expression to this is what the prophets exist for in unbroken succession side by side with high priests and kings. They connect the deeds of men with the events of the course of the world, and utilize the sacred history as a theme for their preaching, as a collection of examples illustrative of the promptest operation of the righteousness of Jehovah. In doing so they do not preach what is new or free, but have at their command, like Jehovah himself, only the law of Moses, setting before their hearers prosperity in adversity in conformity with the stencil pattern. Just as the law is faithfully fulfilled or neglected. Of course their prophecies always come exactly true, and in this way is seen an astonishing harmony between inward worth and outward circumstance. Never does sin miss its punishment, and never where misfortune occurs is guilt wanting. In the 5th year of Rehoboam, Judah and Jerusalem were ravaged by Pharaoh Shishak, 1 Kings 14:25. The explanation is that 3 years they walked in the ways of David and Solomon, because for 3 years they were strengthened and reinforced by the priests and Levites and other pious persons who had immigrated from the northern kingdom, 2 Chron. 11:17, but thereafter in the 4th year, after the kingdom of Rehoboam had been strengthened and confirmed, he forsook the law and all Israel with him, 12:1, and in the 5th year followed the invasion of Shishak. A prophet announces this, and in consequence the king humbles himself along with his people and escapes with comparatively trifling punishment, being thought worthy to reign yet other 12 years. Asa in his old age was diseased in his feet, 1 Kings 15:23, according to 2 Chron. 16:12, he died of this illness, which is described as extremely dangerous, in the 41st year of his reign, after having already been otherwise unfortunate in his later years. And why? He had invoked foreign aid, instead of the divine, against Baasha of Israel. Now, as Baasha survived only to the 26th year of Asa, the wickedness must have been perpetrated before that date. But in that case its connection with the punishment which overtook the king only towards the close of his life would not be clear. Baasha's expedition against Jerusalem, accordingly, and the Syrian invasion of Israel occasioned by Asa on that account are brought down in Chronicles to the 36th year of the latter, 16:1. It has been properly observed that Baasha was at that date long dead, and the proposal has accordingly been made to change the number 36 into 16. Without considering that the first half of the reign of Asa is expressly characterized as having been prosperous, that the 35th year is already reached in chap. 15:19, and that the correction destroys the connection of the passage with what follows, 16:7 seek. For it is in connection with that flagitious appeal for aid to the Syrians that the usual prophet makes his appearance, 16:7, and makes the usual announcement of impending punishment. It is Hanani, a man of northern Israel, 1 Kings 16:7. But Asa treats him as if he were one of his own subjects, handles him severely, and shuts him in prison. By this he hastens and increases his punishment, under which he falls in the 41st year of his reign. Jehoshaphat, the pious king, according to 1 Kings 22, took part in the expedition of the godless Ahab of Israel against the Damascenes. Chronicles cannot allow this to pass unrebuked, and accordingly when the king returns in peace, the same Hanani announces his punishment, albeit a gracious one, 2 Chron. 19:1-3, and gracious indeed it is. The Moabites and Ammonites invade the land, but Jehoshaphat without any effort on his part wins a glorious victory, and inexhaustible plunder, XX. 1 seek. One cannot blame him, therefore, for once more entering into an alliance with Ahab's successor for a naval expedition to be undertaken in common, which is to sail from a port of the Red Sea, probably round Africa, to Tarshish, Spain. 2 Chron. 9:21, but this time he is punished more seriously as Eleazar the son of Dodava had prophesied, the ships are wrecked. Compare on the other hand 1 Kings 22:48-49, Jehoshaphat made ships of Tarshish to go to Ophir for gold. But they went not. For the ships were wrecked in the harbor on the Red Sea. At that time Ahaziah the son of Ahab had said to Jehoshaphat, "Let my servants go with thy servants in the ships," but Jehoshaphat would not. So the original statement. But in Chronicles a moral ground must be found for the misfortune. And Jehoshaphat therefore makes with the king of Samaria a sinful alliance, which in point of fact he had declined, not indeed from religious motives. Joram, the son of Jehoshaphat, conducted himself very ill, it is said in 2 Kings 8:18, Chronicles enhances his offense, and above all adds the merited reward, 21:4, seek. Elijah, although he had quitted this earth long before, 2 Kings 3:11 seek, must write to the offender a letter, the threats of which are duly put into execution by Jehovah. The Philistines and Arabians having previously pressed him hard. He falls into an incurable sickness of the bowels, which afflicts him for years, and finally brings him to his end in a most frightful manner. 21. 12. Seek. In concurrence with the judgment of God. The people withhold from the dead king the honors of royalty, and he is not buried beside his fathers, notwithstanding 2 Kings 8. 24. Joash, according to 2 Kings 12, was a pious ruler, but met with misfortune. He was compelled to buy off Hazael, who had laid siege to Jerusalem, at a heavy price, and finally he died by the assassin's hand. Chronicles is able to tell how he deserved this fate. In the sentence, he did what was right in the sight of the Lord all his days, because Jehoiada the high priest had instructed him. 2 Kings 12. 3:2. It alters the last expression into all the days of Jehoiada the priest. 24. 2. After the death of his benefactor he fell away, and showed his family the basest ingratitude. At the end of that very year the Syrians invade him. After their departure his misfortunes are increased by a dreadful illness, under which he is murdered. 24. 17. Seek. Amaziah was defeated, made prisoner, and severely punished by Jehoash, king of Samaria, whom he had audaciously challenged. 2 Kings 14. 8. Seek. Why? Because he had set up in Jerusalem idols which had been carried off from Edom, and served them. 2 Chron. 25. 1:4. He prefers the plundered gods of a vanquished people to Jehovah at the very moment when the latter has proved victorious over them. From the time of this apostasy, a crime for which no punishment could be too great, his own servants are also stated to have conspired against him and put him to death. 25. 27. And yet we are assured in ver. 25, after 2 Kings 14. I winky face that Amaziah survived his adversary by 15 years. Uzziah, one of the best kings of Judah, became a leper, and was compelled to hand over the regency to his son Jotham. 2 Kings 15. 5. For, adds Chronicles, when he had become strong, his heart was lifted up, even to ruin, so that he transgressed against Jehovah his God, and went into the temple of Jehovah, to burn incense upon the altar of incense. And Azariah the priest went in after him, and with him 80 priests of Jehovah, and withstood him and said, It is not for thee to burn incense, but only for the sons of Aaron who are consecrated thereto. Then Uzziah was wroth and laid not the censer aside, and the leprosy rose up in his forehead, and the priests thrust him out from thence. 26. 16-20, the matter is now no longer a mystery. Ahaz was a king of little worth, and yet he got fairly well out of the difficulty into which the invasion of the allied Syrians and Israelites had brought him by making his kingdom tributary to the Assyrian Tiglath-Pileser. 2 Kings 16. 1. Seek. But Chronicles could not possibly let him off so cheaply. By it he is delivered into the hand of the enemy. The Israelites alone slaughter 120,000 men of Judah, including the king's son and his most prominent servants, and carry off to Samaria 200,000 women and children, along with a large quantity of other booty. The Edomites and Philistines also fall upon Ahaz, while the Assyrians whom he has summoned to his aid misunderstand him, and come up against Jerusalem with hostile intent. They do not, indeed, carry the city, but yet become possessors, without trouble, of its treasures, which the king himself hands over to them. 28. 1-21. The Book of Kings knows no worse ruler than Manasseh was, yet he reigned undisturbed for 55 years, a longer period than was enjoyed by any other king. 2 Kings 21. 1-18. This is a stone of stumbling that Chronicles must remove. It tells that Manasseh was carried in chains by the Assyrians to Babylon, but there prayed to Jehovah, who restored him to his kingdom. He then abolished idolatry in Judah. 33. 11-20. Thus on the one hand he does not escape punishment, while on the other hand the length of his reign is nevertheless explained. Recently indeed it has been sought to support the credibility of these statements by means of an Assyrian inscription, from which it appears that Manasseh did pay tribute to Esarhaddon. That is to say, he had been overpowered by the Assyrians. That is again to say, that he had been thrown into chains and carried off by them. Not so rapid, but perhaps quite as accurate, would be the inference that as a tributary prince he must have kept his seat on the throne of Judah, and not have exchanged it for the prison of Babylon. In truth, Manasseh's temporary deposition is entirely on the same plane with Nebuchadnezzar's temporary grass-eating. The unhistorical character of the intermezzo, the motives of which are perfectly transparent, follows not only from the silence of the Book of Kings, a circumstance of no small importance indeed, but also, for example, from Jah 15:4. For when it is there said that all Judah and Jerusalem are to be given up to destruction because of Manasseh, it is not presupposed that his guilt has been already borne and atoned for by himself. To justify the fact of Josiah's defeat and death at Megiddo, there is attached to him the blame of not having given heed to the words of Necho from the mouth of God warning him against the struggle, 35:21-22. Contrariwise, the punishment of the godless Jehoiakim is magnified. He is stated to have been put in irons by the Chaldeans and carried to Babylon, 36:6, an impossibility of course before the capture of Jerusalem, which did not take place until the 3rd month of his successor. The last prince of David's house, Zedekiah, having suffered more severely than all his predecessors, must therefore have been stiff-necked and rebellious, 36:12-13, characteristics to which, according to the authentic evidence of the prophet Jeremiah, he had in reality the least possible claim. It is thus apparent how inventions of the most circumstantial kind have arisen out of this plan of writing history, as it is euphemistically called. One is hardly warranted, therefore, in taking the definiteness of statements vouched for by Chronicles alone as proof of their accuracy. The story about Zerah the Ethiopian, 2 Chron. 14:9 seek, is just as apocryphal as that of Chushan-Rishathaim, Judges 3:10. Des Vignoles has indeed identified the first named with the Osorthan of Manetho, who again occurs in the Egyptian monuments as Osorkon, son of Shishak, though not as renewing the war against Palestine. But Osorkon was an Egyptian, Zerah an Ethiopian, and the resemblance of the names is after all not too obvious. But, even if Zerah were really a historical personage, of what avail would this be for the unhistorical connection? With 1,000,000 of men the king of the Libyans and Moors, stepping over Egypt, comes against Judah. Asa, ruler of a land of about 60 German square miles, goes to meet the enemy with 580,000, and defeats him on the plain to the north of Mersha so effectually that not a single soul survives. Shall it be said that this story, on account of the accurate statement of locality, although Mersha instead of Gath is not after all suggestive of an old source, is credible at all events after deduction of the incredibilities? If the incredibilities are deducted, nothing at all is left. The invasion of Judah by Baasha of Israel, and Asa's deportment towards him, 1 Kings 15:17 seek, are quite enough fully to dispose of the great previous victory over the Ethiopians claimed for Asa. The case is no better with the victory of Jehoshaphat over the Ammonites and Moabites, 2 Chron. XX. Here we have probably an echo of 2 Kings 3, where we read of Jehoshaphat's taking part in a campaign against Moab, and where also recurs the characteristic feature of the self-destruction of the enemy. So that for the opposing force nothing remains but the work of collecting the booty. 3:23, compare 2 Chron. XX. 23. The chronicler has enemies always at his command when needed, Arabians, Ethiopians, 17. 11:21. 16:22. 1:26. 7. Mehunims, XX. 1:26. 1. Philistines, 17. 11:21. 16:26. 6 Seek, 28. 18. Ammonites, XX. 1:26. 8:27. 5. whose very names in some cases put them out of the question for the older time. Such statements as that the Ammonites became subject to kings Uzziah and Jotham, are, in the perfect silence of the credible sources, condemned by their inherent impossibility, for at that period the highway to Ammon was Moab, and this country was by no means then in the possession of Judah. Nor is it anywhere said that it was. The Philistines as vindictive enemies are rendered necessary by the plan of the history, 21. 16, 28. 18, and this of itself throws suspicion upon the previous statements, 17. 11. 26, 6 Seek, that they were laid under tribute by Jehoshaphat, and subjugated by Uzziah. It is utterly impossible to believe that the latter should have broken down the walls of Ashdod, Amos 7. Or have established fortresses in Philistia. According to the Book of Kings, he did indeed conquer Edom anew. Edom is according to this authority the one land to which the descendants of David lay claim and against which they wage war. While Moab and Philistia, the most important towns being excepted, however, in the case of the latter, virtually belong to the territory of Ephraim. The triumphs given by the chronicler to his favorites have none of them any historical effect, but merely serve to add a momentary splendor to their reigns. Merit is always the obverse of success. Joram, Joash, Ahaz, who are all depicted as reprobates, build no fortresses, command no great armies, have no wealth of wives and children. It is only in the case of the pious kings, to the number of whom even Rehoboam and Abijah also belong, that the blessing of God manifests itself by such tokens. Power is the index of piety, with which accordingly it rises and falls. Apart from this it is of no consequence if, for example, Jehoshaphat possesses more than 1,100,000 soldiers, 17, 14 Seek, for they are not used for purposes of war. The victory comes from God and from the music of the Levites, chapter 20. In the statements about fortress building which regularly recur in connection with the names of good rulers, 117 general statements, such as those of Hosea 8. 14, 2 Kings 18. 13, are illustrated by concrete examples. A few elements of tradition being also employed, Lachish. It is not possible, but, indeed, neither is it necessary, to demonstrate in every case the imaginary character of the statements, according to 19. 5 it would appear as if simply every city of any kind of consequence was regarded as a fortress and in the list given in chapter 11. 6 Seek. We chiefly meet with names which were also familiar in the post-exile period. That Abijah deprived Jeroboam of Bethel amongst others, and that Jehoshaphat set governors over the Ephraimite cities which had been taken by Asa his father, 13. 19. 17, 2, would excite surprise if it stood anywhere else than in Chronicles. In forming a judgment on its family history of the descendants of David. The statement contained in 13. 21 is specially helpful both in manner and substance. And Abijah waxed mighty, and he married 14 wives, and begot 22 sons. And 16 daughters. This can only be taken as referring to the reign of Abijah, and that too after the alleged victory over Jeroboam, but he reigned altogether for only 3 years. And is it to be supposed that within this interval one of his sons should even have attained to man's estate? In reality, however, Abijah had no son at all, but was succeeded by his brother. For the definite and doubtless authentic statement that Maachah, the wife of Rehoboam, was the mother both of Abijah and of Asa, and that the latter removed her from her position at court, 1 Kings 15. 2, 10, 13. Must override the allegation of ver. 8, that the successor of Abijah was his son. After Jehoshaphat's death it is said in the first place that Jehoram slew all his brethren, 2 Chr 21. 4. And afterwards that the Arabians slew all Jehoram's children with the exception of 1, 22. 1. How many of the Davidic house in that case survive for Jehu, who nevertheless slew 42 of them, 2 Kings x 14. In short, The family history of the House of David is of equal historical value with all the other matters on which the chronicler is more widely and better informed than all the older canonical books. The remark applies to names and numbers as well, about such trifles, which produce an appearance of accuracy. The author is never in any embarrassment. 4. The Book of Kings then everywhere crops up as the real foundation of the portion of Chronicles relating to Judah after the period of Solomon. Where the narrative of the former is detailed and minute, our author also has fuller and more interesting material at his command. So, for example, in the history relating to the temple and to the common and mutual relations of Judah and Israel, 2 Chrx, 18, 23, Seek, 25. 17-24, 33. Seek. Elsewhere he is restricted to the epitome that constitutes the framework of the Book of Kings. By it he is guided in his verdicts as to the general character of the successive sovereigns as well as in his chronological statements, although, in accordance with his plan, he as a rule omits the synchronisms. 13. 1, 25. 25. The positive data also, given by the epitome with reference to the legislation in matters of worship by the various kings, are for the most part reproduced word for word, and float in a fragmentary and readily distinguishable way in the mixture of festivals, sermons, choruses, law, and prophets. For this is an important verification of all the results already obtained, all in Chronicles that is not derived from Samuel and Kings, has a uniform character not only in its substance, but also in its awkward and frequently unintelligible language, plainly belonging to a time in which Hebrew was approaching extinction, in its artificiality of style, deriving its vitality exclusively from biblical reminiscences. This is not the place for the proof of these points, but the reader may compare Statelin's Imleitung, 1862, page 139 Seek, Bertho, page 14. Seek, and Graph, page 116. 3. 1. When the narrative of Chronicles runs parallel with the older historical books of the canon, it makes no real additions, but the tradition is merely differently colored, under the influence of contemporary motives. In the picture it gives the writer's own present is reflected, not antiquity. But neither is the case very different with the genealogical lists prefixed by way of introduction in 1 Chron, 1-9. They also are in the main valid only for the period at which they were drawn up, whether for its actual condition or for its conceptions of the past. The penchant for pedigrees and genealogical registers, made up from a mixture of genealogico-historical and ethnologico-statistical elements, is a characteristic feature of Judaism. Along with the thing the word also first came into use during the later times. Compendious histories are written in the form of an. The thread is thin and inconspicuous, and yet apparently strong and coherent. One does not commit oneself to much, and yet has opportunity to introduce all kinds of interesting matter. Material comes to one's hand, given a beginning and an end, the bridge is soon completed. Another expression of the same tendency is the inclination to give a genealogical expression to all connections and associations of human society whatsoever, to create artificial families on all hands and bring them into blood relationship. As if the whole of public life resolved itself into a matter of cousinship, an inclination indicative of the times of political stagnation then prevalent. We hear of the families of the scribes at Jabesh, of the potters and gardeners and business workers, of the sons of the goldsmiths, apothecaries, and fullers, these corporations being placed on the same plane with actual families. The division into classes of the persons engaged in religious service is merely the most logical development of this artificial system which is applied to all other social relations as well. Proceeding now to a fuller examination of the contents of 1 Chron, 1-9. And other texts connected with that, we have here, apart from the first chapter, which does not demand further attention, an ethnogenealogical survey of the 12 tribes of Israel, which is based mostly on the data of the priestly code, Gen. 46, 26, expanded now more now less. But while the statements of the priestly code have to hold good for the Mosaic period only, those of Chronicles have also to apply to the succeeding ages, those, for example, of Saul and David, of Tiglath-Pileser and Hezekiah. As early as the time of the judges, however, very important changes had taken place in the conditions. While Dan continued to subsist with difficulty, Simeon and Levi had been completely broken up, Gen 49. 7. In the blessing of Moses, the latter name denotes something quite different from a tribe, and the former is not even so much as named, although the enumeration is supposed to be complete. In David's time it had already been absorbed by families of mingled Judaic and Edomitic descent in the district where it had once had independent footing. Eastward of Jordan, Leah's firstborn had a similar fate, although somewhat later. After it has been deposed from its primacy in Gen 49. And twit in Judges v. with its brave words unaccompanied by corresponding deeds, the faint and desponding wish is expressed in Deuteronomy 33. 6 that Reuben may live and not die, and King Mesha is unaware that any other than the Gadite had ever dwelt in the land which, properly speaking, was the heritage of Reuben. But in Chronicles these extinct tribes again come to life, and not Levi alone, which is a special case, but also Simeon and Reuben, with which alone we are here to deal, and they exist as independent integral twelfths of Israel. Precisely like Ephraim and Manasseh, throughout the whole period of the monarchy down to the destruction of the kingdom by the Assyrians. 118 This is diametrically opposed to all authentic tradition. For to maintain that nothing else is intended than a continued subsistence of individual Simonite and Reubenite families within other tribes is merely a desperate resort of the harmonists. And every attempt to tone down the fact that those extinct and half-mythical tribes are in Chronicles placed side by side with the rest without any distinction is equally illegitimate. The historical value thus lost by the narrative as a whole cannot be restored by the seeming truthfulness of certain details. Or is more significance really to be attached to the wars of the Simonites and Reubenites against the Arabians than to the rest of the extemporized wars of the kings of Judah against these children of the wilderness? If only at least the names had not been sons of Ham, and Mehunim and Hagarenes, 4. 40 Seek. Heb, v. 10. As for the pedigrees and genealogical lists, are they to be accepted as historical merely because their construction is not apparent to us, and they evade our criticism? The language affords no room for the conjecture that we here possess extracts from documents of high antiquity, 4. 33, 38, 41, v. 1 Seek, 7, 9 Seek, and proper names such as Elioenai and the like, 4. 35 Seek. Are not striking for their antique originality. Of the remaining tribes, so far as they belong to Israel and not to Judah, the next in the series after Reuben are the Transjordanic, v. 11-26. They are said to have been numbered in the days of Jotham of Judah and Jeroboam of Israel, on which occasion 44,760 warriors were returned. They took the field against the Hagarenes, Icharians, Nephishites, and Nabateans, gaining the victory and carrying off much booty, for they cried to God in the battle, and he was entreated of them because they put their trust in him. But afterwards they fell away from the God of their fathers, and as a punishment were carried off by Pul and Tiglath-Pileser to Armenia by the Chaboras and the river of Gozan. Apart from the language, which in its edifying tone is that of late Judaism, and leaving out of account the enumeration, the sons of Reuben and the Gadites and half of the tribe of Manasseh. The astonishing and highly doubtful combinations are eloquent. Pul and Tiglath-Pileser, the Chaboras, and the river of Gozan, are hardly distinguished from each other. Jotham and Jeroboam, on the other hand, make so impossible a synchronism that the partisans of Chronicles will have it that none is intended, forgetful, to be sure, of Hosea I. 2, and omitting to say what in that case Jotham of Judah has to do here at all in this connection. The Hagarenes and Icharians too, instead of, say, the Moabites and Ammonites, furnish food for reflection, as also do the geographical statements that Gad had his seat in Bashan and Manasseh in and near Lebanon. As for the proper names of families and their heads, they are certainly beyond our means of judging. The phrases however of the scheme they fill, Ansha Shemoth Rash El Beth Abatham, Migrash, Jays, are peculiar to the priestly code and chronicles, and alongside of elements which are old and attested from other quarters. Occur others that look very recent, as for example, v. 24, Eliel, Osriel, Jeremiah, Hodaviah, Jodiel. In the introduction the Galilean tribes have no prominent place, but in the rest of the book they make a favorable appearance, see especially 1 Chron, 12. 32-34, 40, and 2 Chron, XXX. 10, 11, 18. It readily occurs to one, especially in the last cited passage, to think of the later Judaizing process in Galilee. In Issachar there are stated to have been 87,000 fighting men in David's time, Mizparim el Talidatham el Beth Abatham, 7. 1-5. Out of Zebulun and Naphtali, again, exactly 87,000 men came to David at Hebron, to anoint him and be feasted 3 days, it is carefully mentioned, however, 12. 40, that they took their provisions up with them. The proper kernel of Israel, Ephraim and Manasseh, is, in comparison with Simeon, Reuben, Gad, Issachar, treated with very scant kindness, 7. 14-29, a suspicious sign. The list of the families of Manasseh is an artificial ratio of elements gleaned anywhere. Maachah passes for the wife as well as the sister of Machir, but being a Gileaditess, Beth Maachah, ought not to have been mentioned at all in this place where the Cisjordanic Manasseh is being spoken of. To fill up blanks every contribution is thankfully received. 119 In the case of Ephraim a long and meager genealogy only is given, which, begun in ver. 20-21, and continued in ver. 25, constantly repeats the same names, Tahath, Tahan, 1 Sam, 1. Elada, Ladan, Shuthla, Tela, and finally reaches its end and goal in Joshua, whose father none alone is known to the older sources. Into the genealogy a wonderful account of the slaying of the children of Ephraim by the men of Gath, 1 Sam. 4, has found its way, and, like 8. 6, 7, according to the prevailing view must be of venerable antiquity. But in that case the statement of 4. 9 must also be very ancient, which yet obviously is connected with the rise of the schools of the scribes stated in 2. 55 to have existed in Jabez. Everywhere it is presupposed that Israel throughout the entire period of the monarchy was organized on the basis of the 12 tribes, 2-9, 12, 27. But the assumption is certainly utterly false, as can be seen for example from 1 Kings 4. Further, the penchant of later Judaism for statistics is carried back to the earlier time, to which surveys and censuses were repugnant in the extreme. In spite of 2 Sam, 24, we are told that under David enumerations both of the spiritual and of the secular tribes were made again and again. So also under his successors, as may be inferred partly from express statements and partly from the precise statistics given as to the number of men capable of bearing arms. In these cases the most astounding figures are set down, always, however, as resting on original documents and accurate enumeration. In the statistical information of Chronicles, then, so far as it relates to pre-exilic antiquity, we have to do with artificial compositions. It is possible, and occasionally demonstrable, that in these some elements derived from tradition have been used. But it is certain that quite as many have been simply invented. And the combination of the elements, the point of chief importance, dates, as both form and matter show, from the very latest period. One might as well try to hear the grass growing as attempt to derive from such a source as this a historical knowledge of the conditions of ancient Israel. 2. As regards Judah and Benjamin, and to a certain extent Levi also, the case of course is somewhat different from that of the 10 extinct tribes. It is conceivable that here a living ethnogenealogical tradition may have kept the present connected with the past. Nevertheless, on closer examination, it comes out that most of what the chronicler here relates has reference to the post-exilic time. And that the few fragments which go up to a higher antiquity are wrought into a connection which on the whole is of a very recent date. Most obtrusively striking is it that the list of the heads of the people dwelling in Jerusalem given in 9. 4-17 is simply identical with Nay 11. 3-19, in this passage, introducing as it does the history of the kings, seek. One is by no means prepared to hear statements about the community of the Second Temple, but our author is under the impression that in going there he is letting us know about the Old Jerusalem. From David to Nehemiah is no leap for him, the times are not distinct from one another to his mind. For chapter 8. Also, containing a full enumeration of the Benjamite families, with special reference to those which had their seat in the capital, Berthoud has proved the post-exilic reference. It is interesting that in the later Jerusalem there existed a widespread family which wished to deduce its origin from Saul and rested its claims to this descent on a long genealogy. 8. 33-40. 120. It cannot be said that this produces a very favorable impression for the high antiquity of the other list of the Benjamites in 7. 6-11. To see how little value is to be attached to the pretensions of the latter to be derived from original documents of hoary antiquity, it is only necessary to notice the genuinely Jewish phraseology of ver. 7, 9, 11, such proper names as Elioenai, and the numbers given, 22,034 plus 20,200 plus 17,200, making in all 59,434 fighting men. The registers of greatest historical value are those relating to the tribe of Judah, 2. 1-4. 23. But in this statement the genealogy of the descendants of David must be accepted, chapter 3. The interest of which begins only with Zerubbabel, the rest being merely an exceedingly poor compilation of materials still accessible to us in the older historical books of the canon, and in Jeremiah. According to 3. 5, the first 4 of David's sons, born in Jerusalem, were all children of Bathsheba, the remaining 7 are increased to 9 by a textual error which occurs also in the LXX version of 2 Sam v. 16. Among the sons of Josiah, 3. 15 seek. Johanan, i.e. Jehoahaz, is distinguished from Shallum, J 22. 11, and because he immediately succeeded his father, is represented as the firstborn, though in truth Jehoiakim was older, 2 Kings 23. 31, 36. Zedekiah, Jehoiakim's brother, is given out to be the son of Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, because he was the successor of Jeconiah, who succeeded Jehoiakim. Similar things occur also in the book of Daniel, but are usually overlooked, with a mistaken piety. Whoever has eyes to see cannot assign any high value except to the 2 great Jewish genealogies in chaps 2 and 4. Yet even here the most heterogeneous elements are tossed together, and chaff is found mingled with wheat. 121. Apart from the introduction, ver. 1-8, chapter 2. Is a genealogy of the children of Hezron, a tribe which in David's time had not yet been wholly amalgamated with Judah, but which even then constituted the real strength of that tribe and afterwards became completely one with it. The following scheme discloses itself amid the accompanying matters. The sons of Hezron are Jerahmeel and Selebai, Caleb, ver. 9, and the sons of Jerahmeel, the firstborn of Hezron, were, ver. 25, these were the sons of Jerahmeel. And the sons of Caleb the brother of Jerahmeel were, ver. 42, these were the sons of Caleb, ver. 50a. That which is thus formally defined and kept by itself apart, compare in this connection, Jerahmeel the firstborn of Hezron, Caleb the brother of Jerahmeel, is materially also distinguished from all else. It is the kernel of the whole, and refers to the pre-exilian time. Even the unusual edifurant, ver. 25, 33, 50, points to this conclusion, as well as, in the case of Caleb, the positive fact that the towns named in ver. 42-49 are all situated near Hebron and in the Negeb of Judah, where after the exile the Idumeans were settled, and, in the case of Jerahmeel, the negative circumstance that here no towns at all are mentioned among the families, Malad, ver. 29, being perhaps a single exception, and thus the extreme south is indicated. But this kernel is amplified by a number of post-exilian additions. In the first place, in connection with Jerahmeel, an appendix, ver. 34-41, is given which is not ethnological but purely genealogical, and brings a pedigree of 15 members manifestly down to near the age of the chronicler, and which moreover is only in apparent connection with what precedes it, comp ver. 34 with ver. 31, and invariably uses the Hiphil form halad, a form which occurs in ver. 25 to 33 never, and in ver. 42 to 50 only sporadically in 3 places open to the suspicion of later redaction, comp especially ver. 47. Much more important, however, are the additions under Caleb, of these the one is prefixed, ver. 18 to 24, the other, more appropriately, brought in at the close, ver. 50 to 55, beginning with, and the sons of her, the firstborn of Ephrath, Caleb's second wife, ver. 19, here Caleb no longer presents himself in the extreme south of Judah and the vicinity of Jerahmeel, 1 Samuel 25. 3, 27. 10, XXX. 14, 29, where he had his settlement prior to the exile, but his families, which are all of them descended from his son Hur, inhabit Bethlehem, Kirjath-jearim, Zorah, Esthol, and other towns in the north, frequently mentioned in Ezra and Nehemiah. Thus the Calebites in consequence of the exile have forsaken their old seats and have taken up new ones on their return. This fact is expressed in ver. 18 to the effect that Caleb's first wife Azubah bath Jerioth, deserta filia nominum, had died, and that he had then married a second, Ephrath, by whom he became the father of her. Ephrath is the name of the district in which Bethlehem and Kirjath-jearim are situated, and properly speaking is merely another form of Ephraim, as is shown by the word Ephrathite. In addition to these appendices to Jerahmeel and Caleb, we have also the genealogy of David, ver. 10 to 17, the book of Samuel knows only of his father Jesse. On the other hand, Saul's genealogy is carried further back, and there was no reason for not doing so in David's case also if the materials had existed. But here, as in Ruth, the pedigree is traced backwards through Jesse, Obed, Boaz, up to Salma. Salma is the father of Bethlehem, 2. 54, and hence the father of David. But Salma is the father of Bethlehem and the neighboring towns or fractions of towns after the exile. He belongs to Caleb Abihur. 122 But if anything at all is certain, it is this, that in ancient times the Calebites lived in the south and not in the north of Judah. And in particular that David by his nativity belonged not to them but rather to the older portion of Judah which gravitated towards Israel properly so called, and stood in most intimate relations with Benjamin. Of the first 3 members of the genealogy, Nahshon and Amminadab occur as princes of Judah in the priestly code, and are fitly regarded as the ancestors of those who come after them. Ram is the firstborn of Hezron's firstborn, ver. 25, and by the meaning of his name also, Ram equals the High One, is, like Abram, qualified to stand at the head of the princely line. While in chap 2, we thus in point of fact fall in with an old kernel, and one that necessarily goes back to sound tradition, apparently preserved indeed, however, merely for the sake of the later editions, the quite independent and parallel list. On the other hand, contained in 4. 1 to 23 is shown by many unmistakable indications to be a later composition having its reference only to post-exilian conditions, perhaps incorporating a few older elements, which, however, it is impossible with any certainty to detect. 123. Levi of course receives the fullest treatment, 1 Chron. v. 27, 6. 1-6. 66, 81, 9. 10 Seek, 15, 16, 23-27, and K. We know that this clerical tribe is an artificial production, and that its hierarchical subdivision, as worked out in the priestly code, was the result of the centralization of the cultus in Jerusalem. Further, it has been already shown that in the history as recorded in Chronicles the effort is most conspicuous to represent the sons of Aaron and the Levites, in all cases where they are absent from the older historical books of the canon, as playing the part to which they are entitled according to the priestly code. How immediate is the connection with the last-named document, how in a certain sense that code is even carried further by Chronicles, can be seen for example from this circumstance, that in the former Moses in a novel reduces the period of beginning public service in the case of a Levite from 30 years of age to 25, number 4. 3 Seek, 8. 23 Seek. While in the latter David, 1 Chron, 23. 24 Seek, brings it down still further to the age of 20, matters are still to some extent in a state of flux. And the ordering of the temple worship is a continuation of the beginning made with the tabernacle service by Moses. Now, in so far as the statistics of the clergy have a real basis at all, that basis is post-Exilian. It has long ago been remarked how many of the individuals figuring under David and his successors, e.g., Asaph, Heman, Jeduthun, bear names identical with families or guilds of a later time. How the two indeed are constantly becoming confluent, and difficulty is felt in determining whether by the expression head a person or a family ought to be understood. But, inasmuch as the chronicler nevertheless desires to depict the older time and not his own, he by no means adheres closely to contemporary statistics, but gives free play at the same time to his idealizing imagination, whence it comes that in spite of the numerous and apparently precise data afforded, the reader still finds himself unable to form any clear picture of the organization of the clergy, the ordering of the families and tribes, the distribution of the offices, nay, rather, is involved in a maze of contradictions. Obed-Edom, Jeduthun, Shelomith, Korah, occur in the most different connections, belong now to one, now to another section of the Levites, and discharge at one time this function, at another that. Naturally the commentators are prompt with their help by distinguishing names that are alike, and identifying names that are different. Some characteristic details may still be mentioned here. The names of the 6 Levitical classes according to 1 Chron, 25. 4. Gedalti, Romamtiezer, Joshbekasha, Malothi, Hothar, Mahaziath, are simply the fragments of a consecutive sentence which runs, I have magnified and exalted the help of him who sat in need, I have spoken abundance of prophecies. The watchman or singer Obed-Edom who is alleged to have discharged his functions in the days of David and Amaziah, is no other than the captain to whom David entrusted for 3 months the custody of the ark, a Philistine of Gath. The composition of the singers' pedigrees is very transparent, especially in the case of Heman, 1 Chron, 6. 7, L2, 22-27, equals ver. 18-23, 33-37. Apart from Exodus 6. 16-19, use is chiefly made of what is said about the family of Samuel, 1 Sam, I. 1, 8. 2, who must of course have been of Levitical descent, because his mother consecrated him to the service of the sanctuary. Heman is the son of Joel b. Samuel b. Elkanah b. Jeraham b. Eliab b. Tahath b. Zuph, only the line does not terminate with Ephraim as in 1 Sam, I, 1, LXX, because it is Levi who is the goal, Zuph. However, is an Ephraitic district, and Tahath, Tohu, Toa, Tayan, Nahath, is an Ephraimite family, 7. 20. Further back the same elements are individually repeated more than once, Elkanah 4 times in all, he occurs once as early as in Exodus 6. 24, where also he is doubtless borrowed from 1 Samuel I. The best of it is that, contrary to the scope of the genealogies recorded in 1 Chron, 6, which is to provide a Levitical origin for the guilds of singers, there is found in close contiguity the statement, 2. 6, that Heman and Ethan were descendants of Zerah b. Pharez, b. Judah. The commentators are indeed assisted in their efforts to differentiate the homonyms by their ignorance of the fact that even as late as Nehemiah's time the singers did not yet pass for Levites. But their endeavors are wrecked by the circumstance that the names of fathers as well as of sons are identical, ps. 88, 1, 89. 1, Ewald, 3. 380 Seek. In point of history these musicians of the Second Temple are descended of course neither from Levi nor from the sons of Mahal, 1 Kings v. 11, 4. 31. But they have at least derived their names from the latter. On all hands we meet with such artificial names in the case of Levites. One is called Issachar, it would not be surprising to meet with a Naphtali Sabi, or Judah b. Jacob. Jeduthun is, properly speaking, the name of a tune or musical mode, ps. 39. 1. 62. 1. 77. 1. Whence also of a choir trained in that. Particularly interesting are a few pagan names, as for example Henadad, Bakbuk, and some others, which, originally borne by the temple servitors, nay 7. 46 Sikh, were doubtless transferred along with these to the Levites. With the priests, of whom so many are named at all periods of the history of Israel, matters are no better than with the inferior Levites, so far as the books of Samuel and Kings are not drawn upon. In particular, the 24 priestly courses or orders are an institution, not of King David, but of the post-Exilic period. When Hitzig, annotating Ezek 8. 16. Remarks that the 25 men standing between the temple and the altar worshipping the sun toward the east are the heads of the 24 priestly courses with the high priest at their head, because no one else had the right to stand in the inner court between temple and altar. He reveals a trait that is characteristic, not only of himself, but also of the entire so-called historical-critical school, who exert their whole subtlety on case after case, but never give themselves time to think matters over in their connection with each other. Nay, rather simply retain the traditional view as a whole, only allowing themselves by way of gratification a number of heresies. It is almost impossible to believe that Hitzig, when he annotated Ezek 8, could have read those passages Ezekiel 43. 7 Sikh, 44. 6 Sikh, from which it is most unambiguously clear that the later exclusion of the laity from the sanctuary was quite unknown in the pre-exilic period. The extent of the chronicler's knowledge about the pre-exilic priesthood is revealed most clearly in the list of the 22 high priests in 1 Chron, v. 29-41, 6. 3-15. From the 9th to the 18th the series runs, Amariah, Ahitub, Zadok, Ahimaaz, Azariah, Johanan, Azariah, Amariah, Ahitub, Zadok. As for the first 5, Azariah was not the son, but the brother of Ahimaaz, and the latter apparently not a priest, 1 Kings 4. 2. But Ahitub, the alleged father of Zadok, was, on the contrary, the grandfather of Zadok's rival, Abiathar, of the family of Eli, 1 Sam, 14. 3, 22. 20. The whole of the old and famous line, Eli, Phinehas, Ahitub, Ahimelech, Abiathar, which held the priesthood of the ark from the time of the judges down into the days of David, is passed over in absolute silence, and the line of Zadok, by which it was not superseded until Solomon, 1 Kings 2. 35, is represented as having held the leadership of the priesthood since Moses. As for the last 4 in the above-cited list, they simply repeat the earlier. In the Book of Kings, Azariah 2. Amariah, Ahitub, Zadok, do not occur, but, on the contrary, other contemporary high priests, Jehoiada and Uriah, omitted from the enumeration in Chronicles. At the same time this enumeration cannot be asserted to be defective. For, according to Jewish chronology, the ancient history is divided into 2 periods, each of 480 years, the one extending from the Exodus to the building of the temple, the other from that epoch down to the establishment of the second theocracy. Now, 480 years are 12 generations of 40 years, and in 1 Chron, v. there are 12 high priests reckoned to the period during which there was no temple, ver. 36b to come after ver. 35a, and thence 11 down to the exile. That is to say, 12 generations, when the exile is included. The historical value of the genealogy in 1 Chron v. 26-41 is thus inevitably condemned. But if Chronicles knew nothing about the priestly princes of the olden time, its statements about ordinary priests are obviously little to be relied on. 3. To speak of a tradition handed down from pre-exilic times as being found in Chronicles either in 1 Chron 1-9, or in 1 Chron x-2 Chron 36, is thus manifestly out of the question. As early as 1806 this had been conclusively shown by the youthful De Wet, then 26 years of age. But since that date many a theological Sisyphus has toiled to roll the stone again wholly or halfway up the hill, movers especially, in genius it might seem the superior of the sober Protestant critic, with peculiar results. This scholar mixed up the inquiry into the historical value of those statements in Chronicles which we are able to control, with the other question as to the probable sources of its variations from the older historical books of the canon. In vain had De Wet, at the outset, protested against such a procedure, contending that it was not only possible, but conceded that Chronicles, where at variance or in contradiction, was following older authority. But that the problem still really was, as before, how to explain the complete difference of general conception and the multitude of discrepancies in details. That the hypothesis of sources, as held before movers by Eichhorn, was of no service in dealing with this question, and that in the critical comparison of the two narratives, and in testing their historical character, it was after all incumbent to stick to what lay before one, Beecher. Pages 24, 29, 38. For so ingenious an age such principles were too obvious. Movers produced a great impression, especially as he was not so simple as to treat the letters of Hiram and Elijah as authentic documents, but was by way of being very critical. At present even Dillman also unfortunately perceives that the chronicler everywhere has worked according to sources, and that in his case deliberate invention or distortion of the history are not for a moment to be spoken of. Herzog, Relensick. 2. Page 693, first edit, 3. 223, 2d edit. And from the lofty heights of science the author of Part 5, of the Biblical Commentary on the Old Testament looks compassionately down upon K. H. Graff, who has loitered so far behind the march of Old Testament research, as to have thought of resuscitating the views of De Wet. In fact, that Chronicles may be established on an independent footing and placed on a level with the books of Samuel and Kings, he utterly denies any indebtedness at all, on its part, to these, and in cases where the transcription is word for word, maintains that separate independent sources were made use of, a needless exaggeration of the scientific spirit. For the author of the Book of Kings himself wrote the Prayer of Solomon and the Epitome, at least, without borrowing from another source. The chronicler therefore can have derived it, directly or indirectly, only from him. In reply to all this, one can only repeat what has already been said by De Wet. It may be that the chronicler has produced this picture of old Israel, so different in outline and color from the genuine tradition, not of his own suggestion and on his own responsibility, but on the ground of documents that lay before him. But the historical character of the work is not hereby altered in the smallest degree, it is merely shared by the so-called sources. 2 Maccabees and a multitude of other compositions have also made use of sources, but how does this enhance the value of their statements? That value must in the long run be estimated according to their contents, which, again, must be judged, not by means of the primary sources which have been lost, but by means of the secondary literary products which have survived. The whole question ultimately resolves itself into that of historical credibility, and to what conclusions this leads we have already seen. The alterations and additions of Chronicles are all traceable to the same fountainhead, the Judaizing of the past, in which otherwise the people of that day would have been unable to recognize their ideal. It was not because tradition gave the law and the hierocracy and the deus ex machina as sole efficient factor in the sacred narrative, but because these elements were felt to be missing, that they were thus introduced. If we are to explain the omissions by reference to the author's plan, why may we not apply the same principle to the additions? The passion displayed by Ewald, Jarb. X. 261, when, in speaking of the view that Manasseh's captivity has its basis in Jewish dogmatic, he calls it an absurdly infelicitous idea, and a gross injustice besides to the Book of Chronicles, recalls B. Schaeffer's suggestive remark about the preacher of Solomon, that God would not use a liar to write a canonical book. What then does Ewald say to the narratives of Daniel or Jonah? Why must the new turn given to history in the case of Manasseh be judged by a different standard than in the equally gross case of Ahaz, and in the numerous analogous instances enumerated in preceding pages, page 203 seek? With what show of justice can the chronicler, after his statements have over and over again been shown to be incredible, be held at discretion to pass for an unimpeachable narrator? In those cases at least where its connection with his plan is obvious. One ought surely to exercise some skepticism in regard to his testimony, but it ought at the same time to be considered that such connections may occur much oftener than is discernible by us. Or at least by the less sharp-sighted of us. It is indeed possible that occasionally a grain of good corn may occur among the chaff, but to be conscientious one must neglect this possibility of exceptions. And give due honor to the probability of the rule. For it is only too easy to deceive oneself in thinking that one has come upon some sound particular in a tainted whole. To what is said in 2 Sam v. 9, so David dwelt in the stronghold, Jebus. And he called it the city of David, and he built round about from the rampart and inward, there is added in 1 Chron. 11. 8. The statement that Joab restored the rest of the city, Jerusalem. This looks innocent enough. And is generally accepted as a fact. But the word for shows the comparatively modern date of the statement. And on closer consideration one remembers also that the town of Jebus at the time of its conquest by David consisted only of the citadel, and the new town did not come into existence at all until later. And therefore could not have been repaired by Joab. In what interest the statement was made can be gathered from Nay 7. 11. In many cases it is usual to regard such additions as having had their origin in a better text of Samuel and Kings which lay before the chronicler, and this certainly is the most likely way in which good additions could have got in. But the textual critics of the Exegetically Handbook are only too like-minded with the chronicler, and are always eagerly seizing with both hands his paste pearls and the similar gifts of the Septuagint. It must be allowed that Chronicles owes its origin, not to the arbitrary caprice of an individual, but to a general tendency of its period. It is the inevitable product of the conviction that the Mosaic Law is the starting point of Israel's history, and that in it these is operative a play of sacred forces such as finds no other analogy. This conviction could not but lead to a complete transformation of the ancient tradition. Starting from a similar assumption, such an author as C.F. Keel could even at the present day write a book of Chronicles, if this were not already in existence. Now, in this aspect, for the purpose of appraising Chronicles as the type of that conception of history which the scribes cherished, the inquiry into its sources is really important and interesting. References to other writings, from which further particulars can be learned, are appended as a rule, to the account of each sovereign's reign, the exceptions being in the cases of Joram, Ahaziah, Athaliah, Amon, Jehoahaz, Jehoiakim, Zedekiah. The titles referred to in this way may be classed under two groups: 1. The Book of the Kings of Israel and Judah, or of Judah and Israel, in the cases of Asa, Amaziah, Jotham, Ahaz, Josiah, and Jehoiakim, with which the Book of the Kings of Israel, in the cases of Jehoshaphat and Manasseh, Comp 1 Chron 9. 1, is identical, for the kingdom of the 10 tribes is not reckoned by the chronicler. 2. The words of Samuel the seer, Nathan the prophet, and Gad the seer, for David, 1 Chron 29. 29, Comp 27. 24, Eklas. 46, 13, 47. 1. The words of Nathan the prophet, the prophecy of Ahijah of Shiloh and the vision of Iddo the seer concerning Jeroboam ben Nebat, for Solomon, 2 Chron 9. 29. The words of Shemaiah the prophet and Iddo the seer, for Rehoboam, 12. 15. The words of Jehu ben Hanani, which are taken over into the Book of the Kings of Israel, Jehoshaphat, XX. 34, a writing of Isaiah the prophet, Isaiah, 26. 22, more precisely cited as the vision of Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, in the Book of the Kings of Judah and Israel, Hezekiah, 32. 32, the words of the seer in the Book of the Kings of Israel, Manasseh, 33. 18, Comp also ver. 19. Following in the footsteps of movers, Berthaud and others have shown that under these different citations it is always one and the same book that is intended, whether by its collective title, or by the conventional subtitles of its separate sections. 124 Berthaud calls attention to the fact that ordinarily it is either the one or the other title that is given, and when, as is less usual, there are two. Then for the most part the prophetic writing is designated as a portion of the Book of the Kings of Israel, XX. 34, 32. 32, and, quite vaguely, 33. 18. The peculiar mode of naming the individual section 125, at a time when chapters and verses were unknown, has its origin in the idea that each period of the sacred history has its leading prophet, Kappa iota beta tau nu pyro omicron phi eta tau nu delta iota alpha delta omicron chi, JOS, C, API. 8, but also at the same time involves, according to 26. 22, in spite of 9. 29, 12. 15, 13. 22, 1 Chron, 29. 29, the notion that each prophet has himself written the history of his own period. Obviously, this is the explanation of the title Propheti Prioris borne by the books of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings in the Jewish canon, and of the view which led to the introduction of 2 Kings 18. 18 Seek into the book of Isaiah. The claims of history being slight, it was easy to find the needful propheta eponymous for each section. Jehu ben Hanani, a northern Israelite of Baasha's time, has to do duty for Asa, and also for Jehoshaphat as well. Iddo the seer, who prophesied against Jeroboam ben Nebat, is the anonymous prophet of 1 Kings 13. Jos, Ent 8. 8, 5, on Zach. 1. By this time it was possible, also, to give the names of the wives of Cain, and of the patriarchs. As regards a more definite determination of the date of the Book of Kings, which lies at the foundation of Chronicles, a coordination of the two series of the kings of Israel and Judah can only have been made after both had been brought to a close. In other words, not before the Babylonian exile. And in the Babylonian exile it was that the canonical Book of Kings actually came into existence, and the Chronicles of Israel and those of Judah were for the first time worked together by its author. At least he refers only to the separate works and knows of no previous combination of them. It would seem, therefore, very natural to identify the work alluded to in Chronicles with our present canonical book, which is similar in title and has corresponding contents. But this we cannot do, for in the former there were matters of which there are in the latter no trace, for example, according to 1 Chron, 9. 1. It contained family and numerical statistics for the whole of Israel after the manner of 1 Chron, 1-9. Chapters for the most part borrowed from it, and according to 1 Chron, 33:19, the prayer of Manasseh. From these two data, as well as from the character of the items of information which may have been conjectured to have been derived from this source, the conclusion is forced upon us that the Book of Kings cited by the chronicler is a late compilation far removed from actual tradition. And in relation to the canonical Book of Kings it can only be explained as an apocryphal amplification after the manner in which the scribes treated the sacred history. This conclusion, derived from the contents themselves, is supported by an important positive datum, namely, the citation in 2 Chron, 24. 27 of the Midrash, AV, story, of the Book of Kings, and in 13. 22 of the Midrash of the prophet Iddo. Ewald is undoubtedly right when he recognizes here the true title of the writing elsewhere named simply the Book of Kings. Of course the commentators assert that the word Midrash, which occurs in the Bible only in these two passages, there means something quite different from what it means everywhere else. But the natural sense suits admirably well, and in Chronicles we find ourselves fully within the period of the scribes. Midrash is the consequence of the conservation of all the relics of antiquity, a wholly peculiar artificial reawakening of dry bones, especially by literary means, as is shown by the preference for lists of names and numbers. Like ivy it overspreads the dead trunk with extraneous life, blending old and new in a strange combination. It is a high estimate of tradition that leads to its being thus modernized. But in the process it is twisted and perverted, and set off with foreign accretions in the most arbitrary way. Jonah as well as Daniel and a multitude of apocryphal writings, 2 Mac. 2. 13, are connected with this tendency to cast the reflection of the present back into the past. The prayer of Manasseh, which now survives only in Greek, appears, as Ewald has conjectured, actually to have been taken direct from the book quoted in 2 Chron. 33. 19. Within this sphere, wherein all Judaism moves, Chronicles also has had its rise. Thus whether one says Chronicles or Midrash of the Book of Kings is on the whole a matter of perfect indifference. They are children of the same mother, and indistinguishable in spirit and language, while on the other hand the portions which have been retained verbatim from the canonical Book of Kings at once betray themselves in both respects.